At Drax's prison, inside the dark corridor, there were heavy footsteps and the sound of the warden unlocking a cell. A young girl was sitting slumped inside the cell. Suddenly, she opened her eyes when she heard a call. "Hey." Lex had looked at her and said, "You have to help me." The girl didn't react to this. Then she smirked. She asked mischievously, "What do I have to do to help you?" He stood opposite her. Lex had said, he was serious, "will try to become emperor." Rosika was surprised. What? Is he planning a rebellion? In the current Hexen Empire, there was obviously an emperor and also a crown prince at the head of the line of succession. This man was the youngest brother of the current emperor and stood third in the line of succession, after the crown prince and the second brother. Of course, even if there were two more outstanding rivals before him, he just needed to eliminate the competition. However, she burst out laughing. Pfft. Because it was so funny, her voice trembled as she asked, "Help His Royal Highness the Grand Duke help you?" Seeing her reaction, he said, "I see that mocking smile. It seems you know the rumors about me, don't you?"
She said mockingly, "Of course. Who in the Empire doesn't know your highness? The undefeated border monster, the black wolf of the battlefield, the might of the Empire, and even a brain made of muscle, the shame of the Hexen royal family." He grimaced. Lexit. For a brutal and belligerent man like him, one would be hard-pressed to find any trace of the elegant, noble aura of royalty. He used actions instead of words, and fists instead of laws. I heard that despite his noble status, no girl wanted to marry him. Therefore, the late emperor sent him to the Empire's border, the barren Drax territory in the north, meaning he would spend his entire life on the battlefield with his belligerent nature. Although it was no different from them expelling the royal family's disgrace, Lexid had tried in his own way. The Empire's border, which Grand Duke Hexen fiercely protected, would never fall. She thought the key point was that the man before her had absolutely no destiny to become emperor. From ancient times, rulers were not merely powerful but ignorant individuals. Such people didn't use their minds, but only did what they wanted. Lexid admitted frankly, "You probably know I have an empty head." Seeing his sincerity, Rosika smiled. "That's the first I've heard of it." He smiled and said, "That's why," he pointed to his head, "I have to choose people with brains and use them." She asked, "So that's why you came to me?" He replied, "That's right." She scoffed, waving her hand. "How could an ordinary prisoner like me help a Grand Duke become an emperor?" He said, a little unexpectedly, "Though you lead a dissolute life, I've heard you possess an innate brilliant mind." She waved her hand dismissively. "Those are all exaggerated rumors." Lexid said, "Whether it's true or not, you must help me become emperor," he stated resolutely. "Otherwise, death is your only option. You are a first-class death row inmate, after all." Rosika pondered. "Let's see. Do you mean you'll save me so I have to work for you?" He replied nonchalantly, "Precisely." She rested her chin on her hand and said, "I have no choice then." Then with a bright smile she added, "Although I only possess meager talents, I will wholeheartedly assist your highness." Seeing her expression, he smiled with satisfaction. "It's good you catch on so fast. If we succeed, the reward will not disappoint you." Lex had laid out the conditions. "You can live a life of leisure and pleasure, and if you wish, I can grant you a title." She bowed her head. "Oh, thank you, your highness." He turned to leave. "As soon as it's light, I will come to pick you up. From now on, you are no longer a first-class death row inmate. You will leave this prison as my most trusted advisor." He smirked, looking at her. Rosika smiled. "Thank you, your grace." But the moment the door closed, she dropped her act. She sighed, becoming serious. "They must think I'm insane." She thought with a chuckle, "Sorry to say this, but that guy is truly an idiot. Even worse than having a brain and not using it." At this moment, he was walking out of the prison while she scoffed. "With that kind of brain, how did he even think of coming to me? It's quite clever of him to choose me as his strategist, but that's as far as it goes. Why should I waste my time with someone who can't become an emperor? Yet I can't just sit still and wait to be executed. Perhaps I should just follow him for now?" she thought, pulling something from her shirt. "How boring," she mused. Initially, being arrested and sent to Drax prison was entirely my own intention. She was completely proactive. With a mischievous look, Rosika had planned to break out of prison early this morning. Her hand already held a spoon, ready to pick the lock. She thought, my past, no, more accurately, my previous life in a world completely different from this one, there was nothing I hadn't tried. Assistant lecturer at a prestigious university, fund manager, insurance company employee, secretary to the chairman of a large conglomerate, used car dealer, and so on. These diverse professions all had one thing in common. They were all positions where one could commit fraud. Her first fraud in life was fabricating admission records for a prestigious university. The reason was very simple. "I was simply curious about college life.
After countless scams, big and small, although I became a level 1 scammer and had wanted posters plastered nationwide, the state agencies were too foolish and helpless to catch me. By simply disguising myself and fabricating my identity, I lived the life of a scammer without ever being caught. After disguising myself as a fund manager, I managed to contact the chairman of a large corporation. I enjoyed a lavish life as a scammer, with a big house, expensive foreign cars, and designer brands from head to toe. I lacked nothing, but I quickly lost interest. I secretly sold a portion of the shares the chairman had transferred to me and fled abroad with the money. I had thought about starting a new life, but it was there that I experienced my first bitter failure. I was too careless to underestimate how easily people who disregard the law, such as the chairman of a large corporation, could kill. That was my mistake. Thus, my short 28-year life ended at the hands of thugs hired by that chairman. I don't want to remember how I died. Anyway, that was the price I had to pay for swindling others. I accepted that death, and when I opened my eyes, I had reincarnated. If I had been born with a silver spoon in my mouth, I wouldn't have thought about becoming a scammer again. Isn't that unreasonable? Even if I was a scammer in my previous life, I still have my own standards. Only those who commit truly evil deeds or are completely worthless should suffer such a punishment. Anyway, it's fortunate that I still remember my past life's memories. It's good that I have a useful brain. So, even after reincarnating, I've still been scamming to get by, for 21 years now. I commented that this world is completely different from the world in my previous life, a society with a class system reminiscent of ancient Western societies. Although scientific development is still lacking, something called magic exists. Furthermore, basic moral concepts are taken less seriously than in my previous life. When commoners without money and power commit crimes, they are executed.
However, in this place, it's best to flee like a criminal. As long as you have money, you can easily acquire convenient magical props that aid in deception. I was once prepared to be reborn as a famous swindler in this world. Rosika recalled that she had once maneuvered to survive, learned the etiquette and manners of high-ranking individuals, and researched poisons for defense and survival. Based on her disguise experience from her previous life, she changed identities everywhere and officially began earning money through fraud. Currently, I have reached the level of a Class 1 prisoner with the nickname the Faceless Criminal. She recalled that many citizens of the Empire would stick out their tongues when her name was mentioned, but there were also opinions that she was a genius swindler. Thinking of Lexid's appearance, how could a noble Grand Duke personally come to the prison and ask a criminal like her to become a strategist? Seeing his earnest look, "Please help me," she thought, although she was also a little curious if her extraordinary brain could help the big, foolish brute become emperor. She sighed, but that was all. She lit the candle. "It's a pity, but I'm not someone who wastes time on meaningless things for money," Rosika smiled. "Well, it's time for a prison break. There's an hour and a half until the warden arrives at 7 o'clock. The warden was sound asleep at this moment, which was more than enough for her. She held the spoon over the flame. The cutlery provided in large quantities to this prison was likely made of an alloy containing a significant amount of a metal called gallium. The spoon gradually melted. Inexpensive gallium could be easily found and melted down. So, just a little modification like this."
She quickly opened the leg shackles, successfully unlocking them. Rosika stood up and stretched. So now. But she noticed a smell. First-class criminals had to deal with everything in solitary confinement cells without toilets. Rosika removed the steel plate from the drain. But it was only because this was a first-class criminal solitary confinement cell with a drain pipe installed that this type of escape was possible. 7 a.m., 12 p.m., 9 p.m.
She calculated that the water would fill the drain pipe to push the waste out, so if she didn't want to drown in a pile of excrement, she had to escape before 7 o'clock at all costs. Goodbye, damn Drax prison. As she was leaving, she suddenly remembered, "Oh, right," she smirked. "Good luck, Your Grace the Grand Duke. I wish you become emperor as you desire, and rule well." Lexid's footsteps echoed down the hallway. Owen reported, "The Hexen Empire's #1 wanted criminal, commonly known as the Viper." He continued, "She earned that nickname due to her talent for handling poisons most smoothly and her absolute success rate in scams." Lexid chuckled, "Though very arrogant. I like her eyes." It turned out the Viper was a young woman who had just come of age. He turned and asked Owen, "Is she that intelligent?" Owen replied, "Of course. She's the one who has shaken the Empire for the past 4 years." Butler Owen Schallbach, walking down the hallway, said, "If she's obsessed with money, will she work diligently if we just satisfy her?" Owen said, "If it's better than the profit gained from scams, then of course." The butler continued, "But even if you keep her by your side, you must absolutely not trust her. Even if you trust everyone else in the world, you cannot trust the Viper. Hearing his warning, Lexit picked his ear and grumbled. How many times have you said that? I know. Owen thought, if I were human, I would be very worried about that unconditional dismissal. He could only sigh. Then he continued, but honestly, the Viper. Suddenly there was a startled cry. What is this? The prison guard was stunned. They saw Lexit's appearance and were terrified. Your Grace. He stepped inside the cell. He silently observed the scene inside. The leg shackles had been removed. The drain pipe was wide open. Lexit was furious.
When he asked about this, the prison guards were startled, their faces filled with fear. His cold gaze swept over them as he asked, quickly, explain what exactly happened here. Terrified, the whole group stammered, poison serpent. Then they bowed their heads, not daring to look up as they reported, poison serpent has escaped from prison. All the prison guards fearfully bowed before Lexit. He called out, Owen, find out how she managed to escape. His terrifying expression suggested, could it be that she stole the key from this idiotic guard? Owen quickly interjected, Sir, please don't blame the innocent. Owen bent down and picked up a melted spoon. He held it up and said, it seems she melted this down to make a key. He added, she opened the iron chains like that, and probably opened the handcuffs using the same method. Lexit picked up the spoon and said coldly, even if the key wasn't stolen, he looked towards the guards, you still need to explain how that poison serpent managed to bring eating utensils in here. The guard fearfully reported, smuggling in something sharp like this is a big problem because every entrance and exit in this building has a magical metal detector. I've checked everything, but the detector showed no abnormalities. Lexit asked, so Poison Serpent managed to get past the detectors yesterday? The guard recalled. As she passed the guard, she was suddenly startled because he exclaimed, Hey, what are you bringing out here? But her innocent demeanor quickly denied it. What are you talking about? I know I'll be caught if I come out here. I wouldn't dare do such a thing. Then she pretended, oh, where did I put my head? Then with a spoon used as a hair clip on her head, she said, sorry, my hair kept flying around inconveniently while I was eating. She held the spoon and innocently said, so I tied my hair up for a bit and completely forgot about it.
The warden took the spoon and inspected it. What on earth, is that all it is? If she wanted to smuggle something out, she'd surely take a plate or a knife instead of this spoon, right? He then dismissed it, thinking, next time I need to be more careful. After recalling, the warden quickly reported, I clearly confiscated that spoon. There's absolutely no way she could have taken it out. He realized that the bun was just a diversion. Owen said, even if she's a venomous snake, she couldn't possibly get past a normally functioning metal detector. He quickly pointed out, in that plan, she hid the fork on her person, and when the metal detector reacted, she would trick the warden with the spoon on her head. Lex had laughed, bursting into a fit of choked laughter. Then, still laughing, he said, this truly is a genius. He smirked, amused, and said, just as you said, this person cannot be simply executed. Owen asked again, am I right? Lex had pondered something deeply. Suddenly he rested his chin in his hand, wondering aloud. But I still wonder about one thing, he said. A venomous snake of unknown origin, acting so discreetly for the past 4 years. Why was she so easily caught in my territory? A panicked cry echoed. Your Highness! Several wardens quickly knelt down. All of them, terrified, pleaded, please sentence us to death. At their reaction, he asked, what is this?
The oldest warden trembled and said, Your Highness's treasure, which was hidden in the cellar, has disappeared. Lexit was stunned upon hearing this. Then he asked in disbelief, my ring? Owen sighed. The blue mineral symbolizes the noble bloodline of the Elfair royal family. From birth, members of the royal family are bestowed with a crown or a ring made of Elfair as a symbolic item. Naturally, this treasure absolutely cannot be lost. Members of the royal family must cherish their personal treasures as they would their own lives. The stone itself was imbued with various magic spells, as it was hidden in a place no one could ever guess. Owen had a headache. And now they're saying it's gone? He mused. Now I understand. He stated Rosika's propos. From the very beginning, she came to our territory because she was targeting the royal treasure. The reason she had to prove her identity as a viper, Lex had finished the butler's sentence, is because she needed to get into Drax's prison camp.
Viper, wanting to steal the ring, deliberately revealed her identity to be escorted all the way here. He smirked. I can hardly imagine this. Then he clenched his fist. Owen, beside him, said, you see my point now, don't you? He replied, all right. He rolled up his sleeve and said, if I hadn't had this precautionary measure, something big would have almost happened. What, a charm? The shop owner explained, yes, this is a charm created in ancient times to prevent slaves from escaping. It's made with the blood of the charm maker as a bridge to link the master and the slave. When the master begins to use the charm, the slave will suffer terrible pain, and afterward the slave will instinctively return to the master's location. Hearing this, he initially criticized, humans should have trust to help each other. If we use charms to make them like slaves, what will Viper have to believe in and offer loyalty to me? Owen casually chuckled and said, You, who cut down hundreds of heads on the battlefield without a second thought, are quite sensitive about human rights, aren't you?" He stood up and retorted, "That's not the point." Owen said, "Yes, I understand your point, my lord. However, there's no other way. If we don't compel Viper with a charm, we can't keep her by our side. This is precisely it. If she dares to escape this way, even if we're lucky enough to recapture her a few times, we ultimately cannot let her slip away."
Finally, he raised his hand and muttered, "I really didn't want to go this far." Lexid clenched his hand and activated the spell. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, and her clear eyes showed surprise. "Huh?" Rosika spread her 5 fingers, and in the center of her palm was a ring with a blue ruby. It was truly beautiful. "My next destination after getting this ring is the kingdom of Eisenbach." She stood smiling, her hands still raised to admire the ring. A country where magic stones circulate, the origin of magic buried deep within the earth. I want to go there and take a look. My next identity, someone holding a royal treasure, is the unacknowledged illegitimate child of the Hexen Empire. I must approach the Eisenbach royal family, then reveal my identity and entice them. Thinking of Lexid Van Hexen's face when he discovers the ring is gone is truly amusing. Suddenly, her expression changed, and her heart pounded.
Rosika clutched her rapidly beating chest, her whole body swaying. A moment later, she collapsed onto the ground. She looked up, gasping for breath, her entire body trembling. Her hand, clutching a blade of grass, shook. "Poison?" she gasped, a choked sound escaping her. "A paralyzing poison. Siphon or Peralton? I've cultivated a poison-resistant body by ingesting small amounts of all kinds of poisons, so I won't die immediately. But when exactly did I ingest it?" Rosika's entire body lay trembling there. She recalled when she had ingested it. Did they mix it into the meal they gave me? Odorless, tasteless. Since I couldn't detect anything at all, it definitely isn't siphon, the poison with a peculiar scent. But if it's Peralton? Rosika's face was drenched in sweat, and she gritted her teeth. "Ha," she thought bitterly, "but if it's Peralton, then in just a moment the body would be paralyzed, and only the pupils would move." Her whole body spontaneously trembled and crawled forward. Her body was moving on its own. As she continued to crawl, she wondered, what exactly is this? Rosika's face was devoid of strength, her teeth still clenched. She was surprised by someone's appearance in front of her. A pair of feet stood before her, making Rosika pause for a moment. The pain has stopped, she thought to herself, then looked up. Lexid, standing before her, smiled and asked, "Where are you going?" Rosika stared at him without answering. It was Lexid. One standing, one sitting. They looked at each other. Then Lexid sat down and slowly spoke. "It was suspicious how easily I caught you. My mind didn't think that far, so I couldn't have planned anything." Hearing this, Rosika looked up and laughed. "Ha ha!" He also offered a slight smile. "Was your goal the royal treasure?" "Because it's so beautiful," Rosika said, then handed the ring back to Lexid.
He twirled the ring in his hand. "Surely it's not just because it's beautiful that you'd want to steal it, is it? What do you intend to do with it?" "Right." After questioning her, Lexid politely offered his hand to help her up. Then he put the ring on Rosika's hand and said, "Keep it." Her face was startled, her mind full of questions. Rosika looked back at the ring and said, "If this royal treasure is lost, even your highness will face difficulties." "It's fine, because there's no way I'll lose it. The ring, it's yours," Lexid replied, then pointed his index finger at the ring. Then he pointed at her. "And you, from now on, will be mine," he said with a satisfied smile. Rosika's face paled, and she cursed under her breath in anger. "Why would I be yours? I am not as heartless as the rumors you've heard. It pains me to see this small body struggling in agony. Now I understand. This paralyzing poison."
It was Lexid's arrangement, as he had anticipated his escape. Rosika's entire body now felt as if it were submerged and helpless. Thinking about that poison, he was even more meticulous than she had thought. She smiled. "A poison this strong might just kill me." Lexid smirked, lifting her chin. "Don't worry, it's not a poison that can kill you. For a talent like you to die so early would be a loss to the nation." He let go of her hand and uttered a phrase, "Fraudulent genius, venomous snake." Lexid clenched his hand, his eyes slightly terrifying, and declared resolutely, "I'll repeat it again. I must become emperor, no matter what happens." Her judging gaze fell upon him, as she thought to herself, "This person, so he has another agenda, even though he himself knows he's not suited for the role of emperor. But what is his true reason for wanting to stir up conflict within the royal family?" Finally, Lexid looked at her, implying, "Help me, and if you do, I promise to give you everything you desire." Rosika looked up in surprise. "Oh, of course this wasn't an offer." She was displeased when he added, I apologize, but all those with a death sentence in this empire have no right to choose. If you want to live, you must follow my will unconditionally." Rosika was slightly stunned. Then Lexid extended his hand towards her. He cautiously told her, "To be executed and no longer be able to use that intelligent mind of yours, wouldn't it be better to work for me instead?"
Seeing Lexid's outstretched hand, Rosika naturally raised her own. Placing her hand in his, she slowly stood up, the wind rustling. Lexid looked up at the sky. It's really hot, while Rosika was struggling, covered in dust. If you can temporarily accept this, he said, surprising her, I intend to stake all my honor under the title of Special Envoy, welcoming summer. Rosika turned her head to look, her hair sweeping across in the wind. Currently, Lexid was lifting her up. Rosika screamed, Hey! My incredibly cunning, fraudulent genius, if I let you go, you'd probably start planning to escape again, wouldn't you? Being lifted like that, Rosika was slightly startled. Seeing her not respond, Lexid smirked. Well then, I'll have to take you with me. Rosika, still not understanding what was happening, looked bewildered in his arms.
The sound of the horse carriage clattering on the road. Inside the carriage, Lexid sat opposite Rosika, staring intently at her. A thought appeared in his mind. He absolutely must not trust her. Every word that came out of her mouth was a lie, and every expression was false. Now he couldn't even confirm if that face truly belonged to Rosika. If he had the chance, he would have to try pinching her skin. A series of thoughts flashed through Lexid's mind as he continued to stare at her without looking away. What is your real name? Rosika was surprised by his question about her name. My real name? Lexid crossed his arms and listed. That's right, not the name Jane, who specializes in selling fake gemstones, or Elizabeth, the tutor from the royal palace, nor the merchant Zanoni, but your real name. Rosika's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Oh, you truly care about me so much. Very much so. Besides those that have been discovered, there's nothing else, but I suspect you've pulled off a dozen more scams. Rosika's expression was now astonished. How surprising, Your Majesty. I don't seem to be as ignorant and powerless as the rumors suggest. Lex had turned his face away, pondering. Owen has told me the whole truth, but then he turned back and asked, So what is your real name? Rosika just smiled and said, That? I don't have one. What?
I don't have a name. No one gave me one. Lexin's expression was pensive for a moment before he spoke up. You don't have parents? I don't remember, but someone must have given birth to me. It's not like I just fell from the sky. Hearing that, he could only remain silent and ponder. But if you were born into a normal, comfortable home, would you have ever thought of becoming a con artist? That's why I create aliases appropriate for the time and live day by day. The reason you can't easily catch me is because even though I'm a commoner, I don't have an official identity.
She smiled. Later, I will have to be by your side as your assistant, Your Highness. Finally, Rosika placed her hand on her chest, her sparkling eyes looking at her as she expressed, So if Your Highness has a name you like, please bestow it upon me. Lexid remained in that posture. You want to help me? Rosika calmly replied, If not with that thought, then why would I calmly walk into the encirclement? He tilted his head in confusion. Perhaps so. I don't know what's in your little head anymore. Aren't you still worried about how to escape, even now, at this very moment? Rosika looked away as if avoiding her, letting out a hum. I've changed my mind. The truth is, when I only heard rumors about Your Majesty, I believed them and thought you weren't a suitable person for me to consider as my lord. Then why did you change your mind? Hearing the word she needed, she merely smirked. I didn't expect Your Highness to be so meticulous as to poison my food. Lexid remained silent, his hand gripping his bicep. Rosika continued with a smile. Such courageous determination is sometimes necessary. Her eyes became unusual. So what kind of poison was it? Siphon or Peralton? Lexid pretended to shrug, feigning ignorance of what she was saying. Seeing this, Rosika began her explanation. It's a colorless, odorless medicinal powder, so much so that I didn't even know I had ingested it. But siphon has a faint scent, and I thought it was Peralton, but the symptoms are a little different. He showed his annoyance. Then why are you still asking me? Am I an idiot to explain in detail what kind of poison she used? She naively placed her hand on her chin. That's right. His gaze dropped as he thought to himself, I could tell her the truth, but that's not what I want to do. Still staring at her, Lexid spoke to himself again. Even though she is a criminal who doesn't need to be treated with the respect of a human, I still brought her along to receive help. I feel truly sorry for saying that I had practiced sorcery. Breaking his train of thought, Rosika, smiling like a flower, spoke, Anyway, Your Highness, please give me a name. Any name will do. A young and petite girl. That was the description of her in Lexid's mind, along with a rather beautiful face.
It's a shame she resorted to trickery with such a clever mind. If she didn't possess that talent, she would surely have had to endure countless tearful struggles. In the Empire's high society, it was truly difficult for a beautiful woman of common birth to be treated as a human being. I'll think more about the name, but listen, he said, then made a slight gesture with his hand. His hand reached towards Rosika, surprising her. He leaned in, touching her cheek, and bluntly stated, I never expected a genius swindler to be such a beauty. Rosika froze, her face slightly flushed. Your Highness. The light touch of his hand on her cheek made her face flush even deeper. Lexid saw this and merely smiled faintly. He stroked her cheek, surprising Rosika. This... Her whole body trembled as she gripped the hand that was pinching her face. With a forced laugh, she spoke up. You're not pinching my face. This really is my face.
Lexid looked up because Rosika's hand was holding us. Ha-ha! Caught you, she thought. She crossed her arms triumphantly. Excellent, excellent. Always being suspicious and vigilant. That's the fundamental quality for surviving major battles. Lexid awkwardly closed his eyes and sighed. Then he opened his eyes, seemingly realizing something strange. He brought a hand to his nose and sniffed. But what's that smell? He immediately looked over and exclaimed, "Ah!" Rosika looked a bit confused. As if realizing something, she looked embarrassed. Ha ha ha! Her face turned pale as she recalled. During the escape, I used a pipe specifically for waste and urine, so... Lex had sighed at this. No way. This made her a little bewildered. Hey, stop the carriage. The carriage stopped right in front of a shop. Both entered the shop, a place full of luxury. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Madam?" Lexa gestured with his hand, looking at the clothes. "From here," he said, sweeping his gaze to the other side. "To here," he declared loudly. "Pack it all up." Rosika, standing behind him, looked utterly astonished. Lex had said casually, "From here to there, anything that's your size, pack it all up." Rosika became flustered like this for the first time. "Your Highness, just one change of clothes will be enough." Lexa didn't think so. "How can you survive with just one outfit? Are you planning to live by washing and wearing that same outfit every time it gets dirty?" Rosika said casually, "Isn't that how it's always been?" Lexid exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Rosika, looking pitiful, said, "If every change of clothes is so expensive, then of course, if it gets dirty, you have to wash it and wear it again. Wash it and wear it again." Lexid was flustered. "No, that's not." He subtly glanced at the shop assistant.
Then he walked over and whispered to her, "So what did you do with all the money you swindled? Where did you keep it that you couldn't even afford clothes?" Rosika unconsciously expressed, "There are orphans I've taken care of since they were abandoned in dark alleys. Because everyone is sick, medical expenses are not easy to manage, and I haven't earned enough for such luxuries." Lexid was unconsciously moved, speechless. He looked at her, wanting to say something. Finally, he turned his face away, pretending to speak casually. "You have become my person, so you don't need to be so frugal anymore. If you want to wear anything, just tell me. Aren't you old enough to like these things?"
Rosika once again displayed a shy demeanor, but even so, in her situation, she had never once dared. Saying this, she clutched the dress tightly in her hand, her voice pleading, "Are you really going to buy all of them for me?" Lexid was a little embarrassed. "Of course." Rosika's eyes welled up as she confirmed again. "Is it really okay for me to accept these?" Lexid reluctantly promised. "Of course. From now on, I will buy everything you want, so there's no need to refuse. Immediately choose a dress to wear." Rosika immediately pointed to a pink dress nearby. Then this one. May I try it on?" Without further ado, Lexid called for the madam. He pointed towards the dress and said, "She will wear that one, so prepare it quickly." The madam bowed in obedience. "Yes, Your Highness." Saying this, she took the dress down and carefully carried it to Rosika. "That way is a private room. You can just change there." Rosika took it and realized her dirty hands didn't suit this dress. She was embarrassed. I'm sorry, but I've never worn such a beautiful outfit before." Her feet curled up as she finished the next sentence. "If it's not too much trouble, could you help me put it on?" The madam was stunned. "Pardon?" Lexid glanced at her. Then he angrily shouted, "Is that so difficult? Help her quickly." The madam, almost in tears, quickly led the way for Rosika. "Yes, please, come this way." Lexid watched her retreating back. Looking at that slender back, he wondered, was this unfortunate girl, who bowed respectfully and chose every word carefully, who didn't even have a name given by her parents, truly the identity of the poisonous snake? He frowned, observing her excitement over such a small gift.
Doing good isn't a bad thing, and neither is loyalty to oneself. Lexid was alone in the waiting room, his hands on his knees, waiting seriously, but his gaze was now slowly losing patience. Lexid, who knew nothing about girls because he wasn't close to any, now had to wonder, does it really take girls that long to put on a dress? Of course it looked complicated, but suddenly Owen's warnings echoed in his mind. Absolutely do not trust her. Every word that comes out of her mouth is a lie. Every expression is false. Lexid shivered. Thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Lexid stood up and hurried towards the changing area. Before him was the room door, and he quickened his pace, thinking, no matter how complicated it was, could one outfit really take 20 minutes? Lexid flung the door open. Before him was the sight of Madam tied to a chair, sobbing, hic. Her hands were tied, forced to hold a knife pointed at her chin, and her body trembled. Lexid thought to himself, damn it, I've been tricked again. He took out his dagger, untied Madam, and questioned her. Quick, Explain how things ended up like this.
Madam, terrified, cried incessantly, sobbing, that girl threatened me and ran away. Lex had lost patience. I see, I'm not an idiot. I already know that. After she came in here, what did she do? What did she say? Tell me everything. Madam stammered. Well, memories flooded back. Rosika had obediently walked behind her. As soon as she entered the room, she glanced around. Unconsciously, she spoke up. If I had known there was a window, I would have come in here alone. Madam stopped, puzzled. She was about to turn her head and ask, what's wrong, when suddenly a small, sharp knife appeared at her neck, and her shoulder was gripped tightly by Rosika. The higher the blade was raised, the more Madam's body trembled, and sweat continuously poured out. Rosika whispered in her ear, since I'm already here, I might as well ask a few questions. I want to escape to an uninhabited suburb, so where should I go? Madam's voice trembled. If you run to the right side of the building, there will be a shopping street called Fahum. If you go in that direction, that will be the closest. Rosika slipped the knife from her hand to Madam's. Thanks. Well then, the last thing she saw was Rosika's triumphant face and her words, hold this and tilt your head. When she opened her eyes again, Rosika had skillfully changed her dress. All right, she turned and smiled. I'm leaving now. Finally, she didn't forget to give a sweet smile and remind her, if you move incorrectly, your jaw will be pierced, so be careful. The window opened. In the breeze swayed her pink dress. Rosika stepped onto the windowsill. You did very well. I'm leaving now.
Lex had then knelt down on one knee, sitting opposite the woman who was covering her face and crying. He thought to himself, if that Owen guy knew, he would surely look at him with pity. Suddenly, Lex had realized something. He pulled out the knife tip. Lex had recalled and thought to himself, a knife, so it wasn't just a fork he stole from the prison. At this moment, he suddenly stood up and asked her, did she say to go quickly if heading towards Fahun? The woman replied, yes. Hearing this, Lex had thought carefully. If a spell had already been activated, why would she necessarily run to Fahun? He thought about the situation in that area and mused. The security in the direction of Fahun isn't very good. But if he delayed any longer, the distance would only grow. Then Lex had slowly walked out of the room. He activated a spell in his palm. By this time, the twilight had fallen over the town. Rosika, who was currently fleeing, stopped to observe for a moment.
She glanced, thinking to herself, it's true. No matter how you look at it, there's no such thing as winning a lottery and becoming an emperor. Oh, he was so easily fooled. She lifted her skirt, thinking to herself, is he stupid? I just pretended to be a little pitiful and told a few lies. Anyway, at this moment, a few people were walking on the street, and a few figures sparsely appeared in the townscape. Rosika hurriedly ran through an alley, unable to help but worry that in a place like this, fainting in the middle of the street would be quite dangerous. At this moment, she suddenly stopped. A large figure appeared in front of Rosika, and she immediately frowned, looking at the other person. Just then, a swaying thug appeared in front of her. He chuckled teasingly. Hey, what's a lady doing in a place like this? Rosika quickly leaned away to avoid him, thinking to herself, too dangerous. That's why I chose clothes that are easy to move in. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, wanting to touch her. The man tried to grab Rosika, but she quickly leaned away to dodge. The man stumbled a bit, crying out, whoa, when Rosika suddenly grabbed his wrist. She whispered into his ear, sorry, but I'm not sure I'll let you preserve your ability to procreate, Rosika warned in a cold voice. Immediately after, she put all her strength in her leg muscles, delivering a kick straight towards his lower body. Her heart pounded, and the sound of her rapid breathing echoed. Rosika couldn't help but panic, and sweat dripped down her face.
She immediately knelt down in front of the man. Her eyes gradually became hazy. Rosika couldn't help but curse under her breath. Ugh, how annoying. Her body quickly began to tremble at the man's feet. She thought to herself, this reaction is like the time in the forest. It's truly not an ordinary poison. It's a form of spellcraft. It's been completely consumed, and it seems only the effects of the spell remain. Although there's no pain, my entire body has lost all sensation. Seeing this, the man let out a triumphant laugh. Rosika now had no strength to resist. She panted, thinking, of course, I had anticipated this situation. She recalled the previous situation with Lexit. She thought to herself, but since he didn't say what he did, I need to check again. Seeing Rosika suddenly collapse to the ground, the man then crudely mocked her. What's wrong, little lady? Why like this? Is this what happens when you overdose on drugs? He knelt on one knee, looking down at her struggling form, and began to assess. A beautiful lady in a pretty dress, huh? Are you in so much distress that you're crawling around in broad daylight like this? Rosika didn't want the man to touch her, so she tried to crawl away. Seeing this, he revealed a crude expression. Ha ha, where are you going, darling? Come on, beautiful lady, run along. Rosika couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, cursing frantically in her mind. I'm going crazy. Suddenly, the man seemed to notice something. He looked at the back of Rosika's neck. The smile on his face became even more perverse. Ha ha. He then teased her. Miss, what kind of medicine did you take? Noble ladies surely don't use cheap stuff. Immediately after, he reached out and touched the back of her neck, beginning to grope her. At the same time, he added, "It must be really good stuff, huh?" He continued to fondle the back of her neck, and then asked, "Do you have any more?" Suddenly, a thudding sound came from behind him. He immediately looked up. Rosika also glanced over at the same time, and immediately after, the crude man was knocked unconscious.
Blood dripped from him, astonishing Rosika. A gasp rang out, and the man was immediately sent flying. Rosika raised her head and looked across. A large, sturdy figure now overshadowed Rosika, and he angrily shouted, "Do you have a death wish? What are you lying on?" Lexid then challenged her. For a moment, Rosika was too stunned to react, and they silently stared at each other, saying nothing. Rosika scrambled on the ground, trembling, and thought to herself, "It takes about 20 minutes from the dressing room to Fahoon Road. How did I get here already?" Just then, Lexid seemed to notice something. He frowned, his gaze fixed on the back of Rosika's neck. Lexid gritted his teeth in anger, his mind a swirl of complex thoughts. The other man was now unconscious, lying dazed on the ground.
But Lexid's large, firm hand suddenly grabbed his head. Immediately after, he easily lifted him up. Startled by this sudden action, the man let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" Even Rosika couldn't help but be surprised. Her eyes widened and her mouth hung open in fear, and she thought to herself, lifting someone with just one hand? At this moment, the man still tried to resist, reaching his trembling hand towards Lexid. But Lexid directly squeezed his hand tightly. Immediately after, the image of those hands which had once wanted to touch Rosika flashed before him. Seeing the situation escalate, Rosika quickly shouted, "Hey, Your Highness!" Immediately after, a tragic scream echoed, "Ah!" and a streak of blood fell. Rosika couldn't help but give a wry smile. She thought to herself, I was going to stop him, but now Lexid, full of rage, has directly sent that man to meet the King of Hell. Only then did Lexid look towards Rosika. She also looked at him, forcing a smile. Then Rosika had no choice but to speak first. But Lexid interrupted her, angrily saying, "I told you it couldn't be lost." Lexid then directly threw the man down in front of Rosika.
She thought to herself, "This means I can't run away from him while wearing this ring." Rosika forced a smile and replied, "Yes, I understand. Is it some kind of spell?" Lexid then turned to her, frowned, and answered, "Mm-hmm." The sky was now turning to dusk, with a pink glow painting the sky over the town. The two continued, one asking and one answering. "You won't break the spell, will you?" "You know the answer. Why ask?" Finally, Rosika was able to stand up. She brushed the dust off herself and thanked Lexid. "Thank you for coming so quickly anyway. I was almost in danger." Lexid directly asked her, "Trying to escape again?" But learning from the previous time, she quickly waved her hands in denial. No, I know running away is useless. Now I know for sure it's a spell, so I won't do anything pointless." Lexid frowned upon hearing this. Seeing Lexid's tense face, Rosika gave an awkward laugh to deflect. "Haha, what are you looking at? Let's go." Suddenly, Rosika slipped, letting out a cry. "Ah!" Lexid then gently picked Rosika up directly. Seeing this, Rosika, unable to adapt quickly enough, hastily said, "Hey, I'll walk there myself. Sorry for trying to escape." However, Lexid was now angry. He said coldly, "No, your feet won't touch the ground until we reach my castle. It's best to behave." At this point, Rosika was hanging upside down.
Below, there was someone's corpse. Rosika closed her eyes and smiled, thinking to herself, I don't want to end up like that person. I should just obediently let him carry me like this. It's too much like carrying luggage. Under the brilliant red sunset, she thought to herself, "Oh dear, this is the second kidnapping." At this moment, back at the mansion, Rosika was being carried on Lexid's shoulder. She thought to herself, "Seriously? He really intends to carry me in like this?" Owen couldn't help but frown at the sight. Then he suddenly realized something. Seeing Lexid return with Rosika on his shoulder, Owen was astonished. "What's going on, Your Highness?" he quickly asked. "Why are you so late?" However, Lexid walked directly past him. Immediately after, he coldly turned his head and explained, "This is how you must treat a naughty child. It's very difficult to bring them back." Hearing this, Rosika weakly said, "Can you put me down now?" Rosika tiredly said, "The blood rushing to my head is making me so tired." At this point, Lexid finally put Rosika down. She glanced at Owen, feeling a bit complicated inside. Owen then politely greeted Rosika. "Welcome to Grand Duke Hexen's castle, you genius swindler, Miss Viper." At this point, Lexid and Rosika had sat down at a table to talk. He coldly ordered, "The contract." Owen immediately understood. "Yes, Your Highness." A contract was then placed in front of Rosika. Owen then explained in detail, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Owen Spack, His Highness's butler, and the manager of all affairs in this castle. Please feel free to call me Owen." Hearing this, Rosika politely replied, "Hey, was it perhaps the butler who thought of putting a spell on me?" This single sentence from her made Owen freeze. He smiled, honestly admitting, "Indeed, I apologize, miss. I am quite capable, but not enough to thwart Miss Viper's unexpected tricks." Rosika thought to herself, sure enough, the first basic quality a swindler needs is to hide their own expressions and see through others' thoughts. His demeanor and gaze seemed insincere.
The curse plan was not proposed by the Grand Duke, but by the butler. Nevertheless, Rosika, who was outside, calmly asked Owen, "When I asked about a way to break it, did the butler say anything?" Owen was slightly surprised to hear that. A way to break it? If such a thing existed, I'm sure the young lady would have already found it. This is ancient magic that uses poison, preventing the slave from escaping. There is no way to break it. It only ends when one of the two people dies. Rosika gave a forced laugh upon hearing this. Aha! Owen continued. Killing Lexid Van Hexen would solve it, right? Fearing that the young lady might think that, I will share more. The principle of this magic is to make the master's blood flow into the slave's body. If the master dies, the master's blood inside the slave's body will coagulate. What will happen to the slave, I'm sure the young lady doesn't need me to explain. At this statement, even Lexid and Rosika were surprised. She couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" A sharp sound rang out. By then, Lexid had grabbed Owen's collar and was questioning him. Lexid tightened his grip on his collar, angrily demanding, "Are you insane?" He coldly questioned, "Why didn't you tell me it was death magic?" Rosika, on the other hand, was incredibly calm. She brought a hand to her chin, thinking to herself, "A quick glance reveals his personality. Putting aside his wicked mind, it seems the time is ripe." Meanwhile, Lexid was still fuming at Owen.
She thought to herself, "The execution of prisoners depends on the Lord, so I must do whatever it takes if I want to live, but I'm still very scared." Rosika secretly assessed, "The executioner on the scaffold will show no mercy to anyone alive." Owen, at this moment, said very seriously, "If I speak, your grace will reject this, and if so, Lady Viper cannot be kept. The Grand Duke's great plan will not be able to be carried out." Upon hearing this, Lexid gritted his teeth in anger. He angrily asked Owen, "How can there be a madman like you?" However, he merely smiled as usual and replied, "I only strive for the prosperity of the territory and the safety of the Duke." Immediately after, he looked towards Rosika and smiled faintly. "You are a criminal, Lady Viper. Lady, do you know that Count Lesage, who once spent all his fortune on you, committed suicide?" Rosika immediately fell silent, saying nothing. Owen continued, "Baron Fellow and Baron Schuten, they both believed your words and invested, only to fail completely. They even sold off their titles. Do you know that to pay off their debts, they had to become servants and were beaten to death?" Upon hearing this, Rosika let out a light laugh. "Aha, is that so?" Her unrepentant actions made Lexid frown. At this moment, Owen continued to point his finger. He said with a cold laugh, "Don't be too surprised. Of course, all of them deserve to die."
Count Leshugi is running an illegal human trafficking organization. 2 years ago, they jointly represented a massive casino. I think Miss Viper knows this truth. All the people Miss Viper tricked are those who play games with the law, he said, adjusting his collar. Lexid, now less tense, said, "Then death is deserved, but Miss Viper's sins won't disappear. Even if you pretend to be a hero, you're still a swindler, aren't you?" Rosika said nothing, as if in tacit acknowledgement. She frowned and honestly replied, "Yes, that's right. I choose targets that allow me to lessen my guilt a little. If a happy world had no villains, then surely people wouldn't love each other at all." Owen then cheerfully recounted her information. Miss Viper became a wanted criminal 4 years ago, sentenced to death for violating countless criminal laws. But fortunately, Grand Duke Lexid is here. He decided to give Miss Viper a chance to live as an imperial citizen, not a criminal. As he spoke, he pointed towards Lexid, as if making an announcement. Owen also directly negotiated with Rosika. His Highness and this castle both respect Miss Viper as a business partner.
When you sign this contract, you must help His Highness ascend to the throne by any means necessary. Naturally, you have no choice but to sign it. Hearing this, Rosika nervously replied, I've never done anything like being a presidential secretary before." Rosika was silently weeping to herself, thinking she never expected that one day she would sign such an unfair contract. Yet the official seal had already been presented, and all she needed to do was sign. Owen, at that moment, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Don't you need to read the contract carefully? Although the contract cannot be amended, Miss Viper can add any terms she wishes, for example, negotiating a 1-year salary." Rosika then said, "A 1-year contract extension with a maximum annual salary of 1 billion knot. I heard that additional allowances will be provided for work-related expenses, so if that's the case, there's no need to negotiate further." Owen was dumbfounded upon hearing that. He then professionally asked her, "When did you read it? I don't think you've read it yet." Rosika gave him a quick glance and honestly answered, "Because that's the most important part." Just then, Lexid's figure approached, casting a shadow over the two. He looked at Rosika angrily and ordered, "Stop hesitating, seal it quickly." Just then, Rosika suddenly had an idea and raised her hand to suggest to him,
Grand Duke, I have something I want to add to the contract. Lexid heard that and asked, puzzled. What is it? Rosika then said, if I'm no longer of use and you don't need my help anymore, then cancel the contract. Lexid was a bit surprised to hear this. Huh? Rosika spoke bluntly. I'm under a curse right now, you know. What if you become king and still want me to be your slave for life? Lexid, being suspected like that by her, asked angrily, hey, do I look that unscrupulous? Rosika grumbled inwardly, then spoke her mind directly. I've only known you for a day. How can I trust you? I want to be free as soon as the contract ends. Right after that, Rosika reached out her hand, wanting to touch the pen on the table. Then with a practiced hand, she wrote down the additional conditions for Rosika's contract. It clearly stated, when the contract is canceled, Lexid will not activate the curse on the poisonous serpent lady. To faithfully execute the terms of the contract, both must have their lives preserved. A life contract has been signed. Created using Eisenbach's most priceless high-grade magic stone, it is a contract guaranteeing life. Rosika then spoke up and asked Lexid, if it's the Imperial family, each person has one. The Grand Duke also has one, right? Lexid heard that and silently pursed his lips. He smiled, a spark of interest arising in his heart for her, and said with some admiration, I didn't expect you to know about that. Very well. Seeing Lexid agree just like that, Owen quickly tried to stop him. Grand Duke. But Lexid had already made his decision. He decisively ordered him. Silence. You're gambling with someone else's life, yet you talk so much. Rosika couldn't help but secretly rejoice in her heart, thinking to herself, you're hooked, Lexid. Despite that, outwardly she still appeared innocent and cheerful, saying, you'll accept, won't you? Lexid readily agreed. All right, I won't curse you like a slave. Is that satisfactory? But don't fail. Don't disappoint me.
Hearing these words, Rosika was somewhat relieved and affirmed with great confidence, of course, that's my specialty. Lexid was also pleased with her attitude. All right, follow me. At this moment, in a place filled with gold, silver, and treasures, Rosika couldn't help but exclaim, countless treasures are in this place. Lexid was walking ahead, leading the way for her. Rosika's eyes were now sparkling, greedily looking at the surrounding treasures, but suddenly Lexid stopped, causing Rosika, who hadn't paid attention in time, to crash into his back. Oh my! Rosika's nose also swelled red because of this. Lexid then unexpectedly turned to ask her, do you want anything? Rosika didn't expect him to ask this question and was taken aback. Huh? Lexid then said, you must have realized there's a barrier in the vault. If you deliberately go in, the magic will be activated. If you don't want to be trapped or die, you should only come here with me. Take whatever you want. At this moment, the two were standing in front of a sealed door. After hearing Lexid's words, Rosika was moved and wanted to ask again. Wow, are you serious? Lexid calmly replied, it's useless anyway.
Hearing this, Rosika exclaimed, that's a relief. Then Rosika took out something, her action causing Lexid to frown and glance over. Immediately after, he was startled and astonished. In Rosika's hand, precious rings were sparkling. Lexid, unable to believe his eyes, blurted out, no, since when? Rosika then clenched her hand. Countless gold and silver gemstones fell out, astonishing Lexid. This sight left him speechless. Meanwhile, Rosika was pondering what else to take from the treasure vault. The two stood facing each other in the treasure vault. Lexid was now somewhat awkward. He curiously asked, I've been following you closely, but when did you take all of these? Rosika cheerfully replied, it's classified, so please don't ask. Lexid sighed, then gave a faint smile. Wait a minute. Oh. At this point, the two walked to the innermost part where there was a formation. Rumbling sounds echoed around it. Rosika hesitantly asked him, there might be something important to use it for someday. Will it really be for me? Lexid calmly replied, it's fine, there won't be an opportunity. Looking at his steady back, Rosika thought to herself, although he's a bit unusual, Lexid truly isn't greedy for money or power, is he? Seeing his serious demeanor, she already had an assessment in her heart. He was someone who possessed everything but had no great ambition for what he had. Why would such a person suddenly desire to become king? At this moment, Lexid spoke seriously. This way. The two then placed the prepared contract onto the magic circle. The contract paper was thus fully placed inside. Lexid then took out the royal stone and seriously explained to Rosika that to awaken the contract, the blood of both contractors must fill this groove. However, Rosika noticed that he was somewhat hesitant. She forced a smile and said, you haven't changed your mind, have you? A Grand Duke is not one to go back on his word, is he? However, Lexid didn't mean that. He replied, no, not that. To fill this groove to this extent, one would have to be quite deeply wounded. You wouldn't mind if it left a scar, would you? Rosika froze in place upon hearing that. What? She thought to herself. Unnecessary worry. Rosika then resolutely reminded him, Your Highness, I heard you are a tyrant, as she firmly gripped the hilt of his knife. Rosika continued, achieving that position isn't simply by killing knights and soldiers on the battlefield. What if an opponent found out you were this weak? It would be even more dangerous. If necessary, a woman, she said, as she took hold of the hilt of Lexid's dagger.
Rosika continued, children, even the elderly, must be killed if necessary. Will you hesitate then? As she spoke, she directly pressed down on the short dagger. Drops of blood dripped down. Lexid then snatched the short dagger from her hand and seriously replied, That's different. He smiled calmly and said, At that moment, I am confident enough not to hesitate, but I cannot bear to see their blood. That is my nature. Soon after, drops of blood fell. Those drops of blood soaked into the contract. Lexid then continued, on second thought, it's not strictly necessary to maintain a perfect 1-to-1 ratio. His action completely stunned her. Lexid then held out his hand and said to her, hand. Rosika only then managed to react. Huh? Oh. Lexid carefully placed her hand on the bloodstain. Rosika's hand was placed in Lexid's palm, and he handled it with utmost care.
Immediately after that, the tip of the knife lightly pricked her fingertip. Rosika then dripped her blood onto the covenant table. Light immediately shone forth from the stone slab, and the two silently watched that light. In an instant, the surrounding space filled with whirring sounds. Immediately after that, Lexid directly placed his hand onto the stone pedestal. Lexid then happily announced, all right. The recent experience made Rosika exclaim, it turns out this expensive covenant requires such an ancient method, doesn't it? Hearing that, Lexid teased her. To this extent, I'm practically your slave. I trust that you won't think of exploiting my labor. And if suitable, I also want to trust you. Owen said that even the sky has two sides, advising me not to trust only myself. Rosika shrugged, praising Owen. Clearly, that butler is quite intelligent, isn't it? He's a very essential talent for the Grand Duke. Hearing this, Lexid immediately showed his anger. Even the life-sharing covenant is complete, so let's work together with trust. I trust you, so don't deceive me. Rosika let out a giggle, teasing him. Who would answer, I don't like it, I'll deceive you at this moment? Lexid, caught off guard, immediately lost his temper, admitting this is true. However, Rosika, aware of the boundaries, said, I told you I know. Besides, whether to trust or not is your highness's freedom. Hearing that, Lexid curiously asked, I said I trust you, so there's nothing more to deceive, right? Confess it now that we've signed. Rosika was slightly startled to hear that. She clapped her hands, suddenly remembering something. Ah! Seeing that, Lexid excitedly asked, what, is there something? Rosika rubbed her eyes and burst out laughing, ha ha. Immediately after that, she lifted the diskata she had worn for so long. Rosika also carefully glanced towards Lexid, observing him. At this moment, Lexid had to open his eyes wide to observe her. Her truly radiant appearance was completely revealed before him. At this moment, Rosika smiled and asked him, more beautiful, right? Both my hair color and eye color.
She began narcissistically recounting her disguise process. I had intended to make my face more beautiful, so I always experimented, but it didn't work. Lexid watched in fear. You're a girl, right? Hearing this, Rosika winked, teasing him. Would you like to confirm? Her action immediately sent shivers down Lexid's spine. He coughed violently. Are you crazy? Confirm what? If it's true, just say so. Seeing this, Rosika couldn't help but laugh with amusement. Ha ha ha, that's right. Lexid immediately turned away. Seeing his expression, Rosika anxiously tried to appease him. Don't be mad. Since I was 6, I've never revealed my true self to anyone, not even once. Lexid, surprised, asked, You've been living like that since you were 6? Rosika, feeling a little sorry for herself, then explained, that was the foundation for the future. When I grew up, my face would change, so I had to hide it from then on. Lexid continued to ask, later, you could just hide your face and scan people freely, couldn't you? Rosika was left speechless. In the end, she had to quickly find an excuse and say, there's really nothing left now. This is my true self. But Lexid still wanted to press the issue. There's more, isn't there? Rosika was momentarily flustered. I forgot about that too.
Immediately after that, she secretly took off her contact lenses, which were then produced. Rosika smiled sincerely and said, sorry, I wear them all the time, so I forgot. There's really nothing left. Lexid then suddenly grabbed Rosika and ordered, come here. He kept pinching her cheeks, making Rosika scream in pain. Finally, Lexid had to warn her again. You're really not deceiving me about anything else now, are you? He pinched her cheeks even harder, making Rosika cry out in pain. Ah, ah! Lexid continued to demand of her, swear it. Rosika could only resign herself and say, it's true. Rosika then hummed a tune, comfortably lying on her king-size bed. Looking at the sparkling rings on her hands made her happy. Lexid looked at her demeanor and asked curiously, do you like them? Rosika happily replied, very much. You should have kidnapped me sooner. Lexid looked at her expression with disdain. If there's anything else you want, just say it, I'll go with you. Rosika immediately jumped up and happily exclaimed, ah! Now she asked with a bit of curiosity, but what can I do now? We'll talk about that after we eat. A knock sounded from outside. Lexid immediately ordered, come in. At this moment, the other two people also opened the door and entered.
The three looked at each other, momentarily unable to react. Masha then exclaimed in surprise, oh my goodness! And even Marco was taken aback. Huh? Rosika then bowed her head and greeted them warmly. Hello. Masha then sighed. Our Highness? Finally. Then Masha continuously patted Lexid's back encouragingly. I told you so, Your Highness. The day you marry a beautiful girl has finally arrived. Lexid choked on his drink and replied with clear disdain. No, what are you talking about, Masha? Didn't you hear what Owen said? But Masha, still lost in her thoughts, exclaimed, You stubbornly insisted you wouldn't get married. Marco then politely introduced himself to Rosika. Hello, miss.
I am Marco, the chef in charge of meals here. Rosika also politely greeted back. Hello. She hesitated somewhat when introducing herself. I am, she thought to herself, poisonous snake? At this moment, Lexid couldn't help but freeze. Rosika. And then he directly gave her a name. Having said that, Lexid said nothing more. Rosika immediately understood and reintroduced herself. Yes, that's right. I am Rosika. It's embarrassing, but I don't have a surname. Just call me Rosika. She secretly wondered, does this name hide a story? Marco then politely said, Lady Rosika, it's an honor. Masha then enthusiastically said, oh dear, I completely forgot. I should introduce myself too. Then she leaned close to Rosika's ear and said, Miss Rosika, I am Masha. I used to think Princess Eisenbach was beautiful, but today I've met someone even more beautiful. Lexid then frowned and explained, Masha was my wet nurse when I was in the royal family. At 15, she followed me to Drax, and it's already been 10 years since then.
And this chef with the scruffy beard is Masha's son. He used to be a royal chef, but moved here 3 years ago. Rosika thought to herself, I was wondering why she kept calling him Your Highness. Turns out she's his wet nurse. Masha, now very attentive to Rosika, whispered, I was very surprised that someone who always hated women like him would bring a girl home. Even Marco, standing nearby, exclaimed, Me too. Marco also whispered in her ear, adding, I wonder if it's because His Highness has never met women that there's a problem in that area. Of course, Lexid heard this comment of his very clearly. He immediately frowned and said, Stop it right now. Rosika, now resting her chin in her hand, thought to herself, if it's not because women avoid him, but because he rejects them, then Lexid at this point couldn't help but jump up and ask, What the hell are you thinking?
Masha chuckled and replied, Oh, there's nothing left to say. Marco also burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, but does the food suit your taste? Rosika happily replied, Yes, the food is delicious. It's all made from eggs, but I never expected it to be this good. May I try the dish Your Highness is eating? Marco agreed. Of course, that's grilled goat ribs. Masha secretly let out a sigh of relief at this. She then spoke up. His Highness Raven also loves that dish. His Highness Raven is the same age as His Highness Lexid, and their tastes are similar, so they often dine together. Rosika thought to herself, His Highness Raven, the same age as Lexid and growing up together in the imperial family? He must be the head of the Hexen Empire's line of succession, the Crown Prince. That's the first person Lexid must eliminate to ascend the throne. Eventually, Masha couldn't hold back her tears and began to cry, muttering, What on earth has happened? Everything instantly became awkward. Lexid then called her son, Marco. Marco understood the hint and escorted Masha out. Before leaving, he didn't forget his duty. Yes, Your Highness, please call me when you're finished eating. The door closed, leaving only the two of them facing each other. Rosika frowned. She directly asked him, Masha and Marco seem to know that Your Highness is preparing for a rebellion, don't they? Lexid immediately denied. No, that's not why she's crying. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be curious. Then why? By this time, Lexid had cut the meat into 2 halves. He calmly reminded her, We'll talk after we eat. I'll tell you what you need to do from now on. The former king had a total of 4 children. The eldest is the current emperor, Robert van Hexen. The second child is Grand Duke Ride van Hexen. The third child is Duchess Rachel Pranya. The youngest is Duke Lexid.
Robert van Hexen easily inherited the throne. Ray is the sole Grand Duke of the imperial capital and is assisting the king in managing the royal family. Rachel is living as the Duchess of Pranya. Why would their youngest brother, Lexid, a young man with no power, want to disturb this peaceful picture? If you want to be king, you have to eliminate 2 people, right? The Crown Prince and the Grand Duke. Rosika, following behind Lexid, asked directly, and he decisively replied, That's right. Rosika then raised 2 fingers and said, I know Grand Duke Ray, who is second in the line of succession, might voluntarily give up his claim to the throne. I don't want to see anyone shed blood, so I hope Grand Duke Ray will willingly relinquish it. However, Lexid chuckled softly and replied, That's a bit difficult now. He coldly stated the truth, because he is a man who is going mad wanting to wear the emperor's crown. Hearing this, Rosika changed her approach. Then let's deal with the Crown Prince first, as it's a position he'd find hard to voluntarily give up, and furthermore, he's very popular with the people. We must either kill the Crown Prince or take him elsewhere and fake his death. Rosika sighed again at this point. Of course, to prevent future repercussions, we must cripple him. However, Lexid decisively replied, There's no need for that, as he opened a door. Cold air from a room whose temperature was lowered by magic stones immediately made Rosika flinch.
She quietly followed behind him, carefully assessing the cold air. Soon after, she noticed a strange smell, the smell of peroxia, a chemical said to be used to prevent animal hides from decaying. Then Rosika hesitantly asked Lexid, Your Highness, I don't know if I'm being overly concerned, but you said there was no need to kill the Crown Prince.
Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, he lifted the curtain. His hand gripping the cloth tightly, Lexit replied coldly, "That's right." Once the curtain was fully drawn back, a man's corpse was revealed. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "He's already dead."
Lexid recalled the beautiful days when he and Raven Van Hexen were together, the chain of memories seeming to automatically replay in his mind. The Crown Prince and I were the same age. When we were in the palace, we relied on each other a great deal. He was a shy, weak person and always considered me his best friend. Then Lexid's voice turned cold as he had to confess to Rosika. But he didn't know that I was hiding my true self. Rosika was right behind him, standing motionless, slowly taking in the events unfolding between Lexid and Raven Van Hexen. From childhood until now, the Crown Prince often came to Drox to find me. This time is no different. I think this is the opportunity. Rosika turned her face away, her shoulder-length hair accidentally falling forward as she bent down low, covering both her face and her expression at that moment. Only her steady, exclamatory voice remained. "Ah, so that's how it is." But immediately after, she was surprised to discover something interesting about Lexid. Why would he lie? Looking at Crown Prince Raven Van Hexen lying peacefully in the coffin filled with white chrysanthemums, specially prepared for him by his childhood friend, Lexid, except for the long, slender neck with a terrifying wound that had stopped bleeding, everything else made him look as if he were sleeping, a very deep sleep. Rosika exclaimed, "It's so lifelike." Lexid suddenly asked Rosika, "Well, since you've lived like a criminal your whole life, you can turn a murderer like me into a king without feeling guilty, right?" She was taken aback by his blunt, unreserved question. Rosika glanced back slightly. It turned out that all this time she had been trying to gaze at the deceased's form in front of her, prompted by Lexid's question. She stopped looking at Raven Van Hexen and instead raised her head to look directly at him with her beautiful azure eyes.
Lexid moved closer to Rosika, as he had waited endlessly for a reasonable answer from her. "Are you afraid of me?" Rosika maintained her head-up posture, looking at Lexid, and she hesitated slightly before replying, "Not at all. Lexid's voice suddenly changed, becoming harsher and more menacing than when he had initially told Rosika about his childhood. "Are you only now realizing the truth? The fact that you were kidnapped by a madman who stabbed his innocent best friend?" Rosika, prompted by his question, instinctively raised her voice, refuting Lexid's statement. "That's not it. Please give me a chance to speak." Lexid walked right up to her and then yelled in Rosika's face, as if to warn her and also to intimidate her. "You won't escape, understand?" Rosika clamped her mouth shut. It seemed she was intimidated by him and remained silent for a moment. Then she opened her mouth and said, "Sir, do you want me to be afraid of you, or are you afraid that I won't believe you? You're worried about that, aren't you?" Now there was no need for further argument, as Rosika had turned the tables, pushing Lexid from an active to a passive position. "Come to think of it, I've also lied to you about a few things. Because life was too harsh, I couldn't help but resort to fraud. Being a swindler allowed me to earn money easily, and gradually I felt like this was my true nature. No matter who it is, I can figure them out in just 3 minutes. What I mean is, I already know what kind of person you are. I only guessed one thing wrong."
"I thought you wanted to become king, but I guess not." Lexid was a little panicked when Rosika cornered him so easily, his voice trembling slightly. "Huh? What did you say?" Rosika didn't mind playing the role of a feisty girl. She loudly chided Lexid. "You have to be clear. If not the king, are you perhaps seeking revenge?" Lexid gave a faint smile, a smile tinged with contempt. Then he suddenly let out a savage laugh. The surrounding space was so quiet that his laughter quickly echoed back, making it even more eerie. How interesting. Who do you say I want to take revenge on?" Rosika, unafraid, calmly replied. "The Crown Prince, I presume?" Lexid continued to ask. "Why? Do you think I killed him because I wanted to become king? It's true I killed him, but what revenge are you talking about?" Rosika was pressed against the wall behind her by Lexid, but she calmly crossed her arms and continued, feeling a little annoyed by such treatment. "Ultimately, why are you having this pointless conversation with me? Are you trying to test my deductive abilities?" Rosika lowered her eyes. "It makes sense for you to do so, as a customer has the right to check if the product they bought is faulty." Lexid was startled by her, and he hastily tried to explain. "Hey, my intention—" But she didn't give him a chance. Rosika raised her hand, cutting Lexid off.
Rosika kept her hand with 3 fingers suspended in midair. "Whenever I meet someone for the first time, I always assess them, because if you want to scam someone, understanding what kind of person they are is the most crucial thing. High tier, those who always prioritize reason whenever choosing between reason and desire. Mid tier, those whose desires overpower their reason, making them susceptible to temptation. Low tier, those who are always swayed by desire. I can deceive everyone, but
but there's one type I can't touch. Rosika pointed towards Lexid after that unfinished statement. He wondered, what is it? Rosika gave him the answer. It's someone who can make anyone in this world believe them.
She pointed her finger directly at Lexid, saying angrily, "Even if you're not a professional swindler, you can still deceive everyone. To put it simply, it's innate. Long ago, even if I sold my conscience, I wouldn't touch people like that, because they would stir up a sense of guilt that doesn't exist within me." Then she pressed her finger hard against Lexid's body. "That kind of person is you, always hiding behind a facade of goodness." Even though he had just been insulted by a girl, Lexid remained calm and didn't lose his temper. He gave a faint smile, finding Rosika truly interesting. "Are you judging me after Onwunwenyi for a day?" Rosika shrugged her shoulders. "That's enough. Just seeing how you treat prisoners like this already gives me the answer." Lexid was an incredibly generous person who would never refuse those he trusted. Moreover, he was someone who would sacrifice everything for those he believed in. Perhaps he himself knew that his nature was to easily trust everyone, and thus he wanted to trust himself. According to the wise butler's advice, he should never trust himself. Rosika stated her demand to Lexid. "Although coercion is a wise decision, if you were the one who beheaded the innocent crown prince, then go in now and behead Masha and Marco." Rosika provoked him with her rhetoric. "Can you do it? Probably not, so stop pretending." She exposed him mercilessly, making Lexid so angry that his jaw clenched and his teeth ground together. He spoke hesitantly. "Do you believe me, that I'm not the one who killed the crown prince?" Disregarding him, she continued, "You said you wanted to become king, but you didn't know what for. It was strange that I didn't understand that, but now I do. No ambition for power or material wealth, no special goals in life. The death of the crown prince, who was once your close friend, as you said, is your revenge." Rosika stood up, her arms still crossed over her chest, her right finger unconsciously tapping her left arm. "I know you didn't kill him, but others don't think so. The crown prince, the empire's first in line to the throne, has been killed. No one knows yet, except for the crown prince's killer and those others in this great city. Crown Prince Raven van Hexen is dead."
Rosika looked towards Lexid, who was slumped on the ground, and thought to herself, however, somehow the card was in Lexid's hand. If that's the case, the first thing I need to do is, starting with the assassin wanting to frame you for the crown prince's murder, that's the first thing you want me to do, isn't it? Rosika asked him. Lexid was looking at her, his eyes filled with complex emotions, and Rosika had some new thoughts about him. He was a man who knew himself well and had lived a quiet life. As a child, he had been banished from the borders by the king, out of fear that he would harm the royal family's image. There, he had lived diligently to avoid tarnishing his royal status, but in the end he was framed by an assassin for killing the crown prince, someone he had once been very close to. Rosika flashed a bright smile. Before becoming king, if he were accused and beheaded, it would be a disaster. She winked mischievously and said to him, "Your life, my life, you understand?" And she used her small, slender hand to pat Lexid's sturdy back. She told him, "Don't worry too much, because I have never made a mistake." Lexid was surprised, staring at her in astonishment, while Rosika confidently let out a promising laugh.
A long corridor, bathed in light emanating from the chandeliers above, suddenly appeared, each room having a window. Rosika tiptoed, taking careful, light steps to ensure she didn't make any unnecessary sound in this place. Then suddenly, something, its form unclear, darted past Rosika, startling her. Before she could regain her composure, the figure embraced Rosika tightly from behind, restraining her and preventing her from moving. One hand held her arms tightly, and the other held a knife to her slender neck. Rosika was terrified, her eyes wide and mouth agape. The paper she had just taken from the room scattered wildly in the air. The man spoke in a cold voice. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Rosika glanced back slightly and replied to him in a trembling voice. "The Grand Duke." The man was momentarily startled in surprise.
And suddenly a figure appeared at the entrance of the corridor. It was none other than Lexid himself. He probably appeared because he heard a noise from this area. Lexid quickly realized that Rosika was being restrained by his butler, Owen Schonbach. He was startled and yelled loudly at the other man, "Hey, you idiot, are you out of your mind?" The man immediately knew that his recent actions could lead to severe consequences. He quickly released Rosika and raised his hands high. "My apologies, wrong person." Seeing Rosika clutching her neck with both hands and trembling, Lexid, both alarmed and flustered, rushed to her side. "Hey, are you all right?" Rosika replied to him, Yes, I'm fine." Rosika sat down on the floor, her whole body still trembling. Owen Schonbach awkwardly scratched his head. Lexid's stare was too terrifying, especially now that he was also very angry. Owen Schonbach hastily explained, "This morning, the Duke's room was broken into, and now not even a mosquito can be overlooked." Of course, Owen Schonbach's explanation was not at all satisfactory to Grand Duke Lexid. He gritted his teeth and lunged forward, delivering a clearly painful knock to his head. It seems this had happened to Owen Schonbach quite a few times, so he could easily parry Lexid's attack. While dodging the blow, Owen Schonbach let out a weary sigh. Owen Schonbach looked towards Rosika and offered an apologetic explanation, partly due to his conscience, but mostly because of the killing intent emanating from Grand Duke Lexid standing beside him, which compelled Owen Schonbach to do so. Just now, as I passed by, I was startled and reflexively attacked a suspicious person. My apologies, Miss Poisonous Snake. Rosika picked up the items she needed from the ground and hugged them, immediately offering an embarrassed smile. It's all right, just a natural reflex. Owen Schonbach then began to ramble on about interesting things to Rosika. Before, I participated in an assassin training class. The highest success rates for missions were always achieved by women. They also have very beautiful faces. Rosika was extremely surprised, and she asked in wonder, "Assassin?"
Butler Owen Schwabach smiled amiably. That's right, there were even times when I meticulously hid a knife under my pillow while sleeping. I felt defeated by my beautiful classmates. They were very skilled, so I couldn't trust beautiful girls. Since Owen Schwabach had joked like that, Rosika couldn't help but reciprocate. She playfully retorted to him, "It's truly unimaginable that you had such a glorious past." Owen Schwabach suddenly lowered his head, bringing it to Rosika's level and looking directly into her beautiful eyes. He whispered, "I was very surprised to suddenly see a beautiful stranger appear in the castle. Can you forgive me?" Rosika smiled back at Owen Schwabach's words. Not only was she not angry, but she also felt a little more admiration for Owen Schwabach. "Of course, that's commendable. The Grand Duke's life is my life, so please continue to take care of me in the future." Owen Schwabach then said to Rosika, asserting firmly, "Please don't worry about that, but from now on I will check if this face is real if the young lady cannot explain."
It was true. As Owen Schonbach's hand was about to touch Rosika's face, Lexid quickly grabbed it and prevented his action. I checked it myself. Rosika took the opportunity to uncomfortably avoid Owen Schonbach, feeling that she had just been attacked out of nowhere and was now being groundlessly suspected. But she still had to force a smile to keep the peace between both parties. "That's right, I thought my cheek was about to be crushed," she thought. Owen Schonbach only secretly sighed in relief. Aha! Lexid presented something in front of the two of them that looked like a plain, solid-colored handkerchief without any patterns. "Does anyone want to buy it?" Rosika suddenly asked him, a question completely unrelated to the item he was holding. "Do you live with hatred?" Lexid replied to her, "What? That's a funny question. I've swindled so many people, so my enemies are countless." Rosika continued, I suppose so, but why do you say that?" Lexid's face darkened, his hands clenched into fists. It was clear that he was truly furious. His voice involuntarily grew several degrees colder. "Kill them first. If anyone targets my people, it will be troublesome." Lexid's sudden demand startled Rosika. "So sudden, Grand Duke? You are not a mere killing machine." Lexid then said to Rosika, "I am a swindler, so aren't those who bear grudges against me victims? Even so, it doesn't matter. Tell me, I've changed many of my thoughts after hearing your words earlier." He was very seriously contemplating his own issues, but something deep within his heart prevented him from looking directly into Rosika's beautiful eyes. After a few moments of hesitation between speaking up or not, Lexid finally decided on the former. He frankly told Rosika, "There was a time you almost died." She was very surprised. "What?" Lexid continued, "The expression you had just now when a knife was held to your throat, that wasn't simply a look of confusion in a threatening situation, but the face of someone who has experienced the feeling of dying and coming back to life at least months." She took the handkerchief he had offered earlier and pressed it against the spot where Owen Schonbach had held the knife. Rosika gave a sarcastic smile. "Oh, is that so?" Rosika secretly recalled that terrible time, which had occurred in her past. It wasn't almost dying. I had truly died. And then she told Lexid, "It's all right. Don't worry too much. No one would dare harm me." Rosika, on the contrary, comforted the noble Grand Duke. "As of today, only 4 people know the truth, so you don't need to be afraid."
I have to go to work anyway, and I feel like I can't be foolish for a day just to perform the task His Highness assigned. Lexid didn't trouble Rosika further, especially after her veiled remark. As for the wound, come to my room so I can examine it. That's the simplest yet most necessary thing I can do for you right now. I have a lot of experience with this. He gently took the hand holding Rosika's handkerchief, stopping her next step. Of course, Rosika chose to refuse his kind offer, feeling it would be troublesome for both of them, so she smiled kindly. But it was far from a beautiful smile. It was full of awkwardness. She replied, "No need, I can handle it myself, especially since it's not really a wound. Thank you very much for your concern." And then she left, leaving Grand Duke Lexid behind. The click-clack of Rosika's heels echoed with her every step. Only then did Owen Schonbach suddenly speak up. "It's truly impressive to be able to surgically craft such a false face." Owen Schonbach chuckled, seemingly very interested in Rosika's face. It was so beautiful that he couldn't forget it after witnessing it firsthand.
However, immediately after that, Owen Schonbach had to stand still and endure several fatal punches to his back from the Supreme Grand Duke Lexid. The blows were truly powerful, catching him off guard. Crisp, thudding sounds echoed as Lexid yelled angrily, "Look at the great things you've done." Startled and in pain, Owen Schonbach shrieked, "Ah, you cruel monster!" Lexid grew increasingly furious, and the frequency and force of his punches intensified with each blow. "You're already eyeing her, aren't you?"
Owen Schonbach was put through the ringer, yelping, "It hurts so much!" Elsewhere, after the previous incident came to an end, Raven Van Hazen clicked his tongue and said to Lexit, "Tss, you know, Lex, I envy them greatly." Lexit looked up, quite surprised to hear such strange words from the Crown Prince, his childhood friend. Who are you referring to? Surely not my poor young Jimin, who only knows how to earn money to get by, right? Raven Van Hazen paused and said, "That's right. At least they are free. They don't have to live according to others' perceptions, don't have to follow boring rituals, don't have to point a knife at their loved ones. They can sleep soundly without waking up in fright every night."
Hearing this, without waiting for Raven Van Hexen to finish explaining everything he had said, Lexit suddenly flew into a rage, grinding his teeth. "Why can't you sleep? Is someone trying to kill you? Who is it? I'll go castrate them." But Raven Van Hexen suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha!" As he looked at his childhood friend, Lexit, his eyes held infinite sadness. "You know, Lexit, I'm still struggling every day." Raven Van Hexen covered his mouth and coughed, then continued, "I thought I had managed very well until, but it's too difficult." Lexit was stunned, no longer agitated as before, instead silently listening to Raven Van Hexen's confidences. Lexit suddenly lowered his head a little, as if he wanted to say something to Raven Van Hexen. Lexit gently stroked his friend's dark hair, this sudden action surprising Raven Van Hexen. Lexit offered Raven Van Hexen some honest but somewhat blunt advice. "You should eat a full meal, then sleep well. If you lived like a commoner, you would surely give up and couldn't last even a single day." After Lexit's advice, a truly helpful piece of advice for Raven Van Hexen, he genuinely laughed cheerfully. "Ha ha! Thank you. I must go now. Seeing you after such a long time has made my mood much better." It turned out that all that remained were memories of the last meeting between Lexit and his close childhood friend. Lexit blamed himself. If only I had cared more. Why didn't I press him one more time? What made him feel so trapped? How could I have helped him? Now it was too late for regrets. Raven was dead. No, he had been murdered. Lexit recalled Raven Van Hexen's bright smile as he freely played with the children under a large, cool tree, fragrant with the scent of summer flowers and grass. Owen Schwab was right beside Lexit and he asked, "What do you intend to do now, sir? We're out of time. If the Crown Prince has already left and knows he can't be contacted, then he's probably realized that the royal family is acting very strangely." Lexit answered Owen Schwab's question without looking up at him. "I will do it by any means necessary. He said that thing is worthless." Lexit suddenly remembered. Because I wanted to see Raven's handwriting, I sent you a few letters." Owen Schwab realized. "So that's what I took out of the Duke's room. What about the handwriting?" Lexit answered him. "I don't know. How would I know that? I paid money to hire a swindler because I couldn't manage it myself." Raven Van Hexen hesitated for a long time before daring to speak. However, sir, don't put too much trust in Miss Viper. Remember to question her often. I need to be ready for all situations." "No, that's not right. If possible, please talk to me." Lexit agreed with him immediately. "All right."
However, Owen Schwambach still tried to elaborate a little more. "You and she are already in the same boat, but you must not forget this. Even if everyone in the world praises her, you cannot fully trust her. How terrifying women can be." Ignoring Owen Schwambach's incessant rambling of words that weren't even worth calling a warning, Lexit remained silent and watched his close friend. He recalled what Rosika had once told him. "Oh, that's right. Rosika, a beautiful name. This is the first time someone has given me a name. I will write it well. Thank you." As she said this, she truly smiled a happy and proud smile. Lexit thought to himself, although he had told Owen that he knew, he would absolutely not trust, because he had never been worthy. He had already come halfway. It seemed as if the two were waiting for someone's appearance, as they both heard the clatter of heels on the floor. Just a few seconds later, Rosika appeared right in front of Lexit and butler Owen Schwambach. She flashed a radiant smile, bringing a bright and vibrant energy that adorned the new day. Rosika asked, "Did everyone sleep well?" Owen Schwambach was utterly surprised by her surreal beauty, and he stammered as he greeted her. "Miss Viper." Rosika seemed quite displeased with butler Owen Schwambach's unique greeting. "How long are you going to keep calling me Viper? Anyone overhearing might think I'm a con artist."
Butler Owen Schwabach forced an awkward smile, then apologized after being reminded by the master. "Haha, that's right. So what should I call you now?" Lexit, next to butler Owen Schwabach, brought a piece of meat to his mouth and spoke up. "Just call me Rosika." Owen Schwabach obediently replied to him, "Yes." With the matter of addressing settled, Rosika sat down at the table to eat with Lexit. She then asked butler Owen Schwabach, gathering to gossip idly. But Rosika didn't seem to entirely agree with his way of thinking and doing things. "Don't say that. Why not hire enough staff for the entire castle? Such an enormous castle and it's practically deserted?" Rosika tried to estimate the number of servants Lexit would need, not including him, her, or butler Owen Schwabach, around 50 people or so.
Of course, Lexid couldn't immediately accept this suggestion entirely. He might not have even considered it yet. Lexid was startled. What? 50 people? Rosika pondered, then began to explain to him. 10 people for the dining hall, 10 for cleaning, 10 for laundry, plus about 10 more for odd jobs. There should be at least that many people. Butler Owen Schwabach, standing nearby, broke out in a cold sweat. He gave a polite yet truly awkward smile. Although the castle is quite large, it doesn't require that many staff. Besides, as you just heard, His Highness dislikes crowds. But before he could finish his sentence, Lexid immediately cut him off. He calmly ordered Butler Owen Schwabach, "Do it." Of course, he was startled and astonished.
Butler Owen Schwabach was utterly flustered, his eyes bulging when he heard Rosika's proposal. The remaining 10 people must be rigorously selected from lower-ranking nobles, and they must also bring professional servants here. Lexid didn't even hesitate, giving her a mischievous wink before agreeing. Absolutely. Approved. Rosika continued. "Oh, if it's all right, could your grace grant me a somewhat respectable title?" Butler Owen Schwabach's eyes went blank, and his mouth hung open in horror. Lexid and Rosika had been going back and forth, playing off each other, making him dizzy, and now with her absurd request he was even more panicked. "What did you say?" Rosika pouted and mumbled. "Well, that's how it is, isn't it? If I want to help you ascend to the throne, there's a lot to do, but I can't stay in the shadows forever. If I want to command the winds and summon the rain, I need to do something first, don't I?"
Butler Owen Schwabach was slightly annoyed. As he spoke, his teeth were clenched, each word hissing through the gaps, but he still maintained a proper industrial smile. "What exactly do you mean?" Rosika giggled in response, her smile perfectly innocent yet truly roguish. "I'll have to take my time thinking about that. Planning to ascend to the Emperor's throne isn't like becoming a market king that's done in a flash, is it?" Having said this, Rosika nonchalantly ate the breakfast prepared specifically for her. Butler Owen Schwabach, even if he were furious enough to burst, still couldn't do anything to her, because she had powerful backing. Owen Schwabach could only stare at her. Suspicious. Too suspicious. Could it be that she had no plan at all, intending to catch the enemy empty-handed? Butler Owen Schwabach thought of the letters and scraps of paper Rosika had clutched tightly yesterday, despite his attempts to get them. He immediately asked her, "I heard you received a letter from the Crown Prince yesterday. Could you tell me what you plan to write?" Rosika paused. Rosika gave a forced laugh, pulling Owen Schwabach into the conversation with the aim of deflecting the questions. "Oh dear, Butler, I might be getting a bloated stomach." "That's really pushing it," Lex had said angrily. "All right then, why are you chirping non-stop like a sparrow today? Don't disturb my meal. We'll deal with this later." Rosika's gaze suddenly shifted slightly, challenging him. "If you're curious." Rosika gave another glance. "Or perhaps you could come to my room later to take a look."
Butler Owen Schwabach surprisingly chose to handle things his own way. He grinned brightly. "All right, I get it. If you've already shelled out a hefty sum, you've got to make the most of it, right? Can't let money go to waste." After the meal concluded, as Rosika had previously arranged, Butler Owen Schwabach opened the door and entered her room. Rosika seemed to have anticipated his arrival, so just as the door swung open, she beckoned Owen Schwabach in. Butler Owen Schwabach nodded, as if understanding her intention, still wearing a smile on his face. He thought to himself, noticing Rosika's displeased expression, "Is she unhappy about being held at knife point yesterday, and that's why she's doing this on purpose, right?" Rosika didn't bother beating around the bush with him. She immediately cut to the chase. "You said you're an assassin?" Rosika stroked her chin, quick-witted and perceptive. "When we talked, I already knew you were very good with words. Quite impressive." Butler Owen Schwabach smiled. "Oh, thanks for the compliment." Rosika suddenly looked up at Owen Schwabach. She began the interrogation. "Height?" Owen Schwabach replied, 1.82 meters. Rosika asked again. "Weight?" He replied, 77 kilograms. "Why do you need to ask that?" Rosika didn't answer him the way he was answering her questions. She merely said, "Losing another 3 kilograms would be perfect." Owen Schwabach sighed heavily at her suggestion. "I'm satisfied with my body." Rosika suddenly flashed a cunning smile. She lifted her head, glanced around and said, "You can gain the weight back after it's done." Butler Owen Schwabach stood there, sweating. The corners of his mouth twitched several times. "Done! What do you intend to do?" Rosika looked directly at him and unexpectedly demanded, "Take off your clothes, let's see." Elsewhere in the vast mansion, Lexid was stopping in a place that looked like a secret cellar. Lexid frowned uncomfortably. "What kind of den is this?" Lexid cleared the mess on the wooden table in front of him, then sighed like an old person. "Oh dear, it's true that when one's mind is in chaos, one doesn't have the presence of mind to clean." And then he discovered something that made him stop what he was doing. Lexid remembered Rosika's previous instruction. "I want to check the Crown Prince's handwriting. If there are any handwritten letters, I want to see as many as possible." Lexid was silent for a moment. He picked up an envelope that showed no signs of having been opened. "Now I have nothing to write letters to anyone with either." Lexid opened the envelope and read the words written inside by the sender. He slightly furrowed his brows. "Lex, spring has already arrived so quickly. The tulips in the royal garden are in full bloom.
Don't you know that the meaning of tulips is a declaration of love? No, you probably don't know. What do I expect from you regarding such emotions? Anyway, when a man confesses his love to a woman he loves, he usually gives tulips. My wish before I die is to be told that you gave tulips to the woman you love. Lex, have you received the letter yet? You have, haven't you? Are you still safe and sound? I don't know why you had to go suppress the rebels in the Principality. Lex, today, I truly miss you. All right then, to meet someone as busy as you, I'll have to come find you myself. See you later. I have so many things I want to tell you. Lexid was slightly startled when he read this line from Raven Van Hexen, the owner of the letter he was holding and reading.
Lex pictured Raven Van Hexen's solitary figure, all alone in an empty room. Lex, how have things been there lately? Are you doing okay? You know, I'm so tired. The older I get, the more confused my mind becomes, because the world I once knew is slowly cracking. I deeply miss the days we spent together in the royal court. Perhaps by the time he wrote this line, Raven Van Hexen had truly burst into tears, his painful and sorrowful tears falling onto the page. Sometimes I dream about that time again. Perhaps my mind desperately wants to return to those days.
The lonely image of Raven Van Hexen seemed to be right in front of Lexid. It was as if he only needed to reach out to touch this childhood friend of his. Lex, I'm doing well, aren't I? I'm just a little curious. Lexid let out a truly sad sigh. This fool. This letter seemed to contain all his feelings and weariness. How did I reply back then? And suddenly he discovered another letter right behind it, because earlier he had been so engrossed in the content of the letter above that he forgot there was another letter right below it. He brought it forward and wondered, there's another letter? Lexid was immediately shaken. A loud crash echoed, shattering his heart. The letter was still in Raven Van Hexen's handwriting. Lex, I'm here. Are you still well? Lexid's heart pounded erratically, each loud throb as if wanting to burst, as if wanting to stop beating. Painful tears streamed down his cheeks. Here, I no longer feel sorrow or pain. I am very, very happy, but I am sad to leave you alone. Lexid was stunned by the whispered words Raven Van Hexen had sent him, but only now did he learn of them due to his carelessness. I hope you won't be too sad about my death. I wish you a truly happy life. You must be happy until the day we meet again. Lexid was stunned by the belated truth about Raven. Memories of his childhood friend played like a slow-motion video in his mind. Raven Van Hexen's affectionate call echoed in his ears. Lex. Or as he stopped writing, no longer wanting to, Lexid screamed in despair. This is definitely Raven's handwriting. His entire body lost all self-control and trembled in panic. Lexid was motionless, his hands holding the letter shaking uncontrollably.
His golden pupils widened. He seemed utterly lost, not even noticing the increasingly clear footsteps. The room door opened then, and a pair of delicate white shoes stepped in. Rosika called him from behind, Your Highness. Lexid turned around, his face still panicked, his lips stiff. Suddenly, his eyes welled up, and tears streamed down, his voice trembling. How can this be? Rosika gasped at his expression. As if afraid she wouldn't believe him, his hand trembled as he handed her the letter, his voice full of self-reproach. When was this received, after all? He seemed to have lost control, reaching out with both hands to grasp hers for support. Please tell me, I beg you. Rosika looked at the letter in his hand, gradually feeling a sense of familiarity. At that moment, other footsteps sounded, accompanied by Owen's excited voice. Miss Rosika, you're amazing. Rosika was startled. Oh no, she exclaimed. Wait a minute. Lexid's face went blank. Owen, now in front of him, had changed his hairstyle. He casually held up a letter bearing the Crown Prince's seal and said, Then I'll send this letter immediately. Suddenly he paused. My lord?
Lexid stood upright again. Owen, still unaware of the situation, asked, My lord, are you here? But what do your eyes mean when you look at me like that? Rosika clicked her tongue in exasperation, thinking to herself, It's over. Owen continued to share his joy. Oh, that's right. Look at this. Aren't you surprised? Lexid walked quickly towards him, his face expressionless. Owen was still talking, completely oblivious to the chilling aura approaching. I was just the same. Suddenly, Lexid embraced him tightly. Seeing this, Rosika speculated. Does he think that person is the Crown Prince, resurrected and returned? No, even though he already knows everything. Rosika looked at his back with pity, yet still wanted to believe it. Lexid softly called out, Raven. Rosika placed a hand on his shoulder, her voice gentle. It's not him, Your Highness, she said, separating him from Owen. That's not His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince.
Lexid looked at her with a piteous expression. Right in front of him, Rosika reached out and tore off the mask on Owen's face. Lexid laughed. Yes, he laughed while crying. He didn't know if it was because he was too distraught to know how to react, or perhaps he had to accept that Raven was truly dead.
Both Owen and Rosika felt guilty, not daring to meet his gaze. Leishot bowed his head, his voice trembling. That's right. Suddenly he remembered something, his hand still shaking as he brought the letter in front of Rosika and questioned. Then this, what is this? Seeing her expression, despite knowing the truth, he stubbornly insisted. Clearly this was written by Raven. Clearly it was. Rosika bit her lip guiltily, not daring to meet his eyes. Finally, she confessed. I wrote it. I was just trying to learn how to copy the Crown Prince's handwriting to help him. I apologize. I didn't mean to use it to tease you. Leishot's face darkened. He was like a child who, no matter how much he begged, wouldn't get candy. His hands clutched the letter tightly. Finally, he laughed. That's right. Leishot laughed and brought a hand to his forehead. The letter he had cherished moments ago now fell to the ground along with his words. How pathetic. Twilight fell upon the desolate mansion. Under the tree, there was a strong yet lonely figure. Leishot stood there silently, head bowed, smoking. Owen sighed at the sight. He had quit smoking a short while ago. Why is he smoking again now? Rosika stood beside him, surprised. Owen unconsciously asked, It seems he has suffered quite a blow. Why did you write that letter? Rosika was also filled with deep regret. I'm regretting it now. I just wanted to see if I could copy the handwriting well enough to deceive His Highness. As she spoke, she looked at Leishot's blank face below. Only now do I realize how crazy what I did was. I didn't know things would turn out like this.
Childhood scenes surfaced with Owen's words. The two of them had always spent their childhood together. Even when the Lord had to go to Drax territory, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would still frequently visit. They were so close that even when they were apart, they never stopped exchanging letters. Therefore, when news of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's death reached him, the Lord was deeply devastated. It was not elsewhere. He met with an accident on his way to Drax territory to visit the Lord. Rosika looked vaguely. Someone had interfered in this matter, clearly intending to frame His Highness for the Crown Prince's murder. Owen said sorrowfully. At first, he didn't even care about being blamed or anything, because at that time his spirit had completely collapsed. Rosika looked at the figure below and silently thought, it's not much different now. Seeing the scattered cigarette butts around Lexit's feet, she secretly thought, he's just pretending that nothing happened. He still hasn't been able to escape the shock of losing his dearest friend and kin. Owen suddenly asked, do you know why he keeps standing under that birch tree? Rosika wondered, why? Owen slowly said, when the Lord first came to Drax, this was the first gift the Crown Prince brought him, a birch tree, which the two of them planted together. Hearing this, Rosika felt even more self-reproach. A wave of pain surged within her, something she had never felt before. Seeing her expression, Owen knew he had said too much. He tried to lighten the mood. Miss Rosika, you must be feeling guilty now. You look quite down in the dumps, don't you? Rosika was now lost in her thoughts. Today was a strange day. Even when she had committed fraud that led to an entire family's bankruptcy, or when she had usurped all the assets that someone had painstakingly accumulated their entire life, she had never once in her life felt such guilt.
She spoke up. I don't know. Her eyes still hadn't left Lexit at this moment. I've never been like this before. Truly, it's so strange. The two, one above the other, now harbored indescribable emotions. The mansion was still bathed in the pink hues of the twilight. Lexit lit another cigarette when suddenly footsteps echoed from behind him and his movements froze. When Lexit saw that it was Rosika approaching, he unhesitatingly threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stepped on it, asking, "What is it?" Seeing his polite gesture, Rosika unconsciously said, "It's all right if you smoke, sir." He sighed. "All right then." Lexit looked at her and frowned. "Why are you out here? I know it's summer, but this is still the north, and it gets very cold when night falls. Where are you going, dressed in just a thin layer like that?" With a remorseful expression, Rosika went straight to the point. "Yes, because earlier I didn't properly apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make light of it." Lexit didn't turn his head, replying, "I know. It's not that I'm angry with you. That's not why I'm like this. Go inside quickly." Rosika didn't know what to say and stood motionless. Seeing that she wasn't going inside, Lexit finally turned his head to look at her. "I told you to go inside. What if you catch a cold?" Rosika was silent once more.
Lexit looked at her and sighed. Suddenly he threw his jacket to her, telling her to put it on. Rosika dazedly took it. Holding his warm jacket in her hands, Rosika finally gathered all her courage and said, "If His Royal Highness the Crown Prince were to see your Royal Highness now..." Lexit's body stiffened. The Rosika of that time also wanted to say these words, perhaps thinking that such words shouldn't be left as a farewell.
After speaking, she bowed her head. If you feel bad, I am truly, truly sorry. Lexid smiled, looking up at the sky. A moment later, he said with more ease, It's all right. Rosika, thinking he was still upset, immediately said, I am truly sorry, Your Royal Highness. Lexid's hand holding the letter clenched. He cut her off. No, compared to me, you are much better. Rosika looked up at him, biting her lip, waiting for him to continue. She had never spoken to that person, nor had she ever met him, yet she knew Raven better than I did. Lexid smiled. It seems the last letter was written in tears. Do you recognize it? Rosika dared not say anything superfluous at this moment, and in fact, she didn't even know what to say. Lexid gave a faint smile. His words seemed to echo, and thinking back, that letter had never received a reply. He paused for a moment, his face filled with self-reproach. No, not just that letter. This scoundrel has never once, not once, tried to understand or comfort him. Fearing he would blame himself again, Rosika changed the subject, interrupting him. What kind of person is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Lexid was slightly taken aback. He thought to himself, Raven Van Hexen. He's like a younger brother I want to protect, sometimes like an older brother, a precious friend, too emotional and too weak and quick to tears. Thinking this, he spoke up. He's very gentle. Rosika thought the same. That's right, you can tell just by looking at those letters. Lexid unconsciously expressed, Not long after I was born, my mother passed away. I grew up thinking I had no one to call mother. Raven, however, had the crown princess, who is now the empress. Unlike me, Raven could call out to his father and mother. At that time, I was very envious.
Even though I hid it well, it seems Raven still realized I was jealous. Since he was 6, I think, he called his father the crown prince and his mother the crown princess. Rosika sighed helplessly. Oh dear, since he was 6. Lex had also chuckled. Yeah, it seems he thought I was pathetic for being jealous of him. He continued, What's more, Raven was very afraid of my father. Rosika immediately asked, The late emperor? Lex had nodded. That's how scared he was, because whenever I got scolded, he'd have to come over and get scolded with me, lying that he was the one who invited me to skip school and play. Circling back, he still blamed himself. I should have known and accepted his good intentions a little. What was so difficult about that? Rosika smiled. That's right. You should have done that. It wasn't difficult at all. Lexid fell into sadness once more. I didn't know he was such an affectionate person. As he spoke, he tried to force a smile. Whenever I was in pain and didn't know what to do, that kid would come to my side. It was quite a surprise.
The more he spoke, the heavier the atmosphere became. Thinking back, Raven was always by my side, so I never felt any hardship. But in reality, I never once did anything for Raven. Even though his whole body seemed to scream that he was exhausted, I never comforted him even once. I couldn't even do the one thing I could have done, use this body to protect him. As he said that, Lexid couldn't help but turn his face away, his voice trembling. When that kid died like that, I didn't even know. Tears of regret fell from his eyes. Lexid bit his lip, trying to hold back his tears, his body trembling. Do you know what hurts me the most right now? Rosika listened silently as he vented. I wish he would just blame me. That kid, Raven, wouldn't even blame others when he died. Rosika offered a sincere smile. Yes, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was indeed that kind of person, just as he wrote in his letter. Lexid turned his head, and though his eyes were welling up with tears, he still smiled. If that kid had someone like you by his side, it would have been wonderful. Perhaps you could understand how much that boy suffered, how miserable he felt before he died. Lexid turned away, tears starting to pour down like rain. He almost couldn't control himself, crying and laughing at the same time, and perhaps say those affectionate words to him. As if realizing he had become too agitated, Lexid turned his face away. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears, his voice still trembling. I must be going crazy, like an idiot. Suddenly, Rosika exclaimed, Wait! She walked over and held up her 2 sleeves. Lexid also bowed his head, allowing her to wipe his tears. Rosika spoke, as if explaining his tears. It's like dust flew into your eyes, Your Highness. Despite that, she still spoke to him seriously. The Crown Prince always wished for Your Highness to be happy, and perhaps he still wishes for that now, truly. What's more, Lexid's eyes widened.
Rosika continued calmly. A kind and affectionate person like the Crown Prince would not wish for Your Highness to seek revenge for him, and of course Your Highness would be in danger. As expected, Lexid cried out, No! Ah! Rosika, her face resolute, cut him off. No, I'm not telling you not to be obsessed with revenge. Her voice echoed. Rather, we should follow the Crown Prince's last wish, that's all. His last wish. It was for Your Highness to be happy. Lexid was stunned, tears still welling in his eyes.
If, in the end, only revenge can soothe Lexit's heart, then let that be Lexit's happiness. Rosika looked him straight in the eye with determination, yet like a loyal servant. Tell me, how can your highness find happiness? Saying this, she spread her arms and gave a familiar, generous smile, a hint of arrogance in her eyes. If you wish to capture the murderer who harmed the crown prince and drag him to hell, then do so. Or if you wish to become emperor and continue the crown prince's dying wish, that's fine too. Just do it. She smiled. Isn't that why you brought me here? Saying this, Rosika once again displayed her arrogance with a single statement. For me, nothing is impossible.
The next morning, Rosika's terrified voice echoed through the mansion. What? What is this? She fearfully recoiled from the paper Lex had handed her. He declared solemnly, the title bestowed upon a direct descendant of Grand Duke Drax is that of a princess, with the primary right to inherit the position of head of the ducal house. Owen, standing nearby, also sighed at Lexit's decision. Originally, this title was only granted to the daughter or sister of the family head, but Lexit merely stated briefly, "It is my will." For the first time, Rosika felt truly terrified, and she cried out in alarm, "I don't want it at all." Lexit angrily slammed his hand on the table. "Why? Is the position too much pressure? So after helping me become emperor, do you intend to return to your swindling ways?" Rosika flinched, thinking to herself, how is he so perceptive? Nevertheless, she stammered out her reasons. Oh no, isn't the image just too bizarre? Suddenly an heir appears out of nowhere, and then someone who lives on the battlefield 24 hours a day, 365 days a year is not a man, but a woman. Owen, standing beside them, spoke up. The image of suddenly bestowing a title upon a low-ranking noble is equally strange, sir. Wouldn't that be suspicious? People will think Lord Lexit is plotting something. He then smiled. But if you establish a girl as an heir, then of course people will consider it a perfectly normal Lexit-like choice. Rosika was puzzled. Why? Owen explained. Everyone knows that the master has no interest in marriage. Heaven knows it, earth knows it, the royal family knows it, the whole world knows it. Not only does he not care, but he absolutely detests it. Isn't that right? If a single man chooses an heir, wouldn't all those matchmaking attempts and marriage proposals be unable to continue and then simply disappear? People will think that someone who hates trouble as much as the master has made an extremely logical decision.
Rosika thought for a moment and then agreed. That's true, but your highness lives on the battlefield all the time. If you appoint a girl as an heir like that, people will just think your highness is filling an empty position. Owen chuckled. Exactly. While announcing an heir position like that is very sudden, it's different if the subject is the foolish Grand Duke who hates trouble. It's clearly a given. That's what people will think. Seeing Owen talk about him like that, Lexit could only grit his teeth in anger. Rosika gave Owen a thumbs up. Clever. Excellent. He also gave a thumbs up back. It's nothing. Owen added with a sinister smile. In this position, Miss Rosika, though not the most noticed, will have a certain voice. Lexit also agreed with this statement. Don't feel pressured. Later, when everything is over, I will grant you freedom. Withdraw from this position, and by then I will be emperor. I can give you any title or property you desire.
That's quite an offer. No position is safer than the seat of a puppet princess. Thinking of that, Rosika picked up her pen. I get it then. After signing, she stood up and made a greeting gesture. Let's help each other out, father. Lexit flinched, startled. Ugh, Rosika innocently asked him. What's wrong? Lexit yelled. Why are you calling me father? Are you crazy? Rosika sadly said. We're only 4 years apart. Calling you father is a bit rude. So then she cheerfully called out again. Oppa! Lexit was startled to hear it, even choking on the water he was drinking. Ooh! Rosika pouted unhappily. You don't like this either? Lexit's face was now flushed red with embarrassment. Inside the secret chamber, Lexit stood dumbfounded in front of the analysis board. As he looked at it, he silently read. Lexit, third heir, based on central political standards. The more he read, the more his face grew blank. His brain has muscles, stupid and dull, good at fighting. When he reached the words blind eye, Lexit was completely scowling in anger. Startled, Rosika rushed over to erase the board. She laughed, turning her head to change the subject. Hee. Oh, Owen sent a letter to the Imperial Palace, huh? Lexit replied to her. It's been sent, he added irritably. From the time the letter was received, it will take about 2 months for the royal procession to reach Dress.
I called the royal knights directly, but I'm not worried, because this is the plan to show them that the crown prince is still alive. As Rosika wiped the board and listened to Lexit, I plan to invite the northern nobles to inform everyone about the heir's news. Even if it's just a nominal position, we still need to inform outsiders. You agree? Yes? All right. Suddenly, Rosika asked, Hey, may I ask why you don't plan to get married? Lexit crossed his arms and asked her back, Why are you curious about that? Rosika said matter-of-factly, I only ask if it's necessary. Marriage is sometimes used for political purposes, and for someone who wants to become emperor like you, it's even more essential. Lexit shrugged. There's no reason. Rosika was astonished. Never been in love? He immediately replied,
No. Rosika still didn't believe him. You don't like any girl? Lexit immediately replied again. No. Hearing his answers, she gradually doubted humanity. Please, tell me the truth. Lexit, helpless, said, I am telling the truth. Rosika had to explain to him. Nobles usually marry very early for many reasons, to revitalize their family and to serve political purposes. Lexit immediately asked, so what? Rosika rattled off, even if you find true love, if the conditions aren't suitable, isn't it very difficult to get married? That's why many nobles have mistresses outside, and if it's the royal family, even more so. Finally, she concluded with a question. So what's the reason the crown prince is still unmarried at 25? Rosika analyzed even more thoroughly. Although he has someone he loves, the crown prince's sorrowful feelings are somehow misplaced. He's not the type to abandon the girl he loves and marry another. Besides that, there are many other personal sorrows. However, that is only one of the worries that keeps the crown prince restless. Rosika looked up at him, continued, and I suspect your highness's reason for not marrying is similar to the crown prince's. Lexit was surprised. Huh? Rosika, with an expressionless face, said, my name, you didn't just give it to me randomly, did you? Who is Rosika? Lexit was speechless for a moment. Finally, he turned away indifferently. It's just me, isn't it? Rosika frowned impatiently. I'm not joking. It seems you have a secret lover named Rosika. Lexit avoided her gaze but was still honest. No, it's not like that. It's just that if I have a daughter in the future, I intend to name her that. Rosika grasped the key point. Even thinking about naming a future daughter, are you sure you have no intention of getting married? Lexit was helpless. That's a matter for the future. It will happen sometime. Don't talk about this now. What does it matter? Rosika shrugged and turned around. There isn't one now, but what if a girl you love appears later? Will you want to kiss her then? Lexit said nothing and did not object. Rosika thought to herself, if he wants to become emperor, he must take advantage of the vacant duchess position. She spoke up. Hold a grand party to celebrate my joining the ducal house. She gestured in a direction. I want to invite all the nobles here to celebrate. Lexit readily agreed. All right, I'll do as you say. Rosika gave a haughty smile. I will diligently play the role of a child who loves luxury and likes to boss around the servants, a fortunate young girl who caught His Highness's eye and then took the position of duchess. As she spoke, she pointed at a square on the board, saying, just nobles aren't enough, it's kind of dull. Then she pointed at the three main characters. I will receive congratulations from the king, the queen, and the princess. Lexit immediately asked, are you suggesting I invite Levita's king as well? Rosika nodded instantly. Yes. Lexit worriedly said, I don't think that's a good idea. Levita comes from a barbarian tribe. None of them possess any noble demeanor. They might even behave rudely towards you. Rosika pouted provocatively. Your Highness should say something else. Can't you deal with them? Lexit immediately became angry. What do you mean, can't deal with them? Even if they combine their forces, I'll take them all on. Don't you know why, despite repeatedly threatening to invade the empire, they only ever managed to covet it? Seeing that he had fallen into her trap, Rosika laughed along. I know. If it weren't for your Highness, they would have seized the border and thrown a celebratory feast, wouldn't they? Lexit was a little embarrassed, but crossed his arms and admitted, that's right. Rosika clapped her hands. Oh my, your Highness is truly amazing, truly a man of great ambition, strong and cool. Lexit turned away, thinking to himself, a bit much, but it's true. For the small kingdoms in the far north, who always coveted invading the empire, Lexit was an extremely formidable border defense general.
The Levita Emirate is the strongest power among the emirates, and it's the strength we need right now. Lexit advised hesitantly. It's just because you haven't met them yet, but they are truly disrespectful people. Rosika chuckled. It's fine. Unable to dissuade her, he could only say, if anyone gossips or makes comments, you must report it to me immediately. I can't follow you 24 hours a day. Rosika nodded. Okay. She subtly glanced at him, silently assessing that his worried look was just like a mother bird caring for its chick. She pictured a blackbird constantly chirping warnings to a pink chick not to fly off and play. Nevertheless, she thought, well, anyway, things were gradually starting to go according to plan.
The next morning at the mansion, there were more servants, chatting happily as they worked. Lexit and Rosika sat nearby. She happily exclaimed, now it finally feels like a place where people live, doesn't it? Lexit next to her was so frustrated he was trembling. He crumpled the paper in his hand. Hey, I can't do this anymore. Rosika immediately said, what's there not to be able to do? She continued enthusiastically, this is the first time we're inviting nobles, and you have no education whatsoever, so of course you have to learn etiquette. Lexit couldn't believe it, pointing at the crumpled paper. This is education? No matter how I think about it, it doesn't seem right at all. Are you trying to trick me? Just then, Owen pushed a food cart over. Are you two practicing well? Lexit, taking out his frustration on Owen, snapped. Are you blind? You call this well? Rosika calmly corrected him. Your tone. She shook her head helplessly. She handed the paper Lexit had just thrown down to Owen.
Owen, could you demonstrate this thief line for me? Owen took it. Yes, I'll try. Owen quickly got into character, moving close to Rosika. Is your father a thief? Rosika, blushing, played along. What do you mean, sir? Owen, with flushed cheeks, acted out. Because he stole the stars from the sky and put them in your eyes. Rosika's heart pounded as she exclaimed, "Oh my!" Lexit exploded at this point, flipping over stacks of papers. "Ah, damn it, I really can't do this anymore." Owen looked at him with a disappointed expression. "Sir, it's this easy and you can't do it?" Rosika chimed in. "Exactly." Lexit grabbed a random piece of paper. "Even though I'm not very good at brainstorming, it's clear just by looking at this that this social etiquette class is strange." With his usual gruffness, his face clouded over as he read the line from the paper in his hand. "Do you know that all the pastry shops in the world have gone out of business because you are too sweet?" The more he spoke, the more frustrated he became. Why was she here after all? If there were no angels like her, who would protect heaven? Owen assessed helplessly. It was like rude soldiers reading prayers before battle. Rosika sighed. "We've practiced for 4 days, and there's been no change at all." Finally, Lex had slammed the paper onto the table and yelled, "Anyone can see this is a pickup line tone." He pointed at her in annoyance. "Why did you tell me to read this?" Rosika calmly enjoyed her tea, and then stated directly, "Because your highness must go and flirt with women." Lexid gave a cold laugh. "Are you only showing your true colors now, you fraud? Who exactly do you want me to flirt with?"
Rosika's tea-drinking motion paused. She finally replied concisely, "Princess Levita." Lexid froze completely. "Are you insane?" Rosika calmly analyzed. "You said you wanted to avenge the crown prince and ascend to the throne, didn't you? This is all part of the plan. Please just follow through." Lexid immediately refused. "I won't do it." Rosika put down her teacup. "You won't do it?" Lexid remained firm. "That's right, I won't." Rosika couldn't take it anymore and stood up, angrily questioning. "Lexid, do you ever think before you speak?" Lexid slammed the table back. "Of course I do." He stated his point of view. "A new successor will be needed, so we need to take over the emirate and become the successor, right?" She nodded. "You understand well." Lexit's lips moved, and finally he pointed a finger, questioning her. "Aren't you thinking about Princess Levita? Marrying a girl I don't love? What crime has the princess committed?" Rosika put her hands on her hips and replied nonchalantly, "If you feel sorry for the princess, then just love her sincerely." Lexid yelled in expiration. "Do you think it's that easy to just want to do it?"
Rosika sighed, trying to be as calm as possible. "Your Highness, royals marry for political purposes, not for any grand ideals." Lex had bowed his head and mumbled, "That's true. Raven has been troubled by his political marriage for so long. He might have even lost a decade of his life because of it." Rosika sat back down on the chair. "Your Highness, this is the only way if you wish to be revived." Seeing Lexid say nothing, Rosika continued, "If you can't even prepare for these sacrifices, then give up, both on avenging the crown prince and your ambition to become emperor." The day the Levita royal procession arrived, as the only ones in the principality invited to Princess Drax's naturalization party, their mood was extremely excited. Even the northern nobles of the empire had planned to arrive on the day of the party, but to entertain Latvia privately, they had sent a letter asking them to come 2 days earlier. They must be very happy about this. Rosika sat deep in thought. The board was set. Now what she needed was... She poked her head out and cheerfully said, "If you're still feeling annoyed, please clear your mind. I apologize for asking you to do something you dislike." Lexid, in his neat suit, replied, "I am the one who should apologize for acting childishly." She spoke up. "Let's practice one last time with me." Lexid nodded. "Okay." He gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Watching him scratch his head, trying to recall, Rosika couldn't help but think to herself, his expression while choosing words to speak is so adorable. But she also had to admit that he was indeed handsome. Lexid now looked at her. He suddenly leaned in close and called her name. "Rosika." She flinched. Yes." Lexid began his monologue. "Is your father perhaps a thief?" Rosika couldn't help but burst out laughing at his expression.
She burst out laughing. What the heck? She was about to assess if he spoke that way when suddenly her chin was grabbed. Lexit looked straight into her eyes and said, "Your eyes..." Rosika blushed. She pursed her lips, waiting for him to deliver his line. Lexit was still paused at "your eyes." Suddenly, he himself was stunned and said, "They really have starlight, don't they?" Rosika's face turned crimson. She shyly exclaimed, "Huh?" Even Lexit himself was dazed. His face also flushed, and he unconsciously gazed at her dreamily. A moment later, he jolted back to reality. "Ah!" He embarrassedly retreated, his mouth still ostentatiously reciting his line. Because her father, stole a star to adorn her eyes. Rosika was speechless. Precisely at this moment, she was also at a loss.
Finally, she spoke up, flustered. Your Highness, applying it like that isn't bad at all. Saying that, she turned and left. I don't know what situations might arise, so just keep it like that, okay? Lexit was bewildered. What was that? He tried to ask, is that it? Is it approved? Rosika stopped. Yes, well... Lexit's face flushed crimson, and he clicked his tongue. Damn it, I really did pull out all the stops. On her side, Rosika's face was still flushed. She pressed her lips together, moved, and thought to herself, I should have scolded him for rushing through the last romantic line. His sincere, foolish voice at that moment still echoed. Truly, with that starlight and his handsome face at that moment. Rosika pressed her lips together. Finally, she continued walking, thinking to herself, but for some reason my mind suddenly went blank and I couldn't say a word. The two left, one after the other. The day of the banquet arrived. Guests swarmed in like ants. Among them was the gift king. King Levita was an old man with a distinctive beard. He smiled, his eyes crinkling. Thank you for inviting me, Grand Duke Haxon. Lexit politely shook his hand. Thank you for making the effort to come all the way to Drax. I hope we can strengthen our friendship during your stay here. A pink head peeked out from behind him, and the old man was surprised. Rosika also poked her head out at this moment with an innocent expression. Seeing him, she flashed a bright smile. Greetings, Your Majesty. Then she performed a flawless royal bow. The old man chuckled happily. Oh, this must be the lady, correct? It's a pleasure to meet you. Lexit's face went blank as he saw the two quickly becoming friendly, and with her small stature, he thought to himself, if I push her hard, she might just fly away.
At this moment, Rosika was introducing herself. I am Rosika Drax. Thank you for personally coming here. Seeing her politeness, the old man was pleased and his eyes crinkled in a smile. To congratulate the princess on officially joining our household, I have brought treasures from Levita as gifts. I hope you like them. Rosika leaned forward to look at the chests of gifts, then clapped her hands in admiration. It is already an honor for me to meet you, yet you have also given such precious gifts. This deeply moves me. She continued to speak with exaggeration. In fact, after reading the founding history of Levita, I have been eagerly looking forward to meeting you. It is truly wonderful that you accepted our invitation. The old man and those nearby couldn't help but be astonished. The princess has read the founding history of our kingdom? He thought to himself. A young noble lady from the empire claiming to have read the founding history of Levita, something that even the people of Levita haven't read, is truly surprising.
Rosika, seeing their expressions, continued with great excitement. Especially when reading the heroic story of Levita's first duke, it sent shivers down my spine. As she spoke, she dramatically reenacted, even if one must die on the battlefield. That saying left a deep impression on me. Oh, tell me the story from the time of the Mist Tribe's chieftain too. The old man burst into laughter. I'm very surprised to see a noble lady from the Empire read the founding history of the Mandy tribe with such enthusiasm. Rosika laughed along. If the Grand Duke hadn't taught me, I would never have known about those wonderful stories my whole life. The old man was even more surprised, his gaze shifting to Lexit. The Grand Duke? Lexit flinched. Rosika continued. He said that Levita and Drax have a deep bond and personally found those history books for me. With that, her face beaming, she went and took his arm. Isn't that right? Lexit took the opportunity to whisper to her. When did I ever do that? Rosika pinched his arm, repeating the question. Isn't that right? Lexit endured the pain. Yes, that's right, I did. The old man chuckled contentedly. The Grand Duke personally extending such a warm welcome makes me truly humbled. His wife beside him also smiled cheerfully. The princess is truly beautiful and amiable. My Farah must learn a great deal from the princess. Rosika continued to play along. You flatter me. Besides myself, there are many others in the Empire who wish to meet the descendants of those warriors. The old couple's eyes crinkled with laughter upon hearing this. Lexit, watching this scene, couldn't help but feel contempt in his heart. What a charlatan.
Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Oh, how tiny! Farah emerged from behind the two elders with a haughty look. Are all the girls in the Empire this short? Lexit, standing behind, frowned tightly in annoyance, thinking, how impolite to call someone short the very first time you meet them. Rosika, however, didn't show any annoyance like him. She happily praised, Wow, Princess, you're incredibly tall. Farah smiled, her eyes crinkling. Everyone in the Principality is like this. I heard that in the Empire they feel burdened by tall girls. Rosika, with eyes shining with admiration, said, Is that so? They find it a burden? To be honest, when everyone entered the city, my eyes were only on the princess. I couldn't believe someone could be so cool. Farah, hearing herself described like that for the first time, was taken aback. Huh? Me? Rosika nodded vigorously. Yes, your height makes you even cooler. I've already pictured the princess with a bow on the battlefield, and my heart was truly pounding. Farah was astonished. Wow, how did you know I can shoot a bow? Rosika's face brightened as she replied, Levita's female warriors are renowned as archers. She hesitated before adding, "Forgive me, but while you're here, princess, could you teach me just how to hold a bow?" With that pitiful expression and small stature, Rosika pleaded earnestly. "I don't even aspire to be good at archery." Farah sighed, finally replying, "That's easy enough." The two happily clasped hands. Lexid, who had seen through everything from beginning to end, had only one thought. How ridiculous.
At this moment, Rosika outwardly appeared cheerful, but inwardly she was thinking. Although she was only pretending to be a noble lady of the Empire who admired the northern warriors, she had to choose her words extremely carefully. Looking at Farah's face, she secretly thought about the words most suitable for the person she was talking to. At this moment, she directly ran over and intimately hugged Farah's arm tightly. "Is that true? Will you really teach me?" Farah happily smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Yes, I will teach you." Suddenly, Rosika pulled her hand back and said timidly, "It's just because I liked it so much. I was rude again." Farah took Rosika's hand and placed it on her own hand, saying comfortably, "No, there's nothing rude about it."
Rosika showed an admiring expression, unconsciously saying, "The princess looks more like the queen than a princess." Farah exclaimed, "What?" Suddenly, she put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly. Rosika, flustered, asked, "Did I just say something disrespectful to the emir and the prince?" Farah, with sparkling eyes, replied, "What's so disrespectful about it? We don't pay any attention to such words, don't worry." Rosika seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "That's a relief then. Anyway, everyone looks so cool because they're tall. I wish I could grow just a handspan taller." Farah unexpectedly leaned closer. "Oh no, I'm surprised to see you so small, because I find you so adorable. The lady is like a fairy." Rosika covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "This is the first time I've ever heard that." Lexid, standing nearby, had his face darken. He reassured himself. It's a good thing it's still according to plan. He curled his lip, avoiding the dazzling light from the two people in front of him, and thought to himself, "But why does it feel so unpleasant?" Lexid clicked his tongue and glanced over. "If I'd known this, I wouldn't have ordered myself around. It'd be better if she just flirted on her own." Suddenly, crude footsteps echoed, accompanied by an unpleasant voice. "Hey, move aside." The person roughly grabbed Farah's arm and pushed her away, then brazenly walked in. Farah, behind him, gritted her teeth in anger, unable to say anything. The man flashed a casual smile. "Pleasure to meet you, Lady Drax." Standing before Rosika was none other than the first heir of the Emirate of Levita, Prince Haram. He raised an eyebrow at her. Rosika subtly frowned, but then she still smiled and replied, "It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness." Haram gave a smug smile. "Indeed, the Emirates has many beauties." As he spoke, he reached out his hand. "I've only ever seen women as tall as reeds, so meeting such a beautiful lady now is truly a novelty."
His dirty hand hadn't even touched her when Lexid coldly cut in and forcefully pushed it away. Lexid stood, blocking the space between Rosika and Haram. He said with little goodwill, "Just verbal greetings." Seeing him, Haram smiled brightly and greeted him. "Oh, Your Grace, it's been quite a while since we last met, after that suppression of the rebellious army, hasn't it? Thank you for inviting me."
Hearing that, he politely greeted back, but didn't forget to remind him, "Thank you for coming, but it's quite rude to use crude language like you're on a battlefield when speaking to a beautiful lady." Haram suddenly realized, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, is that so? Your Highness is naturally easygoing and open-minded, so I didn't realize I had offended you." But he didn't want to be too strict. "Feel free to speak casually. I don't intend to interrogate you, but don't speak like that to this child." He immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, I apologize," then glanced at Rosika, scratching his head awkwardly. "If I made you uncomfortable, I apologize, lady. Thinking about it, since I've come to the Empire, I should behave politely, like the people of the Empire. Since I don't know anyone in the Empire, apart from His Highness the Grand Duke, I've been disrespectful." He replied, "Not at all, it's fine." He then continued, "Even if Your Highness said you came from a barbarian tribe, everyone would probably believe it immediately. You're one of us, so I really like Your Highness." Haram turned around, grinning triumphantly. "You came to help suppress the rebels before, but do you know something? The lady seems quite interested in the battlefield here, doesn't she?" It was then that he was startled. He even clenched his fists, excitedly recounting the story. "We strung up the rebels in a row and flayed them one by one." Farah, standing next to him, became annoyed when she heard him say that. He's at it again. He doesn't know right from wrong. Then she yanked the back of his collar and warned Haram, "That's enough." Farah then looked at Lexit with apprehension and said, "I apologize. He still can't behave properly, so I hope you'll be understanding." No matter how angry he was, he could only manage a forced smile and say, "All right, it's not like I've only been wandering on this battlefield for a day or two. Is there anything I wouldn't understand by now?"
Hearing him say that, Haram became even more clueless about his apology. "See, it's not a serious matter. Aren't you all being too serious?" This immediately angered Farah and the master of Prince Levita. "Shut up for a bit. You, Haram, shut your mouth." As for him, he just continued to joke around, completely unconcerned. Lexit, on the other hand, just stood silently, watching without saying a word. After that, he quietly said to Rosika, "This greeting is really dragging on. Let's end it here, shall we?"
It was then that he revealed his face, full of fury, his teeth clenched tightly as he forced a grotesque smile. Seeing him like that, she worriedly called out in a low voice, "Your Highness." He looked at her, full of apprehension. A moment later, they were told, "We hope Your Highness rests comfortably after the long journey." A few hours later, in a certain room, Rosika comfortably exclaimed, "This is so relaxing." Owen, while rhythmically massaging her shoulders and neck, asked, "Feeling comfortable, aren't you?" She happily agreed, "Yes, yes." Owen then happily recounted stories about the surroundings. "When I brought the young lady back to the mansion, the king and queen, the princess, everyone was talking about the young lady. You've only been here for 30 minutes and have already managed to captivate this entire place." This greatly surprised her. "Really? How fortunate."
Lexid, leaning against a wall, asked, "Hey, you're surprised, aren't you?" She didn't understand what he meant. "What?" he said hesitantly. "Earlier I mentioned flaying skin." Rosika calmly replied, "Oh, that? No, it's normal." But he was still worried she wouldn't believe him, so he explained further. "Don't misunderstand. It's true that we came to help them suppress the rebels, but the talk about flaying those guys is nonsense." Seeing her just staring at him without saying anything, he felt even more flustered and awkward, quickly clarifying, "Only those in that country's army have the right to decide how to deal with rebels, and at that time that prince was the leader." She chuckled. "Yes, yes, I know," she thought to herself. "It seems His Excellency is still bothered by what Prince Haram said." Lexid continued awkwardly, "So the conclusion is, I don't have a hobby of flaying people while laughing with satisfaction." This made her laugh as she asked him, "Why do you have to explain yourself so painfully? Even if Your Highness broke hundreds of necks on the battlefield, I wouldn't know about it." Hearing her say that, he became even more flustered, stammering, That? But, however, she cut him off before he could say anything more. "So Your Excellency doesn't need to maintain an image with me. I think you do this to their necks, bop." Her hand even illustrated a striking motion, surprising Owen behind them. She sighed, expressing, "I know you're someone who acts without batting an eye, so I'm not shocked or surprised at all." This made him embarrassed. "It's not without batting an eye."
Seeing his mood visibly sour, Owen could only whisper to Rosika, "My lady, please don't tease him anymore. He's on the verge of tears." She let out a giggle and replied, "I know." Then she became serious and told him, "But Your Highness, I'm more surprised by Prince Haram than by that." Rosika, puzzled, questioned, "What's wrong with him? I know that the royal family of a minor kingdom has always been barbaric, but why is he like that?"
So, on the contrary, they even proudly reflect on their past as barbarians, going against the times, don't they? Only when she heard him recount it did she understand. So that's how it is. It's a bit difficult, isn't it? Even if they wear a badge on their hip indicating they are on the same side and go to the heart of the political establishment, they will still receive prejudiced glances. Lately, there are almost no people from the empire who hate people from the principality anymore. If such a person were to become king in the future, the king is very mindful of the fear of being seen as a barbarian, isn't he? Lex had replied, "That's right." Seeing this, she asked further. Initially, there were 18 princes and princesses, but they were all killed by the king, weren't they? Besides Prince Haram and Princess Farah, were there others? He immediately replied, "That's right." King Levita could not forgive actions that diminished the royal family's power because he morbidly clung to the image of a noble royal family. For the reason of not being able to abandon the barbarians' progress and actions that caused power to decline, he killed all his children. Hearing this, she immediately stood up and said, "If that's the case, we must change our strategy." Lexid's eyes lit up and he curiously asked her, "Is that so? So we don't need to do those foolish things with Princess Levita anymore, right?" This confused her and she approached him, asking again, "Huh? What are you saying? We must try even harder." This utterly confused him. "What? You said to change the strategy, didn't you?" To his surprise, Rosika said, "It has already been changed. So you must try even harder to win the princess's favor. Now you must invite the princess for a walk immediately." Then she turned Lexid around and pushed him away. This left him utterly bewildered. "Hey, what? I don't want to go, please." But she resolutely pushed him along. Hurry up, what do you mean you don't like it?"
She pushed him all the way to the door, and even though he confusedly said, "Wait, let me prepare myself a bit first," she slammed the door shut, not listening to another word. A moment later, outside, right next to the bushes wrestling in the wind, Owen asked doubtfully, "Do we really have to go this far?" His hands were still holding small branches to conceal himself. Rosika just whispered, "His Highness is like a child." Suddenly she spoke a little louder. "They're coming. Get even lower." The two quickly hid behind the bushes. At that moment, Lexid and Farah were taking a stroll. Seeing the two talking happily, Owen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "They make quite a handsome couple," which left her stunned. Although this was her plan, she felt a pang of regret in her heart watching the two talk to each other. That's right.
Everything had to go back to that moment, when he was still wondering, "Hey, tell me what the changed plan is." She immediately said, "We need Levita, but not a Levita with Prince Haram as king."
He confusedly asked for her opinion. He's the next king, what should we do? She calmly replied, if he makes a mistake, the king won't pay attention to him anymore. What's so difficult about that? Making him suspicious, what exactly are you planning to do? She then sneered, I have a very interesting idea. Your Highness, try your best to flirt with the princess. And then she slammed the door shut. Back in the present, Farah curiously asked him, Your Grace, didn't you say you had something to give me? Lex had rummaged through his belongings. Ah, that. When he took out the gift, it immediately stunned her. This. The gift he mentioned was a necklace, but with Farah's keen eyes, she quickly recognized it as the Queen's Smile, a national treasure of Levita, which had been given to Grand Duke Lexit as a spoil of war from the recent suppression of the rebels. At that moment, she wondered, What is this? Are you returning it to us? He was initially somewhat articulate, but then suddenly faltered, as if the thought of simply returning it to her made him hesitate. His words stammered, Just like Robert said, for you. He didn't know how to continue, making Owen and Rosika nearby helpless, thinking he should just put it around her neck and say it's a gift for her. Suddenly, he tossed the necklace into Farah's hand, his voice weak. Yes, I'm returning it.
Holding it in her hand, she thanked him. I didn't expect to get this back, thank you. My father will surely be very happy. He, however, shivered and shrank back like a young maiden. But when he looked over at Rosika and Owen, who were growling at him, act now, he broke out in a cold sweat and was startled. Then he quickly regained his cool demeanor and went to tease the girls, calling her princess. When she replied, Yes, your highness, his voice then softened and he stammered, asking her, Your father, is he perhaps a thief? Leaving her bewildered, huh? Then she suddenly smiled as if she understood what he meant, so she proactively moved closer to him. What's wrong? This made him even more embarrassed, and he just kept stammering. While she in turn became the one teasing him. What do you mean? Why is my father a thief? It was then that he remembered that moment, the moment he had naturally and gently lifted Rosika's chin, which now made him pause slightly, his eyes avoiding her gaze as he mused, It just looks that way.
Hearing the words he uttered, Rosika and Owen were stunned, at a loss for words to describe him. It's ruined. Farah, on the other hand, was even more bewildered. Contrary to her initial amusement, she was now filled with more anger. What did you just say, sir? She gritted her teeth, her face etched with disdain, and asked herself, Is this man insane? Her fantasy of him flirting instantly crumbled due to his subsequent remark. Is your father a thief? You certainly resemble one. Farah inwardly sighed in helplessness. It's not just this, there's more after that. During their meal together, he gently raised a glass of water and offered it to her. Have some water. Then his voice became stammering, just like hers. Whoa, he was like a robot uttering romantic phrases, looking utterly stiff. You eat so much, it's the first time I've seen someone eat as much as you. He offered her water, fearing she might get indigestion, which made her frown in confusion. He truly is insane. Her hands clenched tightly to restrain her anger. Just then, a pair of hands tugged at her sleeve, a soft voice calling, Princess? When she turned to look, it was Rosika. With pitiful eyes, she asked Farah, Were you angry with His Royal Highness the Grand Duke during dinner just now? Farah shyly shook her head. No, I'm not angry. It's just that I really do eat a lot. She quickly spoke up for Lexid. It's just that His Royal Highness is a bit clumsy, that's all. He didn't mean to imply you eat too much. He only wanted to show concern. Farah responded, Thank you for letting me know. A moment later, Farah gently took her hand and demonstrated how to hold the bowstring. Now hold the bowstring like this.
She then asked again, like this. Farah looked at her posture and praised, Oh, your posture is good. This made her very happy. Thank you, Princess. Please show me how to shoot. Farah immediately agreed. All right. As Farah was raising her bow, her expression changed again. She became serious and asked directly, Is your relationship with the prince not good? I apologize if I've misunderstood. This surprised Farah quite a bit. With Haram? Then she smiled. It's worse than just a bad relationship. My apologies again for that. Actually, our relationship truly isn't good. That guy always opposes me in everything. A thwip. The arrow was shot. Even while talking, the arrow still hit the bullseye precisely, making her eyes light up in astonishment. I want to try too. But her arrow didn't even hit the target. This is too hard. Nevertheless, Farah still encouraged her. For a first-time shot, that's already very good. At that moment, Farah's hands clenched. She recounted to Rosika the suppression of the rebels mentioned earlier. Honestly, I truly wish to lead the expedition myself.
The rebels still have many kinsmen who cannot recognize the monarchy because Haram would punish them extremely cruelly. Rebellion is indeed wrong, but how easy is it to transition from the life of a barbarian to the life of an intellectual? Isn't it the royal family's responsibility to gradually enlighten them?
That's what I thought. Her second arrow once again hit the bullseye. Hearing this, Rosika also agreed. You are absolutely right. In fact, a levita with the princess as king would surely be wonderful. This made Farah laugh. That's like a dream, she said. It's not as simple as wanting to become king, my dear young lady. There are those who, even if unsuitable, are destined to sit on the throne from birth. That person is Haram. Rosika then picked up her bow and said, even the empire of intellectuals once experienced a revolution. The successor to Hesses I, the founding emperor of the empire, was his 8th son. The golden age of the empire began when Hesses II defeated his brothers and ascended the throne. If even an empire was like that, then what about Levita? If one is not worthy, shouldn't they surrender their life? Currently, Prince Haram's position as heir is not a promised throne, but a dangerous target. Will the princess hit this target right in the center too? Her eyes subtly flickered towards Farah as she asked. Farah immediately frowned. She seemed to channel her anger into the arrow and shot it. Very quickly, this arrow also hit the bullseye.
Taking the bow and arrow, Rosika smiled faintly. The kingdom's people needed a capable leader. Then she drew the bow. Her aim was so precise it surprised even Farah. The arrow was aimed straight at the bullseye. I did well, didn't I? Farah, bewildered and disbelieving, asked, what was that? Was that really your first time shooting? Rosika joyfully took her hand and said, the princess taught me. Look, the princess will become an excellent leader. Rosika strode through the corridors. She secretly felt lucky, thinking, following the chairman in my previous life really paid off. Princess Farah stood under a tree, her hair fluttering in the wind, and said, I am very pleased, lady, with our conversation today. I will give it further thought. As the second in line to the Levita throne, the princess is a woman with deep affection for her homeland and a strong sense of responsibility towards her country. It's just that she lacks ambition for the throne, but we can incite that, and that is my specialty. The remaining task now is, while the Levita royals are staying at the castle, to create a situation that makes the king no longer pay attention to Prince Horo. What Lexit needs is a trustworthy ally, worthy of the nation's approval, not a Levita ruled by the cruel Prince Haram.
She covered her face, deep in thought, realizing that the provocation seemed to have worked. Suddenly, a loud bang from behind interrupted her thoughts. Just then, a maid rushed out of the room, and upon seeing her, the maid was trembling with fear, her body covered in scratches. She wondered in surprise, what is this? At that moment, the door behind also slammed open with a loud bang, and a large man ran after her, shouting loudly, this damn bitch! The maid in front of her jumped in fright. As soon as Haram saw Rosika, he hastily tied his pants, stammering to her, no, my lady. Seeing his appearance, she immediately knew what had happened. Rosika speculated to herself, judging by his appearance, but she still pretended not to know and asked him, what's going on? Only then did the maid start crying, wanting to explain, but she stopped there, saying nothing more. Rosika thought to herself, because she was thoroughly trained to serve in the best possible way, was the girl thinking that telling would be useless and might even worsen the situation? Seeing Haram's gloomy expression behind her, the maid immediately said, nothing happened, young lady. Rosika's face was smiling, but she of course knew what had happened. She asked the maid again, suspiciously, is that so? I have something to discuss with the prince. You may leave. The maid was happy as soon as she heard her first sentence. Yes, my lady. But after hearing the second sentence, hearing that she wanted to stay, she was startled and panicked.
She gently said to the maid, I already said there's nothing wrong. My maid hasn't been disrespectful to the prince, has she? Her words were directed at the maid, but her gaze was fixed on Haram, as if implying something deeper. He smirked and chimed in. She's a bit clumsy, but since I've had the pleasure of meeting the princess, I'll overlook it. Hearing this, she seemed to understand, and said to Haram, I see. My apologies, your highness. I will discipline my maid later. Then she turned to the maid and said, you may leave first. Rosika then shifted her gaze to Haram and said, I wish to be alone with the prince. Saying this, she turned her head and smiled at him, but her words were directed at the maid. I came here because there's something I need to discuss. The maid, standing beside her, fearfully clutched her sleeve, stammering, trying to stop her. My lady? She stammered to Rosika, don't do that, please, come with me. Contrary to the maid's anxiety, Rosika merely smiled faintly and thought to herself, what an unexpected gain. She cheerfully asked her, what is your name? The maid, with tears welling up, replied, I am Layla. Then she continued, my lady, if you have something to say to the prince, then perhaps later, with his royal highness the Grand Duke. Rosika interrupted her, saying, all right, Layla. She took Layla's hand. If truly nothing is going to happen in this room, then you don't need to worry. Rosika's face was resolute as she squeezed Layla's hand. Go now. Layla reluctantly nodded. Now, in the spacious corridor, only Prince Haram and she remained. He chuckled casually and asked her, "What brings you all the way to my room, and even sending the maid away?" Rosika whispered to herself, "It would be too troublesome if someone saw us."
Then she smiled cheerfully and said to Haram, "Because I find it disgusting to constantly flatter you." As soon as he heard these words, he asked back in surprise, "What? What did you say?" Rosika crossed her arms, sighed, and looked out the window, saying, "My mouth is killing me, and I have to repeat myself? It's your ears that have a problem, so why should my mouth suffer?" Haram heard this and burst out laughing, shouting, "Are you crazy?" Rosika looked up and pointed at him. "It won't do to have your brain not in your head but between your legs. If you're not confident enough to put it in your head, then just throw it away. Don't attach it there anymore." Her words successfully provoked him into anger. Haram roared, "Do you know who I am? Do you think you'll get away with acting so insolently towards me?" Rosika showed no fear at his display of power. Instead, she calmly said, "So I know. What then? It's just you and me now." She continued calmly, "If you feel wronged, go tell the Grand Duke or your father. Who do you think they'll believe? A noble lady, so kind she wouldn't even harm a fly? Or a thug who never changes his ways?" Hearing these words, Prince Haram roared, "You bitch!" Rosika gently touched his cheek and said, "Even if we invite a stupid animal and treat it like a human, if you come as a guest, you must behave properly, mustn't you? Only then will you be praised."
She said, patting his cheek with her hand, and asked, "Isn't that right, you damn brat?" Just as he swung his hand intending to hit her, he yelled, "You crazy woman!" Her eyes were tightly shut, already anticipating the outcome, when suddenly a sound rang out. His hand was blocked. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at him. Lexit, his face darkening, said to him, "Do you want to die, you bastard?" From behind, Rosika couldn't help but secretly lament, what a shame. If he'd gotten hit, the situation would have been even more intense. Lexit tightened his grip on his hand, making it tremble. He said, "From the moment you arrived, I've been patient and overlooked your filthy words." Haram yanked his hand back and yelled, "Can't you see my hand was only just raised? I didn't do anything, yet this bitch slapped my cheek." His expression became more ferocious. "I, Prince Levita, am about to become the head of this principality." Rosika, now behind Lexit and shielded by him, sneered and said even more aggressively, "Anyone hearing that would think I slapped the esteemed prince who was just standing still."
Hearing that, Haram became enraged and roared, "Prince, that's truly ridiculous, you old fox bitch. Why don't you do what you did just now?" At this moment, she shyly turned to Lexit and said, "All right, your highness, I did that because—" But before she could finish, Lexit turned back to look at her, smiling gently and warmly. He said, "You can still hit him. If you don't like the sight of him, hit him once. If you're in a bad mood, you can hit him once too." Rosika was completely taken aback by his words. For a moment she felt dizzy and wore a bewildered expression, thinking, "What did he say?" Lexit mumbled, loud enough for both of them to hear, "And if she hits you," his expression turned dangerous, and with a wicked smile he pointed at Haram and said, "Then you have to accept being hit, don't you?" Haram's face froze, but he quickly regained his composure. He chuckled and said, "Do you think I'll overlook today's humiliation?" Hearing that, Lexit sighed, his face showing no concern, and he casually asked Haram, "Oh really? If you're not going to overlook it, what do you intend to do?" He fumbled in his pocket, saying, "It's a pity, but I'm curious if you'll even live until then." Haram recoiled in fear. Seeing that he was about to do something reckless, Rosika ran over and hugged him tightly. "Your Highness." She looked at Haram, who was standing anxiously to the side, and said to Lexit, "How could I stand by when our prince is being treated like a mere rice buffalo servant? I only said one sentence, and you're calling me insolent?" He angrily pointed at her and said, "This young, old fox bitch is still small, so you probably don't understand things. But bitches are all the same." Then he pointed at Lexit and loudly said, "Especially for those who have toiled on the battlefield like His Highness." His face instantly darkened, veins bulging, and he angrily told Haram, "Shut your stinking mouth." He, seemingly unafraid, closed his eyes as if reminiscing, and said to the two of them, "When suppressing the rebels, do you know how many girls I sent to His Highness's camp?"
Fearing what he was about to say, she rushed forward, but it was too late. Haram, unafraid of death, laughed loudly and declared, "What's the big deal if a brother like me touches an imperial girl?" Lexit aimlessly walked over and grabbed his collar. With a loud thud, he punched him hard in the face. She, standing to the side, fearfully covered her mouth and whispered, "Oh my God." Blood gushed continuously from Haram's nose.
He slowly drew a small knife from his clothes. Lexit asked him, "Do you know why you were beaten?" His face was cold as he looked at Haram, the gleaming, sharp knife in his hand pointed at him. Lexit continued, "Let's see. This time, I'll tear you to pieces."
Lexid was aggressive and imposing, a stark contrast to Haram, who was bleeding profusely, choking and struggling to bend over. Rosika saw the situation worsening and ran to stop him. "Your Highness, stop!" Haram, now aware of the situation, took a step back. He snorted coldly, trembling as he looked at the two of them. Suddenly, 2 front teeth fell out of his mouth. His whole body trembled violently, his eyes welling up as he looked at the 2 people, one standing full of murderous intent and the other trying to stop him. He thought to himself, "It's all over now." He pointed the knife at Haram and shouted, "In front of the girl, you told me to skin the rebel soldiers with you, didn't you?" His face was furious as he said to Haram, "Rack your brains and remember carefully, then answer me immediately. Have I laid a hand on anyone yet?" He continued, "And also the matter of you sending women to my camp. What did I do with those girls? Explain quickly. If he doesn't open his mouth this time, I'll tear him to shreds." Rosika, standing by, couldn't help but wonder, why is the content of this conversation so strange? Suddenly, it dawned on her. Is this the moment to clear up those misunderstandings? She turned and said to him with a smile, "Your Highness, that's not important right now." Lexid was currently very angry. He said to her, "To me, it's very important. Let go." Poor Haram looked at his 2 front teeth, gone forever. He yelled, "My front teeth!" After a moment, he finally cursed at him angrily. "You crazy fool, you had it served on a platter and didn't eat it, and you're proud of that?" Lexid was not one to back down and shouted back at him, "This bastard! I've said this much and you still haven't come to your senses?" The 2 men roared back and forth like 2 dinosaurs, while she stood miserably between them, constantly trying to stop them. "Your Highness!" Suddenly, Rosika's feet moved. She thought to herself, "Now there's only one way."
She approached Haram and yelled, "Not only are you rude to women in front of me, but you also have a twisted mind." Seeing Rosika bravely staring him down, he was momentarily surprised and stammered, "What?" She suddenly leaned close to his ear and with a look of disdain whispered, "Is that thing between your legs still hanging there?" He angrily roared, "What?" Still unafraid, she smirked and told him, "In my experience, scoundrels who are all talk like you have one thing in common." Rosika then casually flicked his crotch and said, "You don't fulfill your duties. You just barely get by and still boast and act like you're so great. Is that a form of self-defense?" She then feigned thought, looked him over critically, and said, "So I don't really care, but I'm suddenly curious. Is it because your little friend was cut off that you're just flapping your gums about girls?"
Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and shouted to Lexid, "Oh my goodness, Your Highness, the Prince of Levita is actually impotent." He looked at Haram with disdain and replied, "Really?" Hearing this, he, standing nearby, angrily roared, "Impotent?" She exaggeratedly feigned fear, running back to cling to Lexid's arm. "Look, he's gone mad." Her sudden intimate gesture made him stiffen instantly, standing completely still. Therefore, Lexid still yelled at Haram, "Are you mad? Do you know where you are?" Seeing the 2 of them playing off each other like that, he angrily shouted, "That hussy insulted me first." Rosika looked at him with a triumphant expression and giggled. "Seeing you so agitated, I must have guessed correctly, haven't I?" Not stopping there, she added, "So, the heir of Levita is actually flawed." This made him tremble with rage. Her next words made him want to kill even more. "I was just thinking about what interesting story to tell the northern nobles who are visiting the castle this time. Could there be anything more interesting than this?" For an heir to the throne, rumors concerning their virility, whether true or false, were extremely damaging, so Haram had no choice but to be drawn into this extremely pressing situation. Rosika cunningly smiled at him and said, "Prince, how about a wager with me?" She said, "I bet that there's nothing between your legs. If there is, I'll apologize and crawl on my knees." Hearing such an absurd proposition, he immediately roared, "If you crawl on your knees, then I—" Before he could finish his sentence, he was startled by the sharp knife glinting in Lexid's hand. After a moment of hesitation and cold sweat, he tremblingly corrected himself and continued, "If the princess crawls on all fours, what do I get?" At this point, Rosika stepped forward and said, "Not me." Before the 2 could express their surprise, she continued, "His Highness will be the one to do it." Haram exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Rosika cheerfully added, "If you think that's not enough, we'll also offer a title as a gift. His Highness's title of Duke of Drax will be conferred upon the prince."
She turned to glance at him, subtly signaling, it's time for him to explode. But contrary to her thoughts, he just turned back to look at her gently, saying, "All right, go ahead and do it." Rosika looked at him in surprise. Haram, hearing her words, naturally couldn't have asked for more. He joyfully asked her again, "Is this bet real, my lady?" She flinched and said, "Of course, we will confirm it in 2 days after the noble witnesses arrive." He saw through her trick and frowned. "Aha, you plan to find a way to deal with this in these 2 days, don't you? And what if you go back on your word without any witnesses for this bet?" Rosika immediately pointed at him. "Don't project your own thoughts onto others if you don't want to." As she was speaking, a hand suddenly appeared in front of her, stopping her from continuing. Suddenly, Lexid took out a sparkling ring and asked him,
"Do you know what this is?" Without saying much, he immediately put it on his hand. Seeing this, she thought in astonishment. Could it be? Just as she was shouting to stop him, Lexid quickly put it on his hand. "Your Highness, wait, wait!" The ring was already on his hand, an atmosphere of fresh blood, his expression extremely resolute. Lexid began to recite the incantation, Vos Heos.
The treasure of the Hexen royal family. Elfir is not just a beautiful mineral. More precisely, it is a magic stone. It not only symbolizes the nobility of the Hexen royal bloodline, but also serves as a shackle that reinforces the ruler's duty to govern all people. And as for the hidden power within that ring, Lexid looked at the ring on his hand and introduced himself. Lexid, 17th descendant of the great Hexen royal family, I swear an oath to the sanctuary of the Guardian. Looking at the ring, Rosika couldn't help but worry, because she knew that the moment the incantation was spoken, the ring would be no different from a recording device. All content would be recorded, so now she couldn't stop it. He looked at Haram, who was extremely provocative, even though he had just broken a tooth and hadn't wiped away the blood. I have made a wager with Prince Haram von Levita of Levita as to whether the prince is a eunuch or not. Rosika blushed, watching the confrontation between these two immature youths. Change it to a more innocent term, like disabled person, for heaven's sake. He raised the ring and declared loudly, I will not intentionally use force to turn the prince into a eunuch. Elfir will know of this and render a judgment, correct? If the prince is not a eunuch, Lexid is willing to kneel before the prince and transfer his title. Votivus hexagort. Red lights immediately whirred out from the ring. Rosika was furious after hearing this, but she had to try to calm down, looking at him and asking, Are you insane? He replied, Didn't you say you didn't trust that guy? Is it settled now? Haram was still grinning cheerfully, even shrugging nonchalantly. Oh yes, but why is the princess's face so pale? We must now speak of the legend of the ring. The oath recorded by the ring will be transmitted to the guardian of the sanctuary. The imperial royal family must maintain the image of righteous rulers, not breaking their oaths, and therefore absolutely cannot violate an oath made with Elfir.
The royal family has sworn to personally visit the guardian sanctuary, accompanied by a witness who can attest that it has been carried out. But the greater problem is that any royal possessing a red Elfir will automatically be disqualified from the line of succession. Rosika sighed helplessly, thinking to herself, You will not be able to claim the throne until you fulfill the oath and restore that ring to its original blue color. Haram chuckled. Who could have imagined receiving so much just by listening to a few insults from the princess?
She, however, was still incredibly flustered. What worried her wasn't losing the bet and having to kneel, but rather that the content of this ridiculous wager had been conveyed to the sanctuary of the guardians. Before leaving, Haram even smiled and said, Just in case you didn't know, I'll do a good job and keep my little one very safe. Thank you, my lady. Then he slammed the door shut. It was then that she wondered and asked Lexid, How do you intend to act so recklessly like this? He crossed his arms, a hint of confusion in his heart. What's wrong? Is there a problem? I told you he was a eunuch, she replied angrily. It's true that I told you to trust me, but from now on, please act a little more cautiously and don't do that again. Lexid then asked again, How can people work together if they don't trust each other? She immediately teased, Your Highness, I'm a swindler. You knew that's why you hired me, didn't you? Then she seriously advised him, However, this is not a useful virtue for your highness. Be vigilant at all times, because you never know who will stab you in the back, and don't trust me either. She continued, Your agreement with what I did just now was good, but going as far as swearing an oath is taking it too far. Lexid wondered, Wasn't that something made for betting? She agreed, That's true, but if you hadn't done that, I would have found another way. It was then that he suddenly understood. He awkwardly rubbed his head. I apologize, but I didn't anticipate the third option in your head. She apologized back to him. Yes, it's my fault. I also didn't expect your highness to use a royal treasure. Lexid then helplessly said, If he's not a eunuch, then so be it. I'll just kneel and keep my vow. Rosika was surprised and had to ask again, What did you say? He replied, Why do you tell me not to trust you and to be wary of you? I told you from the very beginning that I would trust you unconditionally.
I don't work with people I don't trust, but I need you, which is why I chose to trust you unconditionally. If you have other intentions and betray me, then that is simply my fate. What can I do? At this point, the touching words he had spoken earlier instantly turned chilling, leaving Rosika stunned. She looked at his face, secretly telling herself, I thought it would be a terrifying warning, but what is this? The more I learn, the more I realize he truly is an enigmatic person. At our first meeting, I thought I knew everything about Lexid, but for what reason was I swayed by that foolish statement? Could I betray someone who said these words to me? Lexid then spoke up. I used Elfir because I thought I had to make the prince agree to this bet at all costs. I apologize for making things more complicated, and I don't intend to push the responsibility of restoring the ring to its original state onto you, so don't worry about it. I know what to do myself. She immediately called him back. Wait,
Then she clutched his sleeve, full of suspicion. "Your Highness, what do you intend to do? Are you perhaps thinking of kneeling?" It seemed she had guessed correctly, as he offered no rebuttal.
She immediately said to him, "Remember my words. I am determined to help you become emperor, so you must not kneel before anyone or for any reason. That is not your Highness's pride, but mine." On the Levita side, the father couldn't help but get angry, yelling curses. "You insane bastard, what have you done?" To the point that, while I was walking with the Grand Duke, a pale-faced maid came looking for me. "You must have done something terrible, right?" Haram immediately retorted. He believed that he was the one who had been wronged in this matter. "Father, don't you see my face? The Grand Duke made me like this." This made the father helplessly clutch his head and ask, "What exactly did you do to make the Grand Duke take action like that?" To everyone's surprise, he casually uttered impolite words. "Father, you should have seen the true nature of that cunning bitch yourself. You don't know how much she mocked and humiliated me." Just hearing those words, the already angry father became even angrier and mercilessly slapped Haram hard. This made Haram clutch his face. "You lunatic, I told you to stop that flippant way of speaking. I already told you how important this friendly relationship is to us, didn't I?" He, still defiant, yelled, "He's not even an emperor, just a bastard guarding the border. Why do we need to be nice to him?" This made the father absolutely furious. "You idiotic brat." He then regained his composure, turned his back and said, "This is the country I built with blood and sweat. If you bring shame upon Levita, your neck won't remain intact." Then he went out, slamming the door shut, while Haram, still arrogant and believing he was right, muttered, I wonder if the Empire truly has sharp eyes, or if it's just a toothless tiger." In his heart, he always thought, no matter how cruel his father was, he was still the only heir, and his father couldn't easily abandon him. Farah, who was nearby, then spoke up, wondering, "What exactly happened between you and the princess?" He said without hesitation, "That arrogant bitch, she's just pretending to be well-behaved. Only after the Grand Duke has played with her will he believe her." This made her raise her voice and yell, "You lunatic, do you talk like this in front of the princess too?"
To her surprise, he approached her closely, his brows furrowed in anger. "Don't act so high and mighty, you bitch. If you still want to live peacefully in Levita, where I will become king, you just wait. In 2 days I'll show you a very special performance." She didn't bother arguing with him anymore and just left. As for Haram, seeing her leave, he still cheerfully waved goodbye. He secretly thought to himself, if nothing happens in these 2 days, then I'll get to see that arrogant Lexit on his knees. He ran his hand over the door, telling himself that the kneeling incident certainly couldn't be overlooked, and for someone who would become king of Levita like him, there was no need for the imperial title. Suddenly, he remembered the image of Rosika clinging to Lexit's hand. A wicked thought sparked in his mind. What if I make a deal with the Grand Duke?
In the Hexen Empire, more precisely in the Emperor's study, a meeting was being held here. He didn't intend to make the prince a eunuch, and the elves know this, so they'll make a judgment, right? Emperor Robert could only helplessly scratch his head at this moment. This kid really can't be called crazy. The Grand Duke beside him chuckled reassuringly. "Your Majesty, please don't worry too much. It's all right. These are just children's pranks." At this moment, Delman, the Emperor's younger brother, also harbored some doubts. If he becomes a eunuch, it will be a big deal, and even if not, Drax was too reckless in his betting and playing around. Robert sighed, saying, "I really like this kid. He's only 25, not fully mature yet, which truly makes one worry." Suddenly a servant called him, "Your Majesty," then handed him a letter. As he read it, Robert's eyes darkened slightly, making the attendant beside him curious. "Your Majesty, is something wrong?" He then said, "This kid Raven wrote asking if I want to play more." He then handed the letter to Zai, who took it and read it aloud. "I don't know what to say other than to apologize for disturbing your recently begun rest. I would be very grateful if you would send the royal knights to Drax, as the Imperial Palace's manpower is currently insufficient.
I asked my uncle and aunt to bring back many goods from Drax prison. If a knight escort is sent, I will quickly deliver the goods to the duchy and return." Delman then spoke, saying that if a company of knights were sent, it would still take a month to return to the palace. The crown prince truly is very fond of Drax. Robert couldn't blame Draven. Having been born and raised together, the boy couldn't help but understand. The mere fact that he wasn't influenced by Lexid was something I was already very grateful for. Rai also said that anyway, on his way back to the palace, he would stop by the duchy in the central region. Delman then said, "My duties are quite numerous, so I cannot go. We will probably have to send the lady or someone else." Hearing this, Rai suggested, "Oh really? How about I go along too?" Then he carefully put away the letter, saying, "In that case, I will also go to the central region and return with the crown prince." Elsewhere, amidst the silence of the city, at a house by the road, a mysterious man pushed open the door and urgently announced, "Hey, poison spider, something's happened."
Inside, only a single candle was lit, and a blond young man with an injured eye was holding a Rubik's Cube.
Hearing the voice, he suddenly raised his head to look. The other man then repeated, "The Crown Prince is still alive." He just listened in silence, then continued playing with his Rubik's Cube. This made the other man furious, pointing directly at him. "Hey, you son of a bitch, aren't you listening to what I'm saying?" Only then did he speak. It was clearly stated that he was dead. The other man also didn't know. "He's clearly dead. I heard they checked thoroughly. I heard the Crown Prince wrote a letter requesting more porters, saying that once the porters arrived, he would return to the palace with his retinue. If the Crown Prince were no longer alive, he couldn't have sent a letter. He simply said, 'Then perhaps he's not dead yet.'" The man became flustered. "No, that's impossible." After a while of solving the Rubik's Cube, he sniffled and put it aside. With trembling hands, he crumpled a piece of paper. "Lexit, my mood today is truly terrible. Please come next time. I think I need to kill someone to relieve this mood. Right now, all I can see is His Highness." The man immediately became fearful and stumbled as he walked. The paper was also torn to shreds by him, with a large sentence written on it, "Poisonous snake, finally executed." The man secretly wondered, why would that emotionless kid? But he slammed his sword onto the table. "I told you to get out, didn't you hear? It's clear his life was threatened, yet he didn't reveal the truth in the letter, and even said he would stay in my duchy in the central region on his way back. Has he suspected me? Clearly there's another conspiracy." Then he asked, puzzled, "Are you sure the letter was written by the Crown Prince?" The man trembled, covering his face. "It's a handwritten letter, and it was sent to the Emperor. He's still alive." "That's impossible. There's no way it could have failed." At this moment, he suddenly noticed something, quickly picked up the paper and said, "All right, so that's how it is." Then he burst into delighted laughter.
"So that's how it is. The Crown Prince, who had died, sent a letter back." The man was momentarily puzzled. "What are you talking about? The fact that the dead Crown Prince wrote a letter doesn't mean he's alive. The assassination attempt didn't fail." He chuckled and said, "I personally checked whether His Highness was alive or not. That person is far more interesting than that idiotic subordinate. I don't think the assassination failed." The man replied, "Oh, I see. You can't die that easily." At this, he stood up and said, "I'll go see for myself. We should welcome her properly, shouldn't we?" The man agreed. "Oh, I'll go welcome her then. By the way, I also have to go kill that guy." Then he yelled, criticizing him, "Because of the Crown Prince's matter, I'm busy to death, yet a mere house dog like you is so free?" He calmly replied, "Anyway, this dog already killed the Crown Prince for you." The man immediately asked back, "So I just have to wait?" He scoffed. "Yes, my foolish highness. Just act well." Duck saw, in his heart, he had already planned everything for this matter. Suddenly he chuckled, almost going mad. "I thought I was going to die at the hands of a rotten scoundrel. Is that what you like? How enviable." On the other side, Rosika happened to be playing with a Rubik's Cube. Lexit looked at her, couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What is that thing you keep holding?"
She immediately held up the Rubik's Cube and replied, "Oh, this is a Rubik's Cube." This surprised him. "What's it for? It's my first time seeing one." She smiled. "Of course. There's nothing like this here, so I made it when I was 5. But she didn't tell him the truth, only saying, "This is something I brought back from when I lived in another region. Your Highness should try playing with it a bit." She then handed the Rubik's Cube to him. At first, Lexit was arrogant. Who can't play with this? Then he focused for a long time, trying to find a way to solve it. When he actually tried to solve it, he was completely stumped. "Huh? This?" This made her laugh immensely. "That's not how you do it. You can't just randomly twist it and expect to solve it." Then she moved closer to him. Rosika gently bent down. One hand touched his shoulder, while the other showed him how to play. There are rules to everything. Seeing her now so close beside him, Lexit couldn't help but flinch. She gently showed him, "Here, Your Highness, look. Do you see this side?" As she spoke, she touched his hand to guide him, making his heart pound uncontrollably at that moment. Rosika's own heart was now racing. She still smiled and softly said, "This part here." A moment later, he had solved the Rubik's Cube. She then smiled brightly and asked him, "How was it?" It was then that she noticed his face had turned completely red. She then asked him with concern, "Are you sick, Your Highness? Do you have a fever? Your face is very red." Lexit shyly turned his face away. "I don't have a fever." Then he immediately moved away from her, making her even more worried. "If you don't, then why are you shouting like that?" Now his mind was completely blank. His words also became jumbled and chaotic. "Hey, why are you such a deceiver?" This made her suspicious. "Huh? Why are you suddenly asking that?" Seeing him like that, she said, "Your Highness, I am a con artist. Please be careful and don't trust me." He then asked, "I heard you said you also have to take care of your younger siblings. Was that a lie too?" She sighed and replied, "Of course, I can barely take care of myself. How could I take care of others? Even angels are like that." To her surprise, he said, "That's right. In fact, you resemble a witch more than an angel." He recalled the image of her kindly teaching him. He became even more certain. A witch. She happily agreed with that title.
"Thank you for the compliment." This left him speechless. It wasn't a compliment at all. At this moment he frowned and seriously asked, "Why do you have to con people to make a living?" She then said, "Haven't I told you? Besides, it's an easy way to make money." He then said, "Isn't it exhausting to live as an escaped death row inmate? If I were you, I could still make money easily without resorting to swindling." Rosika picked up the Rubik's Cube and pondered. Let's see. I've never earned money legally, so I wouldn't know." Then she gloomily asked him, "Could I find another job?" Lexa then asked further, "All right, when was your first con?" She then recalled, Actually, it wasn't exactly the first time I swindled someone. If you're talking about my first crime, it was probably lockpicking." This left him speechless. "Ah, so the first time was stealing?"
She smiled in protest again. "My intention wasn't theft. Initially, there were no ill intentions at all, because my friend couldn't open the lock and started crying. That surprised me. Why?" She then recounted that a group was bullying a classmate. They had put all his belongings into a locker and locked it. Back in Rosika's previous life, for her, that was when she realized that living kindly and honestly only led to disadvantages. It was her second year of middle school. At that time, while everyone around her was noisy during recess, she was engrossed in playing Rubik's Cube. At this moment, the noise from the back of the classroom was loud enough to catch her attention. A classmate, on the verge of tears, was kneeling and pleading, "Please, could you open it for me?" The bully, however, sneered. "What's wrong? Go find the key yourself and open it." The classmate could only earnestly beg, "Please, I'll give you everything inside."
She repeated that the rabbit was dead. The other friend could only say, stifling her frustration, "You can't leave it like that." It turned out the bully had locked a rabbit in a locker. Just hearing the story, Rosika felt immense pity for the other student. Oh, because she knew that student loved rabbits very much. The other friend could only whisper a curse, "You're truly a devil." Instead, the bully heard it and leaned down to say, "What did you say? If you break the locker I gave you, your face will end up looking like that too." The friend could only tremble in fear, not knowing what to do. It seems she had thought of something. She gritted her teeth, stood up, and walked away. "Hey, where are you going?" The bully then maliciously said, "Looks like you're going to break my gift, huh? Let's see what your face will turn into then." Suddenly, Rosika couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up, "Let me open it for you." This surprised both the bully and the other student. Rosika quickly walked over to the locker, holding the lock in her hand, a feeling of amusement bubbling up inside her. Seriously, a cheap lock like that is a gift? Then she took a hairpin from her head and gently inserted it into the lock. With just a few twists, the locker opened, and she gently carried the little rabbit out, to the astonishment of the entire class. Holding the rabbit in her arms, she said, "It's just scared, not hurt at all." Seeing this scene, the friend couldn't help but be moved. Quickly holding her beloved rabbit in her arms, she burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion.
Seeing herself able to help her classmates made her very happy. I knew for sure that school life would become very troublesome, perhaps because I was still young at the time. At this moment, she didn't notice the bully behind her glaring at her with hatred. Everyone in the class also started looking at her differently, so I made a rather unrealistic decision. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly fell silent. She then spoke up. "What's wrong? What are you doing?" She calmly said, "As long as the lock isn't broken, it's fine, right?" This immediately angered her. "You crazy girl." By then, the teacher had entered the classroom. "What's all this noise about, students?" She seized this opportunity to blame Rosika. "Teacher, I know who the thief in the class is, the one who stole the class's field trip money last time and everyone's phones. It was she who made her extremely indignant. Of course, I was framed. She, the main culprit of those thefts, pushed the blame for the thefts onto me because I had stood up against her. It was very easy to twist the truth. No one would side with someone like me who could easily break a lock. My mother had to return the money I hadn't stolen and even came to school to apologize to the homeroom teacher. After paying 2 million won in fees, we didn't even have enough money for formula for my youngest sibling. After hearing her story, Lexid was indignant on her behalf, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, "Those bastards!"
Which still scared her. "Ah, you startled me." His face darkened as he asked, "Where is that school located? It's not a public academy on the island, is it?" She lied, saying, "That happened a very long time ago. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know." However, she then smiled and said, "But do you think I just let things be?" To clear that accusation, I truly did something bad. I stole the homeroom teacher's wallet and cosmetics from the staff room. I also stole the class fund money, a classmate's wallet, and all those things. They appeared in that wicked girl's bag. She claimed she was framed, but no one listened. Every time our eyes met, I would smile at her. Only she knew I was the real culprit. In the staff room, when she went out, Rosika was already waiting there. Ultimately, the disciplinary committee was convened, and I had achieved my objective. She sneered at her and said, "Do you think it's over just because you've been punished? I'll follow you and brand you a thief for life, so just wait." In the end, she confessed to the disciplinary committee that she was the one who initially stole the class funds. Fortunately, my mother and I received 2 million won back, and also apologies from the teacher, from her, and from her parents. Everything was resolved, and the girl, scared, pale, came and knelt, begging me, "Please stop and forgive me." She tilted her head and asked, "What are you talking about?" I thought it was a bit cruel to a young girl like that, so I stopped, but I thought it would be better to make her behave until graduation. Hearing this, he couldn't help but stiffen. Seeing this, she asked, "What's wrong, sir?" He avoided her gaze. "Nothing. I'd better not make you angry, right?" She glanced at him. "What?" Suddenly, his voice grew louder. "Ah, of course. If it were me, I would have given her a beating and thrown her in jail, but you couldn't do that, so you had to punish her that way. You did very well." This was his praise. She immediately smiled. "Yes, yes, thank you, sir." She looked at him and smiled faintly. Then Rosika moved closer to him and asked, "I've been framed before, so how do you feel now, sir? Are you afraid of becoming a criminal who assassinated the crown prince, sir? Don't worry, because I'm here, that won't happen." Isn't it strange to say something like that? She even placed her hand on his shoulder as she asked. Lexit placed his hand on hers and said, "I'm not worried at all." She was surprised. "Why?" Then he explained, "Given that you're a swindler, it might seem amusing for me to have these thoughts, but I've never thought you would fail. You said you would definitely succeed, and so it will probably be. I'm not worried because I believe everything you say."
She replied, "You're quite calm, aren't you?" He added, "That's right, but I have no other choice. It's not that I want to trust you. Even if you tell me not to, I will naturally trust you." Suddenly, he became embarrassed. "Have I been rambling on? Am I a fool? Therefore, don't tell me not to trust you. Even if you say it 100,000 times, it'll be useless." He tightly held her hand. Lexit smiled faintly. "I trust you." This left her stunned and stammering. What is it?" He then said, "If your true identity were known, no one in the world would trust you. Isn't it wonderful to have someone who trusts you unconditionally, even knowing the truth? Even if you were to break into a safe right in front of me, as long as you say you didn't do it, I will trust you unconditionally." This left her puzzled. She tilted her head down, wondering to herself, what on earth is he saying? Seriously? In truth, she was quite happy to hear what he said, even though his words sounded like those of a fool. But why did it linger in her heart? Suddenly, she pulled her hand away and teased him. Try ending the contract, and I'll steal all the treasures in the basement and run away with them." Lexit immediately stood up and told her, "It's fine if you steal, but don't end the contract and run away. I will help you earn money easily. Don't be a swindler anymore. Just continue to stay by my side. Good night, Rosika." Then he left, leaving her there, her heart full of lingering thoughts. The next day, as she was tidying up her room, suddenly a voice echoed from outside. "Miss, are you in your room?" She immediately went out to open the door. "What is it?" Standing before her was the Emperor of Levita. He asked her, "Princess, could we talk for a moment?" Once inside the room, he immediately asked about yesterday's incident. "I heard there was a brawl between the Grand Duke and the Prince yesterday." She immediately understood his meaning. "Oh," he continued, "I thought I needed to know what happened, so I went to ask the Grand Duke first." She became quite apprehensive. "Oh, so that's what happened." In her mind, she had imagined countless scenarios between him and Lexit, but still timidly asked him, what did His Royal Highness the Grand Duke say? To her surprise, what he recounted was completely contrary to her imagination. He said that because he was afraid the princess would be embarrassed, he would be sparing with his words. He absolutely refused to utter a single word, which surprised her so much that she had to ask again, did His Royal Highness the Grand Duke really say that? It was completely different from what she had imagined. Good heavens, Lexit actually gave such a normal reply? She thought he would angrily say, if he deserved to be hit, then he should be hit, shouldn't he? What, you heard your son was hit, so you rushed here? If you have a problem, let's settle it. I have underestimated His Royal Highness too much. I apologize. She was immensely moved. Our Lexit has changed. Then she recounted the story to him. Actually, I saw my beloved maid crying in the prince's room, and even though I didn't know the full story, I got angry with him. So the prince raised his hand to hit me. Then she gasped loudly. Then she hastily said, "Ah, no, the prince was just a little angry." The more he listened, the darker his face became. She added, His Royal Highness the Grand Duke saw that scene and was very angry, so the emperor could only sigh helplessly. He beat the prince soundly.
She said with a pained expression, if he had been raised by a benevolent king, he would not have become such a person. I apologize for my presumption. He replied gloomily, That is not your fault, princess. It is merely a misunderstanding. Rosika then added, Actually, yesterday, His Grand Ducal Highness was extremely angry. He swore he would no longer be friends with Levita, but I don't want their relationship to be strained. I spent all of yesterday persuading him, and His Grand Ducal Highness is now calmed down. He then understood. So that's how it is. She picked up her teacup and said with a smile, His Grand Ducal Highness still considers Levita his brother. He then said, However, this empire is a land that values dignity, a land with an heir who does not possess the dignity of the royal family.
Like my son, I have poured so much effort into educating him until now, and I will have to continue to discipline him in the future." She smiled brightly. "I have faith in your majesty." He replied, feeling very grateful. "Thank you." She suddenly became pensive, but from the perspective of an heir, if friendship with Levita does not benefit Drax, I don't think I will intervene with his Grand Ducal Highness again. "I understand completely," he replied. She then sighed. "Tomorrow the northern nobles will gather here. I am a little worried that the prince might do something inappropriate again."
He clenched his palm. "I am a ruthless person. Cold-bloodedness still flows within me. He personally beheaded those who diminished the standing of this nation. The prince also knows well that I will act without a moment's hesitation. Therefore, no unforeseen circumstances will ever occur." She earnestly replied, "I also hope that my trust will not be betrayed. But of course that won't happen. I am very uneasy, so could you promise me one thing?" she softly asked him. Elsewhere, Owen was standing in front of Haram's room door. He inwardly recalled Rosika's reminder. "Owen, please lead the prince to the outdoor tea party table at 2:25. Not too early, not too late." At that time, he skeptically asked again, "Am I some kind of time wizard? Do I have to find every way to drag the prince along?" She replied, "No need. Just say that the princess is having a tea party with the noble ladies and will tell a very interesting story, and the prince is also invited. Just say that, and the prince will definitely appear." Now recalling it, his heart grew even more uncertain, didn't it? But then he knocked on the door. "Your Highness," Haram inside said, "I know the northern nobles have arrived, but I'm not in the mood to greet them. Someone, get out. I already said I don't want to leave my room. Besides, today is the day of our appointment, so tell the princess to come to my room." Then he relayed Rosika's message. "The princess asked me to convey that she is having a tea party with the noble ladies, so she probably won't be able to come.
In fact, she also mentioned she had something interesting to tell the ladies and princes and that they absolutely had to attend, so she sent out invitations." Immediately, Haram, furious in his room, flung the door open. "That mad woman," startling Owen. "This is truly happening," Haram snarled. "Where? Take me there at once." Owen, terrified, immediately complied. "Yes, yes, let's go." Elsewhere, Lexit was strolling with the king. As he walked, he recalled Rosika's words. "His Royal Highness will likely have nothing to do. Please take a walk in the garden with him and pass by the tea party table at the appointed time. 2:28 p.m., not a minute late or early." Now, looking at his watch, he felt it was a bit early. 2:25 p.m. "It seems I'm a little early," so he stopped to make the time last longer. "Grand Duke," he began to ask. I apologize. Where were we in our conversation?"
He then recounted, "Yesterday I went to see the princess to ask what had happened to the prince. The princess seemed very concerned. In retrospect, I was truly out of my mind for not being able to send my apologies to the princess." The young man then comforted him. "This morning I saw that she seemed to have cleared her mind. Please don't worry, sir. Anyway, thank you for directly coming to comfort her, as she is someone I hold in high regard." The old man then added, "That seems to be the case. She looks very lovely, but when I talked to her I found the girl to be very bright, and she holds the Grand Duke and draws in high esteem." Remembering his son, he couldn't help but sigh again. "If only my son were half as good as the princess, how wonderful that would be." The young man then replied thoughtfully, "I apologize for angrily hitting the prince in the face, because the king himself educated the prince, so I should have known my limits." But the old man blamed himself even more. "Oh, don't worry about that, sir. I have promised the princess, and also sworn to you that the prince will not cause any more trouble." Seeing that it was now 2:27, he then, as Rosika suggested, went to the tea party, hoping for the best. The girls' side of the tea party was extremely lively. They chattered with each other about countless things. Suddenly, Haram's voice boomed. "Hey, just as Lexit and the king arrived." Upon seeing him, he immediately became furious. "You bastard, what are you doing?" It turned out Haram had unhesitatingly taken off his pants, making everyone scream.
"We have to go back 10 minutes before the incident happened." Rosika excitedly said, "Lady Jacqueline, is that ring a limited edition from Corrine's spring collection this year?" She also showed off her own sparkling ring and joyfully said, "Oh, guess what? Actually, Corrine's dedicated craftsman personally sent it to my house," making Rosika incredibly envious. "Oh, really?" She then offered, "Since we've become so close, if you're interested, I'll ask them to make some jewelry for you. Consider it a gift." This made Rosika deeply appreciate the offer. "That would be a great honor for me, but it seems like commissioning a custom piece would be very expensive." She confidently replied, "I can still afford to give you that. If that's the case, how about I also give one to everyone here?" This immediately excited everyone. "Wow, really? Oh my goodness!" Rosika further praised her with flattering words. As expected, Jacqueline from the northern faction is truly uniquely generous. Then she subtly glanced down at her watch, thinking to herself, 2:23 p.m. If it's Owen, he should be bringing Haram here right on time. We can start now, can't we? So she immediately spoke up. "As soon as I arrived, I had something very surprising I wanted to tell you all." This made everyone curious. "What is it?" She secretly apologized to His Highness first in her heart, then spoke. "Before I came to Drax's territory, about His Highness's matter,
I mean, I wasn't aware of the rumors concerning His Highness and women. Farah, who was beside her, immediately asked, "Rumors?" Jacqueline then giggled and recounted. "The princess doesn't know, right? The rumor is that His Royal Highness the Grand Duke doesn't meet with women much." This made her confused. "It seems everyone knows about this except me, right?" Jacqueline smiled and added, "This is a bit awkward to talk about, and I'm sure many people are quite suspicious, aren't they?" Rosika then spoke up to clarify, "But if that were the case, it would be a big deal, and the truth isn't like that at all."
She immediately became interested, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Is that so? How did the princess know?" Rosika merely chuckled, because having lived together, she found nothing unusual. It was just a rumor. She had also met women several times before, so it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Rosika chuckled inwardly. Even though it was Lexid's absurd rumor, it was still an issue that needed to be gradually corrected, killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, she saw Haram rushing forward in anger. At the same time, Farah was still asking, "I don't understand what you're saying, but what rumor are you talking about? That rumor that surprised the princess and made her feel excited. What perfect timing."
At that moment, just as she managed to say, "Well, Your Highness," sexual deficiency, Haram furiously stepped forward and yelled, "Lady!" He angrily clenched his fists, to the astonishment of all the nobles attending the tea party that day. He glared at her with hatred and shouted, "Are you insane, daring to spread such unverified rumors?" She immediately played the victim, feigning innocence. "What are you talking about, Your Grace? There may be no proof, but the rumors have been around for a long time, haven't they?" This made him scoff. "Ha! Isn't that insane then? You say the rumors have been around for a very long time?" Farah stood up abruptly and scolded, "Why are you suddenly running over here and acting so disrespectfully? Get out of here right now." He clenched his teeth in anger again. Looking at the apprehensive nobles over there, he muttered to himself, "Levada's princely title will soon be mine, yet he's spouting nonsense in front of these northern nobles." He also heard whispers. "What's going on? I'm not sure either. Is he really that angry because of that rumor about sexual deficiency? Why is Prince Levada like this?" This made him break out in a cold sweat. Yes, without further hesitation, he grabbed his pants. He pulled them down right in front of everyone and said, "Am I disabled?" Seeing this, several people immediately covered their faces and shrieked, "Oh my!" He even arrogantly declared, "Where did you get the idea to tarnish my reputation with such a lie? Is it confirmed now?" "Lady? Huh?" Unbeknownst to him, Rosika looked at his, just showing off. There's nothing special." At this moment, a pair of hands reached out and covered her face. It turned out to be Lexid. He had arrived. Lexid, unable to contain his anger at such an act, yelled, "Are you crazy, you madman?" The king, seeing his son's perverse actions, couldn't help but tremble, and his words stammered. You. Haram saw his father just standing there staring blankly, and it took Lexid to remind him, "Are you insane? Aren't you going to pull your pants up?" As she was about to remove his hands, he cautiously said, "I haven't put them on yet." She innocently replied, "Oh, is that so?"
The king helplessly called out to his soldiers, "Catch her." Haram then tried to explain, "Oh, father, there's a reason for this. This princess has insulted me with lies." He just told the soldiers, "Stand aside." Then, approaching his son, he said in a trembling voice, "You are the heir to a nation, and yet you're an eunuch, and he still dares to spread such absurd rumors in front of the nobles." Farah, who was nearby, immediately clarified for Rosika, "What exactly are you talking about? The princess didn't say anything about you." Jacqueline also added, "We haven't heard anything about the prince's matter. The princess is just correcting a rumor about His Royal Highness the Grand Duke." This made him only now realize, What was that? Rosika saw him fall into the trap and immediately sneered. "A scam?" He then turned to look at her sideways. He saw Lexid standing there. He even shouted loudly, "Your Highness, you have clearly seen what is between my legs, so keep your oath." This surprised him. "Heh," he said, "you intend to continue standing the royal treasure, don't you? If I am not an eunuch, then you will kneel before me, won't you?" For him now, although the situation was not good, as long as Lexid kneeled, explaining the bet and the insult might calm his father down. Rosika only now spoke up, "Prince, don't you remember the terms of the bet? If after two people have verified the prince is not an eunuch, then His Highness will only then kneel before you." He immediately said, "That's right, today is that day." To everyone's surprise, she denied it. "No," she said, "it's 3:05 p.m. right now, so if you want to get through today, it will be exactly 8 hours and 55 minutes. She even took out her stopwatch to show him. She turned to the king beside her and asked, "Your Highness, will you keep your promise to me?" He could only grit his teeth, then made a decision. "Cut it off," he commanded, leaving the man frozen in place. His voice became noticeably fearful. "Father, surely not. It can't be, can it? No matter what, I am still your successor." But he still firmly ordered, "Drag him out and cut it off." Suddenly losing his precious possession, he immediately burst into tears, followed by a sky-shattering scream.
They talked for a long time before they finished. When he was led away, his painful cries trailing behind him, Rosika approached the nobles, gently bowing and apologizing for causing a disturbance. "I had greatly looked forward to and prepared for today's gathering, but I am truly sorry for upsetting you ladies."
She dejectedly covered her face, and everyone immediately came forward to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry too much. Your ladyship is not at fault." Seeing her like this, Farah also stepped towards her. She gently took Rosika's small hand, as if offering invisible encouragement. She also added, "The prince unintentionally showed disrespect to the guests, but the king and princess are not to blame." Owen sadly looked at Farah and consoled her. "Princess, I understand that. Please don't worry. The tea party can continue." Rosika sincerely said to everyone, "His Majesty the King must have been a little surprised, but if it's a matter that affects the country's standing, he is very strict even with his own children. I understand that. This is also not a very pleasant matter, so I hope you ladies will consider it as if nothing happened." Everyone agreed. "Of course, we will do so." Rosika then smiled brightly and asked everyone, "Thank you. Tomorrow we shall laugh and chat happily and drink tea together again, shall we?" And so the recent incident was happily overlooked by everyone. Turning to Lexit and Owen, the silence was so intense it was palpable. Owen could only awkwardly break the silence by asking, "What happened?" Of course, Lexit didn't understand what had just happened either, saying, "I don't know yet. You go deal with it."
I invited Levita, hoping he would help His Highness enter the political arena, but that foolish Prince Haram displeased Rosika. That's a move that will completely shift the succession to the princess, right? Right after I first met that prince, I wanted that. Owen replied hesitantly, "That's true. I thought that plan, though grand, wasn't feasible, but..." While he was still stammering, not daring to continue, Lexit spoke for him. "But it has already turned out this way." He replied helplessly, "Yes, it has already turned out this way." Then he wondered aloud, "Prince Haram, although he can still struggle to hold on for now, at this rate he's bound to lose the succession, right? Given the personality of Levita III, he's highly likely to return to his homeland to perfectly handle everything, because he can't just slit his son's throat in another country, so he's just holding back for now." At this thought, both men felt a chill down their spines, and without a word they instinctively covered their own necks, forcing a wry smile. Lexit, however, had another thought. "I'm having a truly terrifying thought." Owen then asked, "What kind of thought?" He said fearfully, "What if I hadn't listened to you and hadn't kidnapped Rosika? What if Rosika had worked under someone else?" This made both men break out in a cold sweat. Owen even shivered. That's utterly horrifying. If that were the case, it wouldn't be Prince Haram, but rather His Highness's manhood that might be cut off. Hearing that, he got goosebumps. Indeed, both men forced a wry smile at their good fortune this time. Elsewhere, Rosika was walking down a corridor.
Holding the paper in her hand, she pondered silently. Both the matter of causing Haram to lose his succession and the matter of winning over Levita had succeeded. Her next task was to find and punish the real culprit who killed the crown prince and to enthrone Lexit as emperor. To achieve this, she needed to forge alliances with the northern nobles. But when she thought about the situation, looking at the demon nobles, she could only silently wonder, who are they, and then sighed. She didn't even know the most basic thing, who was who, and kept fumbling for words. Everything was already arranged on one page, but would she be able to memorize it? Then she stood before Lexit's room, knocking and calling out to him, "Your Highness, are you in there?" But there was no response from inside, an unusual silence. This led her to mistakenly believe he had gone to sleep. Already asleep? She wondered to herself. It's barely past 8 o'clock and he's already asleep? It's true that meeting nobles of unsuitable status is indeed tiring, but still, don't tell me he's already fast asleep. This immediately ignited her anger. She, on the other hand, had been fuming all day without a single moment of rest, had rushed through her dinner, prepared all the study materials, and then hurried straight here. However, she still knocked on the door again. Could he have already fallen asleep? Inside, it remained quiet, with no response, which made her angry. Isn't that a bit rude? So she angrily decided to open the door immediately. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, she was still angrily shouting, "Hey, what time is it that you're already sound asleep when it's just dusk?" It was only when she calmed down that she realized. Lexit had just finished bathing, and water droplets still clung to his body. At this moment, he wasn't wearing anything at all, revealing his entire body. Lexit only now noticed her and stared blankly. The two of them just stood there, dumbfounded, staring at each other. Suddenly, her eyes darted downwards and her mouth fell open. He hadn't even put on his pants yet. Lexit suddenly caught on and shrieked. He quickly covered himself and yelled, What is this? Hey, aren't you going to leave yet?" She waved her hands frantically. "I'm sorry." Then she quickly ran outside. Rosika only managed to calm her emotions after slamming the door shut. Her face flushed red from embarrassment. She touched her face and asked herself, "What on earth did I just see?" She quickly called inside. "I'm sorry, I'm really very sorry." Then she flusteredly retorted, "Oh, but it's not entirely my fault either. I knocked on the door several times already, and even asked if you were in there multiple times." Nevertheless, she still shyly offered another apology. First of all, I apologize." Suddenly she pictured his stunning physique again. Even with clothes on she found him striking, and had already imagined he would be very handsome, but that particular area was truly beyond imagination.
She remembered earlier, 2 maidservants giggled and whispered to each other that he wasn't impotent, he just didn't associate with women, but they had promised to be discreet and careful with their words. It turned out that our Grand Duke's that part was so impressively endowed it would make others feel inadequate. Lexid seemed to be many people's ideal type, being handsome, wealthy, and of royal descent. Although rumors suggested otherwise, he could actually be quite affectionate at times. Moreover, he was also a dragon. So why on earth didn't he meet women? Oh, what was she even thinking? She shook her head to cast those thoughts aside. A moment later, she shyly asked, "I'm truly sorry, but you're dressed now, aren't you? May I come in?" The silence returned without a single reply, but Rosika still cautiously opened the door. She hesitantly asked, "You hate the sight of me now, don't you? I'm sorry." He just scratched his head without answering her.
She had no choice but to ask again, "Your Highness, what's wrong? What's the matter?" He still didn't answer her, only holding his hand then patting it, which made her worried. "What's wrong with you? Does your hand hurt?" Only then did he notice her. He looked utterly bewildered. "Hey, I can't hear anything. Your voice." Therefore, the task of finding out the names of the nobles was transferred to Owen, Count Jacqueline, Marquis Pizan, Viscount Clovia, Viscount Pong, Count Haran, Count Bahakan, Baron Garnish, Baron Ilka, and even the Lord himself, for now. Up until now, only that many people could be identified. Rosika was now extremely worried about him. Around 8 o'clock, several nobles still remaining in the city suddenly complained of symptoms of hearing loss. So that's it, she realized. I knocked on the door several times and called Lexit's name repeatedly. It couldn't have been that he was simply bathing and unable to respond. The servant, hearing the news, immediately burst into tears, trying to explain, What did I do wrong? I had hoped for and prepared so many things for today's ceremony." She then comforted him. "Don't cry, there's definitely nothing wrong with the food. If there was something in the food, everyone would have been affected the same way." She reconsidered. This time, over 40 nobles were invited to the city, but those found to be suffering from these symptoms totaled 9 people, including Lexit, and all of them were the heads of their respective families.
She immediately inquired about the others. Everyone must have been very panicked. "What is the current condition of the nobles?" Owen replied, "A few nobles who brought their private doctors are currently being directly examined, and I have also arranged for doctors from the city to come and diagnose the condition of the rest." She further asked, "What did they do after lunch?" He replied, "It was time for tea." All problems must have started from this point, because at this time, only the sovereign and the 8 heads of the families participated. She further asked, "Around 1 o'clock, right?" "Yes, that's right." Hearing these facts, she pondered, drinking tea at 1 o'clock and then completely losing hearing after about 8 hours, which is more than half a day. The time for it to take effect is roughly like that, and with such symptoms there can only be one thing, Clarice. She then asked, "The tea was prepared by Owen, wasn't it?" He agreed. "Yes, that's right. It was the tea that Baron Ilka brought as a gift." She opened the tea box. She emptied the contents onto a piece of paper. It was only black fragments. So she leaned down and sniffed it. Clarice, Ecto, and Palarum. All this is insane. Ecto merely enhances the effect of the toxin, so it's not a major concern, but Palarum is a toxin that can completely decompose the entire inner ear nerves and eardrum within 24 hours of ingestion. So there are about 18 hours left. Owen asked anxiously, "Should I arrest Baron Ilka?" But she refused. It's possible Baron Ilka is also innocent. What fool would give poison tea powder as a gift and then drink that very tea themselves? For now, don't cause a commotion, and first close the city gates, because she doesn't want anyone to escape. And first, the antidote. Seeing Laxid still looking bewildered, she said, "Let me go check on His Highness's condition." Since she couldn't speak to him, she could only write it down on paper. Then she held it up for him to see. "Your Highness, you can't hear anything, can you?" He nodded slightly.
She smiled and explained, "The tea you just drank had a problem, but from what I've gathered, there's nothing to worry about. Now I'll make an antidote. It won't take more than 10 minutes. You can wait, right?" Lexid replied, "Mm-hmm." Rosika quickly turned and went to prepare it. All right. She took out various medicinal leaves into a bowl and began to pound them. As she pounded, she grew angry, knowing that whoever it was, they were targeting Lexit. Baron Ilka, a low-ranking noble with no power in the border region, had given the poison tea powder as a gift. Of course, it was clear that Baron Ilka was a mere pawn. Someone was definitely pulling the strings from behind. Who could it be? Ride Van Hexen. But if the Crown Prince died, Ride would be the successor, so there would be no need to deal with Lexit. Or perhaps they wanted to eliminate all unexpected competitors. Either way, this was her own oversight. She truly couldn't fathom why anyone would want to hinder someone like Lexit, who hadn't even set foot in the political arena. She sniffled, blaming herself. How foolish. Why don't I understand anything?
Why am I like this? I can do everything. I've never known failure. I do everything very carefully and meticulously. At this moment, her tears immediately gushed out, making her lose her composure. Fortunately, Lexit came over and took her hand. Seeing her dejected face, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. "Hey, it's okay. Just take your time. And also, don't be so hard on yourself, okay? Why are you crying?"
He gently caressed her face, making her realize only then that she had been crying. I was crying? Meanwhile, Lex had blamed himself internally, wondering, did I make her uneasy? At this moment, Rosika forced a smile. Sorry. Then she returned to her work of compounding medicine. He could tell from the shape of her mouth what she was saying, and asked, why apologize? Don't cry, and don't apologize. It doesn't suit you at all.
Hearing that, she could only give a faint smile, then smiled and replied, yes. Then she refocused, muttering to herself, don't let emotions take over, and prepare the medicine carefully. I must quickly concoct an antidote and deal with this situation. And after that, I will destroy everything. Her eyes were filled with seething hatred. Not to exonerate Lexit. Living until now, I never thought anyone could strike at my weakness, because I have no weaknesses. But what is this feeling of shame and humiliation? After grinding, she mumbled to herself, not bad at all. Then she turned to him and said, there's still plenty of time, but I feel a bit impatient. Then she put them into her own mouth, much to his astonishment. What are you doing? She quickly jotted down a few lines. Then she showed him. Falan Terriorn, Goulash Selectarola. These are the herbs in the antidote. And finally, something even more important. She hesitated slightly but still revealed. That thing isn't exactly an herb. It contains poison, but I don't have it. However, there's something that can replace that poison. My saliva. He blurted out. What? She simply said, I'm busy. I'll explain later. A bit dirty, right? Then Rosika pulled hard on his shirt, making him blush completely. Even so, let's just pretend it's not dirty and drink it. He shyly asked her. What? How? She mouthed the words. Open your mouth. Lexit was somewhat hesitant. Hey, you. What is it? She simply said, quickly. He immediately swallowed his saliva. His eyes were also tightly shut. Seeing that he was ready, she leaned in and kissed him. The two exchanged a deep kiss. Lexit was so embarrassed that he held onto her tightly. His hands kept trembling, making her worried. Why is he so tense? Looking at his wrinkled face.
She just realized she had never been kissed before. A moment later, they slowly pulled apart. While she was still thinking to herself, so saying he had never held a girl's hand wasn't a lie. He took the initiative to kiss her first. This surprised her. Huh? His hands also tightly embraced her waist, making her wonder, Your Majesty could just stand still. Why move like that again? Then the two exchanged a deep kiss. Her hands fidgeted, thinking to herself, I have no other choice but to transmit the antidote this way, but Lexit is also coming on like this. This is a kiss. Then he immediately pulled away, slowly making a hand gesture. Seeing his momentary confusion, she said, Done? And his face instantly flushed. He shyly turned away abruptly. Oh, done? It's done? Is this enough? She chuckled softly. Yes. A moment later, she gently tucked him into bed. She also left a few lines for him to know, but you won't be able to hear again immediately. It will take about 2 hours for the medicine to take effect.
You suddenly can't hear anything. You must be quite distressed, right? So just stay here, close your eyes, and get some sleep. I have to go deliver the antidote to the other nobles. When you wake up, everything will be resolved, so don't worry about anything and sleep soundly. Suddenly, he pulled her back forcefully, startling her. She gasped, Oh my God! He cried out in alarm, Hey, it's not like that, is it? She asked, confused, What is it? He waved his hands dismissively, then mumbled hesitantly, That thing, the other nobles, you're going to give them the antidote the same way you did with me, aren't you? She immediately gaped and asked again, Huh? She wrote on a piece of paper for him, What? Suddenly spreading rumors that my saliva is an ingredient for the antidote and claiming you're a venomous snake? Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. All right, she continued. I'll mix it into their tea for them to drink, so you don't have to worry anymore. He was completely reassured. All right then. Seeing this, Rosika smiled faintly. Then she reached out and stroked his hair, making him blush furiously. His eyes were tightly shut. A moment later, she left, but not before wishing him good night. Good night. Then she closed the door for him.
Lex had tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He thought he was told to sleep, but couldn't. His face flushed and his heart pounded. He buried his face in the blanket, panicking, thinking to himself that it wasn't that woman. She just drank the antidote. But even as he thought that, his mind kept calling him a madman, a madman. Then he burrowed into the blanket, thrashing wildly, kicking the blanket with a frantic rustle. Then he thought again, no, but what if I put my tongue in? He kept kicking the bed surface with thudding sounds from inside the blanket. After a while of struggling, he buried his face, hidden in the blanket, his head steaming with heat. After a long while, he finally pulled the blanket down, revealing his flushed face, his hands caressing the lips she had touched, his eyes dreamy, his disheveled pants making him look very seductive at that moment. His expression at that moment was like a child who had just fallen in love, having tasted the sweetness of love for the first time, thus feeling restless and longing for his beloved. He thought to himself, I'm going crazy. Owen opened the room door, walked over, and said to her, "Countess Jacqueline's ear has returned to normal." At this moment, she was leisurely arranging the cards in her hand. Owen continued from the side. "I bribed the doctor and asked him to prescribe exactly as you said, and everyone scrambled to drink it all without suspicion." She didn't pay him any mind and continued, "Let that person be the main treating doctor. If they've been bribed with money, they must be closely monitored, right?" Owen immediately replied to her, "I've already spoken with the doctor. Although a few nobles were angry, the matter has been smoothly resolved, so it's quite stable now. The Grand Duke also experienced similar symptoms, and since he didn't know what it was, I don't think he intentionally drank poison."
Hearing that, she immediately said, "Even so, everyone has been negligent, and I won't just let it slide." Hearing that, he continued to explain how the poisoning occurred. "I've already said I'll investigate in the morning." Owen continued, "Tomorrow the monarch will gather the nobles and explain it directly. That should be fine." Hearing that, she smiled cheerfully and said, "He's lucky, you've worked hard." Hearing that, he looked at her and smiled gently, saying, "Miss Rosika, you are truly a talented person." His words surprised her. At this moment, she cast her gaze towards him. Owen continued, "Thank you for not going elsewhere and staying here." Rosika looked at him, smiling cheerfully, and said, "Anyone hearing that would think I voluntarily committed myself to this place, wouldn't they? I wonder if the wicked butler secretly cast a spell, forcing me to stay here against my will?" Hearing that, Owen laughed heartily and said to her, "Aren't we closer now? If there's anything bothering you, you should clear it up." She nodded, crossed her arms playfully, and said, "I'm thinking." Suddenly, his face became serious, and he said, "We must find the person behind this incident. Could it be Grand Duke Guy?" Her expression also became serious, no longer showing the playful teasing look from earlier. She said coldly to him, "We'll only know that after investigating. It won't be easy. It seems Baron Elcott isn't just a pawn, and he didn't know the tea he brought had a problem." She said, "I wonder how the poison tea was discovered. I'll find out when it's light. Are the city gates all closed?" Owen replied, "Yes. After the incident occurred, not even a mouse could get out." She put the cards in her hand down and said to him, "Well done." When she revealed the cards in her hand, it was surprisingly 4 kings. She wondered to herself, who is pulling the strings behind this? With 3 cards on the table, a diamond, the king of hearts, and the king of clubs, her face grim, she said, "I've already lost once. Just rest assured thinking that His Majesty, the Father, is no different from a fool who remains unhindered." Owen, on one side, rubbed his chin in thought. She continued, "Now that the imperial letter from over there has arrived, they must be very surprised. The territory and imperial capital D are about a month and a half away. From a timing perspective, it's not surprising that he suddenly received the letter and acted to obstruct us. It took about 10 days for the letter to reach the imperial family, so the matter of Lexit, who should have been forced to become a criminal for assassinating the crown prince, had resorted to trickery, and only now has it reached the ears of the culprit. Lexit was merely a pawn for others to take advantage of, used to achieve their objectives, but the tea poisoning incident occurring at this time was a premeditated act." She said to Owen, "It seems His Highness had anticipated it from the very beginning." Owen agreed, saying, "He is indeed a meticulous person. If it had gone smoothly, the foolish monarch wouldn't have noticed." She looked at the last card in her hand and said coldly, "Being hit where it hurts doesn't feel good at all. It's been a long time since I felt this way." She calmly crossed her arms, one hand holding the last card, deep in thought. She held up the king of clubs, comparing it to the 3 cards already laid down, and wondered what to do now from this moment on. She placed the last card, the king of clubs, onto the king of hearts, which had been arranged in a pyramid shape earlier. The king of clubs now covered the king of hearts. She then continued, until Lexit ascends to become emperor. With both hands, she crumpled the 2 cards lying parallel beneath, saying, "There's no way I'll lose a second time." In the grand mansion, a knock echoed. A voice called out, "Are you in there? May I come in?" She suddenly flung the door open, startling Lexit, who was outside. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, I was just about to go see your highness." As soon as he heard her say she wanted to see him, his eyes immediately showed delight. He joyfully asked, "You want to see me? Why?" She calmly replied, "I wanted to check if you've settled in or if there's anything unusual." Suddenly she asked him, "Did you perhaps hear me?" Lexit placed his hands on his hips and said to her with a smug expression, "I heard very clearly." Hearing this, she let out a sigh of relief. She reached out a hand to touch his forehead, saying, "Nothing unusual. Your ears aren't hurting or feeling stuffy, are they?" This bold action of hers couldn't help but make his face flush instantly. With an expressionless face, she told him, "A slight fever. Because there's poison in the antidote, for about half a day, you'll have a slight fever and feel a bit dizzy." He suddenly remembered, pointed at her, and joyfully said, "That's right, I came for that very reason." She looked at him bewildered and confused. He turned his back and walked to the side, saying as he went, "What kind of poison is in your saliva? Are you even normal? If what you say is true, then do you swallow poison every day?" From behind, she suddenly remembered something and unexpectedly said to him, "That's right, speaking of toxins, I just remembered, I almost forgot." She took out a glass vial containing some purple liquid. She handed it to him and said, "It's a bit late to begin now, since I know someone is after your life, so I must take thorough precautions." She paused slightly, then continued, "It's because I'm scared. Even though you are exceptionally capable and will be fine, you weren't prepared for poisoning, like what happened today, were you? That's why I'll build immunity by mixing it with toxins. This is a mixture of a pure solution containing all existing poisons below lethal doses, with a diluted solution called Tenet at a 1:9 ratio." He asked her loudly in surprise, "What? Where on earth did you find such a poisonous solution?" She remained silent, just smiling without speaking. A moment later, she softly uttered a few words. "It's my saliva." He exclaimed in shock. "What?" Hearing that, she immediately became worried and explained with a trembling voice, "Because I was afraid it would turn out like this, I intended not to say anything and just let you drink it as is. If you know and then drink it, it might be a bit unpleasant. Since it's diluted at a 1:9 ratio, you won't know it's saliva, and it has no taste at all. You can just drink it as is. Initially, it will be once a day, then the dosage will gradually increase." He grunted, frowned, and said he didn't like it. She just said coldly, "Even if you dislike it, there's no other way. Don't even mention hating it."
She yelled at him, "What's there not to like? It's a good thing this is the North. Later, when you return to the imperial capital, the risk of assassination will be even greater." He still said unresignedly, "Knowing it's saliva, how can I drink it comfortably?" She said to him, "Because you don't want to drink other people's saliva, are you going to live your life suspecting every piece of food you put in your mouth?" He shyly avoided her gaze and stammered, "It's not that I don't want to cultivate immunity to toxins." Her continued gaze made him even more embarrassed as he said, "Earlier there was that way that wasn't uncomfortable at all." By this time, his face was as red as a tomato. He scratched his head and said to her, "Can't I just swallow it like earlier?" Lexid pressed his lips together tightly, sweat pouring down him. He screamed inwardly. "What am I even saying?" Rosika suddenly laughed. "Aha!" Her sudden reaction startled him. Rosika asked with a smug smile, "So because it's uncomfortable, this won't do, right?" Lexid, a man who had eaten everything imaginable on the battlefield, at this moment his heart was pounding as he wondered, what exactly isn't okay? And then Lexid said, his face expressionless, "Because it's uncomfortable, it's not okay." The Lexid of this moment seemed to split into two selves. His second self, deep inside, was constantly indignant. "What are you saying? What do you want to do with her?" Rosika placed the vial of medicine on the table and said, "If your highness is so insistent, then so be it." Then she continued casually, "Since he said it's uncomfortable, I'll put it in my mouth and let you drink a specially diluted solution. Would that be acceptable?" Lexid scratched his head, putting on a very reluctant expression. "If it has to be done to this extent—" Rosika interrupted from behind. "If your highness doesn't like it," Lexid immediately yelled loudly, "it still has to be done anyway. Who knows, I might eat something and die someday. I need to strengthen my immunity."
Fearing she wouldn't believe him, Lexid quickly added, "If I die without leaving a trace, it won't be just me who dies." Rosika burst out laughing, playing along. "That's right, because of the spell, I'll die too, won't I?" Lexid awkwardly nodded. "So once a day?" Rosika chuckled at his expression. She said, "First once a day, and the dosage must be continuously increased until immunity is built." Lexid pursed his lips, his heart pounding. He sat silently listening to her, without any repulsion, even with a hint of anticipation. Rosika in front of him was now intently looking at her notes as she spoke. The amount of diluted solution will also be slightly reduced, and initially side effects will include fever, dizziness, and vomiting. Unconsciously, his gaze drifted down to her rosy lips. Rosika then noticed he was spacing out and kept waving her hand, calling, "Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness." Lexid snapped back to reality in a panic. Rosika continued seriously, "So please come to my room in the evening after you finish your work." With that, she focused back on her notes, thinking, "First I need to see if there are any allergies this week, and from now on the amount of Tenet." Suddenly she raised her head. In front of her was Lexid's tense face and a grim, determined expression. Rosika asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Lexid shut his eyes tight and replied, "I'm ready." Rosika was momentarily confused. "What?" Lexid stiffly and embarrassedly uttered, "Ready to boost my immunity."
Rosika calmly said, "About that, not today." Lexid was stunned. "Huh?" Rosika patiently explained in detail, "Because the maximum daily dosage has already been reached, as you just drank the antidote. The process of boosting immunity typically involves consuming small, incremental doses of poison, spaced out over time, even deadly poisons of various types." Lexid's face flushed red upon hearing this. Seeing her refuse so convincingly, he awkwardly bowed his head. "Oh, is that so?" Seeing his expression, Rosika burst into laughter. She pretended not to notice and said, "Tomorrow morning, Baron Eelcaw must be summoned to discuss the poisoned tea, so you should go to sleep now." Lexid turned and walked away stiffly. Yes, right, that's right. Rosika chuckled. As he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, then turned his head back. Good night. With that, he hurried away. Rosika paused, then she burst into laughter freely. How adorable. The next morning, the poisoned teapot was thrown before Ilka and his son, both of whom were stunned. Lexid, with his narrowed golden pupils, enunciated each word. The tea the Baron sent contains cladrax, which poisoned the nobles yesterday. His cold voice echoed throughout the room. If you do not reveal the origin of the poisoned tea, neither of you will likely keep your lives.
Elka stammered, her face filled with horror. Is this poison tea? Is this why all the nobles went deaf yesterday? Rosika, sitting beside her, quietly observed. As expected, that expression truly showed she was unaware of the situation. It was absolutely not feigned. Lexid spoke coldly. If you don't believe it, then drink it right here. Immediately, Elka's son bravely stood up. My father is not at fault at all, because everyone else brought precious gifts, and our circumstances are not as fortunate, so I bought it. Baron Elka's family, all they have is the reputation of a noble family. Do this dirt poor people buy that red soil? The boy spoke, then gritted his teeth to hold back his tears. Rosika, her face devoid of emotion, spoke. It's all right, please don't cry anymore, just speak slowly. How did you acquire this tea powder?
Elka remembered something and spoke honestly. Achel helped me. It was the child who came to our territory about 3 months ago. He was the same age and had a difficult situation, so I assigned him as a servant. While I was thinking about the gift, Achel said he would buy me something worthy, and if it was this gift, the Grand Duke would surely be pleased. Rosika quickly asked, "Where's that servant now? Did he come with you?" The boy nodded. "Yes, but..." The boy hesitated before continuing. "He stayed with us until my father fully recovered, but then, for some reason, he disappeared." But immediately, both Owen and Rosika sprang to their feet. Lexid jumped, exclaiming, "You startled me!" Rosika turned and whispered, "The city gates were all locked yesterday, weren't they?" Owen lifted his chin, a confident smile on his face. "Of course. Who do you think I am? Clearly he couldn't have left, and is still somewhere in the city." Lexid, in the middle, heard nothing, but felt a strong surge of killing intent from the two of them. He broke out in a cold sweat. "What's with you two?" Owen's expression brightened as he said, "There's an urgent matter, so I'll excuse myself for a moment." Rosika chimed in, "Me too. Your Highness." Lexid, sitting motionless in his chair, cried out, "What?" His face pale, he repeatedly called out to the two of them, "Hey, hey!" Urgent footsteps echoed down the dark corridor.
Owen ran ahead, wondering, and asked, "What are you doing, Lady Rosika? Didn't you say we'd go catch him together?" Rosika, running behind, was stunned to hear this. "Not together, but I also intend to go catch him." Owen ran and laughed. "Don't you trust me that much? It might not look like it, but back when I was an assassin, my success rate was 99%. Rosika teased. "Looks like you failed once, huh?" Owen said casually, "I failed to assassinate Lexit." Rosika almost stopped dead. "What? Assassination?" Owen, ahead, drew a knife. He said, "It wasn't just me, there were also the Duke's close assassins. They were the same. I'll tell you about it later." He stopped with the knife in his hand, then turned his head with a cold smile. "The rat will be caught within 30 minutes and will be waiting for orders up ahead. So my lovely lady, please return to your room first." Rosika casually put her hands on her hips and analyzed. 30 minutes is too long, isn't it? If you understand their psychology, you can find them along their escape route within 1 minute. Owen didn't hesitate to ask, "Where do you guess he's hiding?" Rosika narrowed her eyes. "If I tell you, it'll spoil the fun. Let's bet on who catches him first." Owen gave a friendly smile, putting his knife away. "Let's do it." Suddenly, Rosika pulled down her top and turned around. "Can you help me with my zipper?" Owen gave a mocking smile. "Oh, here? I'm sorry, but Lady Rosika isn't my type. I've said before that I don't like beautiful women." Rosika clenched her hand into a fist. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." Owen reluctantly walked over to help her. Yes. The zipper was opened. Inside that bulky dress was a tight-fitting leather suit, easy for movement. Rosika smiled alluringly as she adjusted the zipper. She tied up her smooth hair. Then she put on a black veil, covering her exquisite beauty, revealing only her sharp, wave-like blue eyes.
She quickly picked up the clothes she had just changed out of. Owen asked curiously, "Did you also anticipate going rat hunting today?" She smiled and handed him the pile of clothes. "You never know when something might happen, so you always have to be prepared." Then she leaped onto the windowsill and waved. "I'm off now." Her tight-fitting special agent suit revealed her slender figure and fiery curves, truly both alluring and deadly. Cute young lady.
Beneath the city's sewers, the sound of trickling water echoed, an ideal place to hide. Achel was hunched in a hidden corner, his whole body tensed with fear, but he tried to reassure himself. "Just a little further out and I'll be fine. If I get caught, I'm done for. I absolutely must escape." Recalling the chairman's cunning face, feigning deep affection, he had smiled, offered this tea to Lexid Van Hexen. Now he understood why the chairman only took a 5% commission. Back then, he was naive enough to think he'd hit the jackpot, high-fiving and laughing with him. Remembering it now, he just wanted to cry and slap his past self. What good is money if you lose your life? The most precious thing in the world is life. If he had known this, he wouldn't have accepted. Achel screamed in agony in his heart. I truly am an idiot. When he was little, he was also a super crybaby, sniffling at the slightest thing. Someone had comforted him. Our foolish Achel, this big sister will give you one last piece of advice. It turned out that person was Rosika in disguise when she was young. Both were imprisoned in the same cell. She smiled cunningly. Live and doubt everything, as if you were breathing.
She clicked her tongue, looking at him like an idiot she was trying to hold back laughter from. Why would you trust a poisonous spider? Did you think you were his biological sibling so you wouldn't be abandoned? Are you an idiot? He burst into tears, feeling wronged. You were also tricked by him, weren't you? You were sold in here with me. She casually said, lifting her skirt. Me? I deliberately came back here. Layers of gold, silver, and jewels attached to her leg gradually dangled into view. While little Achel was still bewildered and doubtful about life, wondering, when did you get all that stuff? She had already deftly performed a few basic maneuvers with the prison lock. A few seconds later, the fragile, weak prison lock was utterly defeated in her hands, leaving it unable to resist as she pushed it open. Achel, seeing her go out, quickly intervened in fear. What are you doing going out? If the guards catch you, they'll beat you to death. Rosika glanced at him, annoyed. Why would I be stupid enough to go down a path guarded by guards? You're so naive. She cut him off, with an air of obviousness. What's the point of knowing? Our connection ends here. I hope you survive. Achel trembled, not expecting her to abandon him. As soon as she ran, he quickly ran after her. Wait, wait! He knew she was his only lifeline. If he didn't cling to her, he would die.
Achel cried, clinging to Kovansen's skirt, begging, "Take me with you, please, sister." Rosika was startled. Oh, what is this? After thinking it over, she sighed and reluctantly agreed. All right, if I do a good deed, maybe I'll escape being a beggar in the next life. She sternly instructed, Hey, listen carefully. In the basement of the noble's castle, there are water pipes. All of them are identical. Ending the flashback, returning to reality, Achel silently gave thanks. Thank you, Sister Doksa. He recalled her carefree demeanor with sorrow. I thought she had left so easily, believing she would live well as a swindler, eating well and living well until she grew old and died. Suddenly, the sound of falling earth and rocks from above startled him. Achel was stunned. There's someone on the water pipes. He trembled, curling into a ball and silently repeating to himself, must not make a sound, must not breathe. If caught here, everything will be over.
The clanking sound grew clearer and clearer, and the disguised manhole cover above his head was opened. Immediately, his entire body came into view of the person above. Hashel was terrified, frozen, only able to utter broken whimpers. Rosika smiled. Indeed, her guess was not wrong. Hello, little boy. Owen rushed over just then, regretfully. We're one step too late. He sighed in frustration. I also thought it was this place initially. I've lost once already. Rosika smiled humbly. I'll leave the one behind to you. Hashel was scared out of his wits hearing them talk. Owen stepped forward and looked down at him, flashing an incredibly, motherfucking friendly smile. Come out, you sewer rat. A while later, in the dungeon, the table was strewn with brutal torture instruments, ready for use. Hashel pleaded, Grand Duke, I truly didn't know it was poison tea. He was tightly bound to a chair, desperately trying to explain. Lexit grew impatient. He said coldly, If you say more than 2 sentences, my ears won't hear clearly. Just answer yes or no. Who bought it? Hashel's head was full of question marks. Yes? Huh? You just told me to answer yes or no. Why are you asking something strange? Lexit snapped. I asked who bought it. Hashel broke out in a cold sweat. No, it wasn't. Lexit's blood boiled because of this guy. No, I asked who ordered you to deliver the poison tea.
Achel was so scared he burst into tears. His Highness said he could only answer yes or no. Owen, standing beside him, pressed a knife to his throat, smiling as he reminded him, Answer a little more intelligently. He recounted, tears streaming down his face. I accepted a commission from the guild to earn a living. They said I'd get 10 million, not just for serving tea to His Highness. Lexit looked at him as if seeing a child in a general's body. Are you an idiot? Anyone would find that suspicious. Achel cried helplessly. I'm truly sorry, sir. Money blinded me, and I've gone mad. He continued to ask, Do you know who commissioned this? He sobbed. Because I only received the commission through the guildmaster. The details... Owen, still smiling, brought the knife to his finger, scaring him senseless. He smiled.
A mouth can be a divine instrument, but when it opens, it can unleash hell on earth. You have 10 fingers, so you only need to tell the truth 10 times. Achel cried like a child. I really don't know. It's true, it's really true. Lexid quietly scoffed. Too noisy. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed, drawing the attention of all three. Rosika stood before the cell door, her expression like a bewildered golden deer trampling a green field. Lexid, as if caught red-handed, hastily and nervously blocked her path. What is it? You're here again? Owen quietly put away his knife behind him. She sighed, hands on her hips. Why are you so surprised, sir? It's as if you were caught red-handed about to chop off someone's limbs. He scratched his head awkwardly. I was just trying to scare him a little. She walked around to the front, looking at Acho with an amused expression. Oh my, so you brought him to a place like this to skin him alive. He felt as if he'd heard thunder on a clear day. Skin me alive? Lexid stammered, quickly trying to explain. I said I wasn't going to skin him. Pushing the crying boy aside, Rosika casually asked, as if he wasn't there, right in front of him. What did he confess? He replied, he said he received a commission to serve tea from the errand guild. Owl, despite muttering incoherently, still vaguely realized. What was it? His 18 years of experience reading people's expressions were telling him. The one in power was not that terrifying-looking man, but this seemingly gentle princess. He quickly pleaded earnestly, Please, please, spare my life. Only then did Rosika startled and look over. Owen suggested, I will go investigate the Odd Jobs Guild that this kid received a commission from. She coldly added, You should secretly dig up the secrets behind it and completely dismantle that Odd Jobs Guild. He pondered how to overturn it. Regarding this, it was simple. Her mind had already figured everything out. Act as if Lexid is extremely angry. Display the demeanor of someone exhilarated, with the head severed and only the tail in hand. The two continued to calmly discuss their work without any reservations, making Owl, who was nearby, tremble like a leaf. Don't I know too much now? A possibility arose in his mind. The reason she stopped playing the role of a normal princess, could it be that she had no intention of saving him? While talking enthusiastically, she suddenly glanced at him and extended her hand, asking Owen, Can you give me the knife? He, with an innocent, guiltless expression, asked, A knife? Where would a knife be? Rosika didn't hesitate to point out the location. Give me the one behind your back. Owl flinched and burst into loud sobs. Lexid stepped in to block her. A murder scene is not pleasant. It's not something you should see. She frowned. Why does your highness treat me like a little girl who shouldn't even see blood? Owl continued to wail. Before they finished talking, it became so noisy that nothing could be heard. Lexid yelled, You bastard, be quiet for a bit. He immediately fell silent like a little rabbit. Without much talk, she directly searched for the knife on him. Just give me the knife first. Owl's heartbeat echoed with every step of the girl holding the knife in front of him.
She pointed the knife and lifted his face. Ashel fearfully squeezed his eyes shut. She suddenly tightened her grip on the knife. He sensed it and fearfully accepted his fate. A crisp ripping sound rang out. Ashel opened his eyes in shock to see the back of his shirt ripped open in a line, revealing a long scar. What is this? Rosika looked at him. Because of the same name, I wondered if it could be. It really is you, Ashel. Long time no see. You're still alive, aren't you? She smiled brightly. Ashel was doubtful. Excuse me, do you know me? She happily reintroduced herself. It's me, Viper, the brown-haired, blue-eyed girl who used to play with Rubik's Cubes when we were kids. The first time I met Ashel was when I was 6 years old, and when we parted ways, I was about 12. The faces of the children in the beggar group that I vaguely remembered were only the leader, Spider King, and his younger brother Ashel, because they were handsome, with golden hair and ruby-red eyes, complementing their fair skin. Among all the people I've met in my previous life and this life, Spider King was the smartest.
Moving alone in a little girl's body encountered many difficulties, so I blended into a group of beggars and adapted to the new world. A group of beggars. No, the existence of Poison Spider helped a lot. The kid was proficient in toxins, so he imparted a lot of knowledge to me. Since I had no name, he gave me the nickname Old Poison. His actions and extraordinary mind were unlike those of a 9-year-old kid. This made me suspect if he still remembered his past life, just like me. Although I absorbed what I learned, I remained wary of Poison Spider, an unpredictable individual. According to my intuition, Poison Spider had sold the children in the beggar group to some eccentric nobles, and his own younger brother, Akel, was no exception. Although I had calculated the time to leave, I didn't escape and was easily caught. Because if caught, I could steal things within the city without needing to infiltrate. And speaking of Akel, the kid was caught with me. Except for his face, he bore no resemblance to Poison Spider. He was quick to tears, emotional, and easily trusting. In prison, he constantly clung to my skirt, crying like a child clinging to its old mother's skirt. Therefore, when escaping from the city, he made things very difficult for me. As soon as we escaped from the prison, he rejoiced. "We really got out. You're amazing, sis."
I crawled low, cautiously. Not yet. From here, we need to be more careful, because of this trap up ahead. Huh? Before I could finish speaking, I turned around and he was nowhere to be seen. Then came Akel's painful scream because he had stepped on a trap, which bit tightly into his leg, causing it to bleed profusely. The trap emitted a purple light. I guessed this was a magic trap. If triggered, it would send a signal to nearby guards. I stepped forward to assess the situation. The nearest guards would take about 5 minutes to arrive. Disarming the trap would take 3 minutes, and I couldn't lead this injured kid and evade the guards.
She was looking at him apologetically. "Hey, I'm sorry, but..." Akel cut her off firmly. "You go." She was stunned. "What?" He was trembling from pain but still said resolutely, "You have to live too. Thank you for not abandoning me and for leading me all the way here." Rosika watched in surprise as his body trembled, yet he was determined not to beg for himself. She smiled. "You fool. Now who's worrying about whom?" After some manipulation, the trap was removed. Seeing his leg deeply impaled, although the trap had been removed, the wound was quite deep, so he couldn't walk normally. If that's the case, she resolutely turned and ran. A loud shout rang out, "Over here!" making Akel turn pale with fear. Immediately a guard appeared right behind him, swinging his sword down. "These little rats will appear one by one." He didn't hesitate to slash his back, avoiding vital spots so he could still be interrogated. The two men threatened and interrogated him. "Hey, are you the only one running away? Is there no one else? If you lie, I'll kill you right here." Although Akel was covered in wounds, big and small, he was determined not to reveal anything. Yes, just me." Rosika hid behind a rock, feeling pity. That fool. The kid is only 9 at most. Under such threats, he should have trembled and revealed his location by now. She held a fist-sized rock. After all, he had shown kindness and loyalty, unlike his brother. She threw it into a nearby trap, although that wouldn't help them survive in this cruel world. Snap, the rock was firmly caught by the trap, and a purple light flashed, signaling. She yelled loudly, "A child, just stay on your stomach like that, don't stand up." The two guards turned their heads, searching. "What? There's another one." He trembled as he looked back, worried for her. The others sprang up, swords in hand. "Catch him! If he escapes, the Viscount will be furious." He was afraid she would be killed, and cried out piteously, "Sister!" Immediately after, before he could even collect himself, he saw the blood of the two guards splatter. Then came a gruesome crunching sound, and the two men's bodies were torn apart in front of him. Ashel was stunned, his face dark. Ashel fearfully watched the guards whose bodies were torn apart, who only managed to let out a pained scream right before his eyes. In the distance, Rosika was holding a pile of rocks, ready. She understood the principle of this damned trap. Deadly traps are booby traps used to cause mass casualties on the battlefield. When stepping on the trap, an invisible blade-like wire is activated. For short children, it would hit their chest, neck, or head. Better to finish them off than let them escape. She quickly began to instill courage in him. "You want to live, don't you? If you want to live, you must endure the pain. Absolutely do not stand up. You must crawl to me." Although he couldn't see the sharp invisible wire, he decided to follow her instructions. As soon as he got close to the invisible wire, he was panting, exhausted. She shouted, "If you come here, I won't let you die." Her words, imbued with courage and magic, made him nod soberly and continue crawling. Ashel struggled to crawl quickly towards her. Rosika helped the boy stand up. He asked tremblingly, Sister, there are no more traps now, right?" She replied, "Yes, that rock marks the trap's boundary." Still uneasy, he asked as she led him, "So the guards aren't chasing us?" She looked into the distance and replied, "No, we just shook off 2 guards from the south gate. In 2 minutes, the guards from the southeast will arrive." Ashel was anxious and restless, as if it were the end of the world. "So how can we escape?" She looked helplessly at the fool beside her. "Escape what? Do you think you can escape in this condition?" Ashel watched the two of them limping along, his heart burning with anxiety. "We're just walking along the city wall. If we keep this up, you'll be caught too."
He impatiently pushed her away. "I'm sorry, please hide far away now." She helped him behind a large bush and whispered, "Quietly, sit down here." She grinned mischievously. "Have you heard the saying, 'It's darkest directly under the lamp'?" The guards had now arrived in full force. They scoured the area, searching everywhere. "We heard there were 2 of them. One of them isn't injured, so they could have run far. If the Viscount finds out the kids escaped, he'll be furious." She analyzed. Clearly this is what the kids are thinking, because they want to leave this boring castle. The guards must also be guessing the kids' direction of movement in the same way. Looking up, the sky had turned to dusk, birds chirping loudly against the evening sky. All 14 guards who set out earlier must have gone far by now, right? She reached out to the sniffling child beside her. "Come on, let's go now." On her face was a solitary smile and an air of defiant swagger and spirited demeanor. A few days later, when he was still bandaged like a mummy, she emotionally brought a large bag of money. "Here, your share. I've done enough. Now go your own way." Achel, unable to swallow his porridge, tears streaming down his face, couldn't believe his sister could be so heartless. Ending the flashback, Achel's jaw dropped in astonishment. Looking at the person in front of him, he was still bewildered and couldn't believe it. Is it really you? Is it Sister Viper? The face of the sister I knew wasn't like this. He speculated excitedly. You said you'd hide your face and travel everywhere. Was it from that moment? No, it can't be. This is a fake face, isn't it? She shrugged and smiled slyly. Don't try to know too much.
She smiled, looking at him like an old mother reuniting with her long-lost child. She hadn't expected him to still be alive. What did you do to survive? Did you make a living by pickpocketing? He teared up. No, you told me before we parted ways, didn't you? The beggar group disbanded. Don't become a criminal. Live like a decent human being. Owen and Lexid stared at her. She said such things, yet she herself became a first-class criminal. She awkwardly scratched her head and chuckled. Oh dear, did I really say that? He smiled brightly, as if recalling the best memory of his life. You told me not to steal other people's money, but to try to survive. If I joined a guild and took on commissions, I wouldn't starve. She was moved as she looked at the big kid in front of her. A warmth spread through her heart. She hadn't expected him to take her words as his motto. She affectionately patted his head. So that's it. You did very well. The warm, happy scene of an old mother and her child made Lexid's eyes ache just watching. He appeared, interrupting. What's the situation now? She suddenly remembered and introduced them. Ah, Your Highness, this is Achel. I knew him when he was little. Lexid couldn't resist teasing him with a few threatening words. Oh really, what a coincidence. But what now? A reunion before death? Achel pied out in fear. Sister, I really don't know.
She turned her back and said, We need to find out who commissioned the Errand Association, but there probably won't be any evidence, unless it's an idiot. Neither the Errand Association nor Achel knows the situation, so there's no need to kill them. Besides, if we keep this kid around, he could be useful. Lexid, looking annoyed and jealous, asked, What do you mean? She quickly appeased him. This kid is quite similar to His Highness, both emotional and loyal. He pouted. Really? Or is it just that you want to save him? What are you saying, sir? We weren't even that close when we were little, Achel pleaded with sparkling eyes, begging the older siblings for mercy. She winked and analyzed. Anyway, let's keep him around and treat him well. It's not easy to find subordinates loyal enough to sacrifice their lives. He still hesitated but couldn't refute her. She put her hands on her hips and looked at the kid. Achel, I've saved you twice now, haven't I? He looked bewildered, not understanding her meaning. Huh? After processing that he was alive, he was moved to tears. Sis. If he had a head and a tail, he would surely have wagged it furiously and snuggled into her like a child clinging to its mother. Sis. Rosika patted his head. Oh dear, why is this kid like this? Lexid stood by, green with envy. He pulled the kid's collar. This kid. Achel, still crying, quickly said, I'm sorry, thank you, sis. He swore and promised. From now on, I'll live a good life. She ruffled his messy hair, reassuring him. All right. Lexid stood by, silently watching her comfortingly pat and stroke the boy's head, feeling extremely annoyed. He truly didn't like it one bit. The next day at the Duke's mansion, in the Imperial Garden, there were sounds of conversation. So if the ingredients in the tea we drank, combined with the ingredients in the lunch menu, would cause an effect like poisoning? The doctor, after speaking for a while, started to forget his lines and mumbled, hoping no one would hear. Because the symptoms resembled Clodrax poison, I diagnosed it as poisoning. After investigating, what was it, cola? An ingredient called cola? Rosika had to throw her hands up in exasperation with this man. It's collagen.
Her face darkened, but she still smiled kindly, helping the doctor finish his sentence. Because the collagen and ingredients in the tea you drank were mixed, it seems to have caused a problem. Isn't that right, doctor? He wiped away his profuse sweat, nodding repeatedly like a chicken saved from a hawk. Yes, that's exactly right. She pretended not to notice. Fortunately, the symptoms resembled that poison, so an antidote was available. The Marquis sighed in relief. That is indeed fortunate. Lexid, now neatly dressed, sat solemnly in the center. Fortunately, it wasn't due to intentional poisoning, but my oversight in not paying attention to the food and tea served to you all is my fault. He bowed his head. You must be very surprised. I should apologize, shouldn't I? The Marquis and his wife were flustered and agitated, while Lexid continued to offer his solemn apology. They awkwardly said, It's all right. You didn't know either. Wasn't His Highness also surprised by a similar incident? The red-haired Marquis also agreed, glancing at Ilka, whose face was pale with fear. That's right, Your Highness doesn't need to apologize. The smooth, black-haired Marquis asked curiously, How did you deduce that from the symptoms and create such an antidote? The doctor, flattered by the praise, grinned widely and boasted, When I studied abroad in the kingdom of Eisenbach, I learned about poisonous herbs, and it has been very helpful. Rosika, sitting nearby, also had to exclaim that this comedian should be performing comedy, not practicing medicine.
She smiled cheerfully and said,
Marquise, I heard yesterday you asked if the doctor would work at the Marquise's mansion. No, the doctor had already decided to work in the Grand Duke City. He doesn't mind. I heard that no matter how skilled the doctor is, he couldn't catch His Highness's eye. She offered earnestly, if you need him, just contact us anytime, and the doctor will come to the Marquise's mansion to treat you. He was surprisingly touched by her kindness. Oh, thank you, Princess, for thinking of me. Amidst the vibrant flowers, cheerful laughter echoed. Night had fallen. Lex had finished bathing after a tiring day. He ruffled his hair and sighed. Honestly, he grumbled and sighed. Having to work every day, it's such a hassle. In the spacious and elegant room, Lex had sat on a chair, listening to her explain. Don't drink the pure poison solution first. Please drink tenet first. Rosika watched him gulp it down without hesitation and pondered. She had to play the role of a doting mother and instruct him once. Your Highness, before you gain immunity, you must not drink anything given by others. Lex had looked at her with wide, bewildered eyes and asked, Is this poison? She was helpless. You've already drunk it all. What's there to ask? That wasn't it. He looked at her calmly, trusting her. If it's not, then what are you worried about? Besides, I told you I trust you.
She understood. Yes, if you've decided to trust me, then just trust me. Others are not allowed to. You understand? He said calmly. I know. Lex had blushed and stammered. I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Now? Yes, you have to drink the poison, she said seriously. Rosika placed her hand on his shoulder, thinking. She looked around, still unable to find a suitable spot. How inconvenient, huh? He didn't hesitate to point to his lap. Sit here. She was momentarily flustered. Huh? Your Highness's lap? Rosika blushed, looking at the handsome, muscular man in front of her. Although this was a medical and healthy act meant to cultivate immunity to the poison, looking at his serious face, she felt a little ashamed reflecting on her own feelings. But at this late hour of the night, with only the two of them in the room, while she was still hesitating, he proactively extended his hand. He grabbed her hand and pulled her down, causing her to lose her balance. Oh my! Rosika neatly landed on his lap, the two of them face to face, looking at each other, as a suggestive atmosphere filled the air. Their faces grew closer and closer, yet neither made a move, as if they were honorable gentlemen who didn't fuss over minor details. Rosika blushed slightly, but she didn't show it. Her beautiful, porcelain doll-like face was close. So I'll do it, okay? Lexit could no longer pretend. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, trying to look as natural as possible. Okay, all right. Lexit's heart pounded like a drum, as if it wanted to burst out. Rosika, thinking, boldly pulled herself down to sit.
Both opened their mouths, preparing for an extraordinary treatment regimen. The sound of kissing echoed. Their tongues touched, pushed, and pulled each other, intertwining. The smacking and sucking sounds kept echoing out. Lexit clenched his hands, suppressing his pleasure, his whole body red like a ripe tomato. Rosika gasped for breath, a small, faint sound escaping her throat. Which startled him. He closed his eyes tightly, letting her proceed. He instinctively intended to put his hand on her slender waist, but quickly trembled and controlled himself. I'm going crazy, he thought. His resolve surged. Lexit clenched his hands, questioning himself. Am I crazy? Where was I going to put my hand? Rosika opened her eyes, pulled away, and licked her lips. Lexit still kept his eyes tightly shut, not daring to look at her. She continued to approach and transmit the poison for the second time. Both continued for another round. She raised her hand to hold his head, pushing her tongue into his mouth, continuously transmitting the poison. Lexit clung tightly to the chair. Suddenly something startled him. Some monster below had awakened and raised its head, making him panic. What is this, you crazy thing? Lexit quickly pushed her away. He hastily asked, Hey, is it all over? Rosika looked bewildered. Yes, she replied.
She was bewildered when he suddenly placed his hand on her back. He then lifted her up, astonishing her. Good heavens, she thought. He had actually done it only to conceal something from the woman who was sitting on his lap, preventing her from feeling it. Suddenly realizing he had gone too far, he quickly placed her back on the chair and fled as if pursued by a ghost. He cleared his throat. If we're finished here, I'll take my leave. Rosika, bewildered, reminded him, We still need to check for any side effects, don't we? So please stay here for about 10 minutes before you go. He shook his head vehemently. No, I don't want to. Never mind. His face became increasingly flushed. If anything unusual occurs, I'll return. I'm leaving now. The door quickly closed before she could even utter, Your Highness, wait. Meanwhile, Lexid sat in silence, contemplating life and questioning humanity. He quietly doused his unstable mind and thumping heart with a bucket of cold water. Was that kiss just now a medical procedure or an expression of affection between lovers? Is it the former? If so, if one feels excited by a medical procedure, are they human or an animal? It sounds like the latter. Lexid collapsed, screaming internally. That's right, I am an animal.
Rosika's astonished face flashed in his mind. Your Highness, what is this? Are you feeling excited now? What did you say we've done? She'll surely hate and despise me. This animal, he must be crazy, he must be insane, you filthy-minded pervert. What if she, with a cold, murderous aura, just drinks poison and dies, that woman? Lexid, in fear, repeatedly knocked his head against the ground to calm himself. He trembled as he reminded himself, do you want to die? Have you already forgotten what that bastard Haram once screamed? Do you want to do the same? He yelled at his little darling, why don't you shut up? Owen suddenly rushed in, thinking there was an assassin or an assassination attempt, this professional's hand already gripping a knife. Your Highness, what's wrong? He froze for 5 seconds, staring at his duke and that tent. Owen was so startled his hackles rose. He fearfully shouted, what is that? 2 men looking at each other? Ah, that's disgusting. I don't want to. After a stormy night, Lex had walked on the bridge. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw the familiar figure of some crybaby. He was talking and then saying goodbye to some knight. Lex had quietly stood behind him, whose face was on the verge of tears, as if he were about to part ways with that person, and called out, hey!
Achel was terrified, jumping in surprise. Lexid, full of hatred, should have killed you on the spot. It's only thanks to Rosika that you're still alive. He flashed a devilish smile. No, a fucking angelic one. If something like that happens again in my city, understood? The boy trembled like a leaf, hastily trying to curry favor. Please, master, I, Achel, will serve your highness with all my heart. He smiled with satisfaction. Finally, he revealed his true purpose. I hear you knew Rosika when you were a child. The boy blinked, then recounted. Rosika joined the beggar group when she was 6, and we parted ways when she was 12, so we knew each other for about 6 years. His eyes lit up with curiosity. That's quite a long time. Tell me some stories from back then. The boy pondered. I was so young back then, so I don't remember very clearly. She looked quite ordinary back then. She had brown hair and blue eyes. You've probably heard the rumors of her causing chaos throughout the empire and becoming a swindler. The boy replied, yes, although no one knows her true face. Since we were together when we were children, I believe I do. Remembering, he smiled, a mix of delight and shy embarrassment, his face flushing. Her true appearance. It's very beautiful.
Lexid's face darkened. What is it, kid? The boy quickly forced a smile. No, I didn't say anything. He continued. Just before we parted ways, the leader of the beggar group sold us to a perverted nobleman. That's when I realized she was extraordinary. Lexid fumed indignantly. That leader is truly scum. The boy gave a bitter laugh. I'm also that scum's biological younger brother. She knew he would sell us, but still deliberately allowed herself to be caught. Lexid gave a faint smile. Don't you understand her character? She was probably planning to fleece that nobleman clean. The boy awkwardly said, That's right. Suddenly he became serious. But your highness, what kind of relationship do you have with Rosika? Caught off guard by the direct question, Lexid seemed to freeze like a robot. Ashel whistled. From a swindler to a princess. There's no way your highness wouldn't know her identity. Knowing she's a swindler, yet you still allowed her to join the family. It's too strange, isn't it? Lexid blushed and evaded. Well, it's a relationship. In his heart, he knew perfectly well there was no relationship at all, but he didn't want to say that answer. Ashel, emboldened, teased. She really is beautiful. Lexid got angry. He swiftly and precisely struck the boy's head. What does her beauty have to do with me? The boy cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face. Ah, he protested indignantly. It could be related. Liking beautiful girls isn't a crime. Lexid, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, snapped. Are you crazy? Did I say I liked her? Huh? Gentlemen? Actions speak louder than words. He quickly made a few basic moves. Fortunately, Ashel had been beaten up so much that he had developed a reflex for dodging and hadn't been hit once. After a chase, both were panting. Ashel retorted, If not, then why are you so agitated? Look at this. It's clearly strange.
You yelled to prove that he treated Rosika very affectionately. Lexid was truly furious. He cracked his knuckles, radiating a murderous aura as if he wanted to devour someone alive. You're just a worthless person with nothing but a mouth. I intended to let you live, but I guess that won't happen now. Die, come here. I don't want to, Ackle cried out pitifully and ran away. He walked for a while, pondering. Affectionate? Me? He recalled her gentle smile. Clearly, Rosika also seemed a bit different. He remembered when he shielded her from Haram, always worrying that she might be looked down upon or even beaten wherever she went. Even when there was nothing wrong, he would still knock on her door to see her. He silently and seriously pondered. Why am I like this? He put all his brain power to work. Then the brilliant light of the party shone, and he was enlightened, realizing that he was like this because he needed her, and he had to treat her well. There was nothing else to it. That's right. It was just that. He mumbled to himself. Yet merely seeing her silhouette from afar made his heart pound. Gazing into the distance, he vaguely saw her talking with Farah. She was laughing very happily. Farah was also very amused, watching her laugh continuously. He suddenly remembered. That's right. I heard they were returning today. That's why they're dressed like that. Lexid stood angrily, bristling behind the tree's shadow. They'd been stuck together all day. Suddenly, Farah approached. She reached out and embraced Rosika, which surprised him.
She didn't show any repulsion, laughing and hugging back. What on earth? Seeing the two of them hugging intimately, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Farah even took a step forward and kissed her on the forehead, the two of them in an ambiguous, intimate posture. What else is that, for heaven's sake? What is this? Seeing her just giggling, Lexid, whose recklessness outweighed his reason, charged out. Rosika had just seen a hand reach out behind her, and before she could understand what was happening, she was pulled backward, to the astonishment of the two girls. Oh my God! Lexid lifted her up like a princess, looking at Farah with a wary and resentful expression. Rosika, regaining her bearings, asked blankly, "Your Highness?" He frowned, a furious, mocking smile on his face. "Princess, isn't that right?" Farah, utterly confused, asked, "What are you talking about?" He burst out agitatedly. "What else could it be? I object to this relationship." She suddenly understood his meaning and burst out laughing, holding her stomach. "What exactly are you misunderstanding, sir?"
I don't know what Levita is like, but in the Empire, same-sex love hasn't been legalized yet. As she spoke, she held her tightly on her lap. She pulled her close, smirking. Rosika is from the Empire, so this is truly regrettable. Rosika helplessly cried out, "Your Highness!" Farah had tried to suppress this fit of laughter many times, but still couldn't resist. Rosika was furious. "Please stop saying such strange things, and put me down." She covered her face, wishing she could crawl into any hole to escape the embarrassment. It was truly insane. A few hours earlier, the two were taking one last stroll together. Farah looked at her apologetically. "I'm sorry I can't stay until the end of the banquet." Rosika smiled and replied, "It's all right. It's an unavoidable situation." Rosika pondered silently. Given what happened with Prince Haram, his fate upon returning to his country the next day is already quite clear. Farah looked up at the deep blue sky. "I never expected to become Levita's heir, since I am a daughter and also a princess." Rosika reassured her. "As the king's daughter, you should have considered it. You never know what might happen." Farah smiled, feeling a little lighter. "You're right," Rosika said. "After all, he's your brother, so you must be quite troubled." Farah waved her hand with a smirk. "Actually, he's the person I'd most like to kill if I could. I feel very happy and refreshed." Rosika encouraged her. "Well, that's fortunate then. I hope you become the most excellent leader."
She looked at her, asking her to convey her apologies to the Grand Duke for causing trouble. She heard that because of Haram he had wagered royal treasures and even made a vow. Rosika explained, "Don't worry, His Majesty the King has already fulfilled the vow by royal decree, so it just needs confirmation." She felt much more relieved. "Oh, if that's the case, then it's good." Suddenly she paused, and Rosika wondered, "Princess?" "Lady, you once told me I would become an excellent leader, and I've always remembered that." She grasped her shoulders, her gaze firm. "Our conversation back then gave me immense courage. Although I always held the image of the Levita I desired in my heart, I never thought I could directly create Levita like this." She was moved. Rosika smiled brightly. "Now it's no longer imagination. You will have to make it a reality." Farah respectfully said, "I don't know how to repay this kindness. You make light of your own contributions. What great deed could I have done? I believe it's simply that the throne of Levita has only now found its true master." She thanked her. "Thank you for saying that." Farah took out a jade bracelet, threaded with several intricately carved animal teeth, and held it out. "The northern soldiers will not forget their benefactor. I want to give you something as proof, and I apologize that its appearance might not suit a lady." Rosika, delighted yet hesitant, asked, "You're giving this to me?" Farah explained, "These are boar teeth from my first successful hunt when I was 7. Although it's not a beautiful item, it means a lot to me." She received it, cherishing it as if it were a treasure. "Beautiful and sparkling gemstones I can acquire. A gift like this is truly valuable. Whenever you see it, please remember me. I hope there will be a time when you need my help." "You're exaggerating." Oh dear, Farah was so moved, as if it hadn't been long since they last met, and hugged her tightly. SOP whispered reassuringly into her ear, "I will make Levita a wonderful nation. If so, then I believe that someday the princess will have need of me, the master of Levita." She smiled happily, looking at her as the savior of her life. "I will never forget." Rosika replied, "Me too." Her smile was innocent, as if untouched by worldly dust. She couldn't help but place a kiss on her forehead. She was delighted, her heart blooming. "Excellent. Although the developments are different from my initial intention, we have successfully connected with Levita, so it's a success." But the clattering sound grew louder and louder, making her wonder, "But what is that sound?" Then suddenly, before she could understand anything, she was lifted into the air. "Oh my goodness!" Lex had carried her, still annoyed and angry with Farah. She slapped her forehead helplessly. "Is there really such a fool? Did I assign such a difficult task?" After understanding the situation, Lex had looked at her like an innocent puppy. She was furious. "I told him to be a little kinder to Princess Farah, and he told her her father was a thief?"
It seemed so, and in front of a crowd, it embarrassed her. Although the plan had completely failed, she had anticipated that it wouldn't go well with Lexic, so she hadn't gotten angry. Just look at that remorseful face. The more she looked, the more her blood boiled, making her tremble. Even at such an awkward farewell, he still tripped her up. All right, I'm always the one who has to clean up the mess.
She held Farah's hand, sincerely apologizing to the princess. The Duke must have misunderstood when he saw us greeting each other like this. Farah still found it amusing upon reflection, so she teased a bit. The Grand Duke cherishes the lovely Duchess so much, doesn't he? He puffed out his chest. I am her protector, after all. Rosika coldly cut in. Oh, really? Who protects whom is still up for debate. Suddenly, she said something that made both of them freeze. What a well-matched pair, perhaps because both are handsome men and beautiful women. Seeing him so proud, Rosika, not bothering to hide her lingering annoyance from the previous incident, muttered, "What's all this fuss about being embarrassed?" She was seething with anger, but still smiled to correct her. Please, don't joke like that. I deeply respect the Grand Duke, but that's all. She glanced over uncomfortably. He's not my type. Farah burst out laughing again. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Lexit was stunned. Really? Farah said goodbye to everyone and left. Rosika assessed the situation. They kept bickering until the very end, but fortunately the princess considered Lexit a good person.
The idiot behind was still muttering. Princess Farah, sneering and sarcastic, left Rosika speechless. There's only one stage left in the plan to help Lexit become emperor, and I'm already this tired and have a headache. Her head throbbed as she questioned, Your Highness, what good have you done to be talking so much? He looked bewildered. What? She smiled, but her words were sharp. In my 21 years of life, I've never felt humiliated. You've only known me for less than a month, yet you've humiliated me several times. Your Highness truly can do anything. Lex blushed awkwardly. Is that so? Rosika, disturbed by his lack of comprehension, asked again. You know that's not a compliment, right? She sighed. Or perhaps it's because I asked your Highness for such a difficult task. I only told you to treat Princess Farah well, but you went and argued. She grumbled. Right, because I stole stars and put them in her eyes. Such an easy line, yet your Highness couldn't even manage it. What could I expect? Lex had retorted. Hey, what's easy about it? I can't lie.
She was suspicious. What the heck, you did well when we practiced, didn't you? He blurted out. That's because, in your eyes, there are truly stars. He pointed at her eyes as proof. After a moment, the atmosphere fell silent again. Both shyly turned their faces away at light speed. What was that, really? What on earth did I just say? Rosika blushed in embarrassment. At times like these, she felt suspicious, wondering if he wasn't intentionally trying to make her flustered. She suspiciously looked at him, who had his back turned to her. No, there's no way Lexit would be that meticulous. If so, he must have blurted out words he wasn't even aware of. Lexit's face was as red as chili sauce, his chest pounding, because he had never met the woman of his life. So was he confusing the strange feelings he felt from the girl he had close contact with for the first time? Rosika, on her side, was reanalyzing and recalculating. This is tough, huh? I'm someone who always thinks business relationships must have clear boundaries, and now I'm going to have a headache later. A scandal between the emperor of the Hexen Empire and the #1 con artist. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. She shook her head. That absolutely cannot happen. She handed him the medicine bottle. Please drink it. He took it and gulped it down, still thinking to himself that no matter the time, he must marry a wife with good lineage. Hey, he turned and called out. She flinched. Yes? What's your type in a boyfriend? He shyly managed to utter a sentence. Rosika felt like a lightning bolt had struck her ears. Her hair stood on end. For him to ask such a sensitive question at this moment.
Rosika felt a bit embarrassed. Why would she ask about that? Lex had shrugged, looking nonchalant. It's not like I have any other intentions. I'm your protector after all. Rosika still asked, so what? Lex had began to analyze. Later you'll have a proper title, and you'll have to get married, won't you? Rosika nodded, indicating she understood. He continued, You shouldn't meet just anyone. I can choose someone gentle, honest, and from a good family for you. Rosika played along. Oh, really? Seizing the opportunity, Lex had probed. So tell me, what's your taste? Rosika pondered. She began to list. First, he must be handsome. Lex had rubbed his chin and nodded. That's really important. She continued. He must be tall and in good health. Lexa became even more confident. That's easy. Rosika added. Handsome and healthy, but poor won't do either. It'd be good if he had a lot of money. Lex had felt a jolt at her words. He pretended to understand. This is really quite demanding. Suddenly, Rosika said seriously, There's one most important thing. Without it, even if he's handsome, healthy, and a tycoon, he's out. Lex had froze, his face bewildered. What is it? Unexpectedly, she grabbed his collar. Then, without hesitation, she lunged forward and kissed him on the lips. Their tongues intertwined, and Lex had forgot to resist. Suddenly, Rosika pushed him away.
Then she smiled meaningfully and answered his question concisely. An extremely intelligent man. Lexid was stunned, with Rosika giving a faint smile. She unexpectedly reached out and lifted his chin. Lexid was flustered. All right. Suddenly his mood dropped. Though a bit demanding, Rosika smiled, cutting him off. Not just a bit demanding, but very demanding, wouldn't you say? Lexid pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Rosika, still nonchalant, expressed her opinion. That's right, isn't it? After all, your highness already said you'd choose a worthy husband for me.
She was happy, truly touched, relying on him completely, while Lexid's face remained cold. Suddenly he stood up and said something out of nowhere, the meaning of which was unclear. He turned his back to her and said coldly, "Even if you turned the whole continent upside down, it would be hard to find a man like that. You'll have to live alone for the rest of your life." Rosika still didn't realize the problem, saying, "You are truly cruel. If I search carefully, there might be someone." Lexid was absolutely furious. He stormed off in a rage, saying, "No, there isn't. Just live alone for the rest of your life. I'm leaving." The sound of the door slamming shut was very loud. Rosika was silent for a moment, then mumbled, "Not even a good night wish today." A little later, in Lexid's room, Owen sat by the bed for a long time before becoming annoyed. "Why did you tell me to sit here?" he asked. "If you're not feeling well, I'll go call a doctor." Lexid lay on the bed, his face flushed, his mouth continuously whimpering and groaning.
Suddenly he opened his eyes and asked, "Hey, have you been smart since birth?" Owen was bewildered by his strange question. In Lexid's mind, all that remained was Rosika's smug expression and her words, "An extremely smart young man. Extremely smart." He gripped the blanket tightly and turned away sharply. AIS, damn it. Owen was startled by this erratic behavior, completely taken aback. He asked worriedly, "Why are you like this? Have you really gone mad?" Lexid turned back. "Because I feel tired. I have a fever. My head aches. My whole body is sore. I'm probably going to die." Owen was about to stand up. "Let me go call a doctor." "Oh no, Miss Rosika would be better." Suddenly, Lexid's face flushed red, and he immediately exclaimed, "Never mind." Owen, undeterred, pointed and retorted directly, "If you're sick, you should see a doctor, shouldn't you? Why do you keep bothering me?" Lexid replied nonchalantly, "Try to find out why I'm sick like this." Owen sighed. "Am I a doctor? If I only look at the symptoms, it seems like lovesickness." Almost immediately, Lexid sprang up agitatedly and yelled, "Hey, you damn idiot, I'm not like that." Owen, not to be undone, yelled back, "Whoa, you startled me. Of course it's not that. You told me to figure it out, so I'm just saying what I think." Lexid rubbed his forehead. "It's really not that." Suddenly, a joint made a cracking sound. He groaned softly. "Oh, damn it." Lexid's body swayed. Owen only then began to panic. "What is it? Where do you feel unwell?" Saying this, he ran to support Lexid, letting him lean against him. "Grand Duke," Lexid panted in his arms, his face flushed, sweat pouring down. Owen's question hung in the air. "It really hurts." A moment later, tea was poured. Rosika held the teacup in her hand, her eyes fixed on the man on the bed. "There was nothing unusual yesterday, so I thought it was fine. But as expected, there's still a bit of a side effect." She frowned worriedly, watching the sweat stream down. He must be very tired. Lexid, now on the bed, seemed to have fallen into a coma, his mouth continuously exhaling hot breaths. Rosika mumbled, "You pretended to be healthy and then fainted from drinking a little poison?" She reached out and touched his forehead. As soon as she touched him, she asked, "Your Highness, are you dead?" Lexid opened his heavy eyes. Rosika forced a smile in front of him. "You're awake? It's just a side effect caused by the poison. Don't worry too much." She continued, "The rejection reaction is quite severe, so you shouldn't drink the poison for now. When your body gets better, well..." Suddenly, Lexid interrupted agitatedly. "I don't want to." He paused to catch his breath, then struggled to add, "I'm not sick because of the poison, so it's fine. Continue." Rosika picked up the cup of medicine. "What? You are sick because of the poison." Saying this, she looked at the cup of medicine in her hand. "Drink this first. This is a neutralizing herbal decoction." Lexid suddenly called out to her, "Hey." His face was flushed and his eyes were hazy. Rosika turned her head to look at him at his call, but when her eyes met his bottomless gaze, Rosika turned away, a little embarrassed. "What's wrong?" Lexid's arm reached out and grabbed her small arm. Rosika flinched. "Oh my." He directly pulled her down onto him, making Rosika's face flushed crimson. Their eyes met, an unexpected attraction sparking between them. Rosika quickly composed herself and tried to sit up. "Hey, what about this position first?"
Lexid still held her wrist tightly, his voice hoarse, about her taste in lovers. His eyes seemed to plead, because it was too hard to find, she should try to drop her last standard, an intelligent person. Rosika was still trying to sit up at this moment. "Do we have to talk about these things while I'm sick?"
Your Highness, please pull yourself together and sit up. Lexid stubbornly continued his point. Or, fine, he sincerely said. Perhaps you could find a man who isn't intelligent but makes an effort. Rosika subtly frowned. She now understood what he meant. Lexid also let go of her hand. Rosika placed the glass of medicine on the table and said, Your Highness is handsome, healthy, and wealthy enough, but intelligence doesn't fit. So that's why you said that, right? Lexid, who was already blushing, now turned even redder. He pressed his lips together, speechless. Rosika forced a smile and ventured a guess. You said you'd find a husband for me, which means you could also be a husband. You don't mean to imply this, do you? Lexid's face turned even redder. He still said nothing. Rosika gradually lost patience and inwardly screamed, Say something, Your Grace. Rosika, positioned over Lexid, looked him straight in the eyes. Do you like me? I'm sorry, but that's just a misunderstanding, because you haven't met any girls until now. Suddenly, Lexid spoke up. That's not it.
He seriously said something unexpected. I don't like you. Rosika's face flushed red with embarrassment. As if in a daze, Lexid rambled. Why would I like you? It's not that I like you. I've never liked girls. Rosika was utterly embarrassed and bewildered. Ah, so that's how it is. Haha, I got ahead of myself. How embarrassing. Suddenly, Lexid put his hands behind her back, and at the same time he spoke. But can you hear it? He resolutely pulled her into a hug, muttering, Being by your side like this, my heart races like a lunatic. Or perhaps it's a side effect of the poison? A heart thumping like a drum, she couldn't tell whose, continuously resounded. Rosika's eyes flew open in astonishment.
Lexid's whispers echoed in the room at this moment. There's also this, he said casually. Even though there's nothing to do, why do I keep wanting to go to your room? Do I need to fight to snap out of it? Or should I try hitting once? He muttered seriously to himself. If I want to reattach bones, it'll take quite a while. Rosika, in his arms, felt helpless. Please don't say such scary things as if they're nothing. His hands on her waist loosened, but Lexid continued to mumble. When I look at you, this crazy wrist keeps twitching. He clenched his own hand, like this. Perhaps it wants to touch. As if remembering he had gotten too agitated, Lexid explained himself. I'm saying this because I'm afraid you'll misunderstand. It's not that I want to touch you. Rosika didn't sit up either. At this moment she was completely leaning on him and listening to him. Ah, yes, Lexid looked at her. It's a little different. It's just, I want to hold it. Lexid wrapped his arms around Rosika again. My way of talking is a bit strange, isn't it? What's with, it's like I want to touch it. I'll probably have to break my fingers first. Hearing this, she exclaimed agitatedly. No, I already understand what that difference is. Lexid affirmed again. It's not that I like you. Rosika smiled along. Yes, that's right. It's not liking. Then she placed her hands on his shoulders to push herself up. Rosika meticulously tucked the blanket back around him while explaining her analysis to him. This is something you've never experienced before, so it feels strange, right? It could be like this. You weren't close to girls when you were young, and this is also the first time you've been together like this. As she spoke, she patted the blanket as if comforting him. That's why it's like this. Gradually, it'll be fine. Don't worry. Lexid listened to her. I understand. Rosika smiled. Looking at his face, she thought to herself, saying it like that is for the best.
Her hand gripped the bedsheet tightly. Even if all men in this world liked her, only Lexid didn't. When he became emperor, he had to marry someone of equal status. But if he realized he liked someone, he would surely cause a ruckus demanding to marry them. Suddenly, Lexid sat up. I'm sorry, I don't know what I was saying anymore. His voice was weak. Because I'm sick, I'm not thinking clearly. I can't say anymore. I'll be fine. You should rest. A moment later, the door opened, and Rosika, looking troubled, left the room. Just then, Owen pushed a card over, and she complained, The tea was bitter, so I only asked for 1 sugar cube. Owen shrugged and sighed. Sigh, Macro is too impulsive. Rosika smiled as usual. Haha, His Highness has taken his medicine and gone to sleep. Even though we should consider Macro's efforts, we still have to deal with this. The two walked together down the corridor when Owen suddenly spoke up. But Miss Rosika? Rosika replied, Yes. Owen said excitedly, I heard you're cultivating immunity to poison in His Highness's body, aren't you? The source of that poison is actually... Rosika was resigned. Yes, it's my saliva. You've asked several times already. Owen analyzed like a child. There's toxicity in the saliva, truly worthy of the name poisonous serpent. So can we say Miss Rosika's kiss is a kiss of death then? Rosika calmly admitted. That's why it's done this way, isn't it? Owen froze on the spot. Only then did he fully understand the problem and exclaim, Could it be mouth-to-mouth transmission? Rosika shrugged. Because it's saliva, he didn't want to drink it. I understand, because it's sticky and unpleasant. Owen rubbed his chin. Now I understand why he suddenly punched the wall last night. Rosika was puzzled. Punched the wall. Owen said casually. It seems he lost his composure because of the kiss. How awkward. He has so many things to worry about, yet he lost his composure like that? Rosika was startled.
She blushed slightly. Don't worry, I clearly distinguish between public and private matters. If I'm concerned about His Highness, I'll know how to conduct myself. Owen smiled. I didn't say anything about Miss Rosika. When people live together, things can happen, you know? Rosika's voice was firm. No, there's absolutely no way His Highness and I will ever have that kind of relationship. Owen was astonished. No matter how much money I earn, nothing changes. In my past life and this one, I've always been at the bottom. From the time I had to live miserably with my single mother and siblings in a small semi-basement room, to now, when I can't get a decent job and have to resort to swindling and robbing others. Lexid, royalty with noble blood, and me, without status, not even equal to a slave. We've always lived in two different worlds. The story of Cinderella is just a fairy tale, so I just think this is my fate, even if I diligently do what I can. Rosika unconsciously walked ahead, her words echoing. His Highness will ascend to the highest position in this empire, and to do that, he needs a girl suitable for him. Then she turned her head, her face calm. First, Princess Farah is out of the question. We must find the next empress.
She smiled. You understand, don't you? Owen's voice softened. Does Miss Rosika really have to put it that way? Amidst the hustle and bustle of the crowd, Lexid adjusted his tie, feeling a bit uncomfortable. This really doesn't suit me. Rosika gently advised. Even if it doesn't suit you, you'll have to get used to it. Later, you'll be meeting nobles from the empire. Then she adjusted his tie for him. He then shyly asked her, I know, it's not bad, is it? Rosika smiled and praised him. You did very well. Keep it up like this from now on. At this moment, a soldier from a distance called out to Lexid, Grand Duke. He immediately turned around and asked, What is it? The soldier then said, There's an outsider looking for you, sir. Since they couldn't meet you while the nobles were present, they've been waiting at the city gate for 4 hours. What should we do? He said he knows Lord Hasji and pleaded to meet you. I thought he might be someone important, so I told him to wait. Should I bring him back? Lexid and Rosika exchanged glances without a word. A moment later, the soldier brought over a person wearing a completely hooded cloak, revealing no face.
Just then, as the wind blew, her cloak fluttered gently in the breeze. Gradually, it revealed the silhouette of a girl with brown hair, surprising the two of them. Seeing her hands cradling her large belly made them even more surprised. She was even pregnant. When she took off her hood, revealing a pitiful face, it was none other than Sena. Seeing her, his words immediately became a stutter. He walked over to her, took her hand, and awkwardly asked, How did you get here? Sena started to say, Your Highness, But then she looked towards Rosika with apprehension. Lexid also glanced in that direction and said, No, let's talk inside. Seeing his hesitant face, wanting to hide something, filled Rosika's heart with suspicion. He only left her with one sentence, Go back to your room, I'll come later. Then he quickly left, leaving Rosika with 1,000 questions. What? Hey, wait, Your Highness, what's suddenly going on? By then, he was already far away. A little later, on Lexid's side, he kept pacing back and forth, his heart filled with anxiety. Seeing this, Masha reminded him, Duke, if your mind isn't stable, please stand still for a moment. He replied, I know. Then she turned to Sena, her eyes welling up with tears, and asked, Where have you been, and what have you been doing to arrive here in such a state? Sena also had a deep wound on her shoulder. She recounted sorrowfully, Some strange people came to where I was living alone. It seems they intended to kill me.
Hearing that made Lexid even more uneasy. He scratched his head anxiously. This is driving me crazy, truly. She then replied, Forgive me, Your Highness. I know this isn't where I should be, but... He sighed reassuringly. No, it's good that you came. He also asked, Do you have anywhere else to go besides here? She then said, Those terrifying people kept following me even while I was fleeing. Hearing this part from Sena, doubt arose in his heart. Assassins letting a pregnant woman about to give birth slip away? Those with the power to secretly assassinate within my territory? Surely they pretended to chase her and then deliberately let her escape. But what was the reason? At that moment she sobbed. I was so scared and tired. Because she wanted to meet His Highness, she couldn't speak anymore at this point, just kept sniffling and crying. Seeing her like that, he didn't add anything more, but said, Go rest for a bit. You look too tired. Masha, take care of her for a bit. I need to go explain the situation to the princess first. She then obeyed. Yes, young master. Meanwhile, Rosika was strolling through the mansion, but her heart was filled with perplexing thoughts. Who exactly is that girl? And he even intended to hide her existence from me, who should know everything. She thoughtfully knocked on Lexid's door. Suddenly from inside came Sena's voice, and Masha's presence there momentarily stunned her.
Hearing her voice, it was as if a bolt of lightning had just struck Rosika's heart. What the heavens? He didn't bring that girl into the living room, but into his own room. She was even close with Masha. Rosika then opened the door and greeted politely. Hello? Sena, looking nervous and scared, looked at her. Rosika approached her and said, Excuse me, you must be very surprised. I came to see the Grand Duke. She stammered. His Highness just went out. Rosika quickly sat down near her and, smiling, started a conversation. You're pregnant. Please calm down a little. I am the lady who has just joined the Drax ducal family. She shyly covered her mouth.
I'm sorry, I hadn't heard about that. Rosika still cheerfully asked, What is your name? She replied, I am Senna. Hearing that, Rosika's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but praise. Senna, what a beautiful name. You must be the Grand Duke's lover, right? She then timidly said, Oh, no, that's not the case. Although she didn't say it, Rosika felt a slight sigh of relief in her heart. Oh, really? It seems I misunderstood, because I thought the baby in your belly was the Grand Duke's child.
She had just rubbed her pregnant belly. No, that wasn't it. She immediately asked, It seems the baby is due soon. You'll be staying here, won't you? I'll be able to see the baby too, right? In her heart, she secretly prayed, Please, let it not be a baby with yellow eyes. Senna immediately replied, The Grand Duke has also allowed me to stay in the city. She happily replied, Oh, that's wonderful. Have you named the baby yet? She smiled contentedly. The baby's father has already named it. Then Rosika curiously asked, What is it? What she really wanted was for her to reveal the baby's father's name. No need for many words, she thought. Just tell me who the baby's father is. To her surprise, when she said that if it was a boy, the name would be Rowan, and if it was a girl, it would be Rosika, she who had been joyful just a second ago was now utterly stunned. In a state of utter confusion, she asked again, What? Senna happily replied, If it's a boy, it's Rowan, and if it's a girl, it's Rosika.
Lexit had also told Rosika about this name before. If he had a daughter later, he intended to name her that. This coincidence further fueled her suspicion. Ah, no way. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Senna spoke up. Your Grace. Rosika snapped back to reality. Ah yes, what a beautiful baby name. Senna's face brightened. Whether it's a girl or a boy, I'd love them. But he wants a daughter, Rosika. Struck straight through the heart once more. Rosika's face could no longer hold a smile. Her complexion turned pale. Rosika. Yes, Rosika. On the surface, she appeared calm, but at this moment, she had secretly confirmed one thing. Lexit had lied to her. Rosika tried to suppress the exploding rage, her body trembling. Never met a daughter? Never liked a daughter? What kind of divine being is he? Never even held hands yet got someone pregnant? The image of Lexit when he was sick flashed in her mind, making her anger erupt even more. He's so good at lying that he even deceived me. That Lexit. Suddenly, outside the door, the sound of someone running frantically echoed. Then the door burst open, revealing Lexit's panicked face. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Masha, running behind him, exclaimed, Duke, don't run! The two stopped short when they saw Rosika in the room. Masha covered her mouth. Oh, when did the young lady arrive? Rosika immediately stood up. She turned her head, smiled, and said to Senna, You should go bathe and rest. See you later. Senna smiled gently. Yes, Your Grace. With that, Rosika directly pushed Lexit aside and left. He tried to stop her. Hey! Rosika didn't turn her head, but walked straight ahead, both Masha and Lexit looking at her in confusion. In the hallway, Lexit finally caught up. He grabbed her arm and called out Rosika's name. Rosika didn't turn around, telling herself, Calm down. How should I handle this situation? No, maintain an air of surprise with Lexit first.
She turned her head to look at him, thinking, That's right, surprised, aren't we? Why do I feel angry? Lexit spoke up. I was going to your room but got sidetracked. What did you say to her in there? Did you hear everything? Rosika tried to force a natural smile. Yes, I heard. I already know whose child is in her womb. Lexit suddenly became agitated by this. She told you that the first time you met? Does she have any sense? Rosika glared at him with an angry face, silently scolding. You're the thief, and you're making a fuss. Lexit panicked. So I guess I don't need to explain privately anymore. What should I do? This is a big deal, isn't it? Rosika replied seriously. Obviously. That's royal blood in her womb. Why didn't you tell me the truth from the beginning? Lexit's voice was confused. How was I supposed to know to tell you? Rosika was shocked. Why wouldn't you know? How could you not know she was pregnant? Lexit said casually. I didn't know. Rosika heard this and was utterly bewildered. Oh my God, why? Flustered, Lexit said. I thought we had broken up, so I didn't bother to find out how she was living. Then he sighed. It's a pity, but if I want to become emperor, I'll have to deal with it at some point. His words once again shocked Rosika. Her face went blank as she thought, Wow, are these really the words coming from the Lexit I know?
She pressed her lips together in shame and anger, not saying a word. She thought to herself that breaking up was the end of it, even cruelly casting aside her lover for not being of blood relation. The overwhelming amount of information made her body sway. Lexit worriedly reached out to steady her. Hey, are you all right? Rosika unexpectedly mumbled, Let go of me. The two kept a certain distance, and she continued, I think I need some time to figure out what to do. Lexit was flustered. I don't know if you've heard this yet, but my brother also knows Senna is pregnant. Rosika was astonished. What did you say, sir? Who is your brother? The Emperor? The second Grand Duke? Lexit calmly replied, My second brother. It seems he sent assassins to kill her, and she fled here. Rosika exclaimed, Could it be that she led her pursuers to the Grand Duke's city? Lexit's voice was subdued. It's possible. Rosika clutched her head. I think I'm going crazy. She stammered. Everyone knows but me. Masha seems to have known all along too. Did you two meet while everyone was gossiping everywhere? When? How? Lexit honestly replied,
Since I lived in the imperial family, Rosika was shocked once again, her smile stiff. Her body trembled and swayed once more. He went to the south at 15, so they've been lovers for 10 years. Seeing her pale face, Lexid worriedly asked, "Why do you look like you're about to faint?" Rosika gave a faint, sarcastic smile. If they met in the imperial family, then she must have been a maid, right? Lexid growled dejectedly. "No, she's from the kingdom of Seliash, located in the far south." Rosika exclaimed, "Could she be a foreigner?" His head bowed even lower. He replied in a voice like a moan, "She was one of the slaves Seliash offered to the imperial family of the empire 20 years ago." Rosika gasped in horror once more. Not a noble or a princess, but a slave? She reeled back again, and Lex had caught her precisely. "I'm sorry, I don't know what to do either." Rosika, in his arms, her face pale, muttered to herself, trying to calm down. "That's right, Rosika. I must do it at all costs. I must find a way at all costs. Even if I'm tired or suffering, I won't give up." She tried to lift her head and said, "But before I find a way, I absolutely must say this." Her words rang out. "As a human being, I'm quite disappointed in your highness. Your highness probably thinks a swindler like me has no right to say such a thing." Lexid was stunned. "What?" Rosika, still sitting on him, frowned and questioned. "It would have been better if you had revealed your true nature from the start. Why on earth did you pretend to be innocent in front of me?" Lexid was a little taken aback. No, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Did I do something wrong? How was I supposed to know she would come all the way here?" Rosika gave a cold laugh, secretly mocking him in her heart. "Secretly meeting a beautiful slave for over 10 years, even getting her pregnant, and you say you did nothing wrong?" Her emotions were gradually becoming agitated. Could it be that as noble royalty, casually dealing with a slave is not an important matter? How is that any different from Prince Haram? Lexid took her hand and said apologetically, "I'm sorry for making you tired, but for you to say you're disappointed in me, that's a bit much." Rosika replied expressionlessly, "Not at all. Wouldn't anyone be disappointed in an irresponsible person like your highness?" Lexid was startled to hear this. "Where exactly am I irresponsible?" Seeing him still looking innocent, Rosika angrily shouted, "It's clearly irresponsible, isn't it? Your highness is royalty. Even if you don't become emperor, you must protect those beneath you, right? The empire, the royal family." The more she spoke, the redder her face became with anger. "I thought your highness was someone who could take responsibility for your own actions. Wouldn't it have been better if you had told the truth from the beginning?" Finally, she agitatedly yelled, "If you had said what to do with a lover of over 10 years, if you had told me to devise a plan to put her in the position of empress, then Lex had cut her off. "Please wait, I want to speak too." Rosika's voice weakened and then trembled. "No, you keep listening. Anyway, I was determined to help your highness at all costs, because if it were your highness, you would obviously say that. I can understand." Lexid yelled, "Hey!" Rosika flinched, startled. "What are you doing yelling?" Lexid yelled, "That's not my child." Rosika's eyes widened in horror. As if afraid she wouldn't believe him, Lexid hastily explained, "Besides you, I've never held any other girl's hand. Raven, it's Raven's child. She's the girl Raven has liked since childhood." Rosika was completely dumbfounded. She thought to herself, "Oh my God, this is truly mind-blowing."
Lexid let go of her, then suddenly lifted her up. Rosika was startled and quickly grabbed his hand. "Oh, what's happening all of a sudden?" Lexid's voice was hoarse. "I'm afraid you'll fall and crack your head open, so that won't do. I know you're in shock, but calm down a bit. Let's go into the room and talk." Rosika blushed, gripping her hands tightly. In the hallway, Lexid asked kindly, "What did you talk about with her to cause such a misunderstanding?" Rosika looked at him. "She said she would name her daughter Rosika." Lexid turned away apologetically. "I'm sorry." By this point, Rosika was also gradually understanding. "You said you wanted to name your daughter Rosika. Was that about Crown Prince Raven?" Lexid involuntarily recalled that period, because Raven would often say that out of habit, and he didn't know any girls, nor did he know any beautiful names.
He finally bowed his head in remorse. "I'm sorry." Rosika also bowed her head. "No, I'm also at fault. I was surprised and overreacted because I thought it was your child." Lexid had never been as serious as he was now. His golden pupils stared intently at her. "I truly don't have anything like that going on. I won't cause you trouble regarding women. You don't need to worry." Seeing her not respond, he grew anxious. "Are you angry?" Rosika rubbed her chin. "No, but Senate doesn't know the Crown Prince is dead, does she? If anything happens to the baby, things will get difficult. We must hide it immediately." Lexid's eyes lit up. "It can be done, can't it?" Rosika sighed. "What else can be done? Of course we have to." She continued, "Couldn't we have talked about this from the beginning?" Lexid understood her meaning. To avoid misunderstandings like this? He began to explain. "The moment I saw Senna, I couldn't think straight. After my brother took notice, Raven immediately took Senna out of the imperial palace." At that time, I had arrived in the north about 10 years ago, and things were extremely chaotic. Rosika wondered, 10 years, where was she during that time? Lex had pondered for a moment before replying. I recall that out of fear her brother would find her, she seemed to have changed her residency frequently. Her last known location was the central region. Rosika immediately asked, I heard she came all the way here to avoid assassins. Lex had nodded. Although I don't know the reason, it seems they deliberately let her slip away. At that moment, only one question needed an immediate answer in Rosika's mind. Sina, can she be trusted? She carries royal blood in her womb. We cannot expel her from the city based solely on suspicion. We must monitor her first. My suspicion alone is sufficient. While she was thinking, Lex had gently carried her into the room. He gently placed her on a chair. We don't know when or how they will attack Sina, so I will have to strengthen the city's defenses. Rosika forced a smile and said, I apologize for misunderstanding you. Regarding Sina, please don't worry too much. Nevertheless, Lexid still wore a gloomy expression as he asked, What should we do? Rosika's blue pupils narrowed. If they deliberately push Sina towards us, as your highness said, it might just be an opportunity. Saying that, she excitedly jumped up, raising both hands. Time to get to work. Lexid gave a faint smile. You'll be working hard. Rosika teased with a smile. You should prepare my compensation. Lexid asked without hesitation. What do you want? Just say it. Rosika's eyes criegled with a smile. I want something extremely expensive, sparkling, and hard to find. Lexid seemed to be immersed in her relaxed smile. He innocently said, How can I please you? Rosika was surprised. That's not bad. She also looked at him with an adoring gaze, perhaps without even realizing it herself. With both of them feeling sufficiently relaxed, Rosika waved goodbye and left. For now, I'll be in the study. Please send Owen over to help me. The study light was still on. Owen sighed. This is driving me crazy, really. Rosika was intently writing something. Indeed. Suddenly, she turned and said, Could you take off your shirt and pull it down a bit so I can clearly see the area below your left ear and your neck? Owen was stunned, his hands unbuttoning his shirt as he spoke. Suddenly, I've told you every time, but Miss Rosika, you know not my type. Rosika was exasperated.
She sighed. Oh, come on, aren't you tired of that joke? Owen chuckled as he unbuttoned his second button. Rosika reached out and pulled his shirt open, secretly calculating the Crown Prince Raven's old scar just below his left ear. She placed the piece of skin on him, and Owen shivered. She gave an awkward laugh. You should give a little warning when you make contact like that. Rosika closed her eyes helplessly. I get it. I'll grope you now. Owen gave an awkward laugh. Whoa. Then he seriously assessed the piece of skin on his shoulder. The scar here isn't very visible, and the Grand Princess doesn't even know about it. Is it really necessary to be this meticulous? Rosika's voice was firm. Others might not know, but Senna might notice the scar. Owen seemed to ponder. So I'll have to act in front of Miss Senna then. Rosika reassured him while mixing colors. His Highness will intercede midway, so you won't have to face her for long. Then she burst out laughing. Since you'll have to meet everyone in the royal family anyway, just relax. Consider this practice. Owen's face turned pale. After all, a 10-year-long lover was already a high-difficulty challenge.
The more he spoke, the more gloomy he became. The whole world must be hoping the Grand Duke doesn't become emperor. If not, there's no reason for things to be this chaotic. Rosika smiled. You should think positively. I see this as an opportunity. Owen wondered. Where? I really don't know. Rosika stated her speculation. It's highly likely that someone has been following Miss Sina, similar to the force that killed Crown Prince Raven. Since we also need to know who the opponent is, if we target Sina first, should we monitor her? Owen was stunned. Is there also the matter of knowing the opponent? It's probably not Grand Duke's eye, is it? Rosika's voice was firm. I think Zai and Van Hexen are not the culprits. Her eyes flashed with determination. His Highness's defense of the northern border, where barbarian tribes constantly cause trouble. From the imperial family's perspective, it's not something to be grateful for, because the empire maintained peace for 10 years thanks to His Highness's efforts. Owen nodded. Precisely. If Grand Duke Zai is the culprit, using His Highness after becoming emperor would be beneficial. Rosika immediately grasped the key point. That's exactly it. Regarding the order of succession, Grand Duke Zai is above, so there's no need to restrain His Highness. The real culprit is someone with a lower rank in the line of succession than His Highness. Owen gradually understood, and it made sense. If that were the case, there was still one more point of doubt. Rosika asked, What point? Owen calmly asked, Are you planning to send me to the central region, Miss Rosika? Specifically, to the central territory of Grand Duke Ride? He asked directly, Didn't you say you would pin the assassination of the Crown Prince on Grand Duke Ride? Rosika unexpectedly slammed the table, but said nothing. Owen continued to ask, Why do you think Grand Duke Ride is not the culprit? Rosika's blue pupils flashed. She gave a sinister smile. Whether he is the culprit or not doesn't matter. My ultimate goal is to elevate His Highness to Emperor.
The Crown Prince's actual body will be left in the central territory of Grand Duke Ride. The Crown Prince, who was clearly still alive in the north, has died in the central region, and the royal knights who come here will bear witness. She calmly continued, he will probably keep his life, because the Crown Prince died in Grand Duke Ride's territory, but no clear evidence of who killed him will be found. Pausing for a moment, she continued, instead, his position in the line of succession will be stripped. Owen now understood the plan. It turned out it wasn't merely a plan to clear the charge of assassinating the Crown Prince. Rosika took off her gloves, leisurely swinging her legs. Grand Duke Ride had to be brought down, because his rank in the line of succession was higher than His Highness. Therefore, the gloves fell gently at the same time as her firm words rang out. It's killing two birds with one stone, after all.
At Ravanik, the northern newspaper distribution company, the cheerful, smiling director saw her and spread his arms, asking, "Oh, Lothian, how are you?" Rosika, in disguise, replied, "Yes, director." Holding a hat in one hand and newspapers in the other, she smiled and said, "It hasn't been long, but the staff has increased so much, hasn't it?" The two sat down at the table, and he said, "Even though we're still short-staffed, Hexenbaum from the island nation has offered us exclusive distribution of the Northern Weekly newspaper." She chuckled along. "Oh, director, you're doing so well." Hearing her say that, he sniffled erosionally and said, "It's all thanks to you, you rascal." Then his face lit up as he remembered something else. "Oh, that's right. The princess's naturalization celebration banquet ended quite a while ago, didn't it?" Then she took out the articles and handed them to him, saying, "Yes, so there's quite a bit of news to publish today." He was overjoyed, disbelieving. "Really?" When he saw the headlines of the articles, his face showed disbelief and surprise. "Oh, he happily said, "This is important content. Meeting Grand Duke Lexid, the Empire's Shield," and there were also portraits of Levita III and Lexid Van Texen. Seeing his unusual reaction, she worriedly asked, "Director, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Because he was so overjoyed, his mind in the clouds, he replied, "I'm fine. I'm just so happy that I lost my composure for a moment." As she handed him the newspapers, the two parted ways, and she said, "If possible, I'll count on you for the monthly magazine, too." He replied, "Don't worry, it's not time yet, is it? Are you going to eat?" Rosika declined, saying, "Maybe next time. Everyone is waiting for me." She opened the door and stepped into the nearby carriage. When she opened the carriage door, Rosika saw the person inside wearing a long, heavily draped garment that completely covered them. She asked, "Oh, aren't you hot, sir? It's summer, so it's very hot during the day." She casually grabbed the robe and pulled it off with a flick of her hand. Hexen's face gradually appeared from behind the long garment. As Rosika settled in, he suddenly said, "I truly can't forget this man's face." Hearing that, she quickly leaned closer to him, teasing, "Why are you like that, Your Highness?" Feeling the unfamiliar man's face leaning into him, Hexen protested, get away, don't do that with that face." She laughed playfully, then slowly peeled off the mask. Rosika's true face appeared, and she asked, "Is this better now?" Owen, disguised as the old coachman, turned around and chuckled. "What's the point of just being beautiful and handsome?" Hearing him say that, Rosika sighed and explained, "He said he's bored of only being handsome since birth." Hexen, after hearing Owen say that, wondered, why does Owen have such strange tastes? He suddenly turned pale when he noticed something unusual about Rosika. "What have you done to your voice now?" She casually sighed. "Barocco is a poisonous herb that severs the vocal cords, but if diluted, it will almost change the voice." Hexen was surprised. "Vocal cords? What vocal cords?" Seeing his panicked expression, Rosika said, "If only a small amount is used, the vocal cords will only swell a little, like a sore throat." She touched her throat and said with a smile, "I like to use it when playing the role of a mob boss. Of course, I don't use Barocco when playing male characters of the same age." She winked, her face full of confidence, and said, "Because a cool voice is easy to make an impression with." Then Rosika adopted a deep, warm voice. "My lady." Hearing that, he felt startled. "Oh, that's creepy. Don't say it anymore." Seeing Hexen's interesting reaction, she laughed delightedly. "Ah ha ha." He looked at her appearance and thought to himself, she was born to be a swindler, not to become one to earn money. What if Rosika had intended to deceive me from the start? He looked at her beautiful face and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Hexen turned away, leaving her bewildered, and at that moment he was silently giving thanks. "Thank you very much, Father, for the first and also the last gift you sent me. The ring I once left in Drax prison has done a great job." Finally, he decisively turned back, rolled up his sleeve, and asked her, "Why do you need a scroll? You're not planning to buy it, tear it up, and then escape, are you?" He touched their shared symbol and said, "No matter how far you run, you'll still be in the palm of my hand. If you don't want to regret it for the rest of your life, think carefully." As the carriage slowly rolled on, Rosika heard him say that and replied, "You just take things and drink them without knowing if they're poison or medicine, yet you suspect this matter." He said, "So you mean your exploits must be truly brilliant, right?" Hearing that, Rosika explained, "It's not for me to write. I intend for Senya to have it." He wondered, "Senya?" She nodded nonchalantly. She continued, "Even people without magic can activate a spatial teleportation magic scroll.
so using it as a defensive method to protect one's body seems like a good idea.
Nevertheless, its export is restricted due to its exclusive circulation as a monopoly in the Kingdom of Eisenbach, and its price is also extremely high, making it difficult to find and purchase in the Empire. But just then, the regular state-owned merchant convoy from the island nation arrived from afar, engaging in bustling trade in the north. She looked at Hexen and asked, "Surely you also brought a scroll, didn't you? It wouldn't do if it were sold." He looked at her and said, "It's worth a house. Who here would buy such a thing? Besides, I've already sorted each one by type, so there's no need to worry." Hearing that, Rosika sighed in relief.
She said joyfully, "Hee, it's been a long time since I've seen National Treasures items. Everything there is good stuff." Seeing her adorable appearance, Hexen beside her smiled affectionately. He also said that usually the owner of a general store and a gem shop would go together. Hearing this, her eyes sparkled. "Oh my, there's a gem shop too." Seeing him staring at her, she suddenly gave an awkward laugh. Rosika turned her face to the window, humming to hide her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Hexen thought to himself, what on earth is there to be so happy about? Looking at her adorable appearance, he continued to think. She was originally a swindler who specialized in deceiving others, yet at times like this she couldn't hide her adorable emotions. Thinking back to what he had just thought, adorable, he suddenly felt his heart tremble. Hexen secretly turned away, covering his mouth in disbelief. Adorable, what nonsense. He said, "Let's stop by to buy some scrolls." She happily turned around, her eyes shining like stars. "Really?" But suddenly she fell into deep thought. "Just looking?" Hexen said bluntly, "If you want to buy, then buy." Seeing his approval, Rosika joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, you're the best." Finally, the car rolled up to the store. The car stopped. Owen announced, "We've arrived." Hexen told her, "Let me buy it, you just stay inside." Hearing him say that, Rosika asked, "Huh?" He explained, "It's just buying things. There's no need for us to go out together. I'll go buy them." She asked worriedly, Hey, your highness, can you go alone?" Hexen, who had just turned to leave, suddenly froze. He glanced at her, his eyes like lightning. "Can I go alone, you ask?" Rosika voiced her concern. "What if you get scammed?" He turned back to defend himself. "It's just handing over money and receiving goods. Why wouldn't I be able to do that? Why can't I?" She said casually, "Of course, anyone can buy things. But are scrolls very expensive?" She continued, "Do you know the price of the type that allows travel across the entire continent?" His face wrinkled and he let out a huff. Then he put on his coat and declared loudly with determination, "Just you wait, I'll go buy it right now." He entered the store and the owner asked, "Are you looking for magic scrolls for time travel?" Hexen replied, "I need the type that allows travel across the entire continent."
Hearing this, the owner said, "Here it is. This is the latest product from the year 224 according to the Eisenbach Kingdom calendar, so you don't need to worry about revealing your magic power. This year is year 30 according to the imperial calendar, and the Eisenbach Kingdom calendar is year 224, so it truly is a new product." He looked at the paper, a type of movement magic explained in the ancient language of the kingdom on parchment. Few people in the island nation knew the ancient language of the kingdom, so he ignored this. Eisenbach magic items bore a magic-sensitive seal to prove their authenticity.
He touched the red gemstone. He always carried a gemstone imbued with royal magic, so he could use a little bit of magic. When he saw the scroll react to the gemstone, Hexen smiled. It's truly the real deal. He asked the owner, "How much is it?" He replied, 80 million Nord. He thought to himself, "I thought it would be at least 100 million. He asked the owner, "Isn't it a bit cheap?" Hearing that, the owner, covered in sweat, forced a smile and said, "Haha, could such an expensive magical item even be sold in the north? Even if it's a loss, I have to sell it to the customer who found it." Hearing that, he said, "I see." Hexen happily rummaged through his bag, buying the genuine scroll at a reasonable price. Suddenly, Rosika, in disguise, walked in and said, wait a minute." He saw her unexpected appearance. "Rosika." She looked at the owner and asked, "Is this the only spatial displacement scroll you have? How much is this one?" Then she firmly said aloud, "If there's only one, let me have it. Don't sell it to this person." Hearing that, Hexen was surprised. "What?" She held out a ring and said, "I don't have cash on hand. Can I pay with this?" She further explained, "Before coming here, I stopped by the gem shop over there, but the owner didn't offer a reasonable price." Seeing that, the owner asked, "How much did that person offer?" She feigned a reply, 100 million Nord. To be honest, at the time, I thought I'd get double that. The owner suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, esteemed customer."
The boss smiled, thinking to himself, if that person offered 100 million, its true value must surely be more than double. Then he said, "It seems this guest needs the item more than you do. Are you planning to bid higher?" Hexen turned to look at her, saying nothing. He thought for a moment, then clicked his tongue. Finally, he left, leaving Rosika there to negotiate whether to sell or not. The sound of the door being pushed open. Seeing her walk in, he asked, "What are you doing?" Rosika replied, "Such ambition must be eliminated." He asked, "What is it?" As she took off her wig, she said, "How could those mediocre merchants possibly scam me?" He was surprised. "That person scammed you? Anyway, you've already bought it. It's not fake, is it?"
Then he unrolled the scroll and said, "It's not fake. It's indeed a magic scroll used for time travel." She emphasized, "It's not continent-wide but covers 5,000 districts. The travel radius is half, and here it says to the end of the central region." At this, he was stunned. "What? It's not for the entire continent, so why did you buy it?" She told him to read it, then sighed. "This distance is enough for Senna to safely take refuge." Hexen looked at her and said, "Then why did you give away a ruby to buy this?" She replied, "I'm not crazy." She explained, "That's not a ruby, but a common stone. If sold, it would probably fetch 100,000 Nord." Hearing that, he said, "Even if it's not continent-wide, it's still worth 40 million Nord, and you only gave 100,000? Rosika remained silent. He called Owen. "Hey." He replied, "Yes, Grand Duke." He ordered, saying, "Keep about 5,000 as remuneration for the island nation merchants who came to trade in the north this time." Hearing that, she stopped him. Hey, that's a waste." He said, "This is a crime, you know." Rosika pouted and mumbled, "You have to be resourceful, otherwise what would we eat to live?" Hearing that, he said, "This is truly." She angrily said, "Clearly they were the ones who scammed first." He pointed directly at her and said, "Therefore I will not say any more to you and will return it." She didn't listen, turning her face away in a huff. Hexen said, "Normally people would report it to the gendarmerie, not retaliating against criminals by committing a crime like you did."
She remained stubborn. "What?" He pinched her cheek and said, "Stop pouting." Hexen opened the scroll and said, "Anyway, this time I was almost tricked, just as you said. But even knowing this, it was unavoidable." She asked, "You can't read the ancient language of the kingdom of Eisenbach?" Hearing that, he held out the scroll. "It's normal not to be able to read it, isn't it? How can you read this?" Rosika calmly replied, "I learned it." Hearing that, he said, "You must have learned it to be a swindler." She added, "Because I had planned to steal His Highness's ring and then escape, and at that time I thought it would be useful."
I'm also sick of living in the Empire my whole life. Eisenbach, on the other hand, is a country where one can sell magic items to earn some money. He smiled and said, "Can't you use that clever mind of yours for something more meaningful?" She retorted, "By using it now, I'm doing a good deed to help His Highness, aren't I?" He said, "Anyway, you've worked hard today, so go to the jewelry store and buy everything except for the items I don't like." Her eyes sparkled brightly. He added, "Since you stabbed me in the back, you should buy me something too." She said, "His Highness is really wasting money. That person was wrong first." He said, "I know." Then he smiled and said, "It's just that I want to spend money on you." Inside the chest were sparkling gemstone jewels, truly beautiful. Rosika said, "Since I bought so much, I'll give one to Santa." Santa immediately refused. "No, His Highness bought them for the lady." She gave the ring to Santa and said, "Since they were bought for me, it's my right to give them to whomever I want, and it's a memento of our closer friendship." Santa then took the ring Rosika offered and said, "Thank you. I'll wear it for Rosika when the baby is born." Santa then thought of something, her eyes sparkling. "Oh, right. I heard the baby has the same name as the lady. I guess I'll have to think of another name." She smiled happily and said, "It's fine. If it's the same name as the beautiful Santa's daughter and the crown prince's, it would be an honor for me." After saying that, Santa continued to ask, "You even prepared red earth scrolls for me. I'm just causing trouble." Rosika encouraged her. "Now that I think about it, Santa has been in the Imperial Palace since she was little, right? I'm so curious about what happened back then." Santa replied casually and cheerfully, "There's probably nothing interesting." She asked, "Is it true that the Grand Duke dislikes women that much?" Santa replied, "Yes, that's right. I don't know the reason, but he hates everyone except his wet nurse. The Duke also didn't like maids staying long in his room, and even avoided noble ladies who came to teach him." Hearing that, Rosika wondered, "That's strange. Is he sick?" Santa continued to tell her, "I was surprised when he became close to the lady. He seems to cherish you very much." Hearing that, Rosika lightly coughed, smugly praising herself. "Of course he cherishes me. I'm the top-tier talent after all." Suddenly, Santa said, "Oh, I just remembered something funny." Rosika was curious. "What is it?" From a young age, the imperial family was educated on sex as a duty. The tutor lady at the time drew pictures of the female body, and just as she began to explain,
The Duke shouted loudly to quickly leave the imperial family and then ran away. His Majesty the Emperor personally came to meet and scold him, but he adamantly said he would not attend that class. Rosika was curious. So he really didn't attend it? Sina replied, "Yes, he pleaded that he would only learn from Masha." She continued, "Can those things be taught calmly? If a man and a woman marry and persistently pray together, after 10 months a white stork will bring them a baby." Sina further revealed, because of this, until he was 14 years old, the Duke still thought babies were brought by white storks. Rosika covered her mouth, choking with laughter. Sina added, "He is someone who never listens to what he doesn't want to hear, so he didn't attend any sex education classes afterward either." Rosika laughed and said, "Could it be that even now the Duke still thinks babies are brought by storks? Our Highness isn't that foolish, right? Sina also smiled. Haha, I guess so, right? Suddenly someone outside stopped him. Please don't run anymore, young master. Seeing the two people in the room, Sen crossed his arms and asked, What are you chatting about for so long? Sina has to eat dinner now. Quickly get up. Seeing his appearance, she said, I was also about to get up for dinner. Why did your Highness come?
Masha stood beside him, covering her mouth, saying, Because he misses the young lady. He's restless. He sees her every day, but it seems he needs to see her with his own eyes to be content. Hearing that, he awkwardly retorted, What? She's bothering the pregnant woman, so I came to take her back, didn't I? Rosika quickly left with Hexen, but didn't forget to turn back and say, Enjoy your meal, Senna. Senna replied, Good night, Your Highness and Princess. As she walked, she asked him, Your Highness, may I ask something that's on my mind? He asked back, What is it? Rosika smiled, then playfully asked, How do you have a baby? Hearing that, Hexen blushed in surprise. What? Why are you suddenly asking that? She laughed and said, Because I'm curious how to have one. Knowing she was teasing, he said, Isn't it because you don't know that you're asking? She playfully replied, Well, I'm asking because I don't know. Hexen said, Are you kidding me? Then she stated what she had just learned. If a husband and wife pray persistently, a stork will bring one, right? Hearing that, Hexen froze for a moment. Then his whole body trembled, his eyes turned red, and he was speechless. Hey. Faced with his embarrassment, Rosika continued to tease. Mr. Stork is so romantic. You're so shy you've turned to stone. It's so noisy. Why is Senna so talkative? She continued, Now you know how to have a baby, right? She leaned closer to him, teasing, If you don't know yet, I can tell you. He quickly turned away, shyly saying, Tell me what? There's nothing to tell. She still asked, Don't you need sex education? Hexen insisted, No need. I know everything already. I said I know. Do you think I'm an idiot? Seeing Hexenko's adorable reaction, he smiled happily. Then he turned and walked away, saying, You're so romantic, Mr. White. He shyly chased after him, saying, Hey, come here quickly. At the chessboard, Ashel said, Sitting like this reminds me of the old days. Your chess skills were truly exceptional. Rosika replied, Really? He continued, But you could never beat the poison spider, could you? I remember you used to cry every day because you lost. She also recalled the past. That's right, your brother was very talented. She added, Because he was too intelligent for his age, I wondered if he was living a second life. He laughed and said, What? Then while sipping water, he admitted, That's true, one could really think that. Indeed, you were very talented, but no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't match the poison spider. I wonder if he's still alive, or if he's dead now. How is he living? He's probably still living tenaciously, isn't he? I can't imagine him dying like a fool somewhere. She smiled and said, If I meet him again, I must definitely win. Ashel laughed. That will probably be tough for you. You couldn't even win once back then. That's right, I never won, even once. It's not that I didn't try, but I just couldn't win. I tried to keep a low profile to avoid trouble, but there were quite a few rumors that the poison spider, a favored person, was worthy of his reputation for intelligence and also had some brains.
As someone who hates losing and always craves victory, yet pretends not to, I realized this when I saw his delighted expression. He didn't know the truth was that I deliberately lost, and he was also obsessed with money. He added, You're very skilled, but you still don't understand the ways of the world. Hearing that, she laughed. What was that? He further explained, Even now, can you tell me everything about the Crown Prince's death and the Grand Duke's intention to become emperor? He spoke with maturity. As for me, I promise not to betray you and to work with you in the future. Don't trust anyone, and don't casually reveal important things. Rosika said, Thank you for worrying about me. You've matured a lot, haven't you? Ashel said, Of course I've matured a lot. She suddenly asked, Is the juice good? He innocently replied, Yes, it's completely different from the cheap drinks you get outside.
She laughed, then smiled sinisterly, saying, Looks delicious. Seeing her expression and looking at the glass of water, Asio suddenly froze in shock. This newly synthesized essence, the poison's name is Don't Eat Too Much. She cheerfully replied, It's a poison that clings to the blood vessels. The more you eat, the narrower your blood vessels become, and eventually you'll die. Hearing that, he painfully clutched his head. That's too much. You were supposed to save me. She smiled and added, Of course I'm saving you. An antidote dose is no problem. He quickly said, Then give me the antidote. She added, Naive, Asio. The antidote is a safety device, so I can trust you. If you want the antidote, don't betray me. He asserted, Even if you didn't do this, I wouldn't betray you. She shrugged and said, Didn't you just teach me not to trust anyone? She added, If you maintain your normal food intake, you'll die in about a year. In other words, this is the deadline. Hearing that, he was stunned. Rosika picked up a white piece and said, If you eat too much, you'll probably die faster, right? So don't eat too much. Then she knocked down his chess piece, warning,
Take care from now on, Asio. Rosika opened her notebook and looked at the building outside. From outside the door, a voice called, "It's me." Hearing the familiar voice, she said, "Yes, please come in, sir." He opened the door, stepped in, and said, "Why is the room so cold?" Finally, closing the door with a bang, she said, "I felt uncomfortable, so I was getting some air." He took off his jacket and draped it over her, saying with concern, "Do you like getting colds? Put on another layer."
She asked with a slight query, "Is your highness prone to catching colds? You're about to go to bed, so why are you still wearing such thick clothes?" I remembered that on the first day he wore light clothes, but after that he only wore thick, heavy clothes. He turned his face away and said, because if I catch a cold, I'll be very tired." He added, "That matter, the cultivation of immunity to poison, we temporarily stopped because I was sick, didn't we?" She replied, "Yes, that's right." Finally, Hexen said, "I'm well now." She asked with concern, "Are you all right? You haven't had a fever since that day, have you?" He said, "Yes, I'm completely healthy now." Hearing that, she said, "Then we'll probably have to start the poison regimen again." He replied cheerfully, "Exactly." He propped his hand and looked at her. "Didn't you worry quite a bit after the poison tea incident? If I were assassinated by poison, wouldn't you have to go down to hell with me?" Hexen's eyes showed determination. "That's why I thought we should quickly cultivate immunity, so I came to tell you to start again." His proposal was unwavering. Hearing him say that, she also replied, "I also think we should start again." She handed him a glass and said, "Here, drink this." He wondered, "Why is this so red?" She said, "Because it's mixed with my blood. Saliva is a bit gross. Blood is better, right?" Hearing that, he froze. He flared up and shouted, "What? Blood?" He grabbed her outstretched hand. He anxiously asked, "Why did you cause a wound? Why do I suddenly have to drink blood?" She calmly replied, "Why are you so agitated? It's just like a needle prick." Seeing his reaction, she continued, "The wound isn't a big deal. You've experienced the pain of swords on the battlefield many times." He anxiously cradled her hand. "Are you and I the same?" He flatly said, "If I have to drink blood every day, I won't." Rosika was surprised, but he looked at her and said, "I didn't expect to have to drink blood too. How can you cause a wound like this every day?" She explained, "You don't need to do it every day, so don't worry. I'll draw blood and mix it little by little for you to drink." He slowly opened the lid of the small bottle, and Hexen brought it to his mouth to drink. She asked, "It's a bit fishy, not bad, right?" He said, "I don't taste anything." She smiled happily. "Good. In many ways, this is more convenient. The components of saliva, blood, or poison are all the same." He asked, "So I'm drinking this instead of saliva?" She replied, "Yes, that's right." He was a bit disappointed. "What? Why suddenly?" She said, "Thinking about it, I realized there's no need to use saliva. Your Highness found it gross anyway, didn't you?" He retorted, "You said it was better to transmit it mouth to mouth." Rosika said, "It doesn't look good. The scene is clearly embarrassing." He angrily said, "Who would know?"
She turned around and explained, "Later will your highness be able to tell the truth to the person who will become the duchess. I, the future duchess, kissed your highness to cultivate immunity." Hearing her bring up this issue again, he got angry. "Why are you bringing up the matter of a non-existent duchess?" She calmly said, "There isn't one now, but there will be one later." He got angry. "Are you crazy? There won't be." Rosika turned her head and said, "It's not something your highness can decide. Who would make someone without an heir an emperor?" He looked at her and said, "Even if that's the case, I'm certainly not foolish enough to go around telling others that I once kissed you." Hearing him say that, she asked, "Don't you feel guilty?" He lowered his face. "No, I don't have a conscience." She expressed pity. "The future duchess is so pitiful. You don't feel it, but I feel very guilty." He retorted, "You didn't feel guilty when you were deceiving me, but now you feel guilty because of the duchess?" He crossed his arms. "Anyway, I'm worried about your injured finger, so just do as before." Rosika objected. "It's really not possible."
She said, "Actually, that's not allowed because of His Highness. Every time you see me, your heart starts pounding and you want to hold my hand." He conceded, "I retract that statement. It won't be like that anymore. I also said that day that it's not that I like you." Hearing that, she said, "Yes, I know, I did that because I was afraid you would misunderstand that you like me." He repeated, "Misunderstanding?" Suddenly, his lips pressed together and he was speechless. Finally, he asked directly, "What's the reason it's not allowed?" Rosika was stunned. "Huh?" He mused, "Not allowed to misunderstand?" She said, "Of course." He looked at her seriously. "So, if it's not a misunderstanding," he repeated once more, "what if I truly liked you?" He asked, "Then there's no problem, right?" She replied, "That would be an even bigger problem." He hesitated. "Why isn't it a misunderstanding?" She smiled and reminded him, "Duke, please come to your senses." She looked at him and asked, "Are you going to marry me?" He asked a question that made her unsteady. "Do you want to marry me?" She explained, No, that's not what I meant." He said, "It's easy." He turned, considering, and said, "Although I hadn't thought of getting married, on second thought, it's true that there must be a duchess." She was surprised. "Oh?" He looked directly at her and said, "All right, let's get married. There's no other way." He added, Although this marriage is due to circumstances, I won't do anything to make you sad. Let's finalize the wedding ceremony to be held in the largest city, Le Bear." Hearing him say that, she interrupted. "Wait, Duke." Ignoring her words, Hexen continued, "For the honeymoon, Eisenbach should be fine. You wanted to go there, didn't you?" He still turned to her and said, "It's best to contact the kingdom first and invite them to the wedding. Is there anything else I need to do?" He turned and added, "Oh right, you're probably most looking forward to the bride price, aren't you? Bigger than the bride price my elder brother gave the Empress." She said loudly, "Stop." Rosika said, "If it continues like this, you'll start thinking about 3 children." His eyes suddenly widened. "After marriage, then children. That's right, bearing heirs is also a duty of the royal family." He thought about the number she mentioned. 3 children? 3 children? That seems a bit few, but your opinion is still the most important.
She coldly reminded him, "Who gave the Duke permission to marry whomever he pleases?" He casually said, "I'm getting married. Why would I need anyone's permission? As long as I can say it, there's no problem." Rosika replied, "Just mention permission, and dozens of people will immediately come to mind." He stood facing her and asked, "Could it be my parents? They've been buried for a long time." Hearing him say that, she reminded him, "You speak like an uneducated person." He thought further, "My elder brother also abandoned me quite a while ago." Rosika said, "Right, even His Majesty the Emperor couldn't resist your stubbornness. Even if you choose someone to marry, you'll probably be able to go through with it. Of course, there will be some gossip at first, but eventually everyone will have to surrender, and you can marry freely, even if you intend to be a gatekeeper in the south for the rest of your life." Hearing her say that, he said, "What?" Rosika added, "But if you become emperor, things are different. Think about Crown Prince Raven. The Crown Prince is a fool, so he couldn't make Sena his Crown Princess, right? If you want to become emperor, you can't just think of one person, because the emperor is the face of the empire, a representative figure with noble blood whom no one dares to disrespect." She added, "What if Sena, a foreigner of slave origin, became Crown Princess, a girl from a humble background becoming empress?" He thought for a moment. "That?" Then he said loudly, "If anyone doesn't acknowledge the Empress, they just need to be fired immediately."
She warned him, "If you object like that, I will not accept it. If Lexit were to become a gatekeeper of the border region, then marrying the girl you want would be no problem. But for Emperor Lexit, it won't do if she isn't of noble birth." She pointed directly at him and said, "The position of the successor Empress is the trump card I absolutely must use to make you Emperor." She also said coldly, "Therefore, a girl of no standing, who is even once a swindler, is absolutely unacceptable." She clenched her fist and said, "I am the one hired to make you emperor, so if the Duke falls for an unsuitable girl," she stated plainly, "even if I have to use every means, I will separate the 2 of you. Don't make things so difficult for me."
She added coldly, "Your Grace, you must guard your own heart, because you will be the one to suffer later." He was silent after hearing her words. Hexen turned and left. "I know." He slammed the room door shut, and she let out a laugh. Taking off her cloak, Rosika pondered sadly. "I only said what I had to say. Why do I feel so annoyed?" Her hands tightly clutched the cloak he had given her, either because she couldn't appease the seemingly sulking Lexit, or because she imagined Lexit becoming emperor and then establishing an empress. She was sad, because the emperor was the face of the empire. The Rubik's Cube was twisted haphazardly. Hexen angrily threw it onto the table. "Ah, damn it, why is this so difficult?" He said, losing control. "It's supposed to be exactly like on paper. It's so annoying." He looked at the Rubik's Cube angrily. "I'm going crazy. Now is not the time to think about this. When dawn breaks, people from the imperial family will come to take Raven away. At that time, Raven's death will spread everywhere, and the empire will begin to riot. But that is only the beginning of this play. I want to create an empire where the wicked are punished, the good are rewarded, and the diligent do not suffer from hunger. If I can't do it, if I fail, if anything happens to me, Lexit, I hope you will do it for me. No one else but you in my place." In the past, Raven had gripped his hand and said, "Because it's only you, you are the one who can create the empire I desire." Thinking of this, Hexen fell silent. Raven's words echoed in his ears. "I can do anything for you. I can do it. To achieve that, I will listen to the wise strategist. Choose a noble woman of high birth to be by your side, just as she said. I've chosen." He was again racked with a headache. "Ah, I don't want to. I can't. Just kill me, Raven." Suddenly a voice called out, "Hey, Lexit." Someone walked in. Hexen called, "Raven." Lexit smiled, looking at Raven. Lexit asked, "Did you have fun?" Raven smiled and said, "Of course. It's only been a month, hasn't it?" Hearing this, Lexit suddenly pursed his lips and silently bowed his head. He felt a slight reproach for Raven. He walked closer to Raven and said, "You idiot." Raven replied,
Long time no see, and you're already scolding me? That's just like you. The distance between them shortened. Lexid's voice rang out in a deep, warm tone that even girls would be captivated by. Because I missed you. I even thought you'd gone to hell. After Lexid finished speaking, he shyly covered his face. Ah, damn it, what now? Raven burst out laughing at his cuteness. Raven spoke up, teasing him. Why are you crying, kid? Every day you remind me that if I cry, that will fall off. Lexid suddenly trembled and softly called, Raven. Yes, Lexid. He weakly shed tears behind his trembling hands. Lexid blamed himself. You probably know I'm an idiot. Someone like me isn't confident enough to accept your request. Raven tightly held his hands, whispering in his ear, Lex, don't you remember? To create the empire I've always dreamed of, it's no one else but you. Raven gradually pulled Lexid out of the darkness, his presence illuminating Lexid like a halo. Raven confided, just as you said, you're an idiot. That's why it can only be you. Raven gently said, you said you had no purpose in life. You said you just let life carry you along until you die, didn't you? Lexid cried like a child, softly replying, that's how I intended to live. Why are you giving me such a headache? After much confiding, they finally got to the point. Raven burst out laughing and said, that's why I asked for your help. Shouldn't you thank me for helping you find a purpose in life? Raven smiled brightly like a flower, his face full of life, and his voice playful with Lexid. Raven said, you're not alone. You also have a handsome and agile butler, and a smart strategist, right? Lexid both laughed and cried. He tried to regain his composure, saying, are you kidding? Suddenly, Raven hugged Lexid tightly, making Lexid freeze. Raven whispered in his ear, don't be weak, it doesn't suit you. If you've promised, you must keep your word. Feeling the sincerity from this close friend, Lexid hugged him tightly, sniffling as he said, all right, I'll do it. For you, what is there that I can't do? After that, the two of them continued to hug in the empty room. A soft, and the atmosphere was filled with peace. Lexid softly said, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. When Raven heard that, he froze completely, but he didn't blame Lexid. Raven nuzzled his head into Lexid's broad shoulders, replying, it's okay, Lexid. As they were moving towards Senna's location, the three walked together, chatting. Raven couldn't help but ask curiously, how do you have such a lovely and cute air? Lexid, I'm looking at you again. Rosika, walking beside them, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Thank you for saying so, Crown Prince. Raven replied shyly, I'm just speaking the truth, Princess. Seeing the two playfully banter, Lexid temporarily disengaged from the conversation, showing extreme annoyance. Lexid spoke up, joking again, honestly. Arriving at the door, Raven gently touched the doorknob and softly said, I'm a little nervous. Then the door creaked open, revealing Senna already waiting inside. Senna was completely stunned with surprise. Seeing Raven right in front of her, Senna couldn't help but be moved, exclaiming, Your Highness. Raven quickly replied, Senna. Raven anxiously watched Senna's tears fall and softly said, I've heard what happened. I should have kept you in a safer place. I'm sorry. Moved, Raven covered her mouth with both hands and sobbed, No, I'm fine, and our child is also fine. Overwhelmed with emotion, Raven embraced Senna tightly, exclaiming, You've been through so much. The atmosphere was filled with happiness at their reunion. The two embraced, weeping bitterly after days of painful separation. Senna cried even harder, her tears streaming down her face. Seeing them like that made Lexid and Rosika feel a pang of sympathetic sadness. Rosika looked up at Lexid and called out to him, Duke! Lexid started and replied, Lexid looked at the two with a hint of regret and softly said, The royal family members are arriving soon.
Lexid reminded her that someone would surely recognize her, so she had to hide well. Senna looked up, gently wiping a tear from her cheek. Senna replied, Yes, I understand. I will be absolutely silent. Raven looked at her, his heart full of guilt. Raven whispered, I'm sorry I'm late. If I had come sooner, we could have been together longer. Senna smiled and said, It's okay. We'll see each other again soon. I'll wait. Lexid and Rosika watched them part, deeply moved.
Raven stood up, smiling at her. Raven said, Wait for me a moment. Lexid will protect you so I can leave with peace of mind. Raven promised her, I will return soon. Then he left, his figure gradually disappearing behind the door. Afterwards, they were in the great hall. The atmosphere became heavy. Everyone was gloomy, sighing and sitting listlessly on their chairs. Raven was extremely uncomfortable. He sighed, This is truly unbearable. Rosika quickly comforted him. You did very well. Raven asked in surprise, I did well? Rosika dared not be careless with her words. She seriously advised, Of course. Your mood is restless, isn't it? You feel heartbroken because of poor Sina. Rosika affirmed that this was proof that he had done very well, because he had empathized with the Crown Prince's feelings and acted accordingly. Upon hearing her words, Raven's mood improved. Afterwards, she excitedly turned to ask Lexid, Grand Duke, what did you think of our friend just now? Lexid cooperated with her. He replied, It really seemed like he was still alive, didn't it? Rosika laughed loudly, saying, Even his closest friend says so. You truly did very well. Raven felt a bit chilled by Lexid's perception. Raven gave a wise smile and said, Anyway, I feel so guilty that I can't do it a second time. How on earth can the princess act without batting an eyelid? Caught off guard by Raven's remark, she shamelessly tried to cling to her remaining shred of honor. Rosika replied, Well, you just act without batting an eyelid. But when deceiving kind-hearted people, I also feel guilty. Rosika glanced at Raven, wanting to observe his state. Rosika sighed. That's why I'm so heartbroken now. It's only natural for a human being. Besides, Rosika loudly urged, There's no more time. Quickly pull yourself together. At the same time, soldiers had fully gathered outside, awaiting orders. Rosika looked up at him. She said, Duke, this is the last time. Rosika boldly reminded Lexid, If the Crown Prince doesn't leave the north today, he will never be seen again. This made Raven clench his hands.
She said softly, If you have something to say, please say it, and don't cry anymore. Raven, sitting behind, burst out laughing, teasing him. That's right, that tearful face doesn't suit you. I thought you couldn't act your age, but unexpectedly you're quite sentimental. Cornered by the two of them, Lexid reluctantly accepted. All right. Lexid stood in front of Raven, and he began the story of their tragic brotherhood. Lexid thumped his chest and said, Raven, because I was a fool, I couldn't protect you. The things you intended to protect, the people you had to protect, the empire you had to protect, the future you had to protect, everything. Raven smiled as he listened to Lexid, his face full of anticipation. Lexid said softly, I will protect them in your stead. At this, Raven's face flushed, and he smiled contentedly. Truly his best friend. Raven clapped his hands in praise. Oh, how cool. But Lexid's words were true. Lexid affirmed, I will become such a magnificent emperor that you'll be wide-eyed with surprise, and live like that for a very long time before descending to hell. Lexid's tears fell, and he smiled, making a pact. See you down there, then. In Lexid's mind, images of the two of them playing together in the garden when they were children flashed. That was a time when he was very happy. Lexid said softly, I love you, you little rascal. At that time, outside, war banners fluttered in the wind.
All knights were training for battle. The captain of the Knight Order, Simon Cartel, spoke up. Everyone, halt! Then Lexid, along with Rosika and Raven, appeared, approaching the Knight army. Raven greeted him. It's been a long time, Captain Simon. Raven observed him. His face was very solemn, exuding military discipline. The two stood in silence, looking at each other for a while, and the atmosphere became a little tense. Suddenly, the Knight army spoke in unison. The Hexen Knight Order, servants of the royal family, respectfully greet His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Raven smiled upon hearing this, and Lexid, standing behind him, also let out a sigh of relief. Then Simon and the entire Knight Order simultaneously bowed in salute to him. The synchronized clank of their armor echoed. Lexid spoke up. You're still as rigid as ever. Nothing has changed. Simon looked up and realized it was the Grand Duke. Simon immediately replied, respectfully greeting the Grand Duke. Lexid said, All right, we met last time when I came to the capital. It's been about a year, hasn't it? Lexid smiled and asked, Are you well? Simon chuckled and replied, Yes, Your Grace. Seeing the manpower and materials he had brought, Lexid felt a little uneasy. He expressed, I apologize for making you bring so many high-ranking personnel, and the gifts are also too numerous. Being praised by the Grand Duke made him feel overjoyed, and Simon cheerfully replied, It's nothing, just my duty. Raven, standing beside him, couldn't help but be bewildered. Only you would use the royal family's Knight Order to carry supplies. Looking at the Knight Order before him, Raven wondered, Shouldn't you have brought your own knights? What kind of hospitality is this for friends? Lexid explained, Because I changed my Knight Order this time, I'm short on manpower.
Simon watched the two of them talk, feeling a little relieved. Simon thought to himself, It's a good thing His Highness seems happier after meeting the Grand Duke. Lexid and Raven truly have a beautiful friendship. Raven opened the car door with a creak, and Lexid and Rosika stood to see him off. Suddenly, Rosika rushed over, exclaiming, Wait, hold on a moment. Rosika pleaded, I have something I haven't told His Imperial Highness yet. May I get in the car for a moment? Raven, from inside the car, spoke up. Let her in, Captain Simon. Rosika quickly got into the car, and the door closed with a creak.
Sitting opposite Raven, Rosika said, Your Highness. Raven replied, Yes, my lady. Suddenly, Rosika blurted out, Don't die! Raven froze at her words and let out a grunt. But Rosika wasn't joking. Her expression was very serious when she spoke of the matter. Rosika reiterated, No one knows what will happen. If it succeeds, that's good, but it could also fail. Raven sighed and said, In my dictionary, there is no such word as failure, only success or death. Rosika coldly retorted, Then you should change your dictionary. Seeing her continuously speak of such inauspicious things, Raven said doubtfully, If this fails, it will be a big problem.
Rosika crossed her arms and said with conviction, "It won't be a big problem." He was still a bit hesitant. Raven scratched his head thoughtfully. Raven hesitated. If we choose that, Lexid will be in a difficult position. Time was running short. Raven smiled and said, "I understand. Thank you for worrying about me." Rosika immediately said, "Your Highness says that, but you know yourself better than I do." Raven looked bewildered at this. He still didn't understand what she meant. She looked at him with a determined gaze. Rosika asserted, "Someone who doesn't prioritize their life above all else, if they want to work with me, will have to change their disregard for life." Raven was surprised that these words came from her. She truly knew how to take him from one surprise to another. Raven chuckled and said, "That's a surprise. I thought you'd say that even if one dies, the work must be completed." Rosika calmly replied, "You're not wrong. Come to think of it, if you make a mistake, it might be even more troublesome." At that moment, she looked out the door, where Lexid was saying something to Simon that seemed very important. Rosika hinted, "You know the Duke's personality, don't you?" Rosika threatened Raven, "If you make a mistake, the Duke will get angry and demand revenge, so don't displease me, understand?" Raven also realized that. He smiled and agreed. "I will try my best." Rosika encouraged him. "It's okay to fail."
She clenched her hands, feeling helpless. Rosika wasn't happy saying these words either. After all, we'll be the ones laughing in the end. So, if we find ourselves in a losing situation, Rosika spoke up, reminding him, "Don't look back, just run for your life, then come back to me." Her words brought back a flood of memories from the war to Raven's mind, a resounding complaint echoing in his head. Where does a superior tell a subordinate to die in their place? Every single word was etched into Raven's mind. "I won't say such nonsense," he thought. "Live together, die together." Suddenly, Rosika leaned her head against Raven's, making him freeze like a statue. Fearing a misunderstanding, he quickly spoke up. What are you doing?" Rosika replied, "I'm going to share the luck and skills of a genius swindler who has never failed since birth." Then she exclaimed, creating a lively atmosphere. Rosika smiled. "The national play. Let's make it a success." Raven chuckled. "Let's do it, but don't get too carried away." Rosika reminded him, "I already made it clear that success is good, but failure is also fine. If plan A fails, then plan B or plan C." Then she pushed the door open and stepped outside. Rosika turned her head slightly and said, "I'm the girl who thinks of everything, from plan A to Z." A moment later, outside, Rosika's voice rang out. "Duke!"
She thought to herself, "I'll prepare the medicine and then go to the Duke's room. From now on, I should just go straight there." Then she knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Rosika spoke up. "Duke, it's me. May I come in?" "Duke, are you asleep?" Lexid replied from inside the room. "Come in." Rosika, holding the packet of medicine, slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Suddenly, she was startled, and her face flushed crimson. Before her eyes was Lexid, his body drenched in water as he was soaking in the bathtub. Lexid cast a cold, captivating glance in her direction. His body, with nothing left to cover it, was truly mesmerizing. The sound of water echoed, splash, splash. At that moment, there were only 2 people in the bathroom. Embarrassed, Rosika tried to avert her gaze. "What? If you're bathing, you should have told me to come later." Lexid replied nonchalantly. "Aren't you just here to deliver the medicine? What's the problem? Give it to me and then leave." Rosika glumly turned her back. "That's not it." He shrugged and sneered. "Why don't you turn around? Did you see something you shouldn't have?" "Is it that strange?" Rosika was utterly mortified. "You're not wearing anything right now," Lexid retorted. "So what? Half of me is in the bathtub anyway." He paused for a moment, then said in a cold voice, "Even so, what's the big deal? Are you paying attention? What are you concerned about? Is it that I'm naked or something? Owen and I still scrub each other's backs, you know." Rosika shrieked in horror. "Owen and I are definitely not the same," Lexid retorted defiantly. "How are you different? I am the master. You and Owen are both people I employ." Rosika pressed her lips together, feeling helpless. She glared at him, thinking to herself, "You hateful thing. What the hell is wrong with him?" From that moment on, he kept sulking. So childish. He shouldn't be called Lexid, but Lex the brat. The childish person in front of her was still defiantly proclaiming, "Don't mind it. I won't pay attention to you either now," he declared pompously. "What's so strange about it? Even if I was seen naked, I wouldn't have that kind of relationship with a girl who used to be a swindler." Rosika sighed, and Lexid also sighed, urging, "Hand me the medicine quickly." Rosika handed over the medicine, saying, "Please sleep." He reached out to take it. "Okay." Just as he was about to put it to his mouth to drink, he paused at the stack of papers in her hand. "What's that? Did you bring it to give to me?" Rosika hesitated. "It is, but at the moment," Lexid scoffed. "Don't use the excuse of coming to my room twice. Just tell me now." Rosika gave a sinister smile. "If His Grace says so, then I'll tell you right away. Here, please take this."
In her mind at that moment, she wanted to just hit him. Lexid calmly scanned through each paper.
Finally, he raised his head. Are you kidding? Rosika sighed. Because I was afraid it would be like this, I told you I'd tell you later, but now you're sulking at me. Lexid's voice was full of anger. What's sulking? Rosika sneered. Isn't it sulking? So, may I speak? Lexid trembled with anger. You! Rosika held out her hand. First, among the 20 unmarried ladies of the nobility in the capital, her eyes sparkled. I have chosen the 8 most beautiful ones. Lexid shouted. Don't their opinions matter? Huh? Rosika shrugged. They don't matter. Beautiful ladies will surely agree to marry you, won't they? Lexid confidently yelled. Of course! What else? Rosika presented her plan. When we arrive in the capital, Your Grace, please fix your thuggish way of speaking. Don't open your mouth anymore. I know how to handle the rest. You must adopt a calm and composed style. When dining, don't comment while being served water, and then you can get married this year. Lexid sighed, looking back at the papers. Rosika added, I think I've arranged them in a suitable order, but Your Grace's opinion is the most important, so if you fancy any particular lady, I will plan accordingly. Lexid frowned. He looked at the paper introducing the girl she was talking about. The first candidate is the Marquise Toir's daughter, 18 years old. She celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony and debuted in high society earlier this year. Although slightly later than others, her popularity is far from ordinary. She's the queen of high society. Rosika, who was brimming with confidence, then heard a decisive word from Lexid. Rejected.
Don't cut me off. I haven't finished speaking yet, Lexid calmly replied. That's enough. Eliminate. Rosika was speechless. What part was that? He didn't care at all? Do I have to explain something like that? She thought to herself, oh my God, this is a bad omen. Lexid looked at the papers and said, continue. Rosika completely lost her enthusiasm. The second candidate is Lady Lotisha, the Marquis' daughter, 20 years old, a suitable age for marriage. Furthermore, she is the daughter of a long-established and reputable family. Before she could finish speaking, he exclaimed, eliminate. Rosika was completely enraged. Tell me the reason, Lexid calmly replied. There was something I didn't like, so I eliminated her. Next. She tried to suppress her anger and continued, the third candidate is the daughter of Duke Lozerte. Lexid, without even lifting his head, said, rejected. Rosika exclaimed, ugh, this time I only mentioned the family name. He calmly gave his reason. I don't like that family name. Rosika finally exploded. Are you going to be this stubborn? It was already hard enough using schemes to elevate you from nothing to an emperor. I don't have the energy to listen to such complaints. Lexid frowned deeply, looking at her. He suddenly stood up and Rosika reacted quickly, turning away. Oh dear, Lexid said, fastening his cloak. Hey, Rosika, her back still turned and eyes tightly shut, asked, what? Lexid suddenly asked, If I get married, it's not just about getting married, is it? Rosika slowly turned her head. What are you saying? He was flustered. Well, it's that thing. If you have a wife, you'll have to hold hands, kiss. Rosika understood. You mean you have to fulfill marital duties, right? Lexid nodded. That's right. She helplessly pressed a hand to her forehead. Why would you ask such an obvious question? Because there must be an heir. Marital relations are mandatory. She even deliberately added, it's not like the stork brings them, you know. Lexid blushed with embarrassment. Damn it. Facing his scowling face, she declared confidently, that's why I didn't arbitrarily choose anyone, but came to ask you. I apologize for the matter concerning Princess Farah. However, since the chosen person will live with you for their entire life, your opinion is the most important. Lexid's lips parted slightly. Rosika continued, I thought about it many times. One of them is sure to please you. Lexid suddenly became serious. I apologize, but I have absolutely no confidence. I've never even thought about talking privately with a girl, how to hold hands, how to kiss.
You also saw me walking with Princess Farah, didn't you? Rosika bowed her head seriously and replied, it was due to my confusion. You'll do well. You're also used to me. Lexid unconsciously reached out his hand. I also found that truly miraculous. His hand moved towards her beautiful face, but just as it was about to touch, he pulled it back. Lexid frowned deeply. I want to touch you. Then he became flustered. I don't mean I want to touch your body. Rosika calmly replied, yes, I understand what you mean. Lexid mused. You know, touching another girl or even kissing them. He finished the last sentence with a flushed face. Even so, it's nothing, right? She frowned slightly. Why can't I be like that? I've already held your hand and kissed you. How could I do that with another girl? I've already held your hand and kissed you. How could I do that with another girl? He said with a resentful tone, while she seemed to freeze in surprise. What? Are you saying that if you've kissed a subordinate, you can't be straightforward? That just requires regaining a clear mind. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder, trying to persuade him. Unmarried men and women have the right to date freely before marriage. This will help you find out who is compatible with you and carefully decide on a marriage partner. If you're dating, you can hold hands and kiss. You don't necessarily have to have physical contact with only one person.
With a face full of resentment, he said, "Can you kiss other men besides me?" This made her freeze. His words were like a bolt of lightning striking her. "Hey, damn it," was her recurring thought. Of course," she said, then suddenly stopped. Perhaps kissing is also a bit much. Lexit was much more excited than before. "Why?" His excitement startled her. "It's not like that, but I don't know either. Wouldn't it be tiring no matter who I met?" "If you kiss me, there will only be death," Lexit said unexpectedly. "Huh." He paused for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Your mouth has poison in it." "That's right," she said, becoming even more flustered. "Anyway, this isn't important. Since the Duke has never met a girl, he probably feels I'm special." Rosika pointed directly at him and said, "First you should try going to the archipelago. Every 5 steps there's an incredibly beautiful and captivating girl. If those ladies, more beautiful than me, steal your heart, then you'll understand why I said that, and you'll regret it. Just wait and see." He refused with a disdainful expression. "No way, I know myself best. Don't act like you understand me better than I do." She, however, was more confident. "You definitely will be like that, I guarantee it. If you want to date a girl you like, don't hesitate, because I can pretend not to know." A small magic circle appeared on his wrist. He confidently challenged. "Want to bet?"
She still maintains her confidence. "I've never lost a bet, you know, so let's bet," she said softly. "All right, what are we betting on? If I win, what do you want from me?" "Nothing much. Buy me a gemstone brooch." He then listed a few other items. The brooch would complete the set with the ring, necklace, and earrings. "All right, and what does the Duke want from me?" Lexit, with determined eyes, said, Before he could finish, she cut him off. "You can't choose things like not taking a duchess. This time, the Duke must definitely pursue a relationship with a woman." Lexit ground his teeth in annoyance, letting out a reluctant huff. She, on the other hand, sighed, just as I thought. He spoke up, asking, "Aside from that, it's fine, right?" She replied seriously, "Yes, only that is not allowed." "It was you who just said, wasn't it, that unmarried men and women can freely date before marriage?" She also replied, "Yes, that's right. If there's no marriage, then who one dates is also free. That's the Duke's feelings. It doesn't require my permission. But as I also said yesterday, yes, I remember, if I meet an unsuitable girl, you will break us up. Yes, I will do that. If so, only the Duke will get tired. Will you be all right?" Lexit smiled faintly and continued, "No problem. Just dating without marrying is fine, right?" "Yes, you can do as you please." So if I win the bet, he slowly walked towards her. He then leaned down to look at her with amused, excited eyes. "You date me." She hadn't quite processed what he said, whispering back, "Date? What?" She shrieked in alarm. "What do you mean by that?" She looked at him in confusion. Lexit calmly said, "Did I say something difficult?"
"You promised to accept everything, provided that I would appoint a duchess." She broke into a sweat at his words. Even so, this matter was a bit... "If you don't keep your promise, then I won't meet these girls either. If you act so unreliably, I can't trust you." Hearing that, she had to ponder. On second thought, it might even benefit her. Her mere 2 words, "All right then," made Tefon incredibly excited. "Really?" "Yes. But if you don't cooperate, the bet is void. You're not allowed to meet the girl I tell you to meet, and you're not allowed to cause trouble." With brimming confidence, he said firmly, "Easy peasy. If you don't obey, everything will be void. I've done as you said. Don't pretend ignorance later." His confidence also made her slightly nervous. Could I possibly lose? She quickly brushed away those thoughts. "Even though you've done everything I asked, if no girl has made your heart flutter, then fine, let's date." Lexit's excitement was still there. It wasn't just about loving with words. "We'll do what normal couples do, the dating activities of normal couples," he stated seriously. "That's right. They hold hands, kiss, and go on dates too." It has to be like that. And also continue to drink poison by mouth." Seeing him continuously state his points, she said, "You talk as if you've already won. The more you hope, the more disappointed you'll be." He chuckled a few times. "I'm confident." She also started to get excited. "All right, let's see who wins." But a part of his chest muscle was exposed, drawing her attention. She suddenly froze, her face also flushed red. Embarrassed, she turned away to avoid looking, humming a few indistinct tunes to distract herself from those embarrassing thoughts. She hadn't taken many steps before her foot twisted. She stumbled and fell, only managing to utter a few sounds. Oh. The papers also slowly fell. Suddenly, a hand reached out to support her waist. Frightened, she only dared to peek open her eyes to see who had caught her. It turned out he had caught her, and their eyes met directly. In the silent space, only the sound of water dripping from Lexit's hair could be heard.
Both stared at each other in stunned silence. Rosika, embarrassed, forced a smile. "That was close, thank you, Your Grace." Seeing the clear eyes and soft, smooth lips of the girl in front of him, Lexit couldn't help but lean closer to her. Just a little closer and their lips would touch. Sensing the precarious situation, she hesitated. "Duke, aren't you going to get up? You're not planning to just stay like this and pin me down, are you?" His hand, still wrapped around her slender waist, quickly pulled away in defense. "I was just thinking, what are you talking about?" Lexid, his face flushed, slowly helped her up as if reluctant to let go. Rosika looked around and was startled. Papers were scattered everywhere, a mess. Like a professional nanny, she pushed him away. Come on, why did you suddenly make such a mess? She focused on picking up the papers, finishing in less than a minute. Handing the stack of papers to Lexid, she explained, Your Grace said you would listen to me, so I will respect your preferences. Please read these and tell me the order you like. He was still flushed and beet red, and even though he had turned his back, his gaze remained fixed on her. Afraid she would notice his obvious staring, he pretended to be calm and turned away. I know, I'll read them, so you can go. Rosika pointed, puzzled. What on earth? What are you unhappy about now? It's not that, just go outside. Lexid tried to keep his voice serious. She teased helplessly. Oh, why are you like this again? We were just having so much fun betting earlier. He insisted, denying it. Only you found it fun. Go outside. She sighed. Your personality is really hard to understand. But not teasing him wasn't her style. She giggled, poking fun. Do you know that human psychology dictates that if you tell someone to leave, they'll want to stay even more? After a moment of silence, he walked over to her. He gently stroked her cheek, his eyes filled only with her reflection. Date me, he said. As she looked at Lexid's serious face, this confession suddenly formed in her mind.
She blushed, letting him caress her cheek, thinking to herself, why am I thinking about that insipid confession? Snap out of it. After caressing for a while, he let go. Did she think he'd let go so easily? No, he pinched her cheek as a warning. While we're still on good terms, get out. Lex had smirked, water still clinging to his hair, his captivating beauty and delicious toned abs, like a bad boy teasing an innocent girl. Otherwise, I might have to chop off my fingers right now. Rosika flushed crimson, obediently not daring to argue. Yes. The next morning, Rosika's questioning voice echoed in the room. When will the baby be born? Sana happily rubbed her belly, smiling faintly. Masha said we might meet them in about a week. She quietly observed Sena's radiant, expectant face, thinking to herself, is everyone who has a child like this? What would it feel like to have a child with the person you love and then wait for the baby to be born? Though curious, I don't want to experience that anytime soon, because whether during wartime or now, I have to take care of my body. I don't want to think about the responsibility and worry of raising a healthy child. Suddenly, Sana called out, Princess, I know I'm bothering everyone, but I apologize for saying this. Just being inside the city makes me feel a bit suffocated. Her face showed remorse. Rosika understood and asked, Going out for some fresh air might be better. Are you okay? We don't know when the baby will be born, but you shouldn't overexert yourself. Sana stammered, It's not like I have to go right away, so it's fine. It's just that I feel so suffocated. Is it all right? I also have something I want to do. If not, then there's nothing else I can do. Her eyes showed disappointment. Rosika smiled. It's not that you can't. I'll speak to the Duke, and then you can come with me. Sana stammered, Princess, if the Duke isn't busy, I hope he'll come along too. Behind Rosika, Sana was secretly smirking.
Still outwardly pleading, Duchess, could you ask for me? Rosika was surprised. Even the Duke? Senna spoke reasonably, explaining, because there's a shop that the Crown Prince often visits whenever he comes to the north. It's nothing grand, but I want to buy gifts for the Duchess, the Duke, and Masha too. Seeing that expectant look, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Thank you, she said. Then I'll go ask the Duke. She went to meet Lexid. Duke, I have something to say. As soon as he saw her, he was surprised. Oh, I also have something to say. Come here, he said. Rosika, curious, replied. He frowned. Come closer, he urged. Not understanding, she asked, What's wrong? What happened? Lexid fiercely, and without a hint of gentleness, flicked her forehead with such a resounding thwack that it could be heard all the way in Binyang. She screamed in pain.
Rosika suppressed her frustration, holding back the urge to hit him, and patiently asked again, What's wrong? What happened? He held out a stack of documents in front of her, one page of which read, Duke Rohan Eisen, 42 years old, originally from the Kingdom of Eisenbach, exiled to the Empire 22 years ago. Spouse, Duchess Ernie, entered the Empire from the Kingdom of Eisenbach with Duke Eisen during his exile. Due to pregnancy, she was unable to attend the ducal investiture ceremony. The faces were indistinct. Looking at the cold, blue-haired man, she asked doubtfully, Marry a 42-year-old middle-aged man? She smiled expectantly. About this. Have you looked through all the other girls? Who do you like the most? Lexid coldly turned his face away. I didn't look. I don't know the difference between them, so you do it yourself. Rosika was at a loss for words. Reading all this takes so much time and is troublesome. I've already given you the right to decide. He flatly refused. No need. All girls are the same anyway. He specifically emphasized, except for you. Rosika was startled and blushed upon hearing this, not expecting this idiot to know how to flirt. What? She was so embarrassed she felt like steam was coming out of her ears. She quickly changed the subject. This man, I asked Owen about him, but perhaps due to some error he couldn't be properly met. I included him to ask the Duke privately. Duke Rohan Eisen, originally from the Kingdom of Eisenbach, has lived under the guise of nobility after being exiled to the Empire. Foreign exiles cannot receive noble titles in the Empire, but he is an exception, because the Eisenbach royal family is not ordinary. Rosika was happily reading. If the heir is a daughter, she will become the Duchess. If it's a son, he will be considered a political ally. Lex had said indifferently, forget it, because he has no heir.
Are you speculating? Yes, but 22 years ago the Duchess was pregnant. He doubted. How do you know Duke Eisen went into exile in the Empire? Duchess Eisen was a commoner from the Empire, not from the kingdom. Naturally, the royal family did not permit the marriage, and for that reason, he went into exile. But 22 years ago, right after going into exile and receiving the ducal title, his wife disappeared while pregnant. Although there were rumors that the kingdom intervened to bring Duke Eisen back, he is still missing, and the case remains unresolved. Rosika felt a pang of sympathy and pity for this man, who gave up everything for a woman and went into exile in the Empire, only to lose both his wife and unborn child at the same time.
Although she had never met him in person, it was truly pitiful. Rosika placed Rohan's dossier into another folder on the table. Rosika looked at him and said, "No wonder such a talented person isn't well known. I didn't even know of his existence before Owen came looking." Rohan's life story was recounted through Lexid's narration. He told him, of course he wouldn't know. For 10 years after losing his wife, he personally went searching for her. After that, he lived in seclusion at the ducal mansion on the islands and never showed himself. Now, no one knows if he's alive or dead. Rosika, sitting beside him, was utterly astonished. She hadn't expected him to know so much about Rohan's private life. She said, "You seem to know the Duke's circumstances very well, don't you?" Lexid replied, "Because he was someone my father held in high regard. My father personally bestowed the title upon him when he saw his pitiful circumstances and also needed to consider the relationship with the kingdom." Lexid also said that thanks to this, foreign relations improved, and after bestowing the title, he continued to pay more attention. The sight of soldiers being massively summoned for the second time in history caused an uproar throughout the capital. Lexid remarked, "It's said that the entire Royal Knights contingent was mobilized when the Duchess went missing. Aside from war, that was the first time in history." Hearing Rohan's history of searching for his wife made Rosika feel sympathetic. She softly said, "But he still couldn't find her." Lexid expressed, "She's probably dead. Since the Duchess disappeared, there's no reason for the Duke to remain in the Empire." Looking at the dossier before her, Rosika asserted, "Someone who relied solely on his wife and went into exile surely couldn't give up." Lexid agreed, "That's right. That's why he frantically scoured the Empire for 10 years. And so the legend of J. Raven was left behind, losing his wife in the Empire, the very place he set foot in, embracing the dream of a peaceful second life, and even losing a child he never got to see.
One cannot leave the Empire, merely existing with the faint hope that they are truly living somewhere." Rosika sighed, saying, "So they're trying to endure without returning to the kingdom." Lexid mused, "To be honest, I didn't understand before." He stroked his chin. Lexid said, "But perhaps now I know. If someone leaves, I would also." At this point, he glanced at her expression. Lexid stated his view. "Whether it's 10 years or 20 years, even if I have to turn the entire continent upside down, I will find them." Upon hearing this, Rosika broke out in a cold sweat, her inner self screaming, "It can't be me." Suddenly, Lexid spoke up, pulling her back to reality, saying, "Didn't you say you had something to tell me?" Rosika startled and exclaimed, "Oh, that's right." She looked at him seriously. Rosika stated, "Duke, please listen carefully to what I have to say from now on." It had been a while since he'd seen her this serious, which made him a little curious. Lexid asked, "What is it?" Outside the city walls, the sunset glow bathed the entire city in a romantic light. Sena, cradling her pregnant belly, strolled idly in the garden, looking as if she had something on her mind. Rosika's voice rang out, "Sena!" She startled and turned to look. Sena explained, "Oh, lady!"
The beautiful skirt shimmered and glowed. Rosika, wearing a pretty hat that fluttered, ran over. She wore a pink outfit with a cute umbrella, and Rosika, cheerful, radiant, and sparkling, appeared before Sena. Her beauty made even a straight woman like Sena exclaim in admiration, "Your ladyship is so beautiful." Rosika chuckled, but tried to maintain the image she had cultivated. Rosika softly said, "I apologize for taking so long to get ready." Sena quickly replied, "Not at all. I'm sure it was a bother for you. Thank you for agreeing to help me." Rosika politely said, "No bother at all. I wanted to get some fresh air anyway." Seeing the carriage behind them made Sena feel a little overwhelmed, even breaking into a sweat at such extravagance. Sena wondered, "But do we need such a large carriage?" The large, pretty pink carriage was ready. Rosika, holding the carriage door, cleared her throat and said, "It's been a while since I've been out, so I plan to buy quite a lot of things." Sena unconsciously said, "Hee hee, how adorable." Rosika burst out laughing and said,
If you saw me spending money, you wouldn't say that anymore. The Duke can afford to raise 500 cows and pigs, but I certainly can't. Sina immediately flirted. If I were the Duke, I would definitely want to buy everything for you. Rosika put her hands on her hips, pleased, and said, "Thank you for saying that. We really must buy everything." Rosika then said, "Shall we get in now?" But Sina's expression seemed sad. Sina softly said, "The Duke is very busy. I wanted him to come along." As soon as Sina finished speaking, Lexit appeared behind Rosika. He announced, "I'm late, my apologies." Upon seeing him, Sina, with one hand clutching her stonk and the other trying to salvage what little modesty she had left, exclaimed, "Oh, Duke."
She began to greet him. Sina smiled and said, "You've arrived. You must be very busy." Lexit replied, "Not at all." Seeing Lexit's attire, Rosika was a little displeased. Rosika stood with her arms crossed, scolding him. "It took you so long to get ready. I thought you were primping." Lexit wasn't one to be outdone. He asked, "Are you going to the ball?" Rosika wasn't afraid of him. She even stuck out her tongue to tease him. Watching them banter back and forth, Sina became extremely uncomfortable. Sina interrupted their conversation. "Just like this, both of you are going out without any guards?" Rosika explained, "We always go out like this." Meanwhile, Lexit gallantly helped Sina into the carriage, saying, "Having guards constantly by our side is just a nuisance." Lexit further assured her, "What is there to worry about when you're with me?" He leaned towards Rosika, smiling, and said, "Drax? No, the North. No, even if you travel across the entire continent, you won't find a guard like me." Rosika, sitting beside him, laughed heartily, beaming as she replied, "Exactly, exactly." As Lexit smiled at her, Rosika happily gave him a like, accompanied by her signature healing smile. Rosika said, "Don't worry," and Sina also reluctantly agreed, even though she wasn't entirely convinced. Lexit further boosted their confidence, asserting, "This top-tier guard will ensure your safety today." A moment later, the caw of a bird echoed in the sky, and Rosika spoke up, "This is the place."
She looked out the window, her face full of surprise. Rosika exclaimed, "Good heavens, they can actually run a business in a place like this?" Lex had helped her out of the car and remarked, "Indeed, it's my first time here too." In the distance, a clattering sound emerged. The three of them stopped in front of a small house. The wind howled, and the scene was somewhat unusual. Rosika felt a mix of emotions, sighing, "Oh dear, anyone would find this place suspicious. It's highly questionable." Then, Lexit and Rosika exchanged glances, understanding each other implicitly. Rosika declared, "Let's go in." Rosika confidently led the way for the two of them, their footsteps echoing. They moved into the shop, and the door closed with a thud. Outside, Silver stood by the car, yawning until his eyes watered, clearly exhausted. Suddenly, a mysterious, masked figure appeared behind him. Silver didn't notice, still flicking his lighter to light a cigarette to ease his worries. The masked figure entered and lunged to attack the servant. Instead, the masked figure was startled, sweating profusely from tension. Silver reacted quickly, grabbing the fingers tightly, their eyes meeting. With the cigarette still in his mouth, Silver smiled and said, "Too slow."
The masked man secretly thought in surprise. It's a trap. No wonder he left the city without guards. Just then, Silver's arm blocked the arm that was reaching forward, and the man looked at him in surprise. Then the man received a full elbow strike from him and groaned. "Ugh." At this, he trembled and collapsed to the ground from the recent blow, coughing up red liquid. Around him were voices, and there was a strange smell inside. It's so stuffy. The man, being a coachman, had truly felt comfortable here. In front of him, Red was looking at him innocently, while Black brushed dust off his clothes, saying, "You lost rock, paper, scissors. What else can you do? Just accept it." After a moment of hanging his head, the man looked up at them with an unfriendly gaze. Elsewhere, Rosika, along with Lexit and Sheena, were strolling around the mansion when she suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, so many beautiful things. It's been a long time since we had guests." Suddenly, Lexit was startled as he realized something. Footsteps clattered down the stairs. Sheena looked up with a radiant face. "Hello," causing Rosika to look in that direction as well. A young man in a beige shirt with a red scar over one eye, Nyendok, holding a book, slowly descended, using the wall as a support. Upon seeing Lexit, he greeted him warmly. "So it's the Lord. Had I known, I would have tidied up a bit." Lexit thought to himself, "If he knows my face, he must be a long-time merchant from the north." At the same time, Nyendok tilted his head and smiled.
Lexit looked at Rosika in surprise because her expression was quite astonished. Then he whispered to her, "Staring like that is rude." Rosika froze and replied, "Ah." She immediately said, I'm sorry." He chuckled softly, holding out an eye mask in response. "It's all right. I didn't expect any guests at this hour, so I was a bit careless." Senna interjected from somewhere, smiling as she offered, "Since I'm indebted to these people, I'd like to give them a small gift. Are there any items here suitable for the Lord?" Meanwhile, Poison Spider sat leisurely in a chair, reading a book. Then he pointed his hand towards the other side. How about an item like a sword tassel? Senna followed the direction he pointed. Duke, please choose one here. Lexid glanced over. She turned back and said to him, I really want to give you a gift. Duke, from now on, please listen to what I say. Lexid was suspicious, but followed Senna inside. Clang, the door slammed shut. He realized in a panic that Senna was a spy. A magic circle appeared on the door. Lexid turned back and shouted, Rosika! Senna saw him trying to bang on the door and said, It's useless to try and open it, because he frowned at Lexid. I will guarantee the princess's safety, so just leave it be. Hearing that, Lexid stood opposite her and questioned, You deceived me, betrayed Raven. But Senna retorted, You say I betrayed?
She gritted her teeth, her eyes on the verge of tears. Why would I betray him? You are the real traitor. Lexid was stunned by her words. What? You're saying Sena is the traitor? There's no way Sena would betray Raven. Rosika replied without hesitation. That's right. She didn't betray Raven. She betrayed you. What do you mean? At first, I was also mistaken, but when I met Owen, I was certain. You mean when I impersonated Raven, I thought I was quite convincing. The people Owen met when he went to the central region only knew the Crown Prince's outward appearance, so it was fine. But it was difficult to deceive Sena from the start, because she was the person closest to the Crown Prince for 10 years. She was the only one who knew every gesture, movement, word, and even the smallest habit. Rosika bowed her head, her voice slightly weak. It's quite easy to disguise myself as someone who doesn't exist at all, but I've never disguised myself as a real person.
Glancing over, because with only a little information, it's hard to perfectly impersonate someone, and it was the same for Owen. Lex had now wondered, so did Senna realize then that it wasn't Raven? She began to explain. It wasn't a baseless assumption. The Crown Prince has a small scar on the left side of his nape. I deliberately misrepresented its location as being along the shoulder. If Senna was indeed a spy, the fake Owen would obviously notice that. As expected, in their first meeting, she touched his nape. He then asked, At that time, Senna, was Raven definitely dead? Rosika looked at Lefsid and slowly replied, Yes, but Senna still pretended to be fooled, perhaps for other reasons. Firstly, she must have been very surprised by the enemy who killed Crown Prince Raven, and then the supposedly chilled Crown Prince sent a letter, even summoning people. Therefore, she needed to be sure if the Crown Prince was truly alive, or what trick Lexid was planning. And the Duke, who was not intended to be framed as the culprit for the Crown Prince's assassination, became the first target to be eliminated. Sitting and listening to her analysis, he could only remain silent. A moment later, Lexid looked at Rosika worriedly and asked, So, Senna? She didn't let him say more and cut him off. The reason Hexena came to the Grand Duke's city was to assist in killing the Duke. Ending the recollection of his conversation with Rosika, Lex had now stared blankly at Senna, who said with a trembling voice, Before he came to the north to meet you, he was so happy. With tear-filled eyes, Senna said, crying and resentful, I never thought that person would be the one to plunge a sword into my heart. Like a fool.
Lexid was startled and quickly defended himself. No, Senna, but she didn't let him finish, accusing him. I trusted you completely, thinking that you cherished Raven and therefore couldn't possibly do such a thing. Senna, her face drenched in tears, pursed her lips. But you deceived me, too, intending to trick me with that absurd act. At those words, Lexid was completely silenced. How could I not recognize Raven? Lexid, his face panicked and filled with unease, asked again, Do you really think I killed Raven? They both stood in silence, looking at each other. In Senna's heart, I trust my own eyes. I know the young master didn't kill the Crown Prince. Her gaze suddenly shifted to Lexid, but tears still streamed down her face as she thought. But others don't know that. Lexid then spoke up. Who brought you here? Senna calmly replied. Does that matter? He couldn't hold back anymore and scolded. Are you an idiot? You suspect me, but not the one who's using you. He said he'd help you avenge Raven and protect you and the imperial grandchild in your womb. Lexid then asserted, If you kill me, you'll be next, specifically the child in your womb. You must tell me the truth so I can help you. Hearing those words, Senna merely gave a faint smile. On what grounds should I trust you? Suddenly, several dark figures appeared behind her. Behind Senna was a line of assassins, their faces covered, swords ready, just waiting for the command to strike. And she stood there, abruptly and decisively stating, How can someone who followed me all the way here without any suspicion protect me? Seeing the situation, Lexid immediately grabbed Senna's hand, pulled her behind him, and brandished his sword towards them. Both were now surrounded by the men, and Lexid spoke up. I didn't kill Raven. She gently replied, All right, that might be true. Senna turned back, scoffing. Even if that's the case, are you not guilty? Would explaining it to me erase your guilt? You couldn't protect Raven, could you? Like a fool, Lexid froze at her words. Senna once again pursed her lips tightly, crying until her whole body trembled. When he left all alone, you did nothing at all.
Raven's death is an unchangeable truth, and you are also a sinner. He remained silent as she accused him.
Lexid pursed his lips, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Yes, you're right. He spoke with his head slightly bowed. Because I failed to protect Raven, I am also guilty. You have the scroll with you, don't you? Hearing Lexid's question, Senin held the scroll in her hand. His eyes grew cold, and he continued, Don't trust anyone, and continue to resent me. You absolutely must live with that resentment. Behind him, Senin, her eyes downcast, was on the verge of tears as she looked at the scroll, while Lexid's voice still echoed, because at least one person needs to resent a madman like me.
Who sent you here? They exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves upon hearing the question. Lexid calmly added, Only a fool would answer that question. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. I don't know which bastard is playing games. Just leave one person to speak, and I'll listen. His eyes turned menacing as he pointed the sword directly at them, grinding his teeth. Of course, only one of you will be allowed to speak. The rest will die here. At this moment, Rosika was standing outside, looking through the crack in the door, when suddenly the door slammed shut. Rosika stood there, her face serious, thinking to herself, All right, everything happening here is according to plan. Sina has conspired to lure Lexid to his death, and a group of assassins is involved. Then she glanced in another direction, thinking, if help is needed, Lexid's assassin squad is also waiting outside, but that other person was truly unexpected. On this side, Poison Spider was calmly reading a book. He smiled, looking towards Rosika, while she recognized him and thought to herself, Poison Spider, his face is still exactly the same as before. He closed the book. You're the princess, aren't you? Rosika remained standing there, deep in thought. Poison Spider doesn't know my true face, so I'll just play the role of the innocent Princess Drax.
She turned around, feigning innocence, and asked, Why is the door like this here? The door won't open. He smiled brightly and replied, Because I intentionally closed it. There's magic sealed on it, so only I can open it. Rosika was surprised, but still pretended not to understand anything. Intentionally? I don't understand what you mean. It's safer here than over there. He said with a somewhat frightening voice, because on the other side of the door, there are 11 assassins planning to kill Lexid Van Hexen. Then he smiled as if nothing had happened. Rosika, however, remained pensive. He didn't hide the fact that he was an accomplice. Poisonous Spider, so you are the mastermind behind the criminal who killed the Crown Prince. After that, she stepped back, feigning fear. Don't do that. He was surprised, hands on hips, leaning forward to ask her, Did I startle you? I didn't intend to harm the princess. Rosika peeked open her eyes, secretly cursing in her mind. Ridiculous, trying to kill someone and putting on such a disgusting act at the same time. Her voice trembled. Please spare my life. Why would you? Without letting her finish, he interrupted. You're going to ask why the Duke was killed, aren't you? Someone of high status wants to become emperor, but encountered an obstacle. After speaking, he looked at her and smiled. Rosika, curious, spoke up. Who exactly is this high-status person? He then asked, Are you curious? He smiled warmly and said, In that case, let's exchange information. This startled her. Then he brought his face closer, looking mysterious. Do you know the genius swindler, Poisonous Serpent? Rosika continued to stare intently, thinking to herself, I know him well. He remained standing there and began to ramble. I heard that a few months ago, the person in there ordered an execution. He finished with a question, You know, don't you? Rosika shivered, her voice somewhat hesitant. I've heard of it.
Hearing that, he pressed on. Is that person really dead yet? She was a little surprised. What? For some reason, when he heard her say that, his expression turned completely cold, and he asked again, I'm asking if they're really dead yet. Hearing that, Rosika stepped back, her hands clenched, and she feigned innocent tears, answering in confusion, I don't know what you're talking about. That person has already been executed. He pondered for a moment, watching her act. Then he wiped away his tears of lament. That kid isn't someone who dies so easily. If they're really dead, I'd be very disappointed. After finishing his act, he flashed a sinister smile and asserted, I believe Poisonous Snake is still alive. His expression changed, and he gave a faint smile. Otherwise, how could that commoner have staged a fake crown prince? Pointing a finger at her, For some reason I think the princess knows not this. Could you tell me? Where is Poisonous Snake hiding? Why are you helping that commoner? Rosika was now scared. She stammered, I don't know. Please spare my life. His hand suddenly stopped, and he said, I already told you I have no intention of killing you. A moment later, he gently touched her cheek. Then he gripped her arms tightly and lowered his face. He brought his nose close to Rosika's neck and sniffed, making her flinch. Seeing this, she quickly pushed him away with her hand. Please don't do that. But he suddenly grabbed her hand. His voice was somewhat threatening. Why are you helping that commoner? Rosika froze on the spot. He began to recall and tell Rosika, You have the scent of Roselia on you, a scent that only I can smell, emanating like this.
You think I wouldn't recognize you? The last remark was a fatal blow to Rosika, and then both fell into a silence where no one spoke a word. A moment later, Rosika finally spoke. Phew, that's really too much. Seeing this, he turned to the side and chuckled. Suddenly, she changed her tone. You shouldn't have made me waste my effort acting. You should have just happily greeted me from the start, big brother. He was still holding Rosika's hand while she smiled and pointed at his nose. I didn't expect you to have such a keen nose. He gently took Rosika's hand and kissed it lightly, then smiled. I knew you were still alive. Rosika calmly replied, Of course, who could kill me? Suddenly, his expression turned grim, and he sighed, saying, But what exactly are you doing here? Rosika also played along, asking back in character, I should be asking you that. What exactly are you up to? He unconsciously lightly touched her cheek, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. His voice whispered in her ear, Is this face real? Then, like a pervert, he wrestled her hair, making her so scared she broke out in a cold sweat. Rosika softly said, Let's see if you can guess.
No sooner had she finished speaking than he grabbed her hair tightly and gave it a sharp yank, making her gasp in pain. He observed the clump of hair in his hand, looking hesitant. He wondered, was the face I knew as a child not real? Rosika replied, We'll see. He brought the hand holding the hair closer to his face. He mused, If this is real, then... Suddenly, he broke into a grotesque smile, his hand stroking the clump of hair he held. He demanded of her, Did that fool see your true face before me? He let the hair fall. He yelled, Why did you help him? Rosika retorted angrily, You're so full of questions. Shouldn't you tell me about yourself first? Who dared to lay hands on the crown prince? He immediately replied, Grand Duke Ra Van Hexen. Still feeling a bit of pain from his recent hair pull, Rosika chuckled softly. You're a terrible liar. There's no way it could be that obvious. He burst out laughing and replied, It's true. She tried to extract information from him, coaxing him. If we're exchanging information, we should be honest, shouldn't we? If not, then I'll lie too.
Seeing her so resolute made him look smug. Haha, it's been a long time, and I'm so glad to see you. You haven't changed either. That handsome face is just as it was. After observing him for a long time, she spoke up. But what's wrong with your eyes? However, he tried to change the subject and asked her, Will you come with me? Listening to him babble on for so long gave her a headache. Rosika was incredibly irritated. There was no point talking anymore. She spoke up. I'm sorry, but no. He asked, Why? As she brought her hand close to his face, she told him, I'm starting to get irritated now. Stop asking. Then she pulled down the mask, covering his face. Rosika softly said, If you want to hear anything, you should speak up first. Unless you're an idiot, you'd surely know. The one walking into a death trap now isn't Lexit, it's you. A red streak crossed his eye, making it a bit frightening, but he still looked somewhat dashing. Rosika lightly touched the scar. She thought to herself, A scar? A scar that pierced his pupil and stretched down below his eye? What on earth have you been doing all this time? Rosika wanted more information from him. She said with a hint of sympathy, Smart enough to suspect I'm still alive? So why did you come here? Are you looking for death? He replied in a coaxing tone, No, I deliberately came because I wanted to see you. At the same time, the clanging and cracking of soldiers clashing outside the door indicated they were about to break in. Rosika said, Aren't you going to run away? Those guys on your side are probably about to become corpses. He calmly replied, Of course they will die, because you deliberately set up this charade to find out who the real assassin is. Outside, death hung heavy, permeated with an ominous aura. Rosika mused. Using those capable assassins as sacrificial tools is quite something, isn't it? He was naturally cold-blooded and heartless. Sacrificing lives for his own benefit was a given. He answered, What does that have to do with me? Just seeing your face, I've already achieved my purpose. Suddenly he acted weak, clutching his chest in agony. He spoke up. But... His eyes looked at her gently, his hands clasped together as if he were innocent. He whispered, The reason you helped that fool isn't what I'm thinking, is it?
She was verbally tormented by him, making her reel. She cursed him silently. This madman. He was making wild deductions, thinking that no matter what, there was only one answer, the reason she helped that idiot and not someone else. She was also curious how crazy his thoughts could get, so Rosika asked, What do you think the reason is? He spoke frankly. Do you like him? What is he to you? No longer hiding it, she brightly made a heart shape and said, Bingo! He blinked, a little disappointed. So that's how it is. Rosika began to explain. He's handsome, isn't he? Now you have your answer, right? He appeared thoughtful. His gaze turned cold, and he wondered, What do you like about him? Why would you act so crazy for him? Rosika also didn't hide it. She crossed her arms, taking advantage of the situation and said, Well, I knew it was a crazy thing to do, but I still did it. He said with satisfaction, Liking someone, it truly is magical. Rosika showed amusement. Exactly. She thought to herself, The reason I have to help is because of the spell, but I can't reveal my weakness. He looked at her and unconsciously smiled. This thing called love is truly magical, making a venomous snake act so foolishly. Rosika expressed, You have to go to the very end to know if it's foolish or not. Although I don't know if choosing that person is foolish or not. Who knows? The outcome might be different. He agreed. True. Whether it's this guy or that guy, they're all equally foolish.
Seeing this was the opportune moment, Rosika softly asked, Who are you helping now? Do you want to wash your hands of it and join this side?
You won't win against me anyway." Then she extended her hand, wanting to cooperate with him this time, but he acted superior, refusing to shake her hand, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Rosika spoke up, "So don't bother setting things up only to lose them later. Come back to the north and play a big game with me." He pondered her words. Rosika said, "Instead of putting a shady character on the throne as emperor, wouldn't it be better to put a fool on the throne and control him as one wishes?" "That makes sense." He suddenly burst into a radiant smile, then said, "I don't like it." His eyes darkened as he softly said, "You said you liked that idiot, so he must be killed."
Seeing him being too stubborn, Rosika spoke up indignantly. "What does my liking that person have to do with you?" He replied, "It's just an eyesore to me." All this talking made his head throb. He raised his hand and rubbed his head, exclaiming, "I'm so frustrated. I'm actually very happy to see you again. I thought there was another reason." Rosika, puzzled, stammered, "My helping Lexid." Upon hearing the name Lexid, he immediately moved close, his face near hers. He said with a hint of jealousy, "Calling him by such an intimate name? I want to kill him immediately." Rosika smiled and said, "We haven't met in a long time. Why have you become so aggressive? You're scaring me. Please speak more gently." He flinched, stepping back in surprise, his voice a little ingratiating. "Are you scared? I'm sorry." He put his arm around her shoulder, leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "Next time we meet, you'll be back to your old self, right?" He hoped that by then she wouldn't say nonsense like, "You like him." Rosika frowned, looking at him. Did he want her to look like that? He lost even more control, speaking bitter words. He threatened her. "If not, I'll gouge out that guy's eyes and put them in your mouth." Rosika angrily drew the knife she had concealed, a swish sound filling the air. He seemed to guess her thoughts, giving a faint smile as he said, "A signal flare?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a bang reverberated across the land, and smoke and dust enveloped the entire empire. A loud crash resounded, and at that moment Lexit, covered in wounds, appeared, standing defiantly before the shattered wall. He glared furiously at him. But the other man had prepared in advance. In his hands he held 2 smoke bombs for his escape. He looked at the 2 of them, then smiled smugly and said, "See you soon." He didn't forget to send a chilling message of affection to Rosika, saying, "My beautiful little snake." Then, with a poof, he vanished in a cloud of white smoke, leaving the 2 of them no time to react. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Rosika heard in her ear, "Greetings, princess." It turned out to be Red's group who had entered. "We waited a long time and didn't hear you call, so we came in. Are you unharmed?" The other 2 were also surprised to see Rosika. "Oh, is that the princess?" She observed the 4 people, and a doubt couldn't help but rise in her heart. Are they really assassins? What's with their hair colors? All 4 of them had different, extremely vibrant hair colors. At this moment, Lexid, from behind her, also asked gently, "Are you all right?" even though he was the one who was injured. "Duke," Rosika replied, "I'm completely fine. But Duke..."
She glanced lightly behind him, where the wall had a large hole punched in it. He blocked her view again and said, "It's not a pretty sight worth seeing." Gold was observing the wall, vaguely hearing his words, and became extremely skeptical. Is this even human? Lexid immediately switched to an angry mode. "Too noisy. Shut up and get to work," he snapped, making Red even more confused. Red asked with a trembling voice, "Is something bothering you, sir?" At that moment, Lexid quietly took off his shirt. His body revealed a deep wound. Rosika noticed it and felt extremely pained. She asked, "Oh, the wound here is quite large. Don't you feel any pain, sir?" At that moment, Red picked up the pieces of flesh, turned to the 2 people and asked, "Duke, the bodies are so fragmented and mixed up. Are all these pieces really from 11 individuals?" She then hesitantly asked Lexit, "You left one alive, didn't you?" He casually replied, "Yes." She then inquired, "You don't seem happy. Are you all right, sir?" His hands reached for the wound, and he just thoughtfully said, "I'm fine." Instead, he asked, "Aren't you going to ask about Senna?" Her eyes slightly narrowed as she replied, "Why bother asking? It's probably just as I said. Senna resents the Duke, doesn't she? The Duke should have explained that he wasn't the killer. He also said, 'I did say so.' For Rosika, that was fine. That's good then. Senna has also left safely, so don't be sad anymore, sir." At this, Lexid smiled faintly. However, his smile, instead of joy, was filled with bitterness. "She told me very clearly before she left." She immediately asked, "What?" At that moment, he saw tears welling up in Senna's eyes. "It's not just Raven's killer who is evil. I failed to notice Raven's death within my territory. Considering this, I am the culprit." After hearing this, Rosika gently lowered her head.
She placed her small hand on his shoulder, patting it comfortingly. The enemy always targets the Crown Prince's life. No matter how talented the Duke is, it will be difficult to save the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince surely won't resent you. Sina is someone who has lost her reason to live, so don't listen to her words. Don't worry or trouble yourself. At this moment, Red approached him, draping a coat over Lexit. Duke, Silver, saying, and this one is... Rosika quickly interrupted him. Wait, let me guess. Silver. He also turned his head to look at her. Red, surprised, asked, My goodness, Princess, are you a genius? She could only offer a wry smile. Suddenly, Lexit stepped forward and smacked him on the head. Then he dragged him away amidst his complaints. I worked so hard to handle it, and you couldn't even give me a single word of praise. Lexit merely replied, too noisy. But after stepping inside the broken wall, both their attitudes immediately became serious.
Besides the two of them, Rosika also entered. Standing before them was a black-robed boss. He also wore a black mask, covering half his face. He was breathing heavily, his body trembling. Although only a part of his hair and eyes were visible, the wounds around those eyes were still clearly discernible. When Lex had asked, Who sent you? He grew agitated, his eyebrows furrowing. Do you think I'll talk? Without hesitation, he immediately kicked him hard, making him scream in pain. He said sternly, I don't ask 3 times. Who is it? Rosika, seeing this from behind, grew a little worried. Duke, she gently pleaded with him. This person is just following orders. Don't kill him, it's a pity. Hearing that, Lexid just silently looked at her, without saying anything. She then pleaded earnestly. What, you'll spare him, won't you? He pondered for a moment, and then said, If he tells the truth. So she approached him. Unless it's something more important than your life, you must live first. Suddenly she leaned close to his ear, warning him. You're just following orders. Hearing that, he seemed to falter. Lex had continued, It seems you're not going to talk. Rosika quickly interjected loudly, Duke, please, wait a moment. At this moment he looked up at her, his voice trembling, stammering, unable to form words. The person who sent me...
But immediately after that he struggled to spit out a lot of blood and then collapsed to the ground, to everyone's astonishment. Rosika beside him was full of panic. What's wrong? What's happening to you? Lexit immediately walked over and took his cloak. When he removed the cloak from his head, a spell mark immediately appeared on the back of his neck. Seeing this, Lexit exclaimed, How meticulous! It seems he's been cursed. This made Rosika confused. A curse? She then asked him again, A curse? What kind of curse? Lexit then explained, It's probably a curse that prevents revealing secrets and activates the moment there's an intention to betray. Red then asked further, Is it the same curse that Owen once suffered from back then? He just said, It's similar but not the same. Even without this kind of thing, Owen wouldn't open his mouth anyway. The curse he's under is the kind that will kill him instantly if the assassination attempt on me fails within the set time, which made Red flustered. I see. Hearing what he said, Rosika also pondered inwardly. Instant death if the command cannot be carried out within the time limit? Can one so easily control the opponent's life? What kind of curse is this, after all? At this moment, Black also spoke up, meaning he also brought a sorcerer from the small kingdom, which made her momentarily confused. Small kingdom? Red spoke. The curse this guy is under is indeed a secret-keeping curse. It will activate the moment there's an intention to betray, so one must keep their wits about them. This curse cannot be broken unless the caster is killed, if all those below are under the curse. He suddenly looked gloomy. Rosika immediately understood, speaking for him. Even if we catch and interrogate them, it will be useless. Looking at the cloth that had fallen to the floor, she wondered inwardly. The fact that these soldiers are under the advisor's spider curse.
After all, who could it be? Suddenly she flashed a sinister smile, her heart beating much faster. How interesting. Then she walked towards Lexit, having already learned that the enemy's forces were formidable, so it wasn't without its gains. The spell that the Duke and I are afflicted with is similar to that other spell, isn't it? Please tell me what you know about the spell. He silently looked at the spell on his arm. Then he told her, I don't know the details. This made her sigh wearily, and she added, even a general idea would be fine, especially since there was an unexpected ambush. Hearing that, he was surprised. An ambush? He gently covered his wound again, seemingly unwilling to reveal it.
Nevertheless, she had already noticed and immediately approached Han, asking, This is more serious than I thought. It must be excruciatingly painful. You're enduring it, aren't you? Lexit, however, stubbornly denied it. It doesn't hurt at all. But he couldn't hide it from Rosika. She glared at him and said, There you go again, always pretending to be strong. Let's go back for treatment first. At this moment, they didn't know that assassins were watching them from behind. Black even feigned a cough to remind her, while Red watched with amusement. Only then did she notice and said, embarrassed, Let's not set off again. By evening, next to a small field belonging to a household, amidst the cool breeze, a man in a black cloak, wearing a mask, holding a candle, was inside a dark room. As he looked at the paper in his hand, he wondered to himself, why is the poisonous spider related to this guy? Behind him, the blond man known as the poisonous spider suddenly appeared. He then awkwardly asked, Poisonous spider, how are things? The poisonous spider was furious, his veins bulging with rage. That bastard.
Then he clutched his head, screaming like a madman, frightening the man in the black cloak. Spider, poisonous spider, calm down. But he wouldn't listen. He grabbed a sharp knife and violently stabbed and jabbed at Lexit's picture. "You dog, you idiot!" When the picture was torn to shreds, he said with contempt, "Quite lucky, isn't he?" The man in the black cloak behind him tried to console him. "Oh, come on, there's no need to kill him. He voluntarily gave up his inheritance and will live his entire life like a dog." However, he insisted, "I will kill him. I will kill." His eyes were filled with hatred. "Is killing him really necessary?" the man in the black cloak replied, confused. "If you've made up your mind, then do it yourself." Unexpectedly at this moment he started sniffling and said, a truly unsightly display that left the man in the black cloak at loss for what to do. When he turned around, his eyes already welling up with tears, he asked, "If you had a damaged eye like mine, you'd feel dissatisfied, wouldn't you? You must also hate handsome faces, right?"
The man in the black cloak replied, "All right, do whatever you like, but what made you so angry?" He whined, "That guy stole my beloved snake." The man in the black cloak was momentarily confused. "What? Your beloved snake?" He then subtly smiled. "I have to go get it back." He brought his hand close to his nose, inhaling the scents on his palm. He then laughed louder. "My lovely little snake." Back at Lexit's mansion, the place was filled with fabric scraps and spools of thread scattered on the chairs. Lexit sat there groaning continuously. Rosika had to hit him hard. "Sir, please sit still for a moment." She exposed him directly. "I've already numbed it, and you're still pretending to be in pain." He replied, "It's not because of the pain." She then asked, "Then what is it?" Holding a needle to treat Lexit's wound, he fidgeted and said, "Ah, stop it. Don't rope around uselessly anymore." Annoyed, she said, "Groping? I'm just stitching the wound now. Why do you see a doctor as a pervert?" He replied, embarrassed, "Because doctors are scammers." Then he also asked, "What did the doctor do to let you do it directly? There's a rumor that he fought 1 against 11, isn't there?" At this moment, Rosika asked with concern, "Are you in pain, sir? Is the Western medicine not working?" He was embarrassed again. "No, it's just a slight feeling, that's all."
She smiled faintly, carving a hole in her skin without any new sensation. Her hands were still busily holding a roll of bandage for him, and he immediately looked away awkwardly. "All right," Rosika seriously requested, "please tell me what the Duke knows about curses." Lexit paused briefly. As if Rosika knew what he was about to say, she reminded him, "Don't think nonsense anymore." Lexit avoided her gaze and started rambling. "Anyway, different types of curses mean that—" Rosika understood immediately and finished his sentence for him. "There's probably no way to break it now." She frowned. "Who said I was talking about breaking my curse? What I know is this. If you want to cast a curse, you have to make the other person drink a curse potion. If you want to concoct a curse potion, you need a curse symbol. And only someone who has inherited the bloodline of a sorcerer can draw a curse symbol." Lexit was surprised. "How do you know that? Are you planning to run away again?" Rosika replied nonchalantly, "I need to know if there's really a way to break the curse, don't I?" She suddenly asked, "Owen already found a pre-made potion, didn't he?" Lexit's voice was indifferent. "Yeah." Rosika probed, "It seems Owen knows a sorcerer, doesn't he?" Lexit was honest. "No, it was just a potion he carried with him. I don't know anything else besides mixing it with blood and making the other person drink it." Rosika looked at him suspiciously. Lexit was on the verge of shouting, "It's true." She gradually lost patience and coaxed him. "I won't run away, so please tell me the truth." "I am telling the truth." Lexit shrugged. "I am telling the truth. He said he found it when he was an assassin in the Emirate."
Rosika was surprised. "Oh, Owen used to work in the Asian Emirate. Last time I heard he had intended to assassinate the Duke." Lexit didn't hide it either. "That's right. Generally we only know that sorcerers come from the Emirate. The blood of sorcerers originates from foreigners, but the place where they have lived together since ancient times is the Emirate." Rosika gave a faint smile. "So that's how it is."
She suddenly asked, "Owen also once fell victim to an instant death curse if an assassination failed, right? He failed the assassination, so how do we lift the curse?" Lexit avoided her gaze, with no intention of speaking. Suddenly, he reached out and took her hand. Rosika gasped, "Oh my!" Lexit said nothing, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Rosika worried, "You might open your wound, please be careful." Lexit still didn't answer her, but hugged her even tighter. Rosika shrieked, "Ah, let go of me!" Suddenly, Lexit's hoarse voice rang out. "What if?" Rosika listened to him in silence. Lexit, his face now filled with unease and worry, slowly said, "If a wizard could be found, and there was a way to lift the curse, what would you do?" Rosika gave a faint smile and replied without hesitation, "What else? I'd lift the curse immediately and then run, of course." Lexit flinched at her words. He suddenly used a blanket to roll Rosika up. As if that wasn't enough, he took another layer of blanket. From start to finish, sweat dripped from his forehead. Rosika, unable to resist, screamed, "What are you doing?" Lexit held her firmly with both hands before answering with relief,
No, don't write to Princess Farah. You cannot leave here. Rosika laughed helplessly. Wow, imprisonment? Are you finally going to live up to your tyrant name? Suddenly, Lexit hugged her and lay down comfortably. Think what you will. From now on, we'll be stuck together 24/7. Rosika reluctantly looked up. I was just kidding. I won't run away. He remained unmoved. How can I trust you? Rosika frowned. Yesterday you said you trusted me. Are you going back on your word? Her tactic left him speechless.
Finally, Rosika lowered her gaze and spoke slowly. I promised to take revenge and make you emperor, didn't I? I'll see it through. Suddenly, Lexit asked, once it's all done, where will you go? Back to your life of deception? Rosika hesitated. Well, let me think about it. Lexit immediately said, I'll give you a lot of money and even a high title. Just stay by my side. Rosika chuckled. You make such casual words sound so romantic. Lexit looked a little embarrassed. Then it's not casual, is it? Just enjoy yourself. I'm offering you a lifelong position. Why refuse? Rosika's smile faded. First, that's a problem you'll need to think about after becoming emperor. It might be more difficult than you imagine. She involuntarily recalled the shiver she felt then. Moreover, the enemy had found a formidable strategist. Lexit was surprised. A strategist? She asked, Do you remember the shop owner? He nodded. Ah, right. Is he an accomplice too? Rosika didn't answer immediately, but slowly recounted. I once mentioned that when I was little, I was part of a group of beggars. He's Achel's older brother, and also the leader of that group. Lex had identified him with a question. The one who sold you to the noble? Rosika was surprised. Oh, did I tell you about that too? He replied. I heard it from Achel. He said his older brother sold him. She nodded. That's right. He's a meticulous, cold-blooded, tearless individual. From the very beginning, he gathered children into a group of beggars to sell them.
Lexit cursed. What a madman. Rosika, however, didn't feel that was enough. Now he was even crazier than before, and quite intelligent too. Lexit finally understood. The name you mentioned, is that the strategist? Rosika smiled. I just find it more interesting. There's no way I'll lose in a battle of wits, so don't worry. Despite that, she still seriously wondered. But what is the reason the poisonous spider intends to kill Lexit? As she thought, she gazed blankly at the innocent face before her. Although she didn't know the reason, if he became a target, it would surely be very stressful. If he hadn't met me, would this person have died? Being stared at by her at that moment made Lexit feel a little awkward. Rosika was still silently and seriously evaluating him. The Duke was someone who acted immaturely and only whined a little, but the more one got to know him, the more gentle and carefree he would seem. Suddenly she called out to him, Duke. Lexit responded almost instantly, Rosika leaned against him, closed her eyes tightly, and whispered, Don't die, okay? Lexit immediately replied, I absolutely won't die. She chuckled. It's a good thing you still care about your life. He replied indifferently, I don't really care that much. If I were afraid of death, would I have joined the war? Suddenly, he reached out and gently tapped her nose, then said, If I die, you'll die too, you know. Rosika was slightly surprised, but then chuckled along. That's right, I'm only 21 years old. In this life, I'll definitely live past 30. Lex had kept his hand on her nose, his eyes filled with tenderness. All right, don't worry. Even if it's for your sake, I'll try to survive. Rosika then reminded him, That's great, but can you take your hand off now? The Duke needs to rest too, you know. Lexit's face flushed slightly, as he naturally replied, I am resting. Rosika coaxed. You can only sleep well if you lie down alone. He pursed his lips.
Finally, with that flushed face, he avoided her gaze. His arms continued to hold her close as he said, The bed is very wide. Rosika was bewildered. What? She wondered, Aren't you going to let go? Lex had said casually, I heard that it might hurt when the anesthetic wears off. Rosika frowned, correcting him. It's not might hurt, it will hurt. And he didn't bat an eye, playing along. So stay here until the anesthetic wears off, then you can go. If I'm in pain, you have to help me, right? Hearing him say that, her mouth twitched as she questioned, What did you just say? You just said you weren't in pain earlier. Lex had closed his eyes, pretending not to know anything. Rosika thought helplessly, He's just like a 5-year-old nephew. Despite that, she still agreed aloud. All right, I'll stay here a bit longer, but please let go. Lexid still didn't open his eyes, but became even more exaggerated as he pretended to have fallen into a deep sleep, letting out snores. Rosika stared at him, speechless. Lexid continued to snore a few more times. Finally, she sighed. Really? Her helpless voice echoed in the room. Because you're cute, I'll help. The next morning at the mansion, someone called her. Miss. Masha stood by the bed, her eyes crinkling in a gentle smile as she woke her. Miss. Rosika groggily opened her eyes. Masha. She thought to herself, this is the first time Masha has come to wake me up. Suddenly, Rosika slowly remembered. Where did I sleep last night? It was then that she became aware of the situation, a pair of arms resting on her, and a leg draped over hers.
Finally, Lexid's sleeping face was magnified in front of her. A scream quickly echoed through the mansion. Lexid startled awake, shouting, "What is it? Who's there? Who is it?" Then he looked blankly at Rosika, who was blushing with embarrassment, and Masha, who was excited. But immediately, Lexid felt as if he had been caught red-handed by his mother. He jumped to the other side of the bed and hid. Masha smiled gently. "Did you two sleep well, young master, young lady?" Rosika felt speechless with embarrassment for the first time. Lexid slowly peeked out and mumbled an exclamation. "It's a misunderstanding." Masha burst out laughing, her face brightening considerably. "I didn't say anything, did I? Your reaction only makes him more flustered." "No, this is... Yesterday, she stitched up a wound on his hip in his room." Masha then noticed something else and tilted her head, asking, "Did the young lady touch your hip?" Lexid gloomily stammered, trying to explain. "No, it wasn't touching."
Finally, he pretended to be reluctant. "I already said to stop, didn't I? But she insisted on stitching up the injured hip." Rosika bared her fangs and yelled, "Oh, so now you're blaming me?" She started struggling. "Please, let me go first." Only then did Lexid realize, he fumbled to grab the blanket so quickly that her whole body spun around several times. As Rosika fell backward, a large hand promptly reached out and supported her hip. Lexid caught her almost instantly, as if by natural reflex. The two looked into each other's eyes for a moment, their cheeks involuntarily flushing. Amidst such an ambiguous atmosphere, Masha's excited clapping sound rang out. "Oh my!" Her satisfied voice echoed through the mansion. So romantic, truly the essence of youth. A little later, Masha's admonishing voice echoed in the living room. "You understand, young master, don't you?" Holding a plate of cake, she stood beside him, chattering like an old mother. "These three ladies think you two are truly a beautiful couple, but compared to when we lived together, many people will notice, won't they? Don't the servants have to gossip about it?" Lexid's face went blank with helplessness. Masha continued, "I heard that the princess didn't return after entering the duke's room yesterday. There are already rumors about it." Hearing that, both Lexid and Rosika were startled. He asked irritably, "What gossip? What about it?" Masha frowned worriedly. "An adult man and woman spending the night in one room. What else could it be?" Lexid's voice retorted, "She and I didn't do anything. The problem is with the minds of those who imagine nonsense." Masha replied, "Even if there's no problem, people can still think that way." Rosika, sitting next to him, frowned and said nothing. As expected, Masha excitedly exclaimed, "Of course, if you two get married, there won't be any problem at all. Oh ho ho." Lexid's face flushed slightly and he said nothing. 3 black lines appeared on Rosika's forehead.
Finally, she had to speak up. "Sorry, I overslept yesterday," Masha said triumphantly. "Young lady, you don't need to apologize. My young master kept clinging to you, not letting you go, right?" Lexid turned his face away, unable to say anything. Even so, he still awkwardly retorted, "It's not like that. She was by my side to check my wound, and the sleeping while hugging."
Finally, he had to rack his brain to come up with a most plausible excuse, which was that he had fallen asleep and mistaken it for a pillow. Masha leaned closer with a friendly smile. "Do you have a habit of hugging a pillow when you sleep? I've only just found that out after 25 years. Lexid turned his face away, enduring it. At this moment, Rosika, with a pitiful expression, said, "If anyone misunderstands Masha, please speak up for me." Masha smiled kindly. "Even if you didn't ask, I would have done so anyway." She continued proudly, "There were a few other people in the room, and I told them you stayed up all night because you were busy doing Owen's work." Rosika's eyes lit up as she looked at her admiringly. "Oh, thank you, Masha." She stared at the sparkling Masha in front of her and sighed in admiration. Truly, everyone around Lexid is perceptive. Then she looked at Lexid, who was diligently eating a cake with a look of disdain. If you were to choose the most useless person in the city, it would be Lexid. Although Masha had already spoken up for her, she still had to blend in with the maids to spread the news once more. If he frequently met girls, there wouldn't be such trouble. Her gaze involuntarily fixed on Lexid as she thought, "First, date me, then want to touch me. He's clearly not someone who doesn't react to girls. So that bet back then, could it be won?" Lexid looked at her and gave a gentle smile. A moment later, a maid appeared. Rosika, in another identity, appeared with shoulder-length short hair.
She thought to herself, Shu's strenuous efforts were to resolve the rumors about Lexid before entering the political battle. Rosika had used her identity as Shu to spread rumors, because living on the battlefield, he didn't have time to meet women. Last week I saw him with some lady in the inner city. He also dates normally, doesn't he? That part being problematic is probably just a baseless rumor. Finally, she nodded in satisfaction. Well-founded rumors usually start from within. Just as she was excited, she overheard a maid gossiping. "The Grand Duke doesn't often appear, but he frequently visits the Duchess's room, doesn't he?" The maid next to her heard that and was stunned. "What's wrong? He came again?" Mila excitedly jumped up and said, "No, it seems the Duchess slept in the Duke's room yesterday." The other maid heard that, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "What? I can't believe it." Rosika's face went blank in helplessness. Oh my God! Finally, she made up her mind, gripping the broom tightly in her hand. Ha! She turned and walked toward the two of them, encouraging herself. Come on, Shu, it's time to work. In the long corridor inside Duke Lexid Van Hexen's mansion, someone's chatter echoed. It seemed that today the mansion was more vibrant than usual, due to the continuous chirping and buzzing of voices. Mila, didn't you hear what Mrs. Masha said? It was the voice of maid Shu. She spoke while putting her hands on her hips, looking so authoritative. Yesterday there were guards and other servants too. Maid Mila stopped and looked at Shu. She casually replied, "Is that so?" She then continued, her voice hinting at something to the other person. But it's true that the two of them were a bit ambiguous. They were joking and talking comfortably, weren't they? Hearing that, Shu immediately cooperated with Maid Mila. However, her smile was still a bit forced. It said they've known each other since childhood. Perhaps that's why the Duke made her the Duchess. It was maid Rosika, with eyes full of anticipation, who immediately refuted Shu's previous opinion. That's not it, Shu. The Duke not being awkward around women is actually a big deal. Shu was quite helpless in the face of Maid Mila's somewhat exaggerated expression. Why is that a big deal? Maid Mila then told her about a time she coincidentally met Duke Lexid in the corridor. Even though it was just a simple encounter, his act of running away quickly had made her freeze on the spot more than once. The first time I came here, I met and greeted the Duke, but he immediately ran away.
Maid Mila's composure gradually crumbled with each encounter with Duke Lexid Van Hexen. Her expression now was twisted in a pained grimace, as if she had just lost a fortune. "It's like this every time we meet, making me think I have an odor," the low-bunned, brown-haired maid said to them. Or is it because he doesn't want to talk to commoners? Of course, Maid Mila would never accept such a ridiculous reason. She let out a long sigh, furrowed her brows, and put on an air of knowing. No, it's not for that reason. The Duke even once pulled out Prince Levitas' front tooth for bothering a maid. And yet, that low-bunned, brown-haired maid was still quite confused. She added, "Our salary isn't much better than other places."
Maid Mila immediately put her hands on her hips, craning her neck, ready to argue back. Talking to men was never a problem for her. If she was still wrong about who did chores in the Duke's room, then only men would be allowed there. It seemed Maid Mila was right this time. The maid with the low brown bun completely agreed with her. Come to think of it, I've never seen any maids go in and out of the Duke's room. Why was he like that after all? Shu, who was in front, was completely ignored by the two of them, and their engrossed conversation made them oblivious to their surroundings, leaving her gaping in astonishment for several minutes as she stood there. One of them spoke up. It couldn't be because the lady doesn't like it, could it? Now Shu's worldview completely collapsed, and her temple twitched. Her head buzzed with a few sounds, then exploded with a loud bang. Shu jumped, and the hairs on her body stood on end. She stood motionless, holding the feather duster, as if turned to stone on the spot. Zot hastily asked Maid Mila, "What? What about the lady?" Maid Mila was like a beautiful girl who had just entered the first flush of romance. Her cheeks immediately flushed red, and she shyly twirled a few strands of hair, looking mysterious as she said, "Why would he establish her as his lady and intend to live together? Because the Duke doesn't have an heir right now. What else? If there's no heir, then he should just establish a duchess and quickly have children. Why insist on making the lady the heir?" Maid Mila's sparkling eyes shone brightly, not much different from car headlights. She wiggled her thumb. The lady comes from a lower-ranking noble family, so she's not suitable to be the duchess, but because he's so in love, he wants to keep her by his side. She even deliberately drew out the last syllables of those words. Shu was shaken by the news. She was so shocked that she dropped the feather duster in her hand. Maid Mila became more and more enthusiastic as she spoke, adding a few more sentences. "I think Mrs. Masha was just making excuses. What did the two of them do in the Duke's room last night, I wonder?" A cold wind, seemingly from nowhere, blew in and froze Shu's usually warm heart.
Maid Mila whispered a few ambiguous sounds. Puff, puff. This made the low-bunned, brown-haired maid even more excited. She looked at Mila with the sparkling eyes of girls who love to eavesdrop on romantic drama. Shu, however, contrary to the excited reactions of both, was startled. She blushed crimson with embarrassment, and she got goosebumps. Shu even found it difficult to breathe. She had to gasp several times. Gasp, gasp. Immediately, Shu cried out, "Miliko, do you dare take responsibility for those words?" Maid Mila casually shrugged and said, "Oh dear, why are you so worked up?" Shu clasped her hands, thumbs crossed, her serious expression still showing a few drops of cold sweat, sending a warning signal to Maid Mila. "Because I was present during conversations while cleaning the princess's room, I know that those two absolutely do not have that kind of relationship." To make Maid Mila believe her words even more, Shu lied and made up a little nonsense. "I even saw the Duke and a noble lady on a date in the inner city." Yet completely ignoring Shu's awkward attempts to correct her all morning, Maid Mila calmly crossed her arms over her chest and said, "Those two are not lovers." She stubbornly maintained an air of knowing ambiguity about the ways of the world. "Ah, it's clear he went there to buy a gift for the Duchess.
He probably didn't know women's preferences, which is why he asked the noble lady for help. Shu's mind began to scream. She felt truly exhausted and helpless by this unpleasant conversation. With such instigation and fabrication, if they applied to be entertainment reporters, they'd surely thrive, wouldn't they? Maid Mila continued, annoying Shu with her baseless words. After the Duke returned from the inner city, I saw a new ring on the Duchess's hand, but after all. The only clear-headed person in this hypnotic conversation was Shu. The brown-haired maid with the low bun had been led by the nose by Maid Mila all this time. She even exclaimed, "His Grace the Duke is so romantic. The Duchess is past marriageable age and not suitable for the position of Duchess, so for fear of upsetting her, the Duke doesn't even speak to women." The brown-haired maid with the low bun lamented, "They are truly pitiful. Because of the difference in status, they cannot openly love each other." Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Shu suddenly flared up. "It's not even confirmed if it's true or not. Why do you think they're dating?" The outcome didn't change at all. In fact, it was the opposite of what was expected. Shu's words had an additional side effect on these two blindly shipping girls. The brown-haired maid with the low bun, her eyes sparkling, said, "Even though it's not certain, it's true." Maid Mila squeezed her hand, her eyes sparkling no less. "Hee, that's right, Shu. If it's not true, then it's not." Shu was completely at her wit's end with these two maids. Her limbs went limp, and she closed her eyes in resignation. She decided to take matters into her own hands, so as soon as she left her previous spot, Shu immediately walked down the hallway to her workplace. Shu thought to herself, this pace wouldn't do. If she wanted to win the bet, she had to make him talk naturally with women. She stopped in front of Duke Lexit's room door and gently knocked a few times. Shu's inner self screamed, "Cure Lexit's misogyny, make him able to easily talk to the maid Shu, whom he's just met for the first time." Hearing the knock, Duke Lexit quickly went to the room door and called out a name, "Rosika." The sound outside the door suddenly stopped, and Shu replied, "I am the maid Shu. I've come to clean the Duke's room."
However, without a moment's hesitation, Duke Lexit brusquely refused. "Clean my room all of a sudden? No need." Despite this, Shu maintained her professional smile and cheerful tone. "Her ladyship sent me to clean." Hearing this, Duke Lexit asked in surprise, "Rosika? Why suddenly?" Outside the room door, Shu was subtly irritated, and though she always had to maintain harmony, she couldn't resist a few sarcastic remarks. She said that Duke's room reeks of an old bachelor. "Open up." It was clear that Shu had successfully startled Duke Lexit. He stammered, "What? What?" Shu thought to herself, if he's this shocked, he'll surely open it. To her surprise, Duke Lexit was incredibly stubborn, even more so than the two maids she had just met. He told her, "I'm about to exercise now, later." She was exasperated by him again. She gritted her teeth. Ugh! However, Shu still wanted to see who was more stubborn, so she said, "But her ladyship told me to clean now. She said she has to come to the Duke's room later. Just thinking about it makes me nauseous." Duke Lexit gave an awkward, forced laugh. What kind of smell is it, really?" He then made a condition with Shu. "Then when I go to the dining hall for dinner, you can go in and clean." Lexit's last remark made her even angrier, as it implied a concern about theft. "I cannot just enter a room when the master is not present."
And yet the Duke said there was nothing here to steal, and even if something went missing, he wouldn't say anything. So don't worry. Shu was furious. She could no longer maintain any composure, her whole body burning with rage, as if she could devour Duke Lexit alive at any moment if he would just open the room door. Finally, Shu had to speak in a trembling voice, not out of fear, but out of anger, though to Duke Lexit inside, it sounded no different from fear. "Please, can you open the door? If I return like this, the lady will scold me." Lexit was slightly surprised. He froze for a few seconds. "You said Shu would scold you?" Shu seized the opportunity, claiming, "She'll pull out my fingernails if I don't clean up properly." Lexit gulped. "What? She's not that kind of person." Shu trembled, clenching her hands tightly together to keep herself from doing anything drastic. "If she's really like that, then you should go ask the lady yourself. Open the door for me now." But Duke Lexit didn't understand her intention at all. On the contrary, he even wanted to clear Rosika's name. "I don't understand why she would say that, but don't misunderstand. She's not that difficult a person. You'll see for yourself. She's gentle and, Just those few words made him so shy that his entire face and both ears turned bright red. After that, Duke Lexit even added, "adorable," which made Shu freeze for a few seconds. A roaring sound echoed in her head. This is truly messed up. Shu recalled the excited expressions that Maid Mila had so stubbornly defended earlier and the strange rumors that were circulating. And yet he calls her gentle and adorable with that shy voice? That gentle and adorable lady is about to pull out my fingernails. Please, open the door. The room door immediately cracked open slightly, creaking as if Duke Lexit had finally agreed to compromise. I don't want to, but..." Lexit appeared with a bewildered expression, as if he had just woken up. Immediately Shu smiled, seizing the opportunity. "Please, excuse my impoliteness, but the Duke was one step faster than her. He angrily closed the door, intending to lock her out, and then Shu's foot got stuck there. Thanks to her brilliant foresight, Shu easily opened the door with her bare hands. It was finally open.
However, she immediately realized something was wrong. Why was it so quiet? As soon as Shu looked up, her eyes met Lexit's. Without a word, both instinctively stepped back, maintaining a distance from each other. Lexit turned his head and told her, "Come in." Only then did Shu pat her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Good heavens, she thought he had found out. Duke Lexit rudely slapped Shu's hand and snatched the bucket of water from her, saying, "Give it here." Shu reached out, wanting to take it back. "I can carry it." Lexit didn't return it, only saying, "It's too heavy. Where should I put it?" Shu smiled politely. "Thank you, Your Grace. Please put it in front of the window." As Lexit turned his back to Shu, she secretly glanced at him while wiping the window with a cloth. It wasn't as difficult as she had thought. Duke Lexit suddenly turned around and said to Shu, "Hey, I'm going to exercise." Shu quickly replied, "You have to stay here until I'm done cleaning." As if he had prepared beforehand, Duke Lexit casually pointed to the floor and said, "Here, I'll exercise here." Shu was stunned. "Here?" Lexit looked at her. "I originally intended to exercise in the room. Is that all right?" Shu naturally asked him back, "Why do you need my permission?" When she saw Lexit raise his hand and touch the collar of his black shirt, Shu immediately understood his intention. She was a little surprised and hesitated. "Ah, you mean you're going to take off that shirt?" Lexit replied vaguely. "Yes, because I'll sweat."
A silence enveloped the entire room. Lexit looked at Sue and she stared back at him. Immediately after, Sue smiled and told Duke Lexit Van Hexen, "Yes, it's fine, please feel free." Although she said so outwardly, inwardly, she was quite displeased. Carrying the bucket for me was already a surprise, and now he's planning to exercise shirtless? With the permission of maid Sue, or rather Rosika in disguise, Duke Lexit didn't hesitate to pull up his shirt right in front of her. All right then, he casually tossed his shirt to his feet, where it landed with a soft thud. Sue curiously glanced in that direction for a moment, then her face turned crimson. Oh, just seeing his face was enough to know that Duke Lexit was a handsome man. Now, seeing his firm shoulders and well-defined 8-pack abs, each muscle distinct, up close, made Sue utterly stunned. Fortunately, her nosebleed hadn't betrayed her yet by gushing out, leaving her unsure where to look.
She turned her face away, pretending to be diligently cleaning the window, but unconsciously caring a little about Lexit. It seems he's quite injured, yet he's already exercising. Duke Lexit performed push-ups very easily with 2 hands, without expending any effort. As he pushed up and down, he answered her, "It's nothing." Shu was also startled by his robust strength. She spun around, immediately stopping her window cleaning. Her mouth agape, eyes wide. It seems Shu was very shocked by Lexit's actions, taking off his shirt and doing push-ups in front of a girl he'd just met for the first time. Does he really have to do it now? Duke Lexit continued to focus on his push-up exercise, ignoring Shu, who was staring at him in silence. She thought to herself, maybe I'm overthinking it. Perhaps he doesn't dislike women that much after all. While she was lost in thought, a voice called out, pulling her back to reality. "Hey!" It was Duke Lexit. He was glancing at her. "If you don't mind, come sit here." Shu was astonished. She exclaimed loudly, "What? On the Duke's back?" Lexit replied with a firm yes. Lexit continued his push-ups. "If you're uncomfortable, then don't." However, who could miss such a rare opportunity? Even if it was Shu, who particularly didn't like him much, she quickly replied, "Oh, no problem." Moving closer to Duke Lexit's sturdy back, Shu nervously asked him, "Can I just sit on it like this?" She thought to herself again, just talking a little was already a great gain, if she could now become naturally close to him. Knowing that Shu was safely seated on his back, the Duke then told her, "All right, I'll do 50 push-ups without stopping. Count them." Shu obediently replied, "Yes."
She started counting at Duke Lexit's command. 1, 2. Up and down again, rhythmically. 16, 17. Shu quickly exclaimed, praising Lexit. "Wow, the Duke is amazing." Lexit asked her, "My physique is good, isn't it?" Shu excitedly replied, "Yes, absolutely wonderful." Lexit asked again, "How do I look?" Shu spoke with increasing enthusiasm. "Oh, what more can I say? It's hard to find a man as handsome as the Duke." Lexit suddenly gave a faint smile, glancing up at her. Drops of sweat trickling down his jawline made him even more captivating. "I'll show you something even more amazing." She was bewildered, a huge question mark forming in her mind. Something more amazing? Without warning, the Duke immediately tucked one hand into his pocket, and without further ado, he began doing one-handed push-ups, even faster than with 2 hands. Shu unexpectedly blurted out, "You fool."
She was truly very surprised by this. Of course, this compliment was genuine. One-handed, so cool, the Duke is so skilled. Lexit suddenly spoke to Sue, his words and subsequent actions shocking her even more. Doing it with fingers is fine too. True to his word, he did push-ups using only 2 fingers, supporting both his own body and Shu on his back.
Shu hastily wanted to jump down. She worriedly advised him, "Duke, don't do that. You might break your fingers." Duke Lexid looked at her, and as he stood up, he said, "They won't break. I do this every day." Shu anxiously retorted, "I know this is the first time you've carried someone on your back." When she unconsciously glanced down, her eyes happened to land on Lexid's firm abs. Now they sparkled even more in her eyes, making Shu jump. Lexid, completely unaware, continued to breathe calmly. Staring intently at them, Shu didn't realize her saliva was dripping. Duke Lexid wiped the sweat from his face with his hand. He chuckled and asked Sue, "Is your Gu a muscular man, right?" Shu instantly realized his intention. "I Gu, this trick." Shu turned her face away, pouting and puffing her cheeks as she said, "What woman doesn't like muscular men?" Duke Lexid flexed his firm muscles again and told Shu, "Try to grab them." She was a bit slow to catch on, but she still followed his words. As soon as she wrapped her arms around Duke Lexid's arm, he immediately lifted her high, pulling Sue's entire body with him. The scene at that moment was just like Chu Koi clinging to the banyan tree roots and flying up to the moon. Shu unconsciously screamed, "Oh my God." Looking into Sue's beautiful eyes, Lexid smiled charmingly. "I can lift you easily with one hand, right? Because I'm much taller than you."
It seemed that out of shyness, Shu unconsciously stammered, Sir, I can tell even if you don't say it." Then she was startled and astonished by the next words of Duke Lexid Van Hexen. "You're so small. One arm would still have room to spare if I hugged you." Shu froze, a buzzing sound echoing in her head. "What did you say?" While she was still lost in thought, Duke Lexid rudely let go, causing her to startle and fall, not onto the floor, but onto a very soft bed mattress. Shu unconsciously cried out, "Oh?" Realizing her reaction was a bit exaggerated, she immediately fell silent. As soon as she peeked open her eyes, she suddenly heard Lexid say, "If you don't like it, just say so." Lexid appeared right before her eyes, his smile laced with honey. She might have swooned even before he could properly charm her. This time her stammering worsened. Sir, what did you say?" Lexid gave a cunning smile, propping himself up. "I'll show you how much room is left in one arm when I hug you." Shu still didn't understand Lexid's intentions, like a small rabbit surrounded by a cunning wolf, her eyes wide, an innocent look on her face, and yet she still had the audacity to agree to his suggestion. "Sir, go ahead and try." Duke Lexid began his push-ups. "This time, I will do it until—" He deliberately lowered his hands, his face happening to be very close to Shu's, startling her. Lexid lowered his voice and whispered, "Until I drop from exhaustion." Lexid pushed his body up with his hands, so there was no need to count. The bed creaked with each of Lexid's breaths, the sound coming from the bed legs rubbing against the floor. He panted as he did push-ups. At that moment, in Shu's mind, everything he had ever said to her before suddenly flooded back like a slow-motion tape. "How does it look? Your type is muscular man, right?" And then there was Lexid's charming expression from earlier, "Because I am much taller than you." Shu looked straight into his eyes, silently recalling his words. First, he must be handsome, hopefully able to lift her with one arm. If hugged, one arm would still have room to spare. Suddenly, Duke Lexid stopped and hugged her tightly without warning. Shu frantically called out to him, "Duke!" Lexid paused, seemingly a little stunned that Shu had called him that. But just a second later, he performed the push-up motion, lowering his arms and pulling his entire body down. Their bodies were even closer than before when he had whispered to her, so close that his lips lightly brushed hers, like a dragonfly skimming the water.
Successfully carrying out his intention, Lexid pushed his hand up and looked at Shu, beaming with joy. Shu, taken aback by the sudden move, didn't dare to move carelessly. It seemed Lexid's recent action annoyed her. She let out a sigh. Pushing him away from her, Shu also sat up at the same time, her eyes not looking at him and her slender brows furrowed. "How?" Now she smirked and looked straight into Lexid's eyes. "How did you know?" Shu sat up straight on the bed, seriously asking Lexid, "From the first time I entered the room." The very ordinary question suddenly became unusual when Duke Lexid laughed until both his shoulders shook. He truly looked like he deserved a beating at that moment. Shu, or rather Rosika, felt her recent question was neither interesting nor funny, yet Duke Lexid laughed, making her a little angry. Rosika reiterated, "How did you know?" Lexid saw Rosika's serious expression, knowing that his recent action was inappropriate for the current situation, so he unconsciously stopped laughing. "I don't know what to answer." Rosika wouldn't let Lexid off the hook. She insisted stubbornly, "No, you must tell me. You must tell me where I made a mistake." There was that deadly smile again. Duke Lexid burst out laughing. He told Rosika, "You did make a mistake, but it's just a feeling I have." Of course, Rosika couldn't accept this. With an expression of extreme horror, she gasped, sweat pouring out. "A beast?" Immediately after, she frowned worriedly and asked Lexid, "Do I have a special scent on me? A scent completely different from usual?" Rosika pondered deeply, then mumbled to herself, "That's right, I did spray perfume." Duke Lexid was proud that he could recognize Rosika in her role as the maid's shoe purely by instinct. He laughed heartily. "I told you it was a feeling. I knew it instantly just by looking."
It was obvious that Rosika couldn't accept it. She flew into a rage, roaring like a lioness. "No way, that's impossible." Her reaction only made Duke Lexid happier. He let out a hearty laugh. "I'm good, I just recognized it and reacted instinctively." Suddenly, right after that, Rosika reminded him, "Don't laugh, your side is injured." Her sudden concern for him startled Lexid. He stopped laughing. As Rosika opened the medicine box, she frowned and closed her eyes, saying, dizzy." Duke Lexid watched Rosika with delight. He even teased her. "Is it fate?" Rosika flared up, huffing and puffing. "You're talking nonsense. It must be the wound." Rosika diligently changed the bandage and treated the Duke's wound. He also obediently sat still so she could work more easily. While Rosika focused on her task of changing his bandage, Lexid was not idle either. He watched her with the enamored gaze of a smitten lover. Lexid unconsciously blurted out, "Truly beautiful." Rosika was startled and stunned.
She looked up at him. "What?" Lexid answered her without hesitation. "I really like this face." Rosika leaned forward, completely failing to grasp Duke Lexid's initial meaning. Her eyes wide, she asked, "This face, it's completely ordinary." Lexid reached out and touched Rosika's cheek. "Exactly my type." He leaned closer to Rosika's face. "Can you continue to live with this face? I mean, come to the capital with this face. Your real face is too much." Lexid's words made Rosika truly curious. She clenched her hands into fists. "What does it look like exactly?" Lexid replied, "It means it looks troublesome." Rosika told him again, "I don't know what kind of face that is." Lexid still spoke vaguely, not getting to the point. "It's the kind of face that will cause a lot of trouble." Rosika, furious, violently pulled off her mask and dazzling orange wig. Ha! Only now did Rosika realize the seriousness of the situation. I've been discovered. Rosika looked directly at Lexid, biting her lower lip tightly, and began to doubt herself. Me, a master of disguise? Poisonous snake. Duke Lexid tilted his head playfully and asked her, "So what's the reason for your sudden charade?" He chuckled. "To help me get used to women, huh? The day to go to the capital is approaching, so you're starting to get restless, aren't you?" Rosika's cheeks flushed. She glared resentfully at Lexid. He was still teasing her, her expression clearly displeased, and she must have gained a little confidence.
Lexid burst into laughter like a devil from hell. "I mean, I'm confident you'll lose that bet." Rosika flared up at him. She was furious, absolutely hated it. Rosika spun around. She pouted and said, I'm still not very confident." Duke Lexid provoked Rosika. "Don't waste your effort anymore. Give up. You can't win against me." But Rosika calmly retorted, "You won't know until you try." Lexid told Rosika, "Go ahead and stubbornly exhaust yourself, but I won't stop you." His words weren't wrong, but they only made her feel more unwilling to accept it. Rosika bit her lower lip tightly. She dug her nails hard into her arm, her voice slightly weak. "I have never failed. I've been perfect until now." Lexid spoke up to comfort her, but his comfort had no good intentions whatsoever. "All right, Rosika. I will be the first shameful stain on your brilliant record." Rosika was so angry she trembled. If she could, she would have pounced and bitten him immediately. Duke Lexid was still very smug. He let out a long laugh. "Ha ha!" His eyes sparkled like a child who had won a bet. "Don't break your promise. We decided we would date if I win the bet." Rosika got goosebumps all over when she heard this. She ruffled her hair and tugged at her ears in dissatisfaction. Rosika secretly calculated, "If this is the case, then plan B. I absolutely cannot lose. I need to devise another strategy." She stood up, pointing towards the door, about to leave. "I'll be going now." But Duke Lexid firmly grasped her shoulder. The Duke wrapped his arm around Rosika's waist and smiled. She casually asked, "What is it?" Suddenly, Lexid said, "Let's do it one more time." Rosika was confused, not understanding what he meant. "What?" In his deep, warm voice, the Duke surprisingly uttered lewd words. "Exercise." Rosika calmly refused him. "Until the Duke wins the bet, and we are truly lovers." Lexid was a little displeased, but still listened to Rosika. "It's only a matter of time anyway." Rosika sat up abruptly. "If you're that overconfident, you'll get your comeuppance soon enough." She even reached out and squeezed his cheeks tightly, just as he had done to her, which momentarily stunned Lexid. Although it was unlikely, if the Duke really won the bet, then the other activity that only lovers could do would be quite interesting. Lexid was astonished. "Other?" He hastily tried to stop her. "Hey, wait, what's the other activity?" But Rosika merely replied curtly, "I don't know." Duke Lexid hastily jumped out of bed and chased after Rosika. "Hey, stop! Tell me first before you go, tell me." Rosika ran away quickly, her heavy footsteps thudding on the floor. She was flushed crimson, her eyes darting around, feeling dizzy. Then she pretended to pull at her hair and ears, reminding herself, "I won't lose. I really don't want to lose. This is sincere, truly sincere." The mansion still stood grandly under the brilliant sky, sunlight illuminating the entire space. Everything was so peaceful. Nanny Masha was cleaning Rosika's pretty and warm bedroom. Rosika was looking at the contents of some papers when she heard her nanny ask, "What did the young master say just now?" Rosika was startled. Then she forced a smile and told her, "Oh, it's nothing." Although she knew she was deceiving Nanny Masha, she had no other choice, because Rosika couldn't possibly tell her that Duke Lexid had completely disregarded his own dignity or the presence of anyone else there. He was still rushing over, pleading with Rosika to answer his question. What activity? Nanny Masha burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha!" She also thoughtfully placed a thin blanket over Rosika's shoulders so she wouldn't get cold.
Like a mother proud of the little child she had long awaited and cared for, wet nurse Masha smiled, her eyes crinkling, and whispered to Rosika, "Our young master is so adorable, isn't he? He's like a son to me." Rosika's gaze also softened unconsciously at her words. Immediately after, wet nurse Masha mentioned someone who had passed away, leaving only beautiful memories for those who remained, including young Master Raven. Wet nurse Masha gently placed her aged hand on Rosika's shoulder. "Is Senna truly all right? I should have been by her side." Rosika gently patted the wet nurse's hand as if to reassure her. "Senna is safe, don't worry." Wet nurse Masha slowly withdrew her hand from Rosika's. She called her, "Young lady." Rosika gently replied, "Yes, Masha." Wet nurse Masha's eyes welled up with tears, and she hesitantly asked her with an imploring expression, "The young master, he's planning something dangerous, isn't he?" Rosika told her, "Don't worry, Masha." She turned her head, looked directly into her worried eyes, and spoke in a very solemn tone. "I cannot tell you everything, but the reason I was hired is to save His Highness." Wet nurse Masha then said, "I only wish for the young master's happiness." She also sincerely bowed her head, looking straight into Rosika's beautiful eyes, and the young lady did the same. Rosika was surprised to hear that. "What?" Nanny Masha, like a kind mother, caressed Rosika's cheek. "I don't understand everything, but it seems the young lady is not living peacefully at all. I hope the young lady will do what she likes and be happy with the one she loves." Rosika tightly grasped the nanny's warm hand. She smiled with eyes glistening with tears. "So, Masha, are you happy?" Nanny Masha answered her with the utmost certainty. "Of course. Although everyone's idea of happiness is different, I am happy." She chuckled again, her words containing many profound implications. "Also, seeing the young couple's sweet dates lately has made my life much happier." The nanny's sudden words startled Rosika. She shyly spoke up. "Masha, we're not dating." Because the person in question had denied it herself, Nanny Masha was truly surprised. She gasped in astonishment. "Oh my, really? So the young master's love is unrequited?" Rosika shyly turned her face away, not brave enough to look straight into her eyes. Rosika awkwardly added, "The maids have been talking a lot lately, and now even Masha is saying it." Nanny Masha asked her again, "Don't you like the young master, young lady?" Rosika flinched and quickly explained to the nanny, "Huh? Oh no, it's not hate, but not like either. Something like that." Nanny Masha said to her again, "I thought the young lady also had feelings for the young master." Rosika suddenly felt an indescribable sadness and mumbled, "Don't say that. The young master should meet a young lady with a good family background and a beautiful face." Nanny Masha was silent for a moment, then she smiled again. "I hope the young master won't have to face any more painful things." Rosika looked at the nanny. She gently added, "If I could use my remaining good fortune, I would wish for both the young master and the young lady to live long and fulfilling lives." Left alone, Rosika suddenly imagined herself confronting Duke Lexid and honestly asking him, "Please tell me how he can live happily, because it seems I cannot do it."
Rosika sat with her knees drawn up, hiding in the bushes and leaning her back against the trunk of a tall tree, sadly using the branch in her hand to draw a few scribbles. That's right, I promised Lexid that I would make the young master happy. At this thought, she suddenly let out a long sigh, her eyes filled with an indescribable sadness. While still lost in thought and immersed in sadness, Duke Lexid suddenly appeared behind Rosika without a sound. "Hey!" Rosika was clearly startled by him. She turned her head and snapped at him. "You scared me. Where did you just pop out from?"
Duke Lexid gave her a beautiful bouquet of fresh, colorful flowers. The tulip bouquet had 12 full blooms. He said, I picked this up on my way here. Rosika stared at the tulip bouquet she had just received from him. It was now in her hands. Rosika asked skeptically, You picked it up? Duke Lex had adjusted his outer cloak. What are you doing here? Rosika stopped paying attention to the bouquet. She placed it beside her and answered him, just sitting around, lost in thought. Your Highness? Because she suddenly addressed him that way, Lexit was momentarily surprised. Looking at the bouquet again, out of shyness and not daring to look him straight in the eye, Rosika asked Lexid, Why are you giving me flowers? Do you like me? Duke Lexid turned his face away. Although he spoke harsh words, his cheeks began to feel warm. Not at all. I told you I found it, so I brought it. Rosika looked back at Lexid. You said you wanted to date me. Isn't it because you like me that you want to date? However, the Duke stated firmly, I don't like being lonely. Don't worry. Rosika felt a little sad. He must be worried about her getting angry again. Thinking this, she let out a deep, mournful sigh. Sigh. Duke Lexid crossed his arms over his chest. He slowly moved closer to her, pouting his lips as he asked, What? Do you want me to like you? Rosika hugged her knees, feeling both sad and angry. She retorted harshly, No. Rejected so harshly, Duke Lexid irritably bit his lower lip and sharply turned his gaze away. Then he heard Rosika ask, If you date me, will you be happy? Lexid was surprised when she suddenly asked such a strange question. Huh? But immediately, Rosika changed the subject. Never mind. I'll ask something else. Under the large tree, the two conversed. Rosika seriously asked Lexid, Can you do anything for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? If, according to the Crown Prince's wishes, to become emperor, you had to marry a stranger, would you be happy? Lexid answered her in a low, steady voice. He also mentioned his close friend. This inadvertently reminded her of the late Crown Prince Raven Van Hexen of the Empire. No, I wouldn't be happy. Raven was also unhappy because of that. Raven didn't like any woman other than Senna, so he had to endure persistently.
Rosika listened to Lexid speak. Just as he finished his sentence, the branch she held in her hand had coincidentally drawn a few scribbled lines that when combined formed a familiar face. It looked like Lexid Van Hexen's face. Rosika's thoughts wandered. What kind of status would one need to marry Lexid, a member of the royal family? Suddenly, next to Lexid's face, another girl's face appeared, which seemed to be Rosika herself. Seeing the two faces smiling happily before her eyes, an idea suddenly popped into Rosika's head. What if I tried to create a noble lady's identity suitable for Lexid? However, she immediately burst out laughing. Rosika didn't know what was wrong with her. Why on earth was she having these kinds of thoughts? She looked over at the noble Duke Lexid Van Hexen, and what a coincidence it was that he was also looking at her. What Lexid needed was not simply a wife from a good lineage of high nobility, but a family with a solid foundation of power. Duke Lexid's expression was clearly bewildered, while Rosika remained lost in thought. Her inner self even loudly reminded her, Rosika, you're imagining such unbelievable things now, all because of Lexid. She looked at him, her lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes filled with a sadness that threatened to spill into tears, and I felt uncomfortable. The two faces Rosika had just drawn earlier had been smudged, their lines erased, without her even noticing, and she suddenly felt truly selfish. Not wanting to see Lexid suffer, not wanting to imagine Lexid arm in arm with a strange woman, calling her the Grand Duke's wife. I must be truly insane. After a long period of silence, Lexid broke the uncomfortable atmosphere with his voice. Are you worried that I'm not happy? Rosika affirmed to him, Yes, everything I do is because I want you to be happy. If that's not the case, then everything is meaningless. Even if the Grand Duke was wrongly dismissed because of the Crown Prince's assassination, there must still be the Emperor's recognition, the imperial family's consent, and the people of the Empire's approval to become an heir. And now you probably cannot meet one of those three conditions. Duke Lexid suddenly sighed upon hearing this from Rosika. Ha! However, Rosika pretended not to hear anything. She continued to speak. If we proceed according to my plan, even if we overcome many obstacles, it will still not be easy to gain the nobility's consent. Now you need strong backing, so relying on marriage is also a good way. But Rosika's hands clasped together. When she said this, she was truly serious. But, Your Highness, it will be very tiring. Her cheeks flushed with each word she spoke. Finding another plan besides marriage would take more time. Yet immediately Rosika heard Lexid himself say, I am not tired.
She suddenly looked up at him. Huh? Lexid repeated again. I said I'm not tired. He looked straight into Rosika's eyes, sincere and serious. I can do everything to become emperor, even give up my own happiness. His firm assertion startled Rosika. Do you mean you would agree to marry? With a lady from a prominent family who could support you? Lexid continued to gaze at her intently. Immediately after, he turned his face away and answered her question, if that is necessary. To say she didn't feel sad would certainly be a lie, because now her tears were welling up. Rosika could only lower her head to hide her true feelings. She hesitantly asked, a bright smile on her face, but it felt forced. Surely you must despise me.
Yet you constantly say you want to date me. Duke Lexid scratched his head. He maintained his turned-away posture as he spoke to her. Dating is one thing. Marriage is another. With dating, one can indulge their own preferences a bit. Rosika's hands clasped together. She tried to calm herself, and talking to Lexid was incredibly helpful for her at that moment. Ah, yes, that depends on your feelings. Lexid said to Rosika, I will take care of that matter, so there's no need to choose the difficult path.
He leaned his hands on his knees and stood up very slowly. Rosika watched Lexid's every movement. She then heard his words. You are the strategist hired to put me on the throne as emperor, so just be decisive and focus on doing your job well. Her heart softened at his words of concern. Go inside, before it gets colder. Rosika sat motionless. Beside her was the bouquet of tulips he had painstakingly gathered on the way and brought to her, and watched the receding figure of Duke Lexid Van Hexen. He walked away without once looking back. Rosika's face flushed. She wasn't sure if it was due to the cold or any other reason. She doubted herself. What am I even thinking? Duke Lexid returned to his room shortly after. He shifted all his attention to work. The pen in his hand scribbled rapidly across the paper. While he appeared focused, Lexid was actually recalling the content of the letter Raven Van Hexen had sent, which he had read before. Lex, spring has arrived so quickly. Tulips are also starting to bloom in the royal garden.
Do you know that the language of tulips is a declaration of love? When a boy wants to confess his feelings to a girl, he gives her a gift along with tulips, and my wish is to be able to give tulips to the girl I like before I die. As Lexid wrote a few lines of his thoughts on the blank page, he suddenly felt shy, even though he was alone in the room. It was also because his heart was no longer indifferent. Today I gave tulips to a girl. Because the person I wanted to give tulips to has appeared, I feel even more guilty towards you. You once advised me to quickly sort out my feelings. Now that it's actually happening to me, I feel like I'm going crazy. I'm sorry. I should have protected Senna and the baby, but I couldn't. I'm sorry. But don't worry, my excellent strategist said there's no need to worry about Senna. The image of the venomous woman was clear in Lexid's mind. Rosika truly can do anything. Perhaps I lost the bet. It seems I've written a bit too much about someone you don't know, haven't I? Actually, I already gave her tulips. I did that, and Rosika herself accepted the declaration. I gave her tulips and only tulips. A petal fell onto the page, and Lexid picked it up, cherishing it.
She once said that if I were to become emperor, I shouldn't dream of everything turning out well for myself. If it were Lexid, perhaps she would also want me to go find my own happiness, wouldn't she? But rest assured, I will definitely fulfill your request and become emperor. I will grant your wish and also marry the woman to whom I gave tulips. His hand tightened around the pink tulip petal from earlier, and that was his determination. Rosika is very beautiful, lovely, intelligent, and very cool, too. As a citizen of the Empire, one should be like her, shouldn't they? Although her past is a bit eventful, he muttered to himself. He imagined her wearing a beautiful wedding dress, smiling radiantly beside her beloved. And this beloved was none other than Lexid Van Hexen, the Grand Duchess of fraudulent origins, the Empress. Love makes even the imperfect seem perfect. He even found Rosika's wickedness made her even more adorable. But since she only deceived bad people, he considered it forgivable. He continued to write a few more lines, concluding that to win her over, he would have to put in a lot of thought. Because when she received the flowers from Lexid, Rosika cautiously asked him, "Why are you giving me flowers? Do you like me?" Thinking about this made Lexid feel embarrassed. He blushed furiously and stopped writing the letter altogether.
Lexid yelled at himself, his head so hot it was practically sizzling. This was truly intelligence misplaced. Was it really necessary to ask so bluntly? In the last line, he wrote that the letter was already long, and not to worry about Senna, for he would protect Senna no matter what. Immediately after, he set the letter on fire to ensure it would truly be sent to his deceased best friend in the heavens above, Raven Van Hexen. I love you. The flames licked at every corner of the letter, flaring up for a moment before dwindling and finally dying out, carrying Lexid's heart-thumped message to Raven Van Hexen. In the northernmost continent, the kingdom of Levita, the cold and snowflakes enveloped the entire space, covering it in a pristine white. A voice called out, seemingly distant yet close, "Princess?" It was a maid bringing Princess Farah a letter, sent by Lady Drax from the Hexen Empire. Princess Farah seemed to have been waiting for it for a very long time. As soon as she heard the news from her maid, Farah spun around happily and said, "Oh, quickly, give it to me." Farah opened the letter and read it immediately. Inside was Rosika's handwriting. "Princess, I am Rosika." When writing this letter to Princess Farah, Rosika was all alone in the large room. "Thank you very much for previously granting my somewhat presumptuous request. I hear the imperial succession ceremony is in a month. Is that correct?" She felt happy thinking about the upcoming events in the distant kingdom of Levita.
Although I really want to visit Levita and congratulate the princess in person, I will also be busy with matters in the Empire at that time, so it will probably be difficult to make it. If I have free time, I will definitely come. I'm really craving the roasted wild boar trotters in Levita." This simple train of thought from Rosika made Princess Farah burst into joyful laughter. In Farah's hand was an exquisite necklace, its pendant crafted from gold and gemstones with several fresh tulip petals inside. "And I tried to make this necklace myself as a gift for the princess. The light pink petals are very beautiful, aren't they? Actually, this flower is poisonous, so it's not easy to pick. Doesn't it bear some resemblance to the princess? Perhaps someone might think the princess is merely beautiful, but in reality she also possesses outstanding abilities, strength, and decisiveness. The princess is the only one suitable for Levita's leadership position." To be able to say this, Rosika had more than once gazed at Princess Farah with such fascination that she completely forgot her way home. It was at that very moment that Princess Farah turned her head and smiled brightly at Rosika. "I hope that your Levita will expand its influence across the entire continent."
Since I have the opportunity to write this letter, I also have something I'd like to ask your highness. Lately, I've been studying ancient history and have become interested in witches. I've heard that the ancestors of witches originated from a small kingdom. Does your highness know much about witches? Princess Farah gasped in surprise at Rosika's intriguing question. Immediately, Farah waved to the maidservant from earlier and ordered her, "Please call Madame Roland for me." The letter in Princess Farah's hand rustled loudly as it rubbed against her palm. "Before I die, I must visit the Empire at least once. It just so happens that I have plans to travel." However, Princess Farah suddenly heard the sound of a child crying echoing from inside the bedroom. "Wah!" Princess Farah pulled back the room's curtain and with a smile asked, "Oh dear, has the baby woken up?" A cute and chubby baby boy was being held in his mother's arms, tears still glistening on his eyelashes from having just cried. A beautiful girl was soothing the child, making him quickly fall back asleep so he wouldn't cry loudly. That beautiful girl was none other than Sina. She looked up with sad, jade-like eyes. Sina hugged the baby, who had once again fallen into a deep sleep in her arms, and looked at Princess Farah with an apologetic gaze. "I'm sorry, it's too noisy, isn't it?" However, unlike the typical mindset of a princess in the palace who was only familiar with the 4 arts and generally disliked noise, Princess Farah seemed very surprised to hear this, because to her, a child crying when startled awake was something beyond anyone's control. Not at all. It's normal for children to cry. She even chuckled softly, her sparkling eyes saying, "As long as they're healthy, that's all that matters." This time, it seemed the child was no longer fussing. His beautiful eyes were wide open, staring intently at his mother, Sina. However, she was so lost in thought that she was completely unaware of the child's adorable action. Since his mother Sina wasn't paying attention to him, the baby changed his focus. He blinked and then looked in another direction, where traces of tears still lingered beneath his eyes. Princess Farah quietly watched Senna and her child affectionately embracing. The child grasped its mother's finger. Senna had also stopped worrying and focused on her child. Princess Farah recalled the last few lines of the letter Rosika had sent her. "May I give Senna a gift?" Rosika also wrote. "It's a necklace bestowed by the Princess of Levita. I truly cherish it." Returning to the past, when Senna tore a sheet of magic paper into small pieces to aid her wish, immediately after she looked around the room she was standing in and wondered in surprise, "Where is this?" Senna worriedly thought, "Tearing the scroll should transport me to the place I'm thinking of." As she was sinking into confusion, a voice suddenly rang out right behind Senna, startling her, and she reflexively turned her head to look in that direction. "Pleasure to meet you. You've surprised me." Perched gracefully on a luxurious and noble chair, Princess Farah sat with her legs crossed in a perfectly aristocratic manner. Her entire being exuded an aura that commanded respect with just a glance. She smiled and told Senna, "The baby in your womb has done nothing wrong, so don't be agitated. I will protect you safely." Princess Farah pointed towards the pieces of paper Senna had torn earlier, which now lay scattered near her feet. It's rare for someone new to using teleportation paper to understand its proper use so quickly. The most correct way is to first place a pair of teleportation papers at the desired location before tearing them. Princess Farah withdrew her finger and shook it lightly, but it was costly, so there was no need for such gesture. Simply visualizing the destination in her mind and tearing the paper would not affect the teleportation. However, if she carried an item belonging to someone with powerful spiritual energy and tore the paper, she would immediately teleport to that person's location instead. Princess Farah slowly stood up, her unexpected action causing Sina to startle and retreat a few steps. Princess Farah also discovered a valuable item hidden inside Sina's dress pocket. I am the owner of that necklace. She moved closer to Sina, who stood motionless in place, raising her head to listen to Farah say, I wore it from the age of 7 and wore it continuously, never taking it off until I was 20 years old.
I'm not sure what your current situation is. Hearing this, Senna immediately trembled, her eyes welling up with tears. Princess Farah pointed her thumb at herself, promising with a righteous demeanor, but I will definitely protect you as requested. However, it seems Senna didn't believe Farah's promise. Indeed, who could trust the words of someone they had only just met a few minutes ago? It was their first meeting ever, so she stepped back and kept her distance from the princess, saying, I can't trust you. What if you kill me? Princess Farah realized something unsettling from Senna's last remark. So you also have a grudge against the Duchess. I stand with the Duchess, so of course, I'm not trustworthy. Farah proudly thumped her chest and declared, but no matter whose side I'm on, one thing is certain. I have never hesitated to strike down the strong, yet I am merciful to the weak. Since this is a request from my benefactor, I will certainly uphold it. Senna stood opposite Princess Farah, unconsciously placing her hand on her stomach. Princess Farah then said, I have a duty to protect you, and this place is very safe, so I cannot let you leave. You won't find a way out anyway, so just relax and enjoy yourself. She chuckled happily after saying this. She also had to think about the baby in her womb. That was the first encounter between Senna and Princess Farah. Returning to the present, Princess Farah was asking Senna for her opinion. I've already sent the witch in the delegation. Could you lend me your necklace for a moment? Senna, though not understanding what was happening, obediently followed the princess's words. Ah, yes, she suddenly called out to Farah. Princess? Farah, who was playing with Senna's child, absent-mindedly replied, What is it? Senna clutched the necklace in her hand and hesitantly asked, In the letter, did it say anything else? For example, about the child of Grand Duke Hexen? Princess Farah sighed, wondering why she was suddenly bringing up that boring story.
She crossed her arms over her chest and casually remarked, the Grand Duke must still be living well. Their conversation ended as things returned to Grand Duke Lexid Van Hexen's mansion. Rosika opened the mansion door and quickly ran out, a hint of surprise on her face. A delegation from Levita without prior notice? Is Princess Farah coming along too? Outside the mansion, Madame Roland was waiting. She greeted Rosika first. Lady Drax, right? Roland smiled kindly. Following her was an entourage of many others. I am Roland. Your ladyship can just call me Madam. Suddenly, Duke Lexid appeared right behind Rosika. He was startled by the sight. What? Rosika turned her head. Ah, you're here. Before he could react to what was happening, Madame Roland was a step quicker, approaching and taking his hand to rub it. This must be the Grand Duke, right? My name is Roland. Lexid hesitated in his reply. Ah, yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, but Princess Farah sent a delegation without prior notice? Madame Roland replied to him. The princess said she had already contacted your ladyship. Lexid looked at Rosika, seeing that she was even more bewildered than he was. Me? Noticing Duke Lexid's gaze, she looked over, then shrugged and waved her hand, indicating she knew nothing. Madame Roland observed her action and smiled cheerfully. She handed Rosika a letter. And this is a letter for your ladyship. Rosika took it. Thank you, madam. No sooner had she taken it than a bird swiftly darted towards them. It flapped its wings rapidly and flew very low in the sky, almost crashing into Rosika's head. It startled her, making her reflexively shriek, Oh my goodness!
The bird stopped beside Mrs. Roland. Arkin puffed out his chest, preening with pride at being introduced by Mrs. Roland herself to Rosika and Duke Lexid Van Hexen. This young fellow is Arkin. He's a bit aloof, but very intelligent and quick to understand. Rosika gasped in surprise, seemingly finding Arkin's appearance a little hard to believe, and after hearing Mrs. Roland herself speak of his incredible flying speed, she was even more astonished. Oh, Mrs. Roland had said, it was too frustrating to wait a whole week for mail from the post office, but with Arkin, it only took 2 days. Then Rosika smiled and greeted the messenger bird with the most cheerful and polite demeanor she could muster. Nice to meet you, Arkin. Let's help each other, Rakin. Yet this arrogant bird abruptly turned its head away, not even sparing her a glance. It immediately flapped its wings and flew off Mrs. Roland's shoulder. And then she heard Duke Lexid say, even though Drax and Levita are very close, to have an elderly person lead the delegation like this? However, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Mrs. Roland retorted to the Duke in her own unique way. This old woman isn't here as a representative of the delegation. She's here to meet the princess. Mrs. Roland smiled, a few wrinkles at the corners of her mouth, but they did not make her seem weak due to age. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Roland de Aslan, the last witch of the Aslan family.
Sure enough, immediately after that, both the delegation and Madame Roland were invited inside by Duke Lexid and warmly welcomed. Sitting with Rosika and the Duke, Madame Roland chatted happily and freely. In the past, there used to be many witch families, but the witch bloodline faded over time, and now I am the last one. Rosika realized, I see.
She reached out and pulled Lexid's left arm, which he was holding tightly, but no matter how strong she was, her strength couldn't compare to even a fraction of the Duke's. Her whole body trembled, yet she couldn't budge his arm even an inch.
Rosika irritably ordered Lexid, "Let go of your arm," but the Duke refused with a displeased expression. "Oh, I don't want to." Rosika grew even more annoyed. "Hey, be a little friendly." But all she got back were the cue words Lexid uttered, "Don't want to." Madame Roland looked at the two of them amused, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "Looking at you two reminds me of my sweet dating days with my husband when I was young." Hearing her say that, Rosika immediately stopped what she was doing and listened intently to Madame Roland. "You know, lady, you have something in common with me when I was young. I also had bright, striking hair like yours now. It seems you also have foreign blood." Rosika smiled and replied, "Ah, yes." Rosika recalled the striking feature of her hair compared to the people of this empire. Most of the empire's citizens had black or gray hair. The characteristic of foreigners were bright, vibrant hair colors. Her face brightened, and her eyes sparkled even more. Rosika chuckled. "This is also the first time I've met someone with light pink hair like mine." Madame Roland smiled and told her, "Sometimes men used to tease me, calling my hair a flower garden on my head." The two chatted happily, forgetting that right beside them was someone very skilled at bringing conversations to a dead end. Duke Lexid, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. He was skeptical about what Madame Roland had just said. "How you were when you were young, none of us really know." Madame Roland quickly defended herself. "It's because my hair is all white now, that's why. But I'm telling the truth." Lexid bluntly scoffed. "Sounds like a lot of bragging." Engrossed in conversation and letting his guard down, he didn't notice Rosika's unusual gaze, a cunning glint flashing in her eyes.
She was quick as a flash, seizing the opportunity and firmly grabbing his left hand. Duke Lexid was caught off guard and startled, shouting, "Hey!" But Rosika was faster. She showed no mercy, pulling up his sleeve. Rosika held Lexid's arm firmly on the table so that Madame Roland could see the red mark like a seal on it. She leaned in closer and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this!" At this moment, the three of them were sitting together at the tea table, talking. Lexid seriously asked her, "Is there any way to undo it?" However, Roland's next answer immediately stunned the two of them. "This is a type of spell that cannot be undone until the Duke dies." Hearing this, Lexid took the opportunity to smirk at Rosika beside him. What a pity, what a great pity. Seeing his attitude, Rosika immediately said with disdain, "Please put your hand down." The entire scene just now was observed by Roland. Lexid, unaware, continued to tease. "If there was a way, it would be really great, but what can we do, Rosika?" Rosika couldn't help but get angry and scolded him. "I told you to put your hand down." Now she asked, could it be that the Duke and the Duchess are entangled in this spell? Hearing this, Rosika honestly admitted, "Ah, yes." However, she couldn't help but feel doubtful. No, why would the Duchess be afflicted with this evil spell? Hearing this, Lexid quickly explained, "It wasn't intentional. If I had known it was this kind of spell, I wouldn't have used it."
Finally, in front of Roland, he had no choice but to bow his head and apologize to Rosika. Even so, she was no longer as angry as before, secretly thinking to herself, "What's done is done anyway." However, Roland's next words surprised Rosika. She calmly said, "I can create a way to destroy the curse." Rosika quickly asked, "Is that true?" Lexid, also not expecting this, exclaimed, "What?" However, she also warned, "Because this curse is very potent, it will take 3 years to create a way to destroy it." As long as the curse could be lifted, Rosika was delighted. She cheerfully said, "It's fine, that's enough." However, she also confessed to the two of them, "But I'm truly sorry, this old woman won't be able to live for 3 years. At most, only half a year or 1 year," she said, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, both of them became anxious and worried. "Oh dear, oh, are you all right?" At this point, Roland could only regretfully say, "I'm sorry, I can't help." Even so, Rosika was still very grateful to her. "No, it's all right." Despite this, she felt a sense of regret for Rosika. "You're still so young. What a pity. What can be done?" Rosika heard this and laughed, replying, "I'm truly fine. I heard there was no way to destroy it, so I didn't have any expectations." Rosika understood clearly in her heart, and furthermore, there was something she was truly curious about. Outwardly, Rosika continued to chat cheerfully with her. It was then that she asked, "Would you mind sharing a room with me during your stay here? I have so many questions." Regarding this, she was also at ease. "I don't mind, but I'm afraid the young lady might find it inconvenient."
Rosika then turned to Lexid for his opinion. "That's fine, isn't it, Duke?" He had no strong opinion and answered vaguely, "Uh-huh, of course." Rosika's playful laughter then echoed through the mansion. "Hee-hee, then come to my room." Scene change. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You're doing all this?" In the luxurious and magnificent room, Roland said with some hesitation, "I live alone, so I still have my strength," but Rosika remained very enthusiastic. "I know, I just want to help you bathe." Roland couldn't help but feel awkward. Why would a noble lady do something like this? Rosika then replied half jokingly, half seriously, "I didn't grow up in luxury, and I've scrubbed other people's backs countless times." This statement of hers made Roland thoughtful. She burst out laughing and said, "Not only me, but you're also exactly like my daughter. It's miraculous." Hearing this, Rosika was surprised. "Daughter?" she asked curiously. "Isn't your daughter a witch? Roland said you were the last witch."
Roland's answer was beyond Rosika's expectations. She said truthfully, "My daughter is also a witch. It's truly unfilial for her to leave before her mother. She's such a bad girl." However, her tone was somewhat bitter.
Rosika continued to ask, "Roland, you used to live in Levita, didn't you?" She recounted. "My homeland is in the Minor Kingdom, but the wizards of my family all came to live in the Empire." Rosika immediately had a hunch. "Aha, so you used to live in the Empire," Roland recounted, recalling her past memories. "When my husband passed away, my daughter and son-in-law moved elsewhere. At that time I was alone, so I returned to Levita." Rosika asked her with some curiosity, "So that's why you said you were the last wizard, right?" Roland happily admitted, "That's right." Roland added, "Actually, recently I've met people who have been afflicted by spells. Countless people have drunk pre-made potions." Rosika speculated, "I think there's another wizard constantly making potions." Upon hearing this, Roland immediately turned around and asked in astonishment, "What kind of spell are they afflicted with?" Rosika's next words startled her. "It's a spell that causes instant death if one tries to reveal the secret." She confessed, "So it's not the Aslan family's wizard. Perhaps there's still a wizard I don't know about." She asserted, "Our family absolutely does not cast spells to steal others' lives." Rosika pondered a little after hearing this. She asked again, "Your daughter is definitely dead, isn't she?" Judging by her expression, Rosika deduced that she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. This also surprised Roland. "Huh, how do you know?" Rosika then spoke truthfully, "Because I noticed you hoped that wizard wasn't your daughter." Upon hearing this, Roland couldn't help but exclaim, "My, you're so sharp." Rosika continued, "Because she didn't see the body, she's still holding on to hope that she might still be alive." Roland didn't hesitate to reveal the truth. "Because I taught her to hide her identity as a wizard, there's no way she would have used a spell." At this moment, to prevent the conversation from straying too far, Rosika smiled and said, "I have prepared for us to bathe together. May I come in?" Roland readily agreed, "Of course." Rosika then took off her bathrobe. Roland was stunned. By this time, Rosika had also stepped in, as expected. She continued, "Roland, what I'm really curious about is this. This symbol is indeed a spell, isn't it?" She admitted, "Yes, it's a spell." Rosika asked curiously, "What kind of spell is it?" She then said, "A lifelink spell, linking the lives of two people." She thought to herself, "Not again." However, she also said, "Your ladyship doesn't need to worry. The person linked by the spell with you has the symbol drawn in the opposite direction, so if your ladyship dies, that person also dies." Rosika now put her bathrobe back on, wondering, "This symbol has been there since I was born, so why am I afflicted with a spell like this? This is a difficult spell, but not uncommon."
She continued, "In the past, it was often used for assassinations in war. One only needed to sow it among children, women, and the elderly first, then secretly give the enemy general a charmed potion. If the weak-linked individual was beheaded, the enemy general could also be dealt with." Upon hearing this, Rosika couldn't help but shiver and tremble. She thought to herself, assassination methods are truly diverse. Roland then remembered and quickly reminded Rosika that she should pay more attention to the charm connected to the Grand Duke than that particular charm. Hearing this, she chuckled and replied, "Since I'm already stuck with it, I'll just have to accept it. As long as the Grand Duke lives, I will also live to old age and then die." However, Roland also asked, "Until you grow old and die, you won't change your mind, will you?" Rosika was stunned. "Huh?" She continued, "Human emotions are inherently fickle, and this wicked charm was created with limitations for humans." Rosika couldn't help but ask, confused, "What did you say? Emotions?" Roland nodded and replied, "No wonder you're so calm. It seems you don't know." Hearing this, Rosika quickly asked, "Is there something else?" Roland's next words stunned her. "That charm." At this, Rosika quickly walked away. Immediately after, she flung the door open, startling Lexit, who was inside the room. He stammered, asking her, What is it?" Rosika then took steps closer.
She then closed the distance with him and said directly, "I won't mince words, there's no time." Then she seriously said, "I have something important to say." The scene then shifted to the archipelago, the Pranya ducal mansion. At this moment, someone's footsteps were gradually approaching. Just then, Venomous Spider appeared among the servants, who all respectfully bowed their heads to greet him. Next, Venomous Spider cheerfully spread his arms wide to greet Rachel. "Madam, long time no see." The woman, upon seeing him, didn't show much reaction. She was none other than the Emperor's sister, Madam Duchess Pranya, Rachel Pranya. Seeing Rachel's expression, Venomous Spider tilted his head, unable to suppress his curiosity, and asked her, "Is the Duke still asleep? I already contacted him about my visit today." Hearing this, Rachel smiled and softly replied, "Don't spoil his mood. It's been a long time since he saw you, so he told me to personally come out and welcome you." Upon hearing that, Venomous Spider politely replied, "If Madam says so, then I shall." As they walked along the entrance path, Rachel, somewhat curious, asked, "But why are you looking for Ernie?" Venomous Spider didn't hesitate to state his purpose for this visit. He replied, "Because I need a charm potion." However, Rachel asked with some doubt, "Didn't you just receive one not long ago?" He chuckled and replied, "I want to kill someone, so I need a stronger potion." She then cautiously asked, "Kill?" However, his next words made Rachel freeze. Venomous Spider slowly uttered a name, the madam's youngest brother,
Lexid Van Hexen.
Seeing Beethoven lost in thought, he reminded her, keep going. However, Beethoven still wanted to persuade him. Wouldn't it be better to let that kid live? I think he'd be valuable for many things. At that moment, Poisonous Spider called Beethoven madam, and she immediately understood, nodding with a few mm-hms. Poisonous Spider had now lost his patience. He coldly reminded her, I told you to keep going. At this point, the two continued walking down the dark corridor. Beethoven then spoke up. Ernie's health has deteriorated significantly. You know, don't you? If he crafts so many charms and potions at once, what if he dies? The Duke won't need a wizard anymore, right? As she spoke, she took out a key, preparing to insert it into the lock. Poisonous Spider beside her gently touched her shoulder, chuckling as he said, For the wishes of the Duke and Duchess, this Poisonous Spider will certainly help the two of you. Under Poisonous Spider's pressure, Rachel could only suppress her feelings and open the lock. At this moment, the door slowly creaked open. Inside, candles flickered wildly, swayed by a gust of wind. In front of them, there was another person, sitting motionless on a chair. The woman's emaciated appearance was evident, her hair was disheveled, and her dry, cracked lips were tightly pressed together. The frail woman sat on a chair. The other two silently watched her, saying nothing. Immediately after, Poisonous Spider couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Beethoven couldn't help but feel suspicious. Poisonous Spider.
He then coldly ordered Rachel, stop and wait outside. When only the two of them were left in the room, Poison Spider cheerfully raised his hand to greet her. Hello. The Duchess, hearing this, said nothing. Seeing her displeased expression, he chuckled, muttering softly, exactly the same. Not wanting to waste time with him, she went straight to the point. Why are you here? Poison Spider also spoke frankly. Why else would I be here? In the solitary confinement room, they both understood each other. Poison Spider directly made his request. I hope you can create some charms for me. Without beating around the bush, she agreed. All right, how many kilograms do you need? However, this time Poison Spider's request was somewhat different from usual, so he reminded her, this time it's a slightly different kind.
His next words made Ernie shiver. There's a type of charm that makes a heart explode if the task isn't completed within a time limit, right? Ernie couldn't help but turn her head away. I can't create such a charm, but the Poisonous Spider couldn't help but complain. There's no charm that can't be made. Finally, she had to angrily shout a warning at him. Don't ask me for such things. The Poisonous Spider looked at her expression and laughed mockingly. You've already helped, haven't you? Still sitting there pretending to tremble. At that moment, the Poisonous Spider raised a finger, offering a trade. Let me tell you something interesting. Once you hear it, you won't be able to resist doing it for me. The Poisonous Spider continued. Do you remember your daughter? Hearing this, Ernie was stunned. He continued. Why does Duke Prania keep your daughter without letting you see her even once? Memories of that day slowly flooded back. The Poisonous Spider continued to exploit her emotions, adding, Don't you think something is strange? He didn't hesitate to reveal the truth, laughing loudly as he spoke. It's not that you're not allowed to see her, but that you can't see her, because the fool is lost somewhere. Hearing this, Ernie lost her composure, jumping up to question him urgently. What do you mean, lost? The Poisonous Spider admitted, I don't know why that is either. Ernie couldn't help but feel heartbroken, stammering, If that's the case, then my child. The Poisonous Spider immediately reassured her. Don't be afraid. You know your child is still alive, because you are still alive. Indeed, there was a charm mark on Ernie's neck, the opposite of Rosika's. Ernie stammered, asking, Where is she? But the Poisonous Spider just put a finger to his lips, signaling, Shh, only I know. He chuckled and continued, And I won't tell the Duke or the Duchess either. Just like that, the two people standing opposite each other made an agreement. The Poisonous Spider stated bluntly, I can also kill your daughter, so you must obey me.
However, Ernie didn't readily agree to that, boldly protesting instead. If she dies, I die too. Don't you need a wizard? The Venomous Spider, however, casually replied, The Duke is the one who needs those fools, not me. Ernie then asked, If you don't need me, then why? Before she could finish, the Venomous Spider interjected, Why didn't I kill your daughter and instead hit her from the Duke? The Venomous Spider smiled unconsciously. He didn't shy away from the truth. Because I like your daughter. At these words, Ernie couldn't help but be stunned. What? In the dark room, the Venomous Spider mused, What is liking? He confessed, I don't know. But Ernie was now trembling with fright, feeling as if she had been noticed by a venomous snake. The Venomous Spider chuckled and continued, Now your daughter is my biggest obstacle, so I should kill her, shouldn't I? Hearing that, Ernie trembled and grabbed his hand, pleading, You, please. However, the Venomous Spider also said something to reassure her. Don't worry. I have no intention of doing that at all. He couldn't help but muse. Why such foolish thoughts? After some consideration, I've realized it. Then he chuckled and continued, If liking makes one foolish, then it seems I like her. In front of a cowering Ernie who was pleading, the Venomous Spider didn't hesitate to reveal who took her away.
I have to kill that guy and bring him back, so please make the medicine. As he spoke, he squinted his eyes, showing interest. At this, U clenched her hand and agreed. All right. After settling everything with her, the poisonous spider burst out laughing with delight. Ha ha, you're starting to talk faster, aren't you? At this point, U had nothing left but her daughter, so she humbly begged him, saying, I will do everything, so please, just promise me the girl will be safe and sound. As she spoke, her tears couldn't help but fall profusely. At this moment, Rosika was seriously speaking with Lexid. I have something important to say.
She held the medicine bottle in her hand and continued, Before I explain, please take today's medicine. Lexid immediately drank it. Meanwhile, Rosika got straight to the point. First, we'll have to postpone debate. Lexid was stunned to hear this. Why? However, Rosika clarified, I'm not saying cancel, but temporarily postpone. Lexid, finding it strange, quickly asked, Tell me the reason. Rarely speaking so seriously and clearly about this matter. If you have to date, you must date me. If you fall for another girl, you will die. Hearing this, Lexid blushed awkwardly. He scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and replied, Why are you so aggressive? What's so difficult about that? However, her next words stunned him. That's not it. I mean literally die. Lexid was dumbfounded to hear this. What? She continued, Our original plan, do you remember? Ashel will return first, then Owen. Not long after that, the Crown Prince's death will be known, and a national mourning will be held sooner or later. Lexid admitted, That's right, that's when we depart for the archipelago. Rosika went on, Yes, from that moment, our bet begins. But first, we'll have to break this spell. Lexid asked curiously, Why suddenly? Roland said it couldn't be broken. Rosika sighed and replied, That's why we need to find another wizard.
Rosika's next words stunned Lexid. All we know is about the wizard the enemy is holding. Lexid asked, puzzled, How do we find him? A valuable wizard would surely be well hidden. Rosika acknowledged that, but Lexid didn't know that wizard could definitely create a way to destroy it. Rosika then recounted what she had discussed with Roland in the bath. According to Roland, if a spell to keep secrets could be created, then a way to destroy it could also be created. Lexid asked somewhat dejectedly, Is it that urgent? She immediately replied, Yes, it is necessary. Lexid said disappointedly, To run away? You already signed a contract, didn't you? You know very well you'll die if you don't like me, right? Then he clenched his fist and seriously reminded her, But you cannot leave until you make me emperor. Seeing his current demeanor, Rosika said nothing. Meanwhile, Lexid was still lost in his own troubled thoughts. Damn it, even if he became emperor, he wouldn't be able to use this spell even if he wanted to. Memories of their first meeting resurfaced. Rosika helping Lexid become emperor. That was their first contract. Rosika recalled the memory of them signing the contract, the contents of the contract still vivid in her mind. After Rosika helped Lexid become emperor, the spell would be permanently inactive. That was their second contract. Rosika thought to herself, there's no need to break the spell immediately, but since she now knew the true nature of the spell, things would be different. Thinking this, she then said, This spell isn't all we know. Rosika continued, The binding prevents me from running away and also from entering Phase 1. Lexid was stunned upon hearing this.
She explained that depending on the trust and emotional progress between the two parties, the spell would be activated sequentially up to Stage 3, the Eternal Love Spell. A wizard, madly in love with his wife, worried every day that she would leave him and so created this spell. The wife could not escape. Wherever she was, the husband could find her. If the wife was in danger, she could call her husband. The couple would die the moment they felt affection for someone other than their partner. The more she thought about it, Roka just wanted to beat up the wizard who created this kind of spell. She thought to herself, this guy really wants to kill. He wants to drag him out of his grave and kill him again. After dealing with him in her imagination, Roka couldn't actually do anything. She then said, if we continue to misunderstand each other, there will be no progress to the next stage. Roka blushed again and continued, to advance the stage, mutual trust is needed, and also love. Lexid, who hadn't heard all of what she said, looked bewildered, his head full of question marks. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Roka, embarrassed and turning angry, loudly exclaimed, Love!
She shyly admitted that there must be feelings akin to love. However, Rosika wasn't entirely sure and continued, That's my guess, but we've already entered Phase 1. Lexid was astonished once more upon hearing that. I see. Rosika finally had to explain in more detail. Phase 1 means the master can find the slave no matter where they are. Lexid, hearing this, was puzzled. You and me? Rosika then jogged his memory. Do you remember the first day the spell was activated, when I escaped from the fitting room? She further elaborated on the process. I instinctively came to the Duke, but how did you find me so quickly? Lexid pondered and admitted, What you say is true. I wasn't originally going that way. Rosika froze in place upon hearing that and asked curiously, That day was our first meeting, so how did we already meet the trust condition? You're really not a fool, are you? She then moved on to explain the next phase. In Phase 2, the slave can initiate it. Rosika simultaneously held up 2 fingers and said,
No matter where I am, I can talk to the Duke.
She described in detail that slaves could send distress signals to their masters when in danger. However, Lex had curiously asked, "Has that not been activated yet?" Rosika immediately replied, "I heard that if you concentrate your mind and speak from your heart, it works. I tried 30 minutes ago. Didn't you hear me?" Lex had calmly answered, "No, I didn't." She then deduced, "Then perhaps Phase 2 hasn't been activated yet. The conditions haven't been met." Thinking of that, Lex had disappointedly asked Rosika, "Don't you trust me that much?" Rosika decisively sighed and replied, "The less it's activated, the better, right? A swindler isn't easily trusted after all." Lexid, somewhat embarrassed, continued to ask, "But what's the reason for breaking the spell immediately? This spell could be useful, couldn't it?" He continued, "You acknowledge the benefits it brings. I can easily find you, and you can call me when you're in danger." However, Rosika immediately reminded him, "Just because it's good, does that mean we should let this mess happen?" Next, she held up 3 fingers, simultaneously explaining the subsequent phase. Phase 3. Once we are bound by the spell, the moment either of us feels affection for someone other than the other person, both of us will die instantly. Our hearts will burst and explode at the exact same day and time. Every word Rosika spoke emphasized each syllable. Lexid was stunned upon hearing this. What? At this point, Rosika, somewhat impatient, retorted, "You're already angry anyway. Do I have to say it twice?" Lexid, still confused, continued to ask, "Why would someone create a spell like this?" Rosika reluctantly shared where she knew. "I heard it's because he loved his wife too much. He couldn't sleep at night for fear his wife would run away, constantly worried she might look at another man. So he created it for them both to die together." Upon hearing this, Lexid clearly showed his indignation. "Isn't that insane? Loving his wife yet creating a spell to kill?" Rosika offered a guess. "He probably couldn't bear to see his wife like another man. He really was a madman." Finally, Lexid couldn't help but clench his fists and curse him. Even if that madman went to hell, it wouldn't be enough. However, Rosika reminded him, "He died hundreds of years ago. If you want to kill him again, you'd have to dig up his grave." Lexid, somewhat worried, asked, "What exactly is the standard for having affection for someone else?" Rosika didn't know precisely either, only vaguely replying, "I don't know exactly. If I had to choose, isn't it those few phrases in the formula?" Lexid skeptically asked, "What phrases?"
She then replied, "All day he keeps saying he wants to come into the room or touch me." Lex had heard that and chuckled awkwardly. "If I did that with someone else, it wouldn't just be me who dies." Before he could finish, Rosika gave a helpless shrug and continued, "I'd die with you too." "Wouldn't that be an unfair death?" Lexid, not to be outdone, reminded her. "On the other hand, if you were like that, look at his reaction." Rosika, not about to back down, retorted petulantly, "Your Highness is the same."
However, after much thought, Lexid couldn't help but bury his face in despair. He absolutely had to use a charm, and would have to kill Owen instead of the one who had gone to hell. Rosika was no less furious than him. If I were there, I would have slapped him. But if Owen knew, there's no way he would do that. Lexid said in a cold voice, "He'll be killed regardless." However, Rosika also had something more to tell him. It's said to be an ancient charm, so not many people know about it. Even the full effects of Phase 3 are not fully known. Lex had speculated, it must only be used for the purpose of capturing slaves. It's not used in relationships that require trust and love. A master and a slave can hardly see eye to eye. Lex had continued, "Didn't we make a pact as master and slave?" Rosika also wondered about that. That's the problem. That's a collaborative relationship that requires trust. Thinking this, she shook her head and chuckled. "Come to think of it, Duke, from the very first day you said you wanted to trust, didn't you? Phase 1 has already been opened." She turned to Lexid and asked further, "So you know what we have to do first, right?" Lexid immediately understood, picked up a pen and replied, "We have to find the sorcerer, don't we?" Rosika completely agreed with that. "That's right. Since they provided the charm potion, they must be hiding well." Lexid then came up with an idea. "If we turn my older brother's entire territory upside down, they'll surely be exposed, won't they?" He immediately drew a line on the map, considering, "Let's see, if we assume the Grand Duke is not the culprit." Immediately after, a name appeared in his head, Duke Pranya. The 4th in line is Duke Pranya. The 5th is Duchess Ra Pranya. Rosika reminded him about the 2 of them. "We must suspect according to the order of succession, so of course we must thoroughly search all ducal residences." At that, Lexid lowered his eyes, his gaze a little sorrowful. "And my sister." Rosika warned him, "This faction has no siblings. There are only enemies to suspect." Lexid said doubtfully, "So the top priority are these 5 people, the Central and South Central territories, the Grand Ducal residence in the Imperial capital, owned by Ride, the Central Territory, the Ducal residence in the Imperial capital, owned by Duke Pranya. If there's a sorcerer, that's good, but the chances of there being not are also high. It's also possible that there's no culprit there at all." Lexid asked, surprised, "If it's neither of them, do we go back to square one?" Rosika, on the other hand, wasn't worried about that. "I think perhaps one of the 2 families is involved, making the scope of suspicion a bit wider." She identified 3 key groups: Grand Duke Ride Van Hexen and his 2 sons, the Prenoia ducal couple, and the 3 brothers, she added with extreme confidence. Although it's just a swindler's hunch, I'm certain the culprit is one of these 8 people.
There are 5 locations to search, just enough for each member of the infiltration team to enter one. Lexid still pointed out a flaw in the plan, asking, but even if we successfully recruit the wizard, wouldn't it take 3 years just to perform the destruction spell? Rosika replied, since he's an excellent wizard, let's just hope it takes less time. Roland predicted that the person was quite capable. Judging by how that person created a life-taking charm, they might be a wizard from a family hostile to Roland's. Meanwhile, Ernie, the person they were discussing, was silently sitting in a prison cell. Lexid hesitated, asking, what do we do while the assassin team searches for evidence? Hearing that, she sighed and replied, from the moment I left the north until I arrived at the archipelago, there are many things to do. Still regretting the bet, he asked again, is the bet postponed? Rosika reminded him, there are many things to do besides the bet. We can discuss that slowly as we go. Lexid, unwilling to drop the matter, pressed on. Until when is the bet postponed? Rosika put her hand to her chin, pondering slightly. Until before the charm is broken. However, Lexid had run out of patience. He said decisively, I cannot wait that long. Startled by his outburst, Rosika quickly advised, whatever you say, just calm down. She seriously instructed him, you must truly keep your spirits up. Isn't living the most important thing? She held up 2 fingers, repeating her previous warning to him. If Phase 3 is opened, there is only death. Luckily, Phase 2 has not been opened yet. Hearing that, Lexid asked her in return, isn't Phase 2 your responsibility? Rosika did not deny it. Indeed, she said, because I still lack trust and affection for the Duke, Phase 2 hasn't been activated, has it? Although she said that, Lexid still grumbled with a hint of disappointment. I always trusted you, and yet you? Rosika forced a smile and replied, because I don't trust the Duke, that's why I hold the reins. You should thank me, shouldn't you?
She couldn't help but worry, thinking about Phase 3. If Phase 3 were activated, destructive spells could not be created. This was the worst thing I could imagine. If I were the husband of that mad witch, I think even with determination, in a brief moment, I would create a charm to prevent it from being carried out. Lexid frowned and replied. Their encounter itself was already an issue. However, Rosika also admitted it to him. Feelings are not something one can control at will. She looked at him a little awkwardly. If it comes to that, shouldn't you lock yourself up? Hearing that, Lexid replied arrogantly, even without that, there's no way it will reach Phase 3. Rosika, seeing his expression, couldn't help but exclaim a little. So confident, she said truthfully, I told you it's because you don't meet women. Regarding this matter, Lexid was extremely dismissive. Think what you want, just do your job well.
Lexid was still embarrassed to talk about this love charm, saying that even if it reached Stage 3, there was no way she would die for him. Rosika had no time to pay attention to that. She had to keep moving now. If the Duke and I reached Stage 3, that would be a big problem. Lexid also started to feel worried for her, so he advised her carefully. I know, that's why I told you to be careful, so you don't lean towards someone else. Rosika turned to him and asked, what if Stage 3 is activated? To avoid acting in fear, should we stop it at Stage 2? Lexid whistled, a question in his tone. Rosika didn't hesitate to admit, that's right. It was then that Lexid confidently declared, isn't that your responsibility? That's easy then. You're a swindler who doesn't trust anyone, right? Although she said that, she wasn't entirely sure. Outwardly, she replied arrogantly, I'm confident I won't trust the Duke. What could be easier than not trusting a foolish Duke? Being told that, Lexid immediately gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, do you want to be cursed at? However, on second thought, Rosika continued, but the activation condition isn't just trust. For a moment, Lexid was stunned. He immediately blushed and let out a sound of embarrassment. By then, Rosika's face was flushed with embarrassment as she avoided his gaze. In her heart, she secretly thought, actually, I'm a little suspicious that Stage 2 wasn't activated. I've had feelings for Lexid before, and I've also imagined things that shouldn't happen. Then she continued, I think I also need to be determined not to develop feelings. At these words, Lexid couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, thinking, you're truly heartless. Rosika clenched her hands, making a firm decision. Regarding Stage 2, I'll try my best to maintain control, so don't flirt with me. Because of this one sentence from her, the atmosphere around the two of them became somewhat ambiguous. The leaves swayed gently in the wind. A few red leaves fell with the breeze. Rosika, sitting in the tea room, couldn't help but sneeze. What was that? Acho was in charge of hiding the true body of Crown Prince Raven, and Owen was impersonating Crown Prince Raven. Acho was probably on her way back now, and Owen might escape that place tomorrow. She thought to herself, this is if the plan succeeds. Rosika couldn't help but feel restless in her heart, praying to heaven. Although I've only swindled others to survive all this time, I think I've paid enough for my sins.
She recalled the past, thinking to herself, first I was reincarnated as a beggar and in my previous life I was dirt poor. Then Rosika clasped her hands together, genuinely repenting to the heavens.
I sincerely apologize for losing my mind and resorting to fraud in this life. The path to earning a living for a beggar is so distant. Lexit's image appeared in Rosika's mind, and she acknowledged the meaning of helping the foolish Grand Duke as a form of punishment. I know, don't I? She told herself. I will also punish the one who killed the gentle crown prince and put the Grand Duke on the throne as emperor. Perhaps this is how you wanted it, isn't it? So I beg you, just let the Grand Duke return safely. The territory of Grand Duke Raven Hexen, Rehat, southern region. The two people were just sitting opposite each other, conversing. Thanks to your concern, uncle, I rested very well. The other person, hearing this, politely replied, It is my honor, your highness. Rai continued, It seems Drox caused a commotion with Prince Levita. Owen immediately admitted, That's right, but the matter has been resolved satisfactorily. Rai took a sip from the teacup in his hand, sighing with a touch of regret. Actually, because of Duke Drox, His Majesty is even more troubled. I don't know where his temperament comes from. Owen politely replied, I also understand His Majesty's concerns. Rai continued, My mediation also has its limits, especially when it comes to actions that disregard the authority of the royal family.
He put down his teacup, not continuing what he had been saying before, but only giving a vague reminder. I also understand their relationship, but your highness is the one who must inherit the throne. Then he smiled and continued. Duke Drax, though of royal blood, his reputation has hit rock bottom, so even the imperial citizens, who usually revere the emperor, curse him. Owen understood his meaning and replied, The time for the transfer of the throne is approaching. For the sake of the royal family's reputation, keep your distance from that ruffian. You're going to say such obvious things, aren't you? Immediately after, he lowered his face, feigning anger, and added, His Majesty is the same, and so is my uncle. How cold and cruel. Yet Ride called out to him, Your Highness. He recalled Rosika's earlier advice, thinking to himself, Before leaving, let someone know about the discord between the two of you, so that evidence could emerge. Have an argument with the Grand Duke before the Crown Prince departs. Owen followed this advice and began to act. Isn't he a pitiful younger brother? He continued, You can't appease public opinion, yet you tell me to turn my back on myself? Ride, on the other hand, shrugged leisurely and replied, His Majesty and I certainly didn't teach that boy. In front of him, Owen said, I know, he's someone who won't listen, even if you tell him 100 times. Ride's attitude immediately changed at the mere mention of that person. That boy won't change. He was born far from reaching the royal family. Owen then said in a cold voice, If it were me, before my younger brother becomes a ruffian of the royal family, I would deal with public opinion, both materially and spiritually.
However, he also reminded him, You must know well what the royal family cannot buy. Peace is not free. Isn't that the image of falling while fighting like dogs at the border? An intelligent uncle like you must understand that. Owen's gaze turned cold. He didn't stop there, but continued to question him. The two of you hesitated because of the cost of handling that matter, to appease public opinion. Owen angrily huffed, thinking to himself, Is it only the Duke who throws himself into it? This guy, I've also thrown myself into it with you for 8 years. Facing Ride, the more he thought, the angrier he became. Those bystanders had neglected the reputation of the Duke, who risked his life and threw himself into battle on the battlefield to protect the Empire. Owen sneered and asked him, Uncle, are you worried your position is threatened? Ride still tried to deny it. I never thought that way, but perhaps I understand why your highness feels sad. Suddenly, the teacup shattered with a crash, creating a deafening sound. Owen angrily questioned him. All right, you said you could feel it just by opening your mouth and flicking your ear. I have nothing left to expect. Ride stammered in response. I admit I was inconsiderate towards him. I will speak with the ministers to prepare an event to honor Lexit's contributions.
But Owen continued to press forward, making Ride tremble with fear. He yelled, I told you to stop. Ride couldn't help but snort. Owen sneered. Only now? Lex has been exhausted for a long time from having to exert himself. Owen then continued, At most, just giving money and gems will suffice. The names of the heroes who died on the battlefield are only written on graves. He asked him directly, With such treatment, what reason would Drax's spirit have to be loyal to the Empire?
All of them. Only you, the head of the army, remain, watching. Owen continued, saying that kid never once trusted himself and the subordinates behind him who were sacrificing their lives. Ride awkwardly humored him. That's right. I also know very well that the Duke is an excellent soldier. Owen immediately clenched his hand into a fist. If that's the case, then, whether he is foolish or unsuitable for royalty, don't tell him such deceptive words. Owen said coldly, From now on, you need to be clear-headed. The servants there were also silently listening to their conversation. Owen irritably emphasized, What I mean is for you to give up the thought, that royal bastard whom you once looked down upon will be completely loyal to the Empire. Every word he spoke was particularly emphasized.
Having said that, he ignored the man, turned and left. Before leaving, he added, he's about to bargain away his life for a pittance with his subordinates. In the room, a voice rang out. Why does the Duke always lead the charge when going to the battlefield? He couldn't help but be surprised. What? I wasn't thinking anything at all, he confessed. It's just that I have to fight, so I lead. Moreover, if I use my subordinates as shields and then wash my hands of it, what's the point of going to the battlefield? Upon hearing that, Rosika exclaimed slightly. Throwing himself into battle hundreds of times without being treated kindly by the Empire. There must be a reason why the Night Order works so hard without deserting. She had to admit, the Duke is quite something, isn't he? He couldn't help but be surprised, suddenly. Thank you for the compliment, but that's not what I want to hear, he said. It's true that I've abandoned my royal dignity, and it's also true that I can't use my brain and only use my hands and feet. Rosika smiled and replied, let's see. She looked at him and began to list his advantages. The one who built a mighty, absolutely loyal Night Order, and even made assassins who came to kill him join his side. That's also the Duke. Rosika also added, that was the intelligent butler's idea, but the Duke was the one who decided to take advantage of the criminals.
The more she spoke, the more she anticipated it. The longer I lived with the Duke, the more I felt like he was born to be an emperor. Lexid laughed confidently and replied, that's the most ridiculous thing I've heard all year. Rosika said truthfully, I'm not joking. Perhaps I understand why the Crown Prince trusted you and told you to become emperor. All that shrewdness isn't simply luck. What you possess is the art of manipulation. It's a method or technique used to control others. Rosika wondered, or is the Duke a genius at manipulation? She continued, the Duke told me about his life up until now. Rosika took his hand and curiously asked, how did you lure an assassin to kill you and then make that person your butler? I want to hear that story. It was nighttime in the small kingdom of Bayokan. Bayokan's military commander, Lemusiarok, said sternly, this war is hopeless. The only way to turn the tide is through assassination. The Empire's military commander was Lexid Van Hexen. At that time, 8 years ago, Owen was only 16 years old when he took on this responsibility. He declared with great conviction, I will definitely return successfully. Iraq was very pleased with that. All right, but if you fail, die honorably. Owen silently bowed his head in agreement. As you command. At this late hour of the night, Lexid was sleeping in his bed.
The assassin had also approached the target. Owen raised his blade. However, the knife in his hand quickly fell out. With a grunt, Lexid obviously lit the candle. Immediately after, he let out a big yawn. Lexid had been only 17 years old 8 years prior. Owen couldn't believe what had just happened. He clutched his throbbing arm, thinking, my wrist is broken. Is this really the reaction of someone who just woke up? Lexid, somewhat curious, pointed at Owen and questioned, hey, are you crazy? Did you really come all the way here from the Pelkin camp by yourself? Facing Owen, he calmly asked him, did you sneak into my camp, into the last room? At this moment, the people outside also entered, and Lexid couldn't help but exclaim, the guards outside are all dead. Those brothers who keep coming here are truly a waste of food. Lexid brought a hand to his chin, somewhat pensive, muttering, that foolish Lemusi has subordinates like this? He placed the knife against Owen's throat and asked, did your master send you to kill me? Owen pressed his lips together in resignation, saying nothing, letting the knife slide past. A whoosh sound rang out. A mark on his body became visible to Lexid, who immediately surmised, this one is also marked. Lexid said with disgust, are those Pelkin guys all out of their minds? I don't know why they're loyal to that scoundrel. Only then did Owen speak up. Kill me. Whatever you ask, you won't get the answer you want. Lexid crossed his arms over his chest, speculating. It must be some kind of charm that makes your head explode if you reveal secrets.
He felt a bit regretful for Owen. What a waste of your talent. Hearing that, Owen glared at him icily and shouted, even if you try to sweet-talk me with those words, it's useless. I will not betray my master. Lexid couldn't help but find it strange. He frowned suspiciously and asked, I'm just genuinely curious. What is it about this Lemusi that makes you so loyal? Owen sneered and replied, if you don't want to kill me, fine. Dying now or dying at sunrise, the outcome won't change. It's not some kind of forbidden spell that prevents me from revealing it. Even if it's not a spell, I wouldn't just casually open my mouth. Lexid asked curiously, then what is it? Owen, cornered and with nothing left to lose, just stated it directly, successfully assassinating you before sunrise. Hearing that, Lexid asked in astonishment, what? Owen continued, you must die for me to live. If you want to save me, then go straight to hell now.
Lexid could no longer contain his anger. He snarled, shouting, Lemushi Arok, you bastard! Really? He clenched his fists and spoke seriously to Owen. The fact that you weren't bound by the non-disclosure spell is probably because he knows you're someone who won't open your mouth for anything. Lexid's hands were now clenched so tightly that veins popped out. He angrily reminded Owen that a master who truly values his genuine subordinates would not easily sell their lives. Lexid faced Owen and spoke directly. It's not die for me, but let's survive together.
When someone absolutely has to die, I will be the first to go." Owen gave a faint smile. He thought to himself, there's no way such a person exists in this world. Suddenly Owen froze. He recalled a past image. Lexid had then volunteered to shield his subordinate when he was in danger. At this moment Lexid continued, "I don't know what he said to make you so loyal, but to that failed Lamushi, you're just a dog on the battlefield." Hearing this, Owen turned his head and shouted in disgust, "Shut up, don't insult my master." Lexid continued, "I can't sweet-talk like that bastard, but I promise I won't casually sell your life." As soon as these words were spoken, Owen was astonished. Lexid still wanted to clearly state and convince him, "I will find a way for us to survive together first, and if someone has to die, I will die in your place." Owen couldn't believe this and turned his head to look back. Lexid threw the shirt aside and asked him, "You said before sunrise, right? It's a bit rushed, isn't it? I originally intended to get it in the morning." Then Lexid brushed past him, reminding him, "Think carefully until I return."
Lexid emphasized, "See if that name is worthy of your loyalty." Owen watched his retreating back without saying a word. Owen thought to himself, "Lamushi Arak, the first master. The first master treated me like a human, on the day I truly lived." Owen frowned and thought, "But master, even without a spell, we can still be loyal to you." A golden figure blazed. Lexid asked loudly, "You're not dead now, are you?" He directly brushed past Owen and said, "So from now on, don't die standing, but live." Immediately after, he laughed and said, "Stay by my side." Owen said nothing, his expression becoming bewildered. At this moment, soft light shone through the window. "Huh?" Rosika, who was nearby, kept asking Lexid, "What if Owen encounters assassins when he arrives? What if 10 people rush in at once?" Lexid thought to himself, "It's fine, how capable is Owen?"
Finally, he couldn't help but shout, "Get over here, you!" Just then, Owen suddenly appeared behind him. "Yes, yes, I'm here. Why are you roaring like a mad monster?" As always, Owen respectfully bowed, and Lexid couldn't help but be moved. You... At this, Owen chuckled and asked him, "Why did you call for me?" Lexid was startled. What do you mean, why did I call you? If you were coming, you should have told me first." Owen shrugged helplessly and replied, "Why are you angry, as if you're worried I made a mistake?" At this, Lexid hugged Owen tightly and said seriously, "So I shouldn't be worried?" Owen was momentarily a little embarrassed by the hug. Seeing Lexid still holding him tight, Owen struggled to exclaim, What are you doing?" Lexid insisted, "You've worked hard, you?" In the room, Lexid placed a hand on Owen's shoulder and asked, "Have you seen Rosika yet?" Owen put a hand to his forehead and looked at him with dissatisfaction. "I only just met Masha for a moment, then I bathed and came straight to see the Duke." Hearing this, Lexid urged, "Then go see Rosika quickly. She hasn't slept for 3 days." Owen was stunned. "Huh? Why?" Lexid replied helplessly, "Because she's worried about you, of course. Every 30 minutes she's fretting, what if Owen makes a mistake?" Owen had only one question. "Do both of you not trust me?" Lexid gripped his shoulder. "Of course I trust you. You? Who else would I trust but you?" As he spoke, his hand tightened. But trust is different from worry. Hearing this, Owen was a little embarrassed. "Thank you both for worrying about me. I also have to report, so I was just about to go." At this moment, a frantic figure burst through the door. Rosika cried out anxiously, "Owen!" Owen was startled. Miss Rosika!" He was met with a hug from Rosika, and her tears of relief fell. Owen stared blankly at the person in his arms, his hands unsure where to rest. Rosika burst into loud sobs in his arms. Owen's face went blank. "What's wrong? Did someone die?" Before he knew it, Lexid appeared and pulled Rosika away. "Hey, what are you doing?" Owen, still bewildered, pressed on. "Miss Rosika, did someone die?" Rosika continued to cry in Lexid's arms.
To Owen's bewilderment, Lexid helplessly answered on behalf of the sobbing Rosika. "Do you cry every time someone dies? I saw you return safely, so I'm crying out of relief." Owen paused. Lexid pulled the person from his embrace and comforted them. "Don't cry anymore." Rosika tried to stop, but tears involuntarily streamed down. She choked back tears and turned to ask, "You're not hurt, are you?" Owen gave his signature reassuring smile. "I don't have a single scratch on me." Rosika seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and praised him without reservation. "You are truly talented, skilled, and outstanding, Owen." Owen chuckled comfortably. "You're exaggerating." Rosika, with teary eyes, looked at him. "Just this once. From now on, I'll think more carefully and absolutely not let anything dangerous happen." Then, with a haggard face, she turned away. "If I keep worrying like this, I'll probably die first." Lexid looked at her with concern. "I think so too. You should rest a bit now." Rosika turned back with a happy smile. "Thank you for keeping your promise to return to me alive." Owen subtly stiffened, feeling a faint warmth flow into his body. Then he unexpectedly turned and walked away. "You should eat first, then rest. Let's both go to the dining hall." Rosika immediately replied, "Yes." Lexid was puzzled by his sudden action. "Leaving?" In the hallway, Owen walked slowly. The image of Rosika worrying about him earlier flashed through his mind. Finally, he rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. His flushed face mumbled, "She's not my type." In the living room, Ashel's unbelievable voice rang out, "Sister, I'm asking you how to defeat Brother Poisonous Spider." The boy said seriously,
I felt it since coming to the central region this time. There's absolutely no way the Grand Duke will become emperor. Grand Duke Jai and others in the royal family all look down on him. Rosika calmly replied, no one thinks Lexid will become emperor, and that is our weapon. She paused for a moment and gave a faint smile. If the unexpected person were to grandly seize the throne, it would certainly be quite dramatic, wouldn't it? Achel worriedly said, what can mere words do? I had hoped we would succeed with your help. The boy said in fear, but if the opponent is Brother Poisonous Spider, there's no answer. Rosika sighed. All right, your 1-year limited life is also over. Achel jumped up. Sister, Rosika replied, how can you stop me from helping the Grand Duke? Achel was completely flustered now. But what crime have I committed? Give me the antidote. Rosika slowly said, occasionally I will give you medicine to neutralize it. Achel sobbed. Sister, don't be like that. Give me the antidote. Suddenly she agreed. That's fine too. Achel froze. What? Rosika rubbed her chin. Even if I force you, it would only reduce work efficiency. Her eyes flashed with annoyance and frustration. She said truthfully, my self-esteem is a bit hurt. After all, how much do you look down on me?
Achel stammered, it's not that I look down on you. The poisonous spider is truly a genius, you know. Rosika didn't delve deeper. It was the truth, so she understood why he was afraid. That's why she would give him the antidote. Her voice was firm. We will depart for the imperial capital in 2 days. Seeing Achel's confusion, Rosika continued, I hope you will help, but if you don't want to, I won't force you. Achel pressed her lips together, saying nothing. She continued, think it over carefully in the next 2 days. Just then the door opened, interrupting their conversation. Mrs. Roland also looked bewildered. Oh dear, were you talking? Rosika smiled warmly. No, Roland, I'm done talking. You can go, Achel. Achel, flustered, wanted to say something. Sister, sister. Rosika smiled warmly at Roland, but quietly lowered her voice to Achel. Just think it over. We'll meet again in 2 days. Achel was restless and anxious, unable to say anything. The door closed, leaving only the two of them in the room. Mrs. Roland spoke up. Did this old woman bother you? Rosika politely stood up. It was just as I finished talking. Roland slowly sat down with a worried expression. No, my lady, this old woman needs your help with something. Rosika asked without hesitation. What do you need help with? Roland wrung her hands. I want to see someone before I die. Rosika was surprised. Who is it? Roland replied concisely. My son-in-law. Rosika realized, thinking to herself, her daughter's husband is missing.
Roland's voice continued. He is also in the imperial capital. If possible, I hope to go to the imperial capital with you. Rosika calculated silently that it would take a month and a half to reach the imperial capital without rest. The journey was not smooth and could even be hindered by venomous spiders. She firmly stated, that is not possible. Roland looked up at her, understanding her worries. If I were to pass away on the journey, that would be my fate, she said. I truly wish to see him. Rosika's tone remained unmoved. It truly is not possible. If anything were to happen to you, Roland, I would not have the face to meet Princess Farah. Despite this, she smiled and went to comfort her. But I will arrange for you to meet him, she said. I will meet that person to discuss Roland's matter. Then she used spatial teleportation magic to send word to the Grand Duke City. Roland, overjoyed, grasped her hand. Oh, thank you, she said. This old woman is truly blessed to meet a benefactor before she dies. Rosika replied, No, Roland, you are my benefactor. But what do you intend to say when you meet that person? Roland fell silent. Oh, she looked at her earnestly. There's something I haven't been able to say. Roland said regretfully. I should have said that my daughter's death was not his fault, but I couldn't bring myself to speak.
Initially, when he came to ask for permission to marry, I treated him coldly, because my son-in-law was of noble blood, quite unlike my daughter. My daughter said she would never look at me again, and my son-in-law knelt to beg for my permission to marry. Although I didn't agree, they both went to the kingdom of Eisenbach, my son-in-law's homeland. Rosika thought to herself, a noble of the kingdom. If he's a foreign noble, then opposition is understandable. Mrs. Roland continued. Of course, my son-in-law's family also opposed the two of them, so my son-in-law left the kingdom and went into exile in the empire, and he brought my daughter back with him. Rosika paused, recalling to herself, but this sounds like something I've heard somewhere before. Roland continued her story. How could I pretend not to know someone who had abandoned their country? I told them to just live their lives and make the best of it. But right after the ceremony, my daughter died. Rosika paused, startled, then asked, May I ask how they returned? Roland replied, Most likely my son-in-law's family sent someone. She was surprised. What? No way. She thought to herself, It seems they are a very prestigious noble family. Roland bowed her head. Even though I knew it wasn't my son-in-law's fault, I was too angry and pained, so I said many unpleasant things. Rosika immediately took her hand. It's not your fault, Roland. If it were me, I would be angry too. Roland pouted. I've forgiven him now, but that fool probably still hasn't forgotten Ernie and lives like a soulless shell. Rosika felt a sense of familiarity again. Ernie, I've heard that somewhere before. Seeing her looking bewildered, Mrs. Roland clapped her hands, suddenly remembering, I've just been telling the story without mentioning names. My son-in-law's Duke Eisen in the imperial capital, originally from the Eisenbach royal family. Rosika was stunned. What? Roland looked confused. It seems you know Duke Eisen. Rosika calmly called her name.
Roland. She immediately replied, "Yes, Your Grace." Rosika seriously asked, "Is it true that your daughter is really dead? Since no body was found, she might still be alive." She struggled to continue. "Roland's daughter, the Duchess, is a sorceress." She shrugged. "Those who target sorcerers might have kidnapped her." Roland gently said, "The Duke doesn't know she's a sorceress." She raised her head. "He doesn't even know I'm a sorceress. That's why the kingdom sent assassins to bring my son-in-law back. As Your Grace said, there are many who hunt sorcerers, so we always keep our identities a secret. Recently, Farah also just learned the truth. I returned to my homeland Levita to live out the rest of my life. Now my body can't endure much longer, which is why I'm revealing the truth."
She slowly continued. To create a magic circle, a wizard's blood, vitality, and mental power are required. The highest level of magic also erodes life force. A wizard may be noble, but an old wizard is worthless. Rosika smiled. "I see. But what if, when I go to the imperial capital—" Rowan suddenly interrupted. "That's just a what if," she worried. "My son-in-law must have lived in suffering for over 20 years with that hope." Finally, she couldn't bear it and burst into tears. "I am old. I don't have much time left to live. I lived with that hope until the day I closed my eyes, but now there is only disappointment in my heart." Rosika wanted to comfort her and called her name. "Roland." Roland bowed her head and continued. "I hope my son-in-law doesn't live clinging to hope until his dying day, just as I have. Therefore, before I die, I definitely want to meet him and tell him." Roland raised her head, clasped her hands, and spoke sincerely. "It's not your fault, so please let go of the guilt. And for Ernie to rest in peace, please live the rest of your life as a human being. I want to tell my son-in-law that." Rosika hugged her without saying anything. That evening, there was a knock at the door. Rosika entered. "Can you read it, sir?" Lexa didn't even look up as he replied. "Black as text, white as paper. I am reading." Rosika walked over and sat beside him. "If we go to the imperial capital, we must first go to Duke Eisen's mansion." Lexid, without understanding anything, already showed annoyance. "I already told you not to go. There's no one more pathetic than that person." Rosika slowly said, "It's not about taking advantage. There's a specific reason we must meet him."
She continued, "Because Roland wanted to meet Duke Eisen." Lexid was puzzled. "What does that have to do with anything?" Rosika bowed her head and said, "The Duchess Eisen, who disappeared 20 years ago, is Roland's biological daughter." Lexid, unlike her earlier, showed no surprise at all. He calmly replied, "Ah, so that's it." Both fell silent without realizing it, and Lexid continued reading his book. But it was only then that he fully processed it and exclaimed, "What?" Rosika frantically gestured for him to be quiet. "Shh." She continued, "Before he died, Roland had something he wanted to tell Duke Eisen." Lexid was a little confused. If that's true, then there must be a lot to say. Rosika continued, "Without Roland, we would have to sit still and wait to die. You're not planning to ignore the wishes of our benefactor Roland, are you?" Lexid hesitated. "About that?" Rosika already had a plan in mind. "I'll find the scroll and then arrange for her to meet Duke Eisen. She's been in seclusion for 10 years, so I don't know if they'll open the door for her." Lexid gave a faint smile. "You mean you want me to do it, right?" Rosika beamed. "After all, it's royalty visiting. They surely won't order us away." Even so, she said seriously, "Furthermore, although it's not intentional, I don't know if I can bribe Duke Eisen." Lexid immediately said, "Tell them to help us meet Roland? Where's your conscience?" Rosika recalled the magical sigils on the back of the assassin's neck and said, "I never had a conscience to begin with. There's a sorcerer on the enemy's side that we need to catch, right? It might even be the Duchess Eisen who disappeared 20 years ago." Lexid was astonished. "What are you saying?" Rosika rested her chin on her hand. "The puzzling part is that no body was found."
It is said that there is no clear evidence the kingdom interfered. The Duke also doesn't know the Duchess's identity. Lexid wondered, even with such secrecy, would someone know the Duchess is a witch and kidnap her? That's absurd. Rosika was also pondering this issue. The possibility of that happening is impossible, but according to a swindler's intuition, it's probably 92% correct. A cold glint appeared in her eyes. If the Duchess is the witch we're looking for, things will be easier. I believe so, because I'm very lucky. Lexid was helpless. So, because you're lucky, I'm the one being led around? Rosika burst out laughing. Is it your destiny to become emperor even without meeting me? I've built up quite a good relationship, haven't I? Saying this, she slowly stood up. Even if I can't find the Duchess, I still have to meet Roland. So if I meet Duke Eisen, I'll tell him too. Rosika unexpectedly lifted Lexid's chin and flashed a triumphant smile. This is the beginning.
"I will make sure you don't regret choosing me." Do you remember those words? Lexid looked up, lost in her smile. Rosika said with certainty, "The Duke will become emperor." She then burst into laughter again. But what if he becomes emperor and then dies? We must find a wizard as well. Suddenly, Lexid pulled her closer. He hugged her close and said, "It's fine even if we don't find a wizard." Despite his embarrassment, he sincerely tried to voice his thoughts. "Even if it progresses to stage 3, I won't die. I've never liked any pearl." At the last sentence, his eyes involuntarily turned to her. Then he slowly let go of her, allowing her to look at him. "I'm confident I won't look at any other girl. You worry about yourself." Lexit concluded with a final remark. "If you look at another man, you're dead." Rosika pursed her lips and thought, "Indeed, if I pay attention to someone else, I really will die."
At this moment, she regained her composure, stood up, and pushed him away, saying, "You don't need to go all the way there, because I'll block phase 2. Having said that, without waiting for his reply, she ran off. Lexid remained in that embracing posture, his face flushed. As Rosika ran, she suddenly turned her head, playfully stuck out her tongue, and said, "Don't flirt with me, you." In the Hexen Empire, Robert was sitting on the throne, but his eyes were vacant and lifeless, and his whole body trembled. The nobles there were also buzzing with discussions. Simon and Rai could only sadly lower their heads. Behind them was a red coffin. Robert then staggered down, and when a guard tried to help him, he flared up and yelled, "Get away!" His trembling legs slowly approached the coffin. Seeing the face of the person inside made him unwilling to accept the truth. Raven. He had now fallen into an eternal sleep. Robert's mind began to replay images from when Raven was a child. At those times, a bright smile always bloomed on his lips. This made it even harder for him to believe that his beloved son was no more. Tears streamed down his face, and he cried out in agony. On Rosika's side, she looked at the shining ring on her hand, thinking to herself, "Finally, Elfir's color has turned gray. Gray Elfir signifies the passing of the Hexen Empire's heir," so she quickly picked up her cloak, because she knew that meant a new heir would soon have to be appointed. While Lexid was still talking to someone else, "Please enjoy your meal and rest comfortably." "Yes, yes, I know." Her figure in the background was already preparing to get into the car and leave. Before leaving, Masha sadly reminded her, "Please remember to be careful not to catch a cold." She happily replied, "Don't worry, Masha." At this moment, Roland approached and called her, "Princess." She gently took the old woman's hand and said, "I still remember what you asked me to do. I will meet him quickly and deliver the message. You must stay healthy and wait for the news." The old woman smiled happily. "Thank you. I haven't used magic to make this in a long time, so please accept it." Then she presented a vial containing a pink solution. She also introduced, "This is a destructive poison. Although it won't work on the complex curses you two are afflicted with, it will be sufficient for high-level spells like maintaining secrets." Receiving this gift, Rosika was extremely excited. Roland also said, "You have accepted my request, and so this old woman must repay you." At this moment, with tears welling up, she instructed the old woman, "You must also stay healthy for a long time to meet the Duke, until I return as the Grand Duke." Roland immediately encouraged her, "I will still live well in the coming days, don't worry." Just then, Owen came over and told her, "Let's go quickly. If we are late for the national mourning, the Grand Duke's reputation will be affected." Lexis immediately took her hand. "Let's get in the carriage quickly." But she was still waiting for someone. Wait. Her heart filled with disappointment. Ashel, is he really not coming? Fearing the boy wouldn't come, she had given Masha extra antidote.
However, at this moment, Achel rushed over. Wait, hold on." As he ran up, Rosika immediately offered a small back. "Here," making him momentarily confused. "What is it?" She glanced away and said shyly, "What else? It's the reason you rushed over." Achel, however, denied it. "I was just running because I got ready late," surprising her. "Huh?" But he looked at Lexid, wondering, "I can get on this carriage, right?" "No," the Duke angrily disagreed. "This place is already cramped anyway. Get on another carriage." After that, neither of them gave way. They kept arguing back and forth, bickering constantly. I don't like it. It's so boring. Why are we bringing this guy along?" Suddenly, Rosika hugged him and giggled, "You adorable thing," making him look stunned. He quickly grabbed Achel off her. After that, he even frowned and signaled to her, "If you pay attention to anyone else, you'll die," making Rosika sulk. She sighed, I know. He then reminded her, "If you know, then get on, hurry up." As the carriage began to prepare to move, Rosika leaned out and called out, "I'll be back soon, and when I return, I'll bring a truly surprising gift." Her heart was somewhat excited, a surprising gift. The mad dog of the imperial family, the disgrace of the royal family, the Grand Duke mocked as the border gatekeeper. The towering crown will be placed upon Lexid Van Hexen's head.
A month and a half quickly passed. The carriage was moving through a forest. Rosika spoke, "The Duke has ascended to the throne as emperor." Her voice suddenly changed, becoming more somber, and her hand wearily touched her back, recalling the day the war to invade the Eisenbach kingdom had broken out. Owen also said, "The kingdom's monopoly on magic stones is definitely problematic, making you worried, especially if we only have portals like the kingdom." Achel, looking haggard, said, "I'm dying. I want to lie on a soft bed. I haven't been able to sleep for 2 days straight." She was equally tired. If you don't want to, I'll go alone. I'll trick them and steal the magic stones, along with the method for creating portals. At this moment, the carriage stopped. We've arrived at Duke Eisen's mansion. Her face immediately brightened with vitality. Oh, we're finally here. To their surprise, the weather here was incredibly gloomy, and the trees were bare. All around, there were only the caws of crows. Standing before the mansion gate, everyone's faces couldn't help but freeze. This? A haunted house? Suddenly a loud noise echoed. As the commotion outside the mansion grew louder, Rohan, inside, closed his book. He then glanced outside. While everyone was still stunned, Owen spoke up. He's been in seclusion for 10 years. You can tell just by looking at the estate. At that moment, the guard approached and said, I conveyed the request to attend the national funeral, but he refused. When Lexid asked curiously, what did he say when you told him I wanted to meet him for a moment? Unexpectedly, he replied, he said there was no reason to meet. This made Lexid extremely angry.
Lexid was filled with murderous intent, wanting to rush in and beat Rohan up. Seeing his attitude, Owen and Rosika, standing beside him, could only watch, not knowing what else to say. Lexid quickly stepped forward. He spoke, but the guard responded awkwardly. When his words had no effect, he placed a hand on the guard's shoulder. Then he struck the guard hard on the back of the neck. Rosika, seeing this, couldn't help but be startled. She yelled, Ah, what are you doing, you? While Achel sat watching the show, Owen could only shake his head in exasperation at Lexid's actions. At this moment, Lexid said again, He's not dead, he just refused. But the guard still refused. Grand Duke, this is not allowed. The Duke has already made his intentions clear. He grabbed the unconscious guard by his collar, unconscious from his earlier blow, and added, Never mind, drag this thing to the Duke to see, then relay the message. His tone became savage as he told him that Lexid absolutely wanted to meet, so he should come out. He also threatened that if he didn't come out within 10 minutes, everyone would. He drew his hand across his neck, signaling to him, making the guard tremble with fear. So he quickly brought his comrade inside. Rosika, seeing his way of handling things, could only be speechless. If you do it like that, how could anyone not get in? You should make them open the door peacefully, she thought. After a few minutes of waiting, initially when only the guard came out, Lex had secretly wondered, isn't he coming out? But then Rohan's figure appeared from behind. Long blue hair flowed down, framing a pair of brilliant blue eyes. This was Rohan. Seeing his face, Rosika's eyes immediately sparkled. So handsome! Which made Owen, who was about to say something, stop short. He reminded her, Princess Dash, what kind of vulgar words are you saying? She startled and replied, I'm sorry, I was just so surprised. Achel beside them also stared blankly at Rohan. Wow, he really is a handsome man, isn't he? Seeing him come out, Lexid smiled and waved. Hey, long time no see. When did we meet? When I was still crawling, right? He angrily retorted, This is truly disrespectful. He then continued, The telegram announcing the Crown Prince's death must have arrived. Rohan flatly stated, It has nothing to do with me. Then, turning to go back inside, he seriously asked, As a great noble of the Empire, how can you say it's not related? Are you unaware of your obligation to attend the state funeral? But he remained indifferent. Please return. This greatly irritated him. His hand clenched tightly, and he was on the verge of swearing. Oh, Rosika was worried things were escalating. Were they about to fight? So she called out loudly, Grand Duke, wait! She then called out to Rohan, Duke Eisen, wait! As he turned around. She then politely greeted, Hello, Duke. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Rosika. Upon seeing her, he froze for a moment. His hands involuntarily trembled, and then reached out towards her. As if something terrified him, he was drenched in sweat, and his mouth stammered, unable to form words. Immediately after, Rohan collapsed to his knees. He called out another person's name, Ernie. This made her briefly wonder, Ernie, the name of the Duke's wife? She hurried over to him, bending down to ask, Why are you like this? No, my lord, please get up. Seeing this, Lexid quickly helped her up. What are you doing? Stand up. Then he turned to a dazed Rohan and asked, Snap out of it. Are you mistaking her for someone else? This is my heir. Hearing that, he looked up again, then pushed himself up with his hands. Then he changed his expression and replied, I was mistaken. When he said, Hey, my request for a meeting isn't just because of the national mourning, Rohan interrupted, Please come in. This left the two of them bewildered. What? I don't understand why he's suddenly so easygoing. Before turning to leave, Rohan stared intently at Rosika for a long moment, then proceeded to open the gate. Please come in. In the living room, Rosika was now intently examining her face in the mirror. This wasn't the first time she had been mistaken for someone else. Yeah, crazy. When she helped Mrs. Rowland bathe, Mrs. Rowland also said, You really resemble both me and my daughter. It's truly miraculous.
She then said, Duchess Ernie Eisen left the Kingdom of Eisenbach for the Empire when Duke Eisen was exiled. At the ducal investiture ceremony at the imperial palace, because she was pregnant, she couldn't attend. Her hand merely touched the mirror. If Duchess Ernie hadn't died. In the room, Lexid spoke first. Aren't you going to the state funeral? Rohan maintained his indifferent expression. I already said it has nothing to do with me. Lexid emphasized again. The imperial crown prince is dead. Knowing the person in front of him would remain unmoved, he hit up. All right then, I can't force someone who doesn't want to go. Anyway, I didn't come here for that. Lexid was serious. I have a guest on my territory. Rohan interrupted with a question. You granted her citizenship half a year ago, didn't you? It took Lexid a while to understand what he meant. Are you talking about the princess? Rohan stared at him with those green pupils. Indeed, you must be eager to appoint an heir. He asked directly. Where did you bring her from? Lexid replied smoothly. The daughter of the rector family from the central southern region down there, originating from a family that is an 8th cousin by marriage to my wet nurse. Rohan focused solely on one topic. Rosika, have you met the princess's biological father or mother? After continuously enduring such strange questions, Lexid finally became annoyed. She's 21 years old. Do you have no conscience?
Rohan flinched slightly. What? He frowned. Don't misunderstand. Lexid still didn't understand and grew increasingly angry when Rohan didn't elaborate. How can I not misunderstand? If I hadn't intervened just now, you would have surely embraced her. Saying this, he lifted his chin and concluded, I will get married. Rohan frowned. What? Lexid clarified. I'm taking her with me to get married. He frowned again, his golden pupils flashing with insane possessiveness. Don't bother. You'll really die. Despite that, he calmly got to the main point. Don't interrupt me this time. The reason I came to find you. Suddenly, Rohan's hands trembled. Lexid paused. Is that a drug? As if realizing something, Rohan took a carefully stored tin box from his shirt. As soon as the tin box was opened, Lexid quickly recognized it. Leprosan. For those who don't know, it's a type of cigarette with a powerful narcotic that paralyzes the senses. Soldiers on the battlefield often smoked it for its numbing effect. Seeing the person in front of him casually puffing on it, Lexid had only one thought. He's still alive after all this time. While Rohan was smoking, the room door opened. Rosika poked her head in. Excuse me, Grand Duke? Duke, may I come in? Rohan suddenly shouted agitatedly, No. Even Lexid hadn't expected it. Rosika flinched, tears welling up. Yes, sir. Rohan still shouted, Please don't come in. Wait outside. He was so flustered that sweat poured down. Lexid understood why he was acting that way. His face also went slack with helplessness.
Rohan stood up. I'll go take a bath and see you later. The reception room smells too strong, so I'll take you to a new room. In the living room, Rosika spoke up. It seems I bear a strong resemblance to the Duchess. Lexid only just realized. What? Huh? Rosika recalled Rohan's horrified, sweating face from earlier when he saw her. The Duke's reaction when he first saw me. The veins on Lexid's neck bulged. I don't like it. Just then, Rohan came out in different clothes. Rosika cheerfully exclaimed, Hello, Duke. She walked over and curtsied. I didn't properly introduce myself earlier. I am Rosika. Rohan stared at her, completely dumbfounded. It took a long moment before Rohan extended his hand and introduced himself. I am Rohan de Eisen. Rosika didn't seem to notice and casually started a conversation as usual. We came to see you so suddenly, so you must be quite surprised, aren't you? Facing Lexid's sullen expression, Rosika sincerely said, Actually, I requested to meet the Duke, which is why the Grand Duke intentionally stopped by. Rohan pressed his lips together, his gaze still fixed on her. Rosika continued speaking. I happened to hear about the Duke's situation, which saddened me. I've wanted to meet you whenever I had the chance, and it just so happened I came to the imperial capital. Mid-sentence, she suddenly became flustered. You must think I'm overstepping. My sincere apologies. Rohan, expressionless, spoke up. Not at all. Rosika smiled. Furthermore, I've also come to deliver a message. I know someone who knows the Duke. Rohan paused slightly, something flickering in the depths of his eyes. Someone who knows me? Rosika suddenly became excited. But I can't say now.
She continued, her eyes full of passion. Please accept my request. Rohan calmly asked, What is it? At this moment, only her clear voice echoed in the room. We are all exhausted from running continuously for a month and a half without rest. Please let us rest here for just 2 days. Rohan agreed without a second thought. Go ahead. Veins popped on Lexid's forehead, and he growled, Duke Eisen, are you not listening to me? Rosika suddenly remembered something and asked worriedly, Also, I heard you didn't attend the state funeral. Are you really all right? She clutched her skirt hem tightly. Actually, Rosika pleaded with all her sincerity. I hope your grace will go out, even though I know you haven't fully recovered your spirits yet. Her voice faltered. If you stay in the ducal mansion all day, it will become increasingly difficult to meet people, won't it?
Because I was a little worried. Rohan slowly smiled. A light that had long been absent suddenly flickered in his eyes. Rosika stared at his smile, exclaiming, Oh, you're smiling! Lights flickered in her eyes, somewhat resembling Rohan's, yet brighter than his. Rosika beamed, unsure what he was thinking, but he looked very happy. That figure unconsciously resembled the image he dreamt of every night. The beautiful Ernie in his memory had also smiled that sweet smile and said, "Huh, you're smiling. It's so rare to see you smile." A pang of pain shot through Rohan's heart. His chest felt like it was bleeding. Gasp! He suddenly turned and left. "I'll take my leave first. I hope you two will be comfortable during your stay here." Rosika was flustered. Wait a minute." She looked at him worriedly. "Does that mean you're not coming to the royal palace with us, right?" Rohan stopped but didn't turn around. "Regarding that, I will go." Rosika was astonished. "Oh." Lexid immediately jumped up, Rohan's tone calm. "I will prepare." This was the first time I'd heard him speak so much. "It's been a long time since I've been out, so it will probably take quite a while to prepare. In the meantime, you two can make yourselves comfortable here." Rosika's eyes lit up. Now only the two of them remained in the room. Rosika was so happy she jumped for joy. Lex had muttered, "I'm speechless." On the table now were strange powders. Owen's voice questioning, "What are you doing?" Rosika was still focused. "I'm going to give a gift to Duke Eisen. This is addictive leperson." Owen was stunned. "Are you going to give cigarettes to someone addicted to leperson?" Rosika presented what she had been researching. "This is an anti-smoking drug. Even if one smokes it, their health won't be affected."
She smiled and turned to him. "Could you please check the scent for me?" Owen was always willing, no matter the effort. He took a sniff and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, the scent is quite good, isn't it?" Rosika seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness it's done. Then come with me to the inner city. We'll probably need to buy some rolls of paper in advance because we have to follow Roland's request." Owen spoke up. "If it's just rolls of paper, I can go alone." Rosika pondered. Finally she sighed. "It's fine." Looking at the powder on the paper, I also intended to check the public opinion poll I had secretly conducted in the north to see how effective it had been so far. Outside, passers-by all seemed to carry a heavy heart. The Empire's blue moon, Raven Van Hexen, had passed away. People around began to chatter as soon as the newspapers were released. Will we see Grand Duke Lexid this time? He must be furious. He was quite close to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, wasn't he? Suddenly a clear voice exclaimed, "Wow!" The young man pushed his way into the middle and deliberately spoke loudly. "It seems that Lexid has arrived in the imperial capital." Not stopping there, he excitedly added, "The newspapers are all sold out. Let's share, generous sirs." Suddenly there was a great commotion in front of them. Those around, seeing this scene, merely stood and gossiped. "That woman is at it again. Feixant Furman was lenient last time, so why is she like this?" Their voices grew louder and louder, even though they know she's in shock from losing her only son. Rosika's eyes flashed with coldness. Those lunatics still don't know right from wrong, do they?
She directly charged out of the crowd towards the commotion, and no one could stop her. Hey, wait! On this side, a woman was crying her heart out. "My son isn't missing. He was kidnapped by Viscount Furman." Two soldiers continuously restrained her. "Stay put!" Suddenly, a louder voice cut across. Wait! Rosika walked over to the woman and gestured to the soldiers not to approach. "I thought you were bringing a monster. Is this how the Imperial Gendarmerie usually operates?" One of the two soldiers declared loudly, "I am apprehending a criminal who violated Imperial law." "What's this kid?" Rosika asked directly. "What law did this woman violate?" The soldier said in an annoyed tone, "For a whole month she's been distributing flyers slandering the honor of some noble. We've been lenient once, but there won't be a second chance." Rosika said nonchalantly, "So you mean she violated Article 307 of the Imperial Penal Code, correct?"
The soldier looked bewildered. What? Rosika laughed. "The crime of defamation." Saying this, her expression suddenly turned cold. "Have you investigated whether this is a false report? Have you thoroughly checked Viscount Furman's outgoing letter once?" The two soldiers clearly show their anger. "Are you crazy? How can we investigate without evidence? If you continue to obstruct, you'll also be charged. Get out of the way while we're still being polite." Rosika paused, her face innocent. "What crime have I committed? Article 136 of the Empire's Criminal Code?" The two soldiers were bewildered once again. "Heh!" Rosika smiled brightly again. "The crime of obstructing an officer in the performance of their duty." The two soldiers felt insulted. They were so furious that their veins bulged as they lunged forward. "You really are?" A flash of a cloak caught their eyes, accompanied by a man's cold voice. "Get out of the way." Lexid appeared, blocking Rosika, and looked at the two soldiers with sharp eyes. One of the two soldiers immediately drew his sword. "We are the Imperial Royal Gendarmerie. If you obstruct us, we have the right to deal with you immediately as per His Majesty the Emperor's wishes." Lexid removed his hood, and the two men immediately went from anger to shock, exclaiming, "Heavens! Oh my goodness!" They exclaimed in unison. Grand Duke!" Lexid lifted his chin. "What are you doing? Now that you've seen, kneel." The surrounding people whispered amongst themselves. "Aren't those the warriors who were beheaded?" Rosika pretended to be equally astonished and cried out, "Oh my!" She stepped forward and said excitedly, "Could it be that you are truly Grand Duke Lexid Van Hexen?" Rosika exaggeratedly added, "Your Grace, your utmost dedication to the safety of the Empire. I am always well aware of it." Lexid looked at her. "Is that so?" She was like a sycophant at this moment. "Yes, if it weren't for the Grand Duke, a great war would have already broken out. We owe our peaceful lives entirely to you." Lexid still looked at her. "You know a lot, don't you?" he continued. "I like your flattery."
"What should we do and how?" Rosika raised both thumbs brightly and said, "It's truly an honor for me." Then she sighed sadly. I am someone who cannot tolerate injustice. The excessive oppression by the gendarmerie is very serious. Lex had narrowed his eyes and glared at the two soldiers. I've heard you. Go easy on them. The two soldiers shivered in fear. The woman sitting on the ground looked at the two with pleading eyes. Rosika also said, the heart of a mother who has lost her son, even with a glimmer of hope, still wants to search. Your Grace understands, doesn't he? To the woman's astonished gaze, she declared, this woman, please don't take her away. Don't arrest her. Let her do whatever she wants. One of the two soldiers mustered his courage and said, Your Grace, if so, it would be difficult for us. Lex had replied decisively, if anyone says anything, just tell them my name. His golden pupils flashed, and he growled, your faces don't look good, do they? The two soldiers, frightened, said, no, not at all, sir. They stammered, we will obey. Lex had nodded. Good, disperse. The surrounding crowd dispersed, and among them, a familiar figure also followed the flow of people. Poison Spider gave a sinister smile. How interesting. A moment later, Rosika's question echoed in the car. Is Viscount Fummin still living prosperously in the Empire? Owen replied, he is a renowned wealthy man.
The Viscount was known as a man of good character, providing free welfare for the poor and frequently donating to childcare and medical facilities. Rosika brought back the jewelry and asked, how does that scoundrel earn money? Owen froze, helplessly saying, Viscount my foot, how are you going to restore the Grand Duke's ruined reputation? Rosika excitedly closed her eyes. An unexpected situation, but you did very well. If a man rumored to be filthy suddenly pretends to be kind, wouldn't you think, oh, that guy has come to his senses? Lex had looked at her a little awkwardly. Rosika stood up directly, gesturing grandly with her hand. The Grand Duke will become a tyrant for justice. Owen shrugged. That sounds like a square circle or something. Rosika said flatly, time is short. Because of the earlier commotion, all attention is on the Viscount. He might get scared and withdraw. Lex had complained, I'm swamped. Why do we keep talking about Viscount Furman? Rosika calmly replied, I have a plan but no time to explain. If I explain in detail, it might backfire. Grand Duke, I just have one question, she suddenly said. If I were kidnapped, would you come and save me?
To her surprise, Lexid's reply made her freeze on the spot. Why should I do that? She wondered. Aren't you here to save me? He nonchalantly replied, a waste of time and resources. You're an escape genius who can survive even in the middle of enemy territory. Disappointed, she said. Even so, I thought you would say you'd come to save me. He scoffed. Yeah, I'm not that kind of man. He paid no mind to Owen, who was looking at him with puzzled eyes. Rosika sadly looked outside. Right, a valuable man. And so one admired the scenery, while the other chuckled smugly. Time flew by, and about 3 hours later, the entire hallway echoed with, wait for me! Lexid's face darkened, and for some reason he irritably snapped, heavens, honestly. Owen, too, had to scurry after him. He held up the paper in front of Lexid and yelled, isn't arguing with the gendarmerie enough? Are you planning to wipe out the private residences of nobles with a mocking piece of paper like this?
The paper he held up clearly read as follows. Oh my God, Princess Rosika has been kidnapped by the evil Viscount Fomin. Prince Lexid, please come save me. The reward for success, Princess Rosika's kiss. Lexid retorted, she's been kidnapped. What else? Are you going to ignore it? He replied, who said I don't care? There must be some plan. He pointed to his head, so we must also think logically along those lines. She doesn't expect much from us, and we don't expect this to be some profound thought. Lexid turned his head and said, now she's telling me to rush in and save her. I'm going. Then he rushed off, leaving only Owen standing there. Makes sense, yeah. In the evening, flags fluttered. Lexid quickly took down each guard and opened the door. Upon entering, Owen immediately found a piece of paper. Grand Duke, please look at this. The paper read, wow, Prince Lexid has defeated everyone and boldly entered. Truly a straightforward man. Please don't get distracted. Just keep going straight like this. Reading this paper, Lexid couldn't help but get agitated and kicked down the door. At this moment, the others were lying slumped on the floor, and there was a thick cloud of gas around. With his superior knowledge, Owen quickly realized it was anesthetic gas, so he stopped Lexid. Grand Duke, wait, where are you going? You have to save the princess, not that way. Then he pointed to the paper in his hand. Prince Lexid didn't hesitate to break down the main door and rush in. The princess is imprisoned in a secret vault-like room, the second room in the middle corridor on the first floor.
Let's go. Lexid scratched his head, as if that wasn't quite it. When the door opened, they stepped inside and immediately noticed another piece of paper taped to a bookshelf. Try folding this. What is the date we met, plus the princess's age, plus 519 minus 20,000? Lexid then said, June 5th, year 230 of the imperial calendar. Owen was surprised. Huh? Before Owen could fully grasp it, he added, 21 years old. This made Owen even more confused. Huh? He then continued reading, 23,065 plus 21. Owen quickly turned the lock and replied, that's 23,086. He then responded, all right, plus 519. Owen said,
23,605. Then he added, minus 20,000, 3,605. Open. The door quickly opened. Upon entering, they found a staircase leading down to the secret basement mentioned on the previous paper. As Owen walked, he felt proud, thinking that even this time was used for teaching math, truly a born teacher, even though the butler's plans were unintentionally exposed. When they reached the bottom, they were surrounded by pre-lit lamps, and fearful sounds emanated from the prison cells below. Elsewhere, a mother and child were huddled together, trembling as they watched them. On the other side, the guards had been knocked unconscious by gas. Rosika held the jewelry in her hands, exclaiming delightedly, "How beautiful!" Seeing her, Dion secretly wondered, how on earth did she get in? But outwardly he tried to say gently, "I understand the suffering of the poor. If you had directly asked for help, I would have helped you." She then excitedly said, "Oh my, you're too kind." A moment later her tone changed, "But I didn't come here to steal cheap things like these." He held the pile of jewelry in his hands, full of suspicion. "What?" She smiled. "What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll reveal this?" Her hand held up a confidential file.
Her voice, full of sarcasm, said, "What a surprise! I never thought you'd pull a stunt like this. You're truly skilled at undermining yourself," making him tremble with rage. Dion could no longer restrain himself, pointing straight at her face and roaring, You beggar, don't even think about getting out of here alive. She must not survive. Snatch what's in that bitch's hand." The two bodyguards immediately charged forward. Rosika smirked, taking out a round orb. She threw it to the ground, and quickly a plume of smoke billowed out. This made them cautiously cover their noses, thinking, "It could be poison. Quickly, hold your breath." She stepped down from the table. "Smells good, doesn't it?" Seeing her still breathing normally, he loudly ordered, "If it's poison, why is that bitch breathing it in like that?" "Move quickly." They complied. Yes, yes. But as soon as they moved, everyone struggled and collapsed to their knees, some clutching their chests, others grabbing their throats, because this gas was indeed poisonous.
She saw them, sat down among them and said, "It hurts, doesn't it? You won't die, so just sleep comfortably and then wake up." Fearing that she would become a beggar in her next life, she was limiting killing. She smiled faintly. Dion quickly ran outside, not forgetting to tell the bodyguards to wait in the corridor and immediately apprehend her if she came out. Suddenly a scream came from downstairs, making him confused. What is it this time? When he looked down, he couldn't help but feel terrified. It turned out Lexit had arrived, grabbing two men with both hands. He frowned, looked at him, and pointed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The rest are too troublesome, so just charge all at once. Rosika suddenly appeared behind the crowd. She smiled brightly, cheering for her beloved husband. "Oh my, Prince, you're so cool." Lexit's momentum doubled. His eyes seemed to want to burn all those bugs to quickly meet his wife. He charged forward, dealing with them one by one, and they screamed in fear and pain. Dion witnessed this, his face turning pale. His whole body trembled with fear. Each slash felt like it was cutting directly into his brain. In just an instant, those petty soldiers were nothing but corpses. He slumped to the ground in despair. Rosika, who had been standing by, excitedly ran over. She hugged Lexit tightly, smiling proudly. He supported her, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" Rosika pulled down her veil, her sapphire blue eyes looking at him with affection. "A reward." Lexit gazed at her intently. She cupped his face, pulled him closer, and placed a kiss on the corner of his eye. He picked her up, and they both looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with fluttering pink love. Now that their tender moment was over, it was time for the interrogation. Rosika feigned disbelief. "I'm very surprised, my lord. It turns out you're also involved in such a grand undertaking."
"You make money from child trafficking." Dion, beaten black and blue and tied to the ground, looked at her without speaking. "Spending money is as much as earning money, isn't it? But why buy these things in such large quantities?" She was pondering when suddenly Lexit realized something. He frowned. Weapons and armor, large quantities of food. He growled, glancing at him, which gave the man goosebumps. "These, aren't they for soldiers?" Rosika praised with a laugh. "Clever, clever." She pondered and deduced. If that's the spending, then the scale of the army must be quite large, possibly even exceeding the number of soldiers in the Imperial Knights. Lexit was stunned. "What?" She asked coldly. "If the number of soldiers is this significant, are you perhaps preparing a rebellion?" Seeing his evasive, guilty expression, she became even more certain. Surely the Viscount is not the leader of the rebel army, to the extent of trafficking children to raise capital for the real crime. Rosika thought, even if the truth about funding the rebel army is revealed, the one who bears the guilt will only be Viscount Furman. In her memory, she recalled that person again, the one who had known very well since long ago about Viscount Furman's child trafficking for money. Poisonous spider. The Crown Prince was deeply beloved by the people of the Empire. The primary concern regarding his assassination was public opinion.
If one seized the throne after killing the beloved crown prince, they would not be able to gain the support of the people. Just thinking about it made Rosika seethe with anger and get goosebumps at the name of this twisted psychopath. That damn poisonous spider. Is this really his first life?
In the underground prison, the air was damp and dusty. A gentle voice said, "Little ones, it's time to go see your mothers, isn't it?" The children looked bewildered. "Oh, we can see our mothers?" She smiled reassuringly. "Of course, because this amazing big brother defeated the bad uncle and came to rescue you, little ones." Lex had asked, "How long have they been locked up? Are we just taking them away like this?" The righteous hero yelled, "Shouldn't we let them clearly see the Viscount getting beaten up?" She quickly covered the dark-haired boy's ears. "Oh, come on, why show children a scene of violence?"
She gently asked, "Isn't it enough that everyone is safe and sound?" A red-haired boy boldly interrupted, "I want to watch." She smiled enigmatically, pretending not to hear. All right, let's go see your mother." "I want to see that bad guy get beaten," the boy repeated. Rosika froze. "Huh? My mother used to work at the orphanage, but that bastard fired her after he became the director." Recalling the image of his mother crying in agony and pleading, the boy's heart twisted. She was fired because she discovered he was trafficking children. He also threatened me when he found out I was her son. He told me to obey because he could kill my mother at any time. That bastard made it impossible for any of us to escape. The red-haired boy trembled as he recounted. Lukash was sick for a whole week after being beaten by those men, and then he died. Jamie ran away when the basement was opened. Remembering Ashel's struggle to escape, she guessed. Surely he was trapped. His eyes were cold as steel. "Please do exactly the same to him. I will watch the whole thing." He insisted, "If I leave without seeing that evil bastard in pain, I will surely regret it for the rest of my life." Lex had chuckled with amusement. "Well said, very spirited." He patted his head. "You have the makings of a soldier." The boy was grateful. "Thank you, amazing big brother." And so in the silent night, screams of agony echoed throughout the night. "Please give him 10 more." Even in the middle of the night, the commotion continued. Did Baron Furman really traffic children? We'll only know for sure after the investigation, but it seems certain. The children who were returned were crying in their families' arms. There are so many clear witnesses. A little girl happily boasted to her mother, "A handsome big brother saved me. It was a little scary, though." The mother was a bit bewildered. "Oh, is that so?" The red-haired boy added, "He's also tall, strong, and good at fighting."
Owen laughed with delight, certain that from now on he was Lexid's #1 fan. Nevertheless, for me, he is an incredibly wonderful hero. In Lex's office, Owen whooped and hollered as if he'd struck gold, as public opinion had completely turned around because of yesterday's incident. The thuggish tyrant Lexid Van Hexen was actually a tyrant for justice. It turned out he was excitedly introducing his master, his words only lacking the phrase world-saving hero. Rosika said proudly, "Well, you can turn a square into a circle, can't you?" Owen enthusiastically agreed. Of course, what can't the young lady do? He smirked with genuine relish. "What punishment will the Viscount receive? I cast my vote for beheading." Lexid agreed with satisfaction. "I choose hanging," he said seriously. He committed extremely serious crimes. Hundreds of children have died or been sold. Lexid sat with dignified composure, presenting his reasoning for his intention. Originally beheading, but due to the ongoing national mourning, the execution would be by hanging, as the precedent dictated no blood should be seen during a period of national mourning. So the two men bickered again, one saying hanging is correct, and the other, "I said beheading. Want to bet?" The two men, like two squabbling children, turned to her to be the arbiter. "All right," she said. "Young Lady Rosika, what do you think? Viscount Furman will be hanged, right?"
"She's so quick and efficient, I'd cast a vote for assassination," she said nonchalantly. The incident happened 30 minutes before the full handover to the gendarmerie team. He was taken away hours ago. He must be in heaven by now, right? No sooner had she finished speaking than someone rushed in to report. "Grand Duke, urgent news. The Dolman Longcoat gendarmerie team has been attacked. Viscount Furman had died at the hands of an unknown assailant." The two people who had just been debating heatedly were now stunned and petrified. Doka smiled. She knew it. She was the first to react, gently saying, "You've worked hard. You may go now." Once the person had left, she slowly recounted, "When I was a child, I was also sold to Viscount Furman." Lexid frowned, his heart filled with pity for his wife. She had said she was sold along with someone named Eckel. Was that the Viscount's doing? Recalling the trembling, frightened children from today, Doka sighed. "Yes, he continues to do this even now. I can't believe he could hide his actions so well." Owen agreed, his suspicions piqued. "I also find it extremely strange. From the outside, he clearly appeared to be a noble aristocrat. There must be a power behind him. Who could it be, ultimately?" Doka's face turned cold.
Certainly, the gendarmerie and even the Ministry of Justice are all implicated. He has extremely strong backing. Owen was stunned listening to her analysis. Wait, just imagining it was already terrifying. Rosika smiled, but there was no mirth in her eyes, sending a chill down one's spine.
That's right. The criminal assassinated the crown prince. Owen hesitated. Wait, if we rearrange the deduction, she interrupted. Because you are very busy, I will keep it short, to summarize it in one sentence. This Count Furman is the one who manages the enemy's funds, and he uses bribes to foster the rebel army. Lexit was puzzled. The reason for Raven's assassination was a succession issue, not the rebel army, she analyzed. The main purpose is rebellion. If there are other reasons, I'm not clear, but let's assume it's due to the rebel army. The crown prince's death was due to the overwhelming support of the people. If forced to sit on the throne, the people of the empire would not acknowledge it, and it would cause serious division. As Your Highness said, if all three heirs were successful, then the enemy wouldn't necessarily have to rebel, right? So why would the Viscount foster the rebel army? She tapped her fingers, highly focused. My hypothesis is this. The enemy would never sit idly by, waiting for the throne to fall into their hands. Owen asked fearfully. That means they directly usurp the emperor's throne. She was silent. The entire empire fell into chaos after the crown prince's death. It was truly a very opportune moment. Lexit rushed. Then I will immediately go to the imperial palace to inform my brother about this. Rosika stopped her. No need. The enemy hasn't acted yet anyway. The position of the person who was wrongly accused in the crown prince's assassination has been completely destroyed. Lexit listened blankly to her words. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, she explained. Currently, the Grand Duke is imprisoned, but will be released soon. He is not the culprit, and there isn't enough evidence to convict him. Owen realized. Then there will be an order to investigate the real culprit, right? Exactly, she replied. Now, in my mind, there is only one suspicion, the Pranya ducal family. Lexit couldn't believe her ears. Did she kill Raven? Facing his stunned gaze, she replied. Although she didn't directly assassinate him, the Duchess certainly knew the situation and did not prevent it. Seeing that he said nothing, fearing he was too shocked, Owen quickly interjected. Perhaps all the plans were devised by Duke Pranya. The Duchess is inherently a very weak person. Rosika reminded. What is the basis for identifying the culprit? Based on Viscount Furman, his eyes showed that he strongly believed in his backing. Grand Duke Ride is still imprisoned in the royal prison, isn't he? Someone used a trick to help Viscount Furman. It could only be Duke Pranya. They thought that being in the same boat meant there would be no betrayal. Owen questioned. But in the end, the Viscount was killed.
She calmly asked, instead of revealing everything, isn't elimination the best way? Seeing the deep anguish etched on his face, Rosika reminded him, Your Highness, please be clear-headed. Once we know the culprit, we need to act fast. He snapped out of it. Ah. She pointed to a location on the map and asked, You've already sent people here, haven't you? That place was Duke Pranya's estate. Lexit hesitated and said, Indeed. The atmosphere grew tense. Elsewhere, Delman was reporting the situation. The elimination of Viscount Furman has proceeded smoothly. Poison Spider remarked nonchalantly, While the man who often accompanied soldiers has been killed, huh? The newly recruited assassin seems quite capable, doesn't he? He got straight to the point. That assassin is very proficient. I only came here because you called. Poison Spider gave a faint smile. Thank you for coming. Delman asked anxiously. Now that the fund manager is gone, what do we do? If they investigate deeply, even the private army could be exposed. He casually replied while examining the vial in his hand. Even if they are caught, there won't be enough evidence to prove they are rebels, and members of the royal family will not be interrogated. There's no need to worry about money either, because we only need to support the private army for 2 more months. He exclaimed in alarm. 2 months? Are you planning to start a rebellion in 2 months? Poison Spider shot him a cold glance. We cannot delay any longer. It would be disastrous if Lexit Van Hexen ascended the throne. Delman hastily criticized. Why are you so obsessed with him? How could he possibly become emperor? You're letting your personal feelings get the better of you. Poison Spider cut him off coldly. Not at all. It's true that I personally want to kill Lexit in my own hands. He is a man who must die. He asked again. Haven't you heard what people are whispering to each other? People say they thought he was a scoundrel, but it turns out he's kind. All the stories are about that bastard. Delman said matter-of-factly. Having dealt with a cruel child trafficking criminal, he should at least be able to do this much, shouldn't he? How, after all, did they find out about Viscount Furman's case? But he asserted, those people aren't that capable. Poison Spider twirled the vial, a smirk playing on his lips. They've hired a very brilliant strategist. That's why.
I knew they would search the Viscount's house, so I prepared 3 hours in advance so they couldn't react. He smiled excitedly. It was indeed very effective. Perfect. Delman didn't believe it. What do you mean by hiring a strategist? What would that fool hire a strategist for? Poison Spider impatiently approached Delman and warned him, the more we delay the plan, the closer Lexit Van Hexen, the heir, gets to that prestigious position. He asked back, bewildered. What? Poison Spider said concisely. I will explain clearly. The reason the strategist approached Lexit and dealt with the Viscount was to polish his reputation. Even without the Viscount Furman incident, the people of the imperial capital were already talking a lot about him. He openly scoffed. Just a house dog, yet so flashy. Delman, on the other hand, was frantic.
Who is that strategist? We must find and eliminate him immediately. Poison Spider angrily yelled. Shut up! What's this talk about killing? The paper in his hand was crumpled. Don't use that foolish brain to spout nonsense anymore. It's making my blood boil. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening interrupted. Delman sighed and introduced, This is the one. The Poison Spider behind him wore a cheerful, joyful expression. The other person's footsteps approached. You have successfully killed Viscount Furman. Our hero, it turned out the person they were talking about was Red. In the desolate mansion, Rosika's voice rang out. I heard Red has returned. She walked over and saw Red clutching his head in distress, while Lexid was helplessly supporting his forehead. Why is the atmosphere like this? Owen read the note Red handed him. It seems Duke Pranya is also a criminal, he briefly summarized. Red had snuck into the Duke's mansion and returned. Rosika happily walked over. Oh, you really checked every corner inside the Duke's mansion like I told you, didn't you? Suddenly, Lexid yelled, Hey! Rosika flinched and stepped back. You startled me. Why are you like that? Lexid put a hand on Red's shoulder and turned to her, saying, Don't let him think too much right now. Rosika was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Owen held the note in his hand and sadly said, I think Red has taken a charm potion. It seems he had already prepared a note in case this happened. Red was now tightly closing his eyes, muttering, hypnotizing himself. I'm not going to say it. Absolutely not. Owen continued. Then he must have discovered something else. Perhaps he took the potion without time to write. Rosika was stunned. What? What did you say? Red's pupils spun, his voice fearful. I mustn't say it, but I have to let them know, right? Otherwise the Grand Duke will die. Lexid yelled. Damn it! Shut up! Don't think about anything, because it's not necessary. Rosika skeptically put forth a hypothesis. Did he really take a charm potion to keep a secret? He wrote everything in the note already, so it's irrelevant.
She calmly analyzed the problem. Anyway, he's already taken the charm potion, so we need to hear what Red has discovered. Lexid still yelled, Are you crazy? Are you trying to kill him? Rosika looked bewildered. Oh no, don't you remember? This. Just then, Owen exclaimed, Grand Duke, it's not the type of charm that maintains secrecy.
He stated with certainty, It's the kind similar to the curse I was afflicted with before. Red mumbled expressionlessly. The curse Lord Owen was afflicted with. Is it the kind where the person dies if the assassination fails? Owen nodded. That's right. Suddenly, Red exclaimed with tears of joy, Oh, thank goodness, so I don't need to talk about what I found. Rosika leaned in and asked, Did you find out about the wizard? Red diligently looked around the table. Yes, I can tell the princess, right? Give me paper and a pen. Rosika was puzzled. Is now the time for you to look for paper and a pen? Lexid gritted his teeth, his face fierce. Right now, I'm going to take Duke Pranya's head. Rosika immediately replied, No need, there's no time, stop. Red stopped writing, his face filled with sorrow. Anyway, it's a life granted by the Grand Duke, so I don't regret it, but I'm also a little sad. The more he spoke, the more his tears flowed. I had been looking forward to it so much when the Grand Duke suddenly said he would become emperor. Saying so, he burst into tears. Princess, Grand Duke, it's all up to you. You must help him become emperor. Rosika was unusually calm. I know, you've let it all out. Suddenly, she squeezed his mouth, then quickly poured a bottle of medicine in. Rosika said as she did it, Sorry for ruining the atmosphere among you men. After she finished, she turned and said with certainty, My dear little brother isn't dead, so both of you wipe your tears. Let's quickly hear about the wizard. Saying so, she then remembered and explained, That's right, the old witch made it before she left, the curse-destroying medicine. Lexid shouted excitedly, I thought you were a goner. From now on, don't eat anything people give you. You have to run away quickly. Red, with tears streaming down his face, still couldn't believe it. Oh, I'm still alive? Saying so, he hugged Lexid and Owen, sobbing, Grand Duke. Rosika was helpless. Sorry, but can we hear about what you found out first?
She just asked one question. Is the wizard in Duke Pranya's mansion? Red turned and replied, I'm not sure about that, but there's definitely a wizard, because I overheard the Duke and Duchess talking. At that time, Red was hiding in the wardrobe, silently listening to the couple's conversation. His body was severely injured. He overheard them saying, At this rate, the baby will die. Even the medicine it needs won't be able to prevent it. Rosika nodded. It's unclear where they're hiding the wizard. You already know the entire structure of the Duke's mansion, don't you? Red nodded vigorously. Ah, yes. He quickly drew it out and explained. The house was built according to the lichen design of 210. Rosika suddenly asked, The basement has 3 levels, right? Then she guessed further. The basement entrance is probably outside, but let's try going in. If it's a private space in the basement, it will lead to one of 2 places, the study or the reception room. Lexid and Owen listened, unable to help but exclaim, as expected of the Viper. Red pointed to a spot on the paper. Yes, if you knock, each side of the wall echoes. It's probably around this size. The basement study on the left, there's space here to hide something. Rosika suddenly sighed. Ah, you said you received an assassination order from the Duke, right? So Red is the one who killed the Viscount.
Red recalled if it was the person whose name was changed that the gendarmerie dragged away, then it was indeed me. However, he still wondered, but why did they say I killed?
Owen nodded. Everything has a reason. A moment later, Red excitedly exclaimed, "You're really too good. Aren't you and the Grand Duke one and the same? How did you know I would act like that?" Rosika smiled smugly. "I trust the prince." She calmly continued, "It's been a long time since we last met, so let's talk. I'll borrow a room for us."
He said smoothly, "We've already written the contract. The hired one must fully obey the master's commands." Lexid said without hesitation, "You just give the orders. Until we finish the contract, don't let a single scratch appear on you from head to toe. If violated, a fine must be paid." Rosika crossed her arms. "Is that all?" Lexid immediately replied, "I'll bite any dog that leaves a scar on you. No problem." Rosika smiled. Lexid placed his hand on her shoulder. "This will still be valid even after the contract ends." He leaned closer. "I will fiercely protect you. For life." Rosika's face flushed crimson. "Seriously, this fool." She pursed her lips. "I already told you not to flirt like that." She frowned at him, mentally emphasizing, "Stop flirting with me, you." Lexid flinched in surprise. His entire body stiffened.
Rosika, still oblivious, turned and walked away. "I know, I'm leaving, and I guess we need some time apart." Lexid called her back, annoyed. "Hey, wait a minute." Rosika turned her head irritably. "Ah, what now?" His voice trembled. "It's serious," Rosika yelled. "What's serious?" Lexid forced a smile. "We've broken phase 2. Rosika's voice was horrified. "What?" He seriously repeated her earlier words. "Don't flirt with me, you person." Lexid seemed amused. "I told you so, earlier." She couldn't believe it. "Oh my God, how'd this happen?" Lexid smiled, leaning closer. "Do you like me?" Rosika quickly denied it. "No, I don't." His voice was full of excitement. "You really do like me." She was too embarrassed to speak. Lexid cunningly asked, "Since when, I wonder?" Rosika turned away, hand on her forehead. "Please, just be quiet for a moment." She suddenly remembered Roland's words from back then. If phase 2 is activated, the slave can transmit words to the master. Rosika could only curse under her breath with an annoyed expression. That idiot Lexid, that sea cucumber, sea anemone whose brain is made of muscle. She glanced at his smug expression beside her, thinking, this time, all right, willpower. But Rosika still couldn't stand the irritation in her heart. Lexid Van Hexen, you idiot, you sea cucumber, sea anemone whose brain is made of muscle? Is this really the time for romance? Lexid suddenly heard her silent curses, and he frowned. "Do you want to be scolded?" Rosika cried out, clutching her head in distress. Ah, it really is broken, phase 2. What she feared most was, has she liked Lexid enough to pactivate phase 2? She suddenly remembered Red's excited words from earlier. Could it be that you and the Grand Duke are one? How did you know I would act like this? At that time, she had confidently replied, "Of course I believe in my prince." The current Rosika froze. Ah. Roland's words echoed again. There are 2 conditions to activate this spell. Mutual feelings. Hearing that, Rosika slowly turned her head. The last thing Mrs. Roland had mentioned was trust, and now before her was Lexid's cheerful face. Rosika then remembered the note she had left when she had intentionally allowed herself to be kidnapped. This was something she had predicted. Lexid would rush in according to plan. If that was the case, it was because she had expected him to act this way. Now, save the children first, then he'll come to me, right? And Rosika said, I was careless. Lexid still didn't grasp the seriousness of the situation and scratched his head in embarrassment. What's careless about you liking me? I get it. Rosika walked straight past him. No, that's not it. She suddenly stopped and instructed. First, don't leave the room. Just wait.
She further emphasized that she would reveal herself. In the tea room, Rachel spoke up, identifying herself as the strategist. Delman paused before replying. Yes, my lady. Rachel rubbed her chin. Even the act of brazenly impersonating the dead raven is now stirring up people everywhere. She continued her analysis with amusement, then skillfully enticed Duke Eisen. It was clearly unbelievable that this came from Lexit's mind. Delman seemed to make the decision with great difficulty. Perhaps we'll have to eliminate the strategist first, and the poisonous spider. Rachel sighed. Indeed, why won't they listen? Delman seriously said, I'll try to sweet-talk them again and see. She quickly stopped him. No, I know that person well. Don't provoke him. Rachel said with pride. The poisonous spider is clearly a clever child. He told me he would kill Lexit if that child was an obstacle, but eliminating the strategist would suffice. Delman suddenly asked, You think it's better to let Duke Drax live, don't you? Rachel didn't deny it. Of course, even if he's blamed for Raven's murder, he still has a way to preserve his life. Saying this, she gave a faint smile, which gradually turned more sinister. No dog guards the house as well as Lexit. As she spoke, she extended her hand. I thought I understood everything about the poisonous spider, but not this time. It seems something is clouding that boy's judgment. I will try to talk to Lexit, so please send this. The poisonous spider doesn't know. Delman was surprised. My lady, what do you intend to do? Her hand danced with a pen on the paper, but her words were cold. He must be killed. The head that saved Lexit.
Elsewhere, a pair of leather shoes appeared, along with an astonished voice. Oh my God, I had my suspicions, but I never thought it would be true. Rosika looked around with interest. Contrary to expectations, it wasn't a secret place, nor was it a hiding spot for a wizard.
She suddenly cast a sinister glance elsewhere, as if to deny it. So was he deliberately waiting? The dim light suddenly flickered on. Newspapers with defaced portraits gradually appeared. Thick scratches covered that cold face. Rosika looked on and gasped, truly getting goosebumps. A figure flashed behind her. Rosika turned back with a cold laugh. Ha ha, this is truly something. The wizard said he would appear, but he didn't. It turned out to be a completely unexpected face. Before her now was the sleepy face of Poisonous Spider. Suddenly he smiled. Then he covered his eyes and laughed loudly, his eerie laughter echoing throughout the room. Poisonous Spider slowly spoke. I must be going mad. I also thought of this when I turned my Viscount's mansion upside down. As he spoke, he looked at the stranger in the room. It turns out you don't want to waste time either, my beautiful little snake. Suddenly, those red pupils flashed with madness. Poisonous Spider laughed excitedly. My heart just pounded. I'm going mad. Rosika, without a hint of fear, slowly removed her veil. Me too. Poisonous Spider leaned in and said intimately, I miss you so much. Rosika put her hand on his neck. Aren't you trying to kill me? Poisonous Spider immediately retorted, Of course not. Why would I do that to you, my lovely poisonous snake? Suddenly, Poisonous Spider's face revealed a look of disdain. Did you think the wizard was here?
Rosika looked at him without answering. The Poisonous Spider suddenly burst into laughter again. Rosika began to feel uncomfortable. Is it that interesting? He suppressed a laugh. Aha! Then without hesitation he admitted, extremely interesting. Rosika tilted her head, smiled, and asked directly, Where is the wizard? The Poisonous Spider chuckled. Do you want to take him? She sighed wearily. Yes, that wizard is truly outrageous. That's against the law. Can't you do things properly? The Poisonous Spider glanced at her. Let's see. I'm at a disadvantage, so you should take care of me. Rosika scoffed. What disadvantage? Your acting is quite masterful. The Poisonous Spider lowered his head. Seriously, am I the only one doing this? Suddenly, he heard a cold snort from her. Rosika was gritting her teeth in anger. The Poisonous Spider was amused. Oh, you're really angry, aren't you? Suddenly, he became serious. All right, have you sobered up yet? Don't tell me you still like that idiot. Rosika stated frankly. No, I haven't sobered up yet. The Poisonous Spider sighed helplessly. His gaze shifted elsewhere. Rosika smiled, pointing at the pile of torn newspapers on the wall. I heard you'd gouge out that person's eyes and put them in my mouth. If you can, try it. The Poisonous Spider replied without hesitation. Yes, I suppose I'll have to do that. Rosika's hand froze. She unconsciously placed her hand on the Poisonous Spider's chest, whispering, This feeling, I haven't felt it in a long time. Suddenly, she used both hands to tightly squeeze the Poisonous Spider's neck. His eyes widened. Urgh! Rosika's eyes also flashed with madness, her body trembling from the effort. Well done, big brother. I'll give you that.
She frowned with fierce intensity. Only you could truly make me this angry. The venomous spider chuckled. What an honor. Rosika's face slowly lost control. Where is the mark? She asked, like an old fox. Her knuckles pressed hard into his neck. Blood welled up. Yet the venomous spider still smiled. If I tell you, will you abandon that scoundrel and come to me? Rosika's hand squeezed harder, and she growled. No, don't talk about that idiot anymore. She slowly continued. Now, there's only one thing I care about. Rosika, her face cold and intense, continued. To win against you, or to lose. A feeling of exhilaration surged within the venomous spider. Ah, how could this be? Memories flooded back. He himself had noticed it as a child. Rosika's emerald eyes flashed with a frantic desire to win. That jolted his otherwise normal mood. Ah, that was the first emotion he had, exhilaration. How could he not love someone so identical to himself? Rosika slowly loosened her hand, her voice trembling. I want to kill you. I wish you would disappear.
Slowly, her hand finally left his body, but her words still echoed. Suddenly, I hate this so much. Every time I meet you, I feel this way. Poisonous Spider smiled, reaching up to touch his neck. You understand a little, don't you? Rosika bowed her head. No one provokes me like you do. He unconsciously leaned in, touching his nose to hers. That's great. Rosika then gave a crazy smile and uttered a nonsensical sentence. Me too. She slowly backed away. I'm sorry. Poisonous Spider didn't step forward either. It's fine. She opened the scroll, and Poisonous Spider remained nonchalant as he asked, Are you leaving? Rosika sighed helplessly. I have to go, even if it's a wasted effort. Just seeing your face is satisfying enough. An unexpected question echoed. Going to him? Rosika paused slightly, but she slowly tore the scroll with a smile on her lips. Oh, I hope next time we meet you'll be a little dumber. Light flashed from the scroll. Rosika said her final words with a triumphant smile. Foolish man are my type. Bye-bye. The ashes disappeared. Poisonous Spider was stunned. His face unconsciously became excited again, and a sinister smile formed on his face. He exclaimed, Truly too beautiful, my venomous serpent. A moment later, light flashed. Rosika clenched her fist. Did he guess I would go find the sorcerer? Despite that, her face was triumphant. I had already calculated that you would guess I'd go find the sorcerer. You. Special usage of magical scroll, used for spatial displacement, can be used to travel when possessing an object the opponent has carried for a long time, or if possessing the opponent's hair, fingernails, or blood, it can transport one to where the opponent's strong energy is located. At this moment, Rosika was trying to observe in the dark space. Could it be that the sorcerer of the ducal family has been moved to this place?
She held the lighter and struck a flame. A flickering light appeared. On the ground lay a piece of chain, and then the silhouette of a person. What Rosika noticed was the spell mark on the other person's collarbone. Oh, a raised mark. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Next was the familiar pink hair. Her blue pupils gleamed with fear and wariness accumulated over the years. Finally, a woman appeared before Rosika, looking exactly like her. Ernie stammered, trembling. Who are you? Rosika extended her hand in sincerity. Don't be afraid. I'm a good person, here to rescue the Duchess. Ernie looked at her with wary eyes, her body still trembling incessantly. Rosika couldn't help but exclaim, Indeed, it's like looking into a mirror.
She noticed the chain glinting in the light in her hand, and of course she recognized it, a magical tool that only a sealer could undo, protected by 2 or 3 layers of charms. Rosika could only say, Unfortunately, I can't free you immediately, madam. I'll need to cut some of your hair. Ernie was momentarily surprised. What? Rosika, still holding the knife, walked over and carefully cut her hair, her eyes distant as she slowly said, I have something to ask. When you went missing over 20 years ago, madam, you were pregnant. Under her horrified gaze, she asked, What happened to that child? Ernie looked at her with astonishment. Who are you, really? Rosika slowly stepped back and then stood up. Madam, please feel at ease talking to me. She continued seriously. Didn't you sincerely help Duke Pranya? Facing that horrified look, she stated calmly, I will definitely get you out. I promised Roland and Duke Eisen. Just one sentence made a light flash in Ernie's eyes. Rosika continued the previous topic. So, madam, can you answer the question from earlier? What happened to the child in your womb back then? Ernie unconsciously raised her hand to her collarbone and stated, The baby survived. A baby girl was born safely. This time it was Rosika's turn to tremble. Ah, so that's how it is. She murmured the old woman's words again in her head. The baby had truly survived. Rosika was astonished. Ernie's words still echoed, now with added certainty, and perhaps the girl was still alive. Rosika immediately asked, How do you know, madam? Ernie explained, flustered. I am the last witch of my generation. The baby was born without witch powers, so Duke Pranya would surely try to eliminate her. Therefore, before she was born, I placed a spell on her. As she spoke, she reached up and touched the mark of the spell on her collarbone. If my daughter dies, I will die with her. I am still alive, so my daughter must be alive somewhere in this world. Rosika's voice trembled. I see, I understand. Suddenly, Ernie added, her eyes welling up. Nyetuk, he already knows about my daughter. Rosika also thought to herself, That's right, the mark of the spell on my pelvis has been discovered. Seeing the woman weeping heartbrokenly in front of her as she spoke of her daughter, she could only conclude that she knew the truth, that the madam was a witch, that her daughter was still alive, and the truth about her own birth mother. Rosika suddenly said, Madam, don't worry, I also know your daughter. Ernie's voice was astonished. Huh? She calmly calculated and then said, There's no time for lengthy explanations now. With me protecting her, she's safe. Ernie worried. Then what do I need to do? Rosika walked over and gently took her hand, instructing her, Wait here until I come to rescue you. Don't react too strongly to Nyetuk's commands. And one more thing. She pointed to the old woman's wrist. Can you find a way to destroy this spell? Seeing the symbol she drew on her hand, Ernie's face turned pale with fright, her voice trembling. Who was afflicted by this spell? Rosika understood what she was afraid of. Don't worry, it's not your daughter, it's me. I also need your help, madam, which is why I came here. Ernie said with a firm voice, I can break it within 2 months, because all of Pranya's spells and the poisonous spider's magic have a way to be destroyed. Saying this, she tremblingly reached out her hand. I will definitely do it. So, she took the girl's hand, placed it on her own forehead and pleaded, Please protect my daughter, I beg you. Meanwhile, in Lexid's room, he saw the flash of light from the teleportation spell and excitedly stood up from his chair. When she fully appeared before him, he rushed to her, his voice urgent and worried. You're crazy, aren't you? Just disappearing so suddenly like that. I told you not to do anything dangerous. She softly replied, I'm sorry. He continued, I know you don't care about my feelings, but I'm not the only one worried. The person who always tries to keep up with you, Duke Eisen, was practically in a panic, you know? She pinched her own cheek in surprise. What? Worried she didn't understand, he repeated. The Duke was running around everywhere. Even I didn't know where you went. Do you know what it feels like to be confined and then receive such a shock? Are you even listening to me? Before he could scold her further, he suddenly stopped, looking at her small, trembling body. He was a little startled. Hey, what's wrong with you? She looked bewildered, tears streaming down her face. What? Lex had worried. Why are you crying? Where have you just been? He stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. Rosika quickly turned her face away. It's nothing, just dust in my eyes. He held her shoulders firmly. Don't talk nonsense. Still facing away, she said. I found the witch, and she's currently imprisoned in the poisonous spiders territory. Ignoring her words, he repeated his question. I asked why you're crying.
Her eyes were still brimming with tears. The witch was indeed Duchess Ernie. And she is your mother. The Duchess said that 22 years ago she gave birth to a child, and that child was you. He was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Hold on, she suddenly exclaimed. Grand Duke, the knights are all ready. The scene now shifted to when Duke Eisen took her hand, saying, Princess. She stopped walking, turned back and gave a strained smile. Ah, Duke, he calmly said, this is not the Grand Duke's castle. This is the imperial capital, my private residence. The princess is my guest. During her stay here, if anything happens, as he spoke, his body trembled with each word.
She tilted her head and gave a forced smile. I apologize. Perhaps I still have the habit of moving about freely, like when I was in the city. He quickly interrupted her. I sent many guards to search, but they couldn't find the princess. I intend to continue sending the Grand Duke's knights and guards. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Indeed, everything the Duke says is very true. It was Lexid. He gestured towards a chair and said loudly, Quickly, sit here. Ah, no, please, your grace, have a seat. Standing for too long makes your legs tired. It's better to sit down and talk. As soon as he saw him, the Duke's expression changed. His face darkened. I have nothing more to say. I will send the princess's new guards soon. Hearing this, he was clearly disappointed. Oh, leaving already? Duke Eisen turned back towards Rosika. If my words have caused you any offense, princess, I apologize. She smiled. Not at all. It was my fault. The Duke's face became a little serious. With matters like these, I suddenly become very sensitive. From now on, you must always take guards with you when you go out. As he spoke, he opened the door, preparing to leave, when Lexid suddenly called out loudly from behind, Your Grace Eisen, you've had a long day. How about staying and having dinner with the princess and me later? He spoke with a radiant expression, using his hands to emphasize his words. Contrary to his expectations, the Duke turned back with a look of disgust. Whatever. Immediately after, he spun around towards her. You? He said loudly with a dramatic air. What about you? You should have spoken up quickly before the Duke left, shouldn't you? She retorted awkwardly. Quickly what? I just found out myself. Hearing her words, which felt like salt in his wound, he immediately yelled, Damn it, acting like a fool in front of the Duke. In a villa, Lexid's warm voice rang out, Tell me everything slowly. Rosika replied to him with a serious expression, I met Duchess Ernie in the lair of the poisonous spiders.
First, I used a teleportation gate to Duke Pranya's mansion. From there, I found the location of the poison spider's base. At this moment, Lexid's voice was a mix of surprise and worry. Hey, are you really just teleporting everywhere so recklessly? Who knows if you'll end up at the poison spider's lair or run into some dangerous scoundrel? In response, she calmly replied, I've already planned my escape routes, don't worry. He angrily retorted, How can I not worry? Ah, never mind, don't say another word. His voice softened, and she continued, Only the Duchess was at the base. The place where she was held was covered in death magic, so I couldn't take her with me. However, I know the Duchess's exact location, and it will take 2 months to find a way to destroy the spell we need. He looked at her and nodded slightly. I understand. She glanced in one direction. I asked the Duchess about the child's fate from 20 years ago. The Duchess said the child was safe and sound. The Duchess said that to prevent harm from the Pranya family, she used a spell to link the lives of the mother and child. The mark of that spell also appeared on my body. Roland and Duke Eisen, too. Their surprised expressions when they saw me spoke volumes. At this moment, he suddenly called out, Hey. She calmly replied, Yes. Lex had moved closer to her. Are you all right?
She questioned back, wondering, what is it? He immediately voiced his thoughts. You've reunited with your long-lost parents, don't you feel anything? She replied to him with an indifferent gaze. Are you asking that because I cried just now? I'm fine. If I had known them before being separated, I might have been very emotional, but that's not the case for me. I just feel a bit chaotic. The reason I cried is that both of their lives were utterly destroyed. As she said this, her eyelids stung slightly. The Duchess was imprisoned for half her life and only knew how to make charms, and the Duke thought his wife was dead and became a broken man. At first, I only thought it was pitiful, but they are my parents, and a wave of sorrow welled up in that moment, so I cried.
He gently called her, and she softly replied, Yes. It seems like you've got dust in your eye again, he said, as tears were already streaming down her face.
He gently placed his hand on her face, and Rosika's tears fell uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" Lexit's soft voice echoed. "I'm sorry," she said, now calmer. "Why do you keep apologizing?" He clenched his fist. "My sister took the Duchess away." Noticing his self-reproach, she comforted him. "It's not your fault. If the Duke was the mastermind, she couldn't have betrayed her husband." "No, those are just excuses," he said firmly. "Her inability to stop the Duke is also a factor. They must pay for killing Raven and destroying your parents' lives." Rosika looked bewildered. "Yes," he continued. "Because of their crimes, you had to live 21 years without even knowing your own name. Tell me, how can I help you become happy?" As he spoke, his face drew closer to hers. This scene was very similar to one they had experienced before. At that time, Rosika saw him crying and comforted him. "What must be done for you to live happily? Please tell me." Returning to the present moment, Lexit placed his hand on his chest and declared, "Those who destroyed your parents' lives will definitely be punished. If you want them to suffer for the rest of their lives, I will make it happen. I can help you. Perhaps that is why we met." Hearing his words, her tears flowed once more. He smiled gently. "The way to safely rescue the Duchess, let's do it together." He placed his hand on her head and stroked it. "Your mother, I will definitely save her." She smiled a smile brimming with indescribable happiness. He then pulled her into a warm embrace, as if to offer comfort. A long while later, in another room, a voice rang out. "Thank you for coming here as soon as you received my letter." It was Rachel Pranya, who placed a hand on her chest, wondering, "A national mourning after only a year in the imperial capital? What is this?" Lexit smiled cheerfully. "How are you?" He slowly walked to the table. "Is the chessboard already set up?" Rachel softly replied, "Lately playing chess with my husband is my only habit. It helps me relax when I feel too overwhelmed." He then suggested, "Let's play a game then," which surprised her a little. "Have you been learning chess recently?" He sighed. "Not very well, but since you like it, I wanted to try a game too. I'll go first, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a chess piece and made his first move, astonishing her even more. "Huh? You just said you weren't good at it," she exclaimed. He replied, a little annoyed, "Don't regret it later." A moment later, Rachel, her face expressionless, said, "You must have thought a lot about Dahlon's matter." Lexit replied without hesitation, "I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about Raven. I've suffered enough." She looked at him. "All right, anyway, you must have found it quite troublesome to come, thank you." His gaze still fixed on the chessboard, he replied, "What's troublesome about coming to play with you?" Rachel Pranya's tone remained normal. "I was very surprised to hear that you were at Duke Eisen's house. That house has been closed for 10 years, and the nobles in the imperial capital were also extremely astonished." He replied indifferently, "I decided to go right in the middle of the national mourning period." She asked again, "Why are you so close to the Duke? You and Duke Eisen weren't acquainted at all, were you?" As he moved a chess piece, he said, "It's true I don't know the Duke. I just knocked on the door following instructions." Rachel was astonished. "Following instructions?" Lexit, his eyes focused on the game, replied, "Yes, I have a very intelligent friend." At this moment, Owen leaned into his ear. "Sir?" He flinched. Well, that person is just normal, not very intelligent, but they are my best friend." Rachel Pranya covered her mouth and chuckled. "I see. I'm very happy to see you have a best friend. I heard you even visited Viscount Furman's house. His Majesty is very pleased about this. How did you know the Viscount was the one who caused those incidents?" She suddenly asked an unexpected question. This made Lexit sweat slightly and stammer in response. It was also thanks to— No, it was because of my friend." She continued, "You two must be very close, since you've only mentioned that one friend so far, haven't you? Can you introduce me?" He gave a forced smile. "No, I don't want you to know that person's face." In her heart, she secretly plotted. He must have saved that strategist. Of course, Lexit wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal the strategist's identity. The closest to Lexit, a new figure has recently appeared.
Breaking free from her thoughts, she smiled. The heir has been chosen again. Hearing this, Lexit exclaimed in surprise, "What?" She looked distressed, supporting her forehead, and said, "His Majesty is very worried. Perhaps that's why he chose an heir." Lexit, now regaining his composure, said, "Because of that, I came here to ask you for a favor." Rachel Pranya is slightly surprised. "Huh? What is it?" Lexit smiled brightly. "I want to marry a girl." Hearing the words he had just uttered left her utterly astonished. "Huh?" He continued casually, "She's a candidate for the heir's position." Rachel couldn't believe her ears and had to ask again. "What?" He added, "Her background is also ordinary." He sighed and recounted, "I wanted to immediately make her a Grand Duchess, but she got angry and said that since we were friends, it was absolutely out of the question. That's why I put her in the position of heir." After hearing this, Rachel understood. So that's how it is. However, his next words made her pause. "But I'm going crazy wanting to marry her. I want to quickly make her my wife. You can help me, can't you?" Rachel said to herself,
If that's the case, the lady and the strategist must be two different people. What kind of person is this strategist after all? She then asked, do you like her that much? He said, embarrassed. This is the first time I felt this way since I was born, and you know I used to hate women, right? He added, full of embarrassment, but this time I really like her. You can give your assessment and thoughts about her, and the Duke can also convince my brother.
After hearing that, Rachel chuckled softly. This Grand Duchess card isn't bad. If you were to marry a powerless lady, at least it could restrain the strategist's actions. So she replied, how could I possibly win against you? This made him very happy. You're really agreeing to help me. Rachel sighed, her tone full of teasing for her younger brother. Of course, my little brother is lovesick and needs my help after all. He joyfully shouted, sis, then quickly ran to embrace her. Thank you so much, which left Rachel utterly helpless. Good heavens, this kid is really something. Lex had smiled and said, I only trust you. She then said, all right, I get it. It's your turn now. Move your piece. Hearing that, he remembered. Oh right, it's my turn. Look, sis. His long hands reached forward. Following his movement, she was astonished. Your pawn has become a queen. He held the queen in his hand and knocked over the king. He glanced at her and asked, this is checkmate, right? But his words seemed to carry another meaning.
She was still foolishly staring at the chessboard. A second later, she burst out laughing, and Lexit also chuckled happily. Rachel then said, it's true you shouldn't have abandoned the knight mid-game. He replied, I told you you'd regret letting it go. Are you upset because you lost to me? You haven't forgotten your promise to help me, have you? Rachel feigned a grimace. What are you thinking? I don't mind losing a game of chess. But then she smiled, agreeing to his promise. Don't worry, I'll help Lex's wish come true. This made him very happy. Thank you. You truly are my sister. Oh, and about this, I'm secretly asking for your help, he whispered, lowering his voice. Seeing his embarrassed and stammering expressions, she silently wondered, Lex can't give up on that girl. Since when did Lex become so loyal and foolish, like a child? That's right. As long as the boy stays like this, it'll be fine. She smiled and said, don't worry too much. He immediately thanked her again. Thank you, sister. But when he got into the carriage, he asked Owen, fabricating false information, removing the ambiguities in Raven's death, arresting Viscount Furman, approaching Duke Eisen, she doesn't think it's our doing, does she? Owen agreed. Of course not, sir. So he said, then she must have also noticed the strategist. This made him very pensive, if that's the case. Suddenly the scene shifted. Lexit's face was now filled with rage, while Owen frantically ran behind him, clumsily trying to appease him. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for the Duchess to think you're an idiot right now? He fumed. Do you want a scolding? Owen immediately explained. It's a compliment. Suddenly Owen's face lit up. He said, Maury is Lady Rosika. Lady Rosika is the heir. The Duchess won't be able to realize they're the same person. No matter what people say, the Archduke's eagerness to marry a low-status girl is just an act of feigned foolishness. Lexit's face was now so angry that veins were popping out. Owen clacked his hands in approval. Truly brilliant. But he disagreed. What are you talking about? It's not an act. It's real.
Leaving Owen utterly dumbfounded? Huh? He repeated, embarrassed. I am truly going to get married. The more Owen heard, the less he believed. What? Only then did he say, even if you hadn't called, I was planning to come to you anyway. I have something I want to ask for your help with, for Rosika. Owen asked, puzzled, what kind of help? He didn't hesitate to reveal his request. For Rosika to become a duchess, I will need help, and you are perfectly capable of that. It's not just a plan, but a certainty. Becoming a Grand Duchess is a good advantage for her. You must be busy running around everywhere now. She will enhance Rosika's reputation in high society, and Rosika will safely advance among the nobility. Owen couldn't believe it, his voice trembling as he asked again, I can't believe it. Who are you? Where is my Grand Duke? This made Lexit furious again. Do you want another scolding? In the gentle evening breeze, after a moment of contemplation, Lexit said, I will become emperor, punish those who killed Raven, and marry the one I love.
Hearing that, Owen burst out laughing and told him, you are truly ambitious. He immediately replied, I have always lived this way. Owen nodded in agreement. That's true. He gazed at Lexit's figure for a long time, then spoke, I will support you. At the mansion, a voice spoke up. You understand everything now, don't you, young lady? In short, that's how things are, Owen said. She clapped her hands in applause. That's brilliant. He crossed his arms and said, I am intelligent after all, she added. It's a pity that action was useless,
but for you to come up with such a plan is already a huge step forward. He replied in surprise. What? Why useless? They must already know everything about the strategist and also about the poisonous snake's deception, she said leisurely. This surprised Lexit. What? Huh? She added. I've already met Poison Spider. Lexit, surprised, pointed at her and said in a panic, In the northern region? But how could that bastard know about me? I've hidden my true face since I was 5 or 6 years old.
She recalled saying, the one who put poison into your body was Poison Spider. Seeing that you could be useful, he directly made the offer when you were close as children. He was startled. What? That poison had a rather strong scent, and although he didn't know exactly what that scent was like, he used it to learn about you. At this moment, Owen spoke up. So Poison Spider knew that the deceased Crown Prince's face-changing trick was thanks to the venomous snake, and also knew that the venomous snake was Rosika. At this moment, she closed her eyes and thought. He also realized that I am the daughter of Duke and Duchess Eisen. Then Owen continued, But Miss Rosika, the Duchess doesn't know who the strategist is. From behind, Lexit also said, He's right, she doesn't know. She's always probing me. Rosika asked, Did she call you here to ask about the strategist? Owen replied, Yes, the Duchess steered the conversation to get information about the strategist. Your Highness has just fallen into a trap. She was surprised. Poison Spider and the Duke's family are on the same side, so they don't know who the strategist is? He replied, Has Poison Spider hidden Miss Rosika's existence from Duke Pranya? She recalled, Speaking of which, targeting Poison Spider's life is difficult, but mine isn't. As Princess Drax, I cannot escape due to my diplomatic position, and my scope of activity is also limited. If Red's spell hits, the order will surely be to assassinate Rosika instead of Lexit. Returning to reality, Owen asked, Is it due to internal division? She replied, Poison Spider has put a lot of effort into trying to kill your Highness. There's no way he would betray Duke Pranya. At this moment, Lexit spoke up. Hey, why think so complicatedly? It's just that he doesn't want to kill you.
She asked, Why does Lexid sound a bit angry when he hears my question? What else could it be? Is it because he has ulterior motives with me? Doesn't that guy like me? Hearing his words, Rosika froze, staring blankly at him. Just then, Owen quickly approached her and happily said, First, I will reinforce the guard soldiers. She also happily replied, That would be wonderful. Seeing the two of them happy, Lexid angrily exclaimed, You two dare to ignore me? Owen spoke up and asked, Why are you suddenly thinking so strangely? Would a cruel person like a poisonous spider not kill someone just because they lack an? Rosika also agreed with him. Exactly, he's not an idiot. Then the two continued their conversation. Or perhaps he couldn't bring himself to harm the young lady, so he plans to bribe her. That makes sense. Standing aside, Lexid gritted his teeth, his face darkened, and he began to get angry.
He crossed his arms, looking sullen, and said, No, this is my super keen intuition. I have a premonition about everyone he's targeting. What premonition are you talking about, Your Highness? Then Rosika came over and told him that even after several concessions, he still harbored ill intentions. A poisonous spider wouldn't let emotions get the better of it. Then Lexid leaned down, looked into her eyes, and said firmly, No, I trust my instincts. Even the intelligent can have their foolish days. This is something I've learned from my experience. Suddenly, Owen walked over, looking sullen, and said, But you're still foolish, aren't you? What experience? Lexid covered his mouth and said in exasperation, Shut up. She could only force a smile. The scene shifts to somewhere else. A voice echoed, Even without being drugged or enchanted, there are many types of magic that can make people foolish. In an old room, the poisonous spider. You know where Lexid is being hidden, don't you? A blond man with one eye scarred looked up and said, Why do you ask? The other person replied, Is there any more convincing reason not to eliminate him immediately? If so, speak quickly. If not, then we need to prioritize killing the strategist immediately. As Delman was speaking, the man suddenly grabbed a knife and lunged, stabbing the wall behind Delman, startling him. He growled, glaring at Delman, and said, I told you not to provoke me. Just kill that bastard and it'll be over. Looking at the knife right beside him, he thought, If I put in the effort to kill Lexit, will I also eliminate the strategist? How could that be? Even the poisonous spider is becoming greedy and choosing a harder path? Just a mere guard? Where did he get such an idea? Delman closed his eyes. Lexit Hetson. Upon reflection, Lexit had obstructed every single matter. The matter of Ernie's 4-year-old daughter was also like that. 18 years ago at Duke Pranya's mansion.
Ernie's daughter was growing up more and more. At that time, I thought I had to quickly move to the central region. Just then, little Lexit gasped. Raven from behind frowned and said, Lex, Duke Prania is busy. Lexit looked back and asked, Busy? Delman from behind forced a laugh and said, Haha, quite busy indeed. It seems the prince really likes that item, doesn't he? I'll give it as a gift. Meanwhile, he thought, Why does this guy absolutely have to come today? Hearing that, Raven happily exclaimed, Oh, wonderful! Quickly thank the Duke. Lexit, holding it, looked puzzled and said, Why should I? They should treat me well, shouldn't they? Thank for what? I really like this. Hearing that, Delman also thought helplessly, That rude brat is really unruly.
Delman, suppressing his internal frustration, still bowed and said, "Then I'll take my leave. I hope to see your highness again later, Prince." "Leave everything behind," Lexit said. Delman let out a confused sound, but Lexit calmly said, "Let's go visit more places. Leave them behind." Raven worriedly said, "Lex, that's too rude. That's a gift the Duke painstakingly prepared." Lexit frowned. "I will exchange it for something more valuable." "Let it go, your highness. You can't do that." Despite the protests, Lexit still growled angrily, threatening them. Delman, sweating, waved his hand. "Rebellious." Then he forced a laugh and said. A moment later, a guard suddenly ran in frantically to report about Lexit. Hearing the situation, Delman widened his eyes in surprise. Delman frantically yelled, "What? That damn scoundrel!" At the location of the carriage, belongings were strewn about in disarray. Delman could only hold his head in worry. From inside the wooden box, I had survived a near-fatal disaster. Rosika, lying inside, was lost in her own thoughts, having thought she had died at the hands of hired assassins. Am I in a box? Then she opened the box and looked outside.
Her eyes widened in surprise as she found herself in a bustling, unfamiliar place. Rosika could only let out a bewildered gasp. The scene then shifted to the two of them strolling in a park. Rosika spoke up. "Thank you for walking with me." Rohan calmly replied, "I take walks regularly. Your ladyship doesn't need to thank me." "You go for walks frequently?" she said. Then she chuckled happily. "Earlier I heard the servants say you stay in your room all day. Do you walk around in your room then?" At this, Rohan could only let out a helpless humph. Rosika then continued with a faint smile. "The air outside is much better, isn't it?" He replied, "It's not bad." Then she asked, "The Duchess and I, are we very similar?" Rohan glanced at her in surprise.
She also looked at him and said, "Roland said so, that I resemble the Duchess very much." At this, Rohan hesitated. Roland is in La Vita." Hearing her answer, he simply said softly, "I see." She worriedly mentioned that his health was not good, and also said she wanted to meet the Duke. In response to that request, the Grand Duke came here today to find him. Rohan closed his eyes tightly and said, "I have no face to meet that person again." Rosika comforted him. "Duke, it's not your fault." But he quickly interrupted her. "No, it is my fault." He reminisced and said, "It's normal for Ernie not to want to see me now. She used to be very happy." Rosika looked up at him and asked, "So Duke, do you live only to bear all the guilt yourself like this?" Rohan simply replied casually, "No, I live because I want to see Ernie again. If I die, she won't be there." Then she turned her back to him and questioned, "How foolish. The Duchess clearly wants to see the Duke again." Then she looked back with a smile. "When I say it like that, it sounds a lot like I'm comforting the Duke, doesn't it? Actually, if she were to meet you again, the Duchess would probably scold you fiercely. But if it were the Duchess, even with regrets in her heart, she would think, 'Ah, so there's still someone waiting for me. I have a place to return to, so I'm not alone.' I would be very happy with those thoughts." Her words were as if Ernie herself was speaking to him. Therefore, the time you have waited was not in vain. At this moment, Rosika asked, "Do you have a picture of the Duchess with you? I'm curious to know just how much I resemble her." After hearing her question, Rohan slowly took off the necklace he was wearing. Inside the necklace was a picture of an incredibly beautiful girl with long pink hair. Seeing the image inside, Rosika couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Oh, I thought it was me." After looking, she asked further, "What kind of person is the Duchess?" He replied gently, "Ernie, she's very kind." At this moment, he recalled that when he was an envoy of the kingdom, he once passed through the imperial capital. The soldiers accompanying his carriage were excessively scolding some children. He just sat in the carriage, not caring, when a woman outside the door loudly scolded him for being heartless and stopped the soldiers. That was his first meeting with Ernie. Ernie spent all the money she had to buy bread for the people, and she bought fruits to give to the sick elderly. At this moment, Rosika's expression turned puzzled. How could a person like the Duchess have given birth to her? Rohan continued. There was a time when Ernie's friend was scammed, and Ernie used all her wedding savings to help her friend. Rosika was astonished. Scammed? She even sought out some guild to help her friend pay off the debt. Afterwards, she laughed and said she had a way to earn money, and the two of them worked on a ship for 2 months, while Rosika, listening, began to worry. He added, "Ernie is very independent, so she definitely wouldn't like me helping her directly. I had a very hard time finding ways to secretly help her." Then he placed his hand on his chest and said gently, "But I truly love that bold personality of Ernie's." At this moment, Rosika hesitated and said, "Duke." He quickly replied. She was tense. This question might be a bit rude, but what if the lady and the Duke's child were still alive? She would surely be very much like Ernie. Both of us wanted a daughter. She forced a smile. "Ah, I see. If she were like the lady, she'd be very kind, wouldn't she?" Rohan replied leisurely, "Of course." At this, Rosika could only give a bitter laugh. He added, "She would share everything with everyone. Ernie's chivalrous demeanor is still very vivid in my memory." Rosika broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "She's not like that at all, father." He said, "Even if I don't understand it, I will love her personality as much as Ernie's." "I told you no, stop it."
she screamed inwardly. Then she spoke in a trembling voice. So what if, contrary to the Duke's thoughts, that daughter is selfish, a heartless swindler? What if she even steals other people's homes? Ah, of course, not stealing from the poor, but from wicked, bad people. Only then did Rohan speak. It doesn't matter what kind of person she grows up to be. She had to grow up in solitude. Not being able to protect one's child is the parent's fault. Rosika seemed to realize something. He continued, no matter what kind of person she becomes, I will still love my daughter. So if my daughter were still alive, I would truly, truly be incredibly happy. A moment later, she returned, opening the door wearily. She sighed. Lex had called out, You went out so enthusiastically. Why are you back in such a gloomy mood? As she walked towards him, she said, Your Highness is isolating yourself. Why are you here? He replied, Now that we've entered phase 2, I should be in your room even more. If you don't want to die, you must focus.
She sat down next to him, letting out a weary sigh. He asked, What's wrong? What did the Duke say? Rosika replied, I heard about the Duchess. She is truly as benevolent as an angel descended to earth. He pointed at her and burst out laughing. Huh, are you two really mother and daughter? How can you be so different? She said dejectedly, That's what I mean. The Duke is also confident that if his daughter were still alive, she would be as good as the Duchess. Oh, I see. Lex had said helplessly, It wouldn't matter if someone like me were by your side, but the Duchess, your Highness, and Sir Raven have all passed away. Everyone was so good, so I'm worried. If the Duchess is rescued safely, can I legitimately claim to be her daughter? When your Highness becomes Emperor, can a criminal like me stand by your side? My remaining conscience might not be enough. Hearing her long speech, he exclaimed, What does that have to do with anything? You didn't deceive everyone, did you?
She slightly opened her sad eyes. Bullies will eventually be punished. Surely there are people indirectly implicated. Count Lasuji ran a human trafficking ring. He was scum, but his wife and children were innocent. The Count committed suicide, and his family was ruined. What would become of his wife and children? Lexid comforted her. It's not your fault. You didn't feel guilty then, but you do now. Lexid added, trying to soothe her remorse. You did the right thing. There's no need to blame yourself anymore. Besides, you've already given up on fraud. At this moment, the image of the gallows flashed through her mind. The gallows. At the same time, a marquis rushed into the room, shouting urgently, Grand Duke, I heard that the hanging will take place tomorrow evening. The Royal Knights will hang Sir Simon Cartel. Both of them listened, their eyes wide with surprise. Outside, at the gallows, a voice questioned, An execution? The investigation isn't even finished yet? Even if there was an investigation, it wouldn't matter. He failed in his duty to protect the Crown Prince. The person responsible for protection naturally bears a grave crime. Returning to the present, Rosika worriedly thought, What a timing, huh? Right when someone is regretting harming innocent people. At this moment, Lex had turned to her and said, Hey, are you blaming yourself again? This has nothing to do with you. She simply replied, I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It's because I asked you to do it. I threatened you to find a way not to be accused. If you wanted to live, you had to find a way, and you were forced to follow my instructions. Rosika slightly bowed her head and bit her lip tightly.
She thought, not from the very beginning, that she hadn't considered there would be innocent sacrifices. She hadn't even thought about anyone getting hurt, because for her, a perfect victory was the most important thing. Then Lexit hastily left, saying, First, I must go to the royal palace to see him. Owen asked to stop him. What do you intend to do? He continued, The Crown Prince actually died on my territory. Sir Simon is innocent. You intend to say that, don't you? The one most enraged by the Crown Prince's death is the Grand Duke. You should be the one wanting to quickly take Simon's life, yet now you're going to beg for the life of a criminal yourself? Please, keep a cool head. Didn't we already account for unavoidable losses at the beginning? Lexid angrily clenched his fist. At this moment he spoke up. Damn it! But still, this time Simon is dying because of me. I can't allow it. Owen reassured him. It's not your fault. The Pernia family is the real criminal who assassinated the Crown Prince. The unjust deaths of the Crown Prince and Sir Simon will surely be avenged, and the wicked will pay the price. Lexid gritted his teeth. Then he put on his coat and walked away. Owen called out in alarm. Grand Duke, he said, we have endured so much suffering to reach this day. Do you intend to make it all for naught? Lexid was so angry he trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, First, I must go to his house. Get out of the way. At this moment, a voice called out to him, Grand Duke. He turned his head back. The one who called him was Rosika, standing there. With a resolute gaze fixed on him, Lexid, slightly flushed, also looked towards her. Rosika thought, This man, he's always been like this.
She recalled she couldn't bear the sight of their blood. It was her nature. A person completely opposite to her, she thought with a smile. At this moment, Lexid spoke up. Rosika, my dear. She quickly replied to him, I'll figure something out. He let out a surprised gasp at her words. Rosika continued, "We can't save Simon without a concrete plan. As Owen said, please don't act on impulse. But can we postpone the execution for a bit?" He lowered his gaze slightly, saying with a self-reproachful expression, "I'm sorry. How foolish of me, always bothering you." Rosika gave a mischievous smile, placing her hands on her hips as she spoke. "Not at all. You've done nothing wrong. You've already hired me, so you should make good use of me to get your money's worth, shouldn't you?" Then, with a determined look in her eyes, she smiled confidently. "Give me time. I'll find a way to get us out of this, no matter what." Lexid was silent for a moment at her words. Then he gently reached out and stroked her head, saying with a gentle smile, "All right, by all means."
In a certain city, down below, many people were gathered as if organizing something. Inside a building, a voice spoke up with papers scattered at his feet. "Sister, I found a home." He stood by the door with his younger siblings. He reassured the person in front of him, "It's not your fault, sister. It's just that I still can't bear it. I know exactly how you earn money, and using that money to live is very painful for me. To be honest, it's a crime." His words cut her like a knife, and she looked as if she was about to cry. Back in the present, a map lay on the table, and she exclaimed, "It's wrong. It's not that they didn't give me a chance to change my mind, right? When my family left home, that was when they wanted me to come to my senses, wasn't it? A mad woman like me deserved to die back then. I understand that in my next life, I would also be born to live as a beggar. Though it's late, I was truly wrong. I will examine myself, even for choosing to be a swindler after being reborn." Rosika, with tears in her eyes, placed both hands on the table and spoke. "First, I will list all the crimes I've committed and try not to make mistakes again. I will find every way to ensure that innocent people are no longer harmed." She told herself this. Then she circled a spot on the map. A moment later, with a cheerful expression, she picked up the map and said, "For the world to have a hero, the country must first fall into peril, right?" Then she remembered something and thought, "No more lives must be lost."
Holding the map in her hand, Rosika softly said, "Who will lead the actively engaged heroes?" A moment later, she seemed to realize something. Then she gently smiled with relief. "Somewhere in a snowy, icy region, Your Majesty, this is Rosika. I am currently in the imperial capital. The reason I am sending this letter from the imperial capital is as follows. Though I may be lacking, I realize that I can be of assistance to Your Highness." Someone with long white hair, blood staining their clothes. She held a bow in her hand, smiling confidently amidst the cold, snowy weather. At the mansion, sunbeams shone into the study where Rosika was diligently writing a letter. As she wrote, she secretly calculated, if this succeeds, it won't be hitting 2 targets with 1 arrow, but 3. However, this plan also has a time limit. It will take 10 days for Sir Farah to receive this letter, and then over a month more to travel here. The national mourning will also end in exactly 1 month. How much more time will Lexid have? She walked thoughtfully towards the window. "This is driving me crazy. Should I make a plan B?" As she thought, she flung open the window. Suddenly, Aiken flew quickly towards her, startling her and making her scream. "Were you sent by Roland?" "Still alive, are we?" she asked it, but it haughtily snatched the piece of paper from her hand. It raised 3 claws to indicate 3 days. With a slightly astonished expression, she asked again, "You can deliver a letter within 3 days?" It nodded proudly. Hearing its confirmation, she quickly turned back into the room. Wait a moment." Then she brought out a full bag of snacks. "Here, snacks. I'm counting on you for everything." Its face lit up when it saw the bag of food, its eyes sparkling as it blinked. After receiving the bag of food, it spread its wings and flew away.
She stood there thoughtfully, watching his retreating figure. "Thank you, Rohan. Now I just need to buy as much time as possible." Just then, the hurried footsteps of a man echoed through the corridor. It was Lexid. He flung open the door, shouting, "Your Majesty!" Robert Van Hexen sat leisurely, chin propped on his hand, watching his actions. Lexid quickly approached him. "Your Majesty, is the investigation complete?" Responding to his urgency, he merely said blandly, "Not yet." He frowned and exclaimed, "Is the second brother the culprit?" Without much thought, he replied, "Unknown."
Lexid gritted his teeth. "I heard you've set up a gallows. The Crown Prince's guard, a public servant, failed his duty, yet he's being treated so leniently?" As he spoke, a murderous aura emanated from him. Robert Van Hexen was somewhat annoyed by now, but still held back, thinking there can be no bloodshed during national mourning. A public execution is enough. Lexid still said angrily, "Are you joking?" At this point, Robert could no longer hold back, springing to his feet and shouting, "Lexid Van Hexen!" Lexid refused to be outdone, shouting back at him, "What?" Robert regained his composure and said, "I am just as furious as you are, but we cannot let personal emotions affect official duties." The royal dignitaries also demanded the death penalty by hanging. Lex had maintained his attitude.
Oh, a bunch of self-righteous people sat around discussing and then agreed that just hanging him would suffice. Then get me the names of all those people, and I'll fire every single one of them on my way out. The emperor angrily shouted. Insolent! Lexit continued, ignoring his words. Your Majesty, Simon Cartel, I will absolutely never let him die peacefully. As he spoke, his fist clenched tightly. Robert Van Hexen quickly regained his composure and reminded him, Stop behaving so rudely. You are of royal blood. Since when have you treated me like royalty? Lexit's voice held a hint of mockery. Everyone in this empire knows how crazy I am. They all are. So what is your Majesty worried about? He smirked, a smile full of hidden meaning, because his older brother was the emperor and thus could do nothing. These hands, the shame of the royal family, will be stained with blood on your behalf. He looked up at the emperor with fierce eyes, the veins on his face bulging with anger. Let me do it. Robert Van Hexen was somewhat astonished. Have you lost your mind? A member of the royal family committing murder during national mourning? Lexit did not flinch, responding boldly. To hell with national mourning. He's already dead anyway. Why delay the work for a whole month? Your Majesty, choose one of two options. I will kill that cartel now, and your Majesty will pretend not to know and let it pass. Or immediately revoke the hanging sentence and let me deal with him right after national mourning ends. I absolutely won't let him have peace. You choose. If you don't like either option, then just keep the gallows full, and the people will witness the royal family acting as public executioners. Hearing Lexit's words, he could only sigh wearily. I understand. I will postpone Simon Caetio's punishment until the evening of the last day of the national mourning. At the same time, at Duke Eisen's mansion, Rosika had arrived. She stood outside the study door and called in. Duke, it's Rosika. Are you in there? He replied from inside. Yes, come in. As she entered the room, she saw him quickly hide something. She thought to herself, it seemed he was about to smoke. She walked closer to him. I apologize for coming to see you so suddenly. I have something to give you. He replied awkwardly. What is it? She took out a tin box containing brown bars, a terrible homemade gift. This gift had magic to cure Roprosin addiction. He was astonished. Did the young lady come to give me a gift? She smiled. Yes, it doesn't harm the body. Gradually your hands won't tremble anymore, and it can help overcome addiction. If I knew the Duke was using forbidden drugs to treat Roprosin addiction, I would be extremely worried about him. Hearing that, he asked, Who is the young lady referring to? She maintained her smile and replied, Ah, Roland, of course. Roland should meet you once before he leaves, shouldn't he? If you're not busy, before I enter the inner city, could we talk for a bit? He listened, curious. What is the young lady going to the inner city for? I need magic stones for changing seals. Her answer astonished him. Ah, I also have some at my private residence. I'll have a servant bring them. Rosika beamed. Oh, really? Then buying from the Duke would be perfect. Please sell them to me. I'll buy them at any price. He smiled gently. I intend to give them to the young lady as a gift. She was a little shocked. Huh? How can you just give them away? He continued. The young lady can just consider it a reciprocation for this gift. She gave a forced smile. Then thank you, Your Grace. The Duke suddenly asked, But what does the young lady need magic stones for? Is there something that needs urgent preservation? She maintained her cheerful expression. No, I'm just curious about their operating principle, so I'm using them for experiments to find a way to counteract them. Her words, once spoken, astonished the Duke. Seeing this, she quickly waved her hand. There's no way to break a seal, is there? Unless one is the person who engraved it. The Duke regained his composure and continued. Normally, that's the case. What kind of seal is the young lady referring to? She said awkwardly. Ah, I have a treasure box brought back from the northern region, but it was sealed by someone else with magic stones. Before she could say more, the Duke immediately interrupted her. Please bring it here. Hearing his words, her face turned to stone. Huh? He continued to repeat his words. Just give it to me. I will open it for the young lady. Hearing him say that made her extremely surprised, so she quickly asked, Huh? That's sealed magic. As she spoke in astonishment, she waved her hands back and forth. If it's not the one who sealed it, it can't be opened. He looked at her and calmly replied, I understand. Hearing him say that, Rosika suddenly froze and fell silent for a moment. Then she quickly covered her mouth with her hand and exclaimed in surprise, Could it be that you can unseal someone else's seal? Rohan Eisen calmly replied, That's right. Hearing him say that, she couldn't help but panic and quickly thought to herself, What, my lockpicking skill turns out to be inherited? After thinking that, she excitedly asked, Please show me how to do it. I want to open it myself. Hearing her say that made him a little stunned and break out in a sweat. Then he quickly explained, Only I can open it. Because I have the bloodline of the Eisenbahop royal family, I can open it. Hearing that, Rosika looked at him with sparkling eyes and excitedly asked, The Eisenbahop royal family can control magic and even open things others have sealed? After saying that, she exclaimed to herself, Perfect. That means I can also unseal things, right? As she continued to think to herself, she stood up and clenched her hands. Then right away, seeing that, Rohan Eisen replied, No, not all of the royal family can open it. Currently, only I can do it. Hearing him say that, she quickly sat down and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" He quickly propped his chin with his hand and thoughtfully replied, Rosika looked at him with eyes full of admiration, covering her mouth with her hand, and asked in awe, "Why is it only the Duke who can do it?" Then she thought to herself, feeling a bit awkward, "I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult position, but I must save my mother." Rowan Eisen, seeing her continuously looking at him, hesitated slightly before explaining, "That is because I am the next in line to the imperial family's throne." Rosika couldn't help but be surprised when she heard him say that, and quickly asked again, "What did you just say? The Prince of Eisen is still alive, isn't he?" He calmly explained, "Since the position cannot be left vacant, my eldest brother is currently reigning. The imperial family does not follow the rule that the eldest child will always be the heir." Hearing this, Rosika curiously asked further, "So what are the criteria for choosing an heir?" As he answered her, Rowan Eisen envisioned shimmering blue crystal blocks based on the imperial family's treasure, Eisen Gator, a national-level treasure that is also a series of magic stones.
Just like Elfir of the Hexen Empire. Upon hearing this, Rosika's face flushed red. She quickly touched the ring on her hand and replied, Seeing her reaction and action, he hesitantly asked, "I heard that the young lady is engaged to the Grand Duke." Rosika, hearing him, shrieked in alarm. "Huh? Who said that?" He asked back, doubtfully, "Isn't that so? The Grand Duke himself said it. He wants to marry so that the lady can become a member of the Druff family." Hearing him say that filled her with indignation. She grabbed Lexid's shirt and inwardly screamed, "This crazy Lexid." Seeing this, he quickly raised his hands in surrender and said with an awkward smile, "Madam, what's wrong?" After her silent thought, Rosika quickly waved her hand, explaining, "No, that's not it. The Grand Duke was just joking." Rahansha Eisen, hearing her, replied in surprise, "Is that so?" He then quickly turned his head to look straight ahead and hesitantly voiced his thoughts. "I'm just giving my opinion, but as a fellow man, I find the Grand Duke to be very—" She repeated his words, puzzled. "Very?" Suddenly, he turned back to look at her and continued awkwardly, "In short, he's not suitable for the young lady at all." Hearing him say that, she felt a little deflated and said, "Oh, you think so? But the Grand Duke isn't violent like the rumors say." Rahansha Eisen smiled at Rosika and asked, "Really?" She blushed, feigned a cough, and said, "That's right." He continued gravely, "In short, after being designated as the heir at the age of 17, I was both waiting for my coronation and serving as a representative of the envoy to the Empire, and that's when I met Ernie." As he spoke, he reminisced about the circumstances of their first meeting. Hearing him say that, Rosika quickly spoke up to comfort him. "You've remained steadfast until now, haven't you? The one who was about to succeed was forced into exile." He continued gravely, "They couldn't kill me. Being chosen as king means being the source of the power that operates the magic stones. The moment I die, all magic stones in this world will lose all their power." Hearing him say that, Rosika was utterly astonished, so she quickly asked, "What?" She suddenly remembered something and frantically cried out, "Ah, Duke!"
Luckily, I am a discreet person, but you should be careful before revealing top-secret information, shouldn't you? If evildoers hear it, your life and the kingdom of Eisen will soon collapse." Hearing her say that, Rohan Eisen quickly crossed his arms, then turned his face away and softly rebuked, "So what if someone knows? Whether Eisen perishes or not, I don't care. On the contrary, I even wish for Eisen to soon fall into ruin." Hearing him say that, Rosika immediately thought to herself, "Indeed, the Eisen royal family intends to kill Duchess Ernie." After thinking, she spoke up, "Duke?" He immediately replied, "Yes." She suddenly stood up again and said in a deep voice, "If only you can open the seal, then we shouldn't hesitate any longer. Duchess Ernie Eisen is still alive." Hearing her say that, Rohan Eisen was extremely astonished, and his eyes widened. Then he hastily asked, "Miss, is that true?" She spoke again, 1 hour. While smiling and raising her index finger in front of Rosika, she happily said, "In exactly 1 hour, you can meet the Duchess." Hearing her say that, he was overjoyed and urged, "Miss, please explain." She quickly replied, "Wait, I have something to do first." On the road, a horse-drawn carriage was slowly moving forward. Lexid was currently sitting inside the carriage with his arms crossed, seemingly engrossed in thought about something, unconsciously clenching his hands tightly. In his mind, Rosika's words were echoing, "Darling, when you return to the inner city, please buy me some invisibility scrolls. Buy all 3 remaining scrolls in the capital, okay? Don't get scammed." After that was the image of her smiling happily at him and coquettishly calling, "Darling, oh darling, darling." Lexid suddenly remembered something, so he blushed and awkwardly said, "Ah, wait, what did she say after that?" "Darling," he chuckled shyly. "Oh, how embarrassing." After saying that, he lightly coughed once and continued to smile foolishly, but he had no idea that several people were watching from a distance.
Sharp blades were ready in their hands. Each of these individuals wore a full black outfit, their faces completely covered, leaving only their eyes visible. But every single one of them exuded a murderous aura, seemingly intent on committing some wicked deed against Lexid Van Hexen. In front of a brightly lit room, someone suddenly burst out laughing. He lay on someone's lap, smiling as he spoke. "The lady's daughter. She must be very happy to meet again, right?"
Uni, whose hands were currently tied, spoke coldly. You have to release me first to meet her. Hearing her words, he sat up and said, I will let the two of you meet. Hearing this, she broke out in a cold sweat, looked at him, and cautiously asked, Really? Hearing her, he let out a slight sigh and replied, The lady's daughter currently hates me very much. Allowing her to meet her deceased mother would surely gain me some favor, wouldn't it? Uni, somewhat puzzled by his words, quickly asked, But how do you know my daughter? He calmly replied, I just met her and got to know her. But then he suddenly smiled and continued, We were separated 10 years ago. I haven't forgotten that face. As he spoke, he recalled the situation back then. A few rude nights had arrived. Everyone was scared and clung to me, crying, but that child just stood silently in one spot. As he spoke, he remembered Rosika's indifferent gaze at the time, as if she already knew clearly that she would be sold. So I intended to continue taking that child with me, but I don't get along with foolish people. Of course, that child wasn't actually foolish. He suddenly lowered his head and said with annoyance, It's truly frustrating. I didn't know back then.
He's so adorable again. The more Ernie listened to him speak, the more confused she felt. He continued, It's fine, just get her back. To clear up her lingering confusion, the woman quickly asked, You already abandoned her, and you think me meeting the girl can solve everything? He suddenly took out a knife and brandished it in front of her, then smiled at the woman and said, Of course it can be solved. I will turn her into my princess consort. Only she can become my princess consort. Hearing him say that, Ernie couldn't help but panic and think, princess consort, kingdom, magic kingdom, Eisenbahorf.
Where did he get the magic stone? Magic stones are very strictly restricted. After thinking to herself, she quickly asked him, Why are you helping the Duke of Prania's family? Hearing her question, he calmly replied, Because I want to make Duchess Prania the Empress. She frowned at him and asked sternly, Not that. What benefit are you getting? What do you plan to do after putting her on the throne? When he heard Ani ask that, he froze, then fell silent, pondering for a moment. Next, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand and chuckled. Then he looked up at the sky and burst out laughing. Seeing his reaction left Ani utterly astonished. Then he quickly stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder, and said with a sly smile, Madam is indeed the mother of the viper. Your thinking is very sharp. Hearing him say that, Ani couldn't help but feel terrified and thought to herself, He's not on Duke Prania's side. From the very beginning, his approach had a different agenda. Perhaps he's using the Prania family. He looked at her and said in a cold voice, Madam, I have something I'm very curious about. As he asked, he glanced at the table next to them, where there were about 6 or 7 sheets of paper with strange-looking drawings. What are these? I've never seen this type of charm before. Hearing that, Ani quickly looked at the table and replied, They are the highest-grade life-threatening charms, very useful. He mumbled in response, Then he used a knife to lift one of the papers and continued to ask, I never asked you to make these. Did you make them for me yourself? You always hated me so much you wanted to kill me, yet you made these for me. At that moment, the paper suddenly fell. Then he coldly continued to ask, Did someone come here? Hearing that, Ani forced a laugh and replied, What are you talking about? Who would know I'm here and come? Without warning, he suddenly turned and stabbed Ani directly with the knife, causing her to cry out in pain. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and threatened, Speak quickly, unless you want to live a life worse than death.
She struggled to suppress the pain, then stubbornly said, There's nothing to say. Her voice suddenly flashed in her mind. Right now, the madam's daughter is the biggest obstacle. Could it be that girl? As she thought this, she recalled the image of a girl with pink hair, her face completely covered by a veil. After thinking this, Ernie coldly spoke, That's right, a girl who is your enemy has arrived. She knows my daughter and said she wants me to remove a curse from her. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but be surprised, so he hastily asked, What? What kind of curse? She coldly replied, A life-binding curse with the caster. Just like your guards, that girl will also die if the one who casts the spell on her dies.
Hearing that, he broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, Huh? Then suddenly recalling the past, he looked at Rosika and asked doubtfully, The reason you're helping a fool like me isn't what I'm thinking, is it? Do you like me? Am I your type? Rosika smiled and replied, That's right. After the memory passed, he quickly let go of Ernie and stood stunned, thinking to himself, Sure enough, the venomous snake couldn't use that reason and stay by Lexit's side. He broke out in a cold sweat, his face darkened, and he yelled, Then he recalled his own words from the past, If you want to live, kill Lexit. Then he remembered his own arrogant demeanor and tone when entrusting the mission to the assassins. The magic potion you just took will kill you as soon as the mission to eliminate Lexit fails. Do you understand what I mean?
There are 10 of you, and he is alone. If even one of you is killed, the other 9 will die along with him. After thinking that, he softly cursed to himself. Ah, damn it. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, accompanied by a loud shout. You all. Pointing to his right, he loudly ordered, quickly kill everyone I sent on the mission. You must eliminate them before they kill Lexit. Seeing Ernie holding a pen and intently drawing something, he quickly asked, What now? What are you drawing now? Hearing him ask that, she suppressed her pain and replied, A destruction spell. That girl asked me to help remove a spell. Meanwhile, he was carefully bandaging the wound he had inflicted on her. He bent down and cautiously asked, As long as Lexit doesn't die, it's fine, right? Hearing him ask that, Ernie quickly glanced over and, a bit confused, asked back, What? So he suddenly did a complete 180, then glared at her and growled loudly, Damn it, as long as the bastard bound by the spell to the venomous snake doesn't die, it's fine, right? Seeing that, she was a bit afraid and quickly replied, That spell is much more dangerous. It controls emotions. Except for the person on whom the spell is cast, anyone who develops feelings for them will die.
Hearing her say that, he couldn't help but tremble and stammeringly asked, How long does it take to draw this? How long? She calmly replied, 2 months. If you don't make me draw other types, 1 month will be enough. In front of him, 2 children, a boy and a girl, ran up and eagerly greeted Lexit Van Hexen, handsome brother, Grand Duke, and sister. Seeing this, he happily replied, Hello, you two. Then he knelt down and with eyes crinkling in a smile said, It's only been a few days since we last met, but you've both gotten quite chubby. That's great. Are you both healthy? Hearing his question, the 2 children replied in unison, Yes, and how about you, sir? Suddenly, a flash of light shot out from the treetop. It turned out this flash of light was a dagger hurtling straight down towards the 3 people. With a thud, blood spurted out and splattered everywhere. The child, seeing the dagger embedded in Lexit Van Hexen's body, was utterly terrified and quickly covered their mouth with her hand. The little girl's face also darkened and tears streamed down. Meanwhile, he, filled with immense fury, growled, These madmen. Then he glared straight at where the dagger had come from and growled a reprimand. To be an assassin and not even know the basics. First, don't reveal your direction of attack. Second, don't leave any evidence. As he continued speaking, Lexit forcefully pulled the dagger out of his body. You must kill the target silently and decisively.
The assassin, hearing him speak, immediately appeared and subtly glanced around. Then he quickly grabbed the little boy, causing the child to scream in fright. Ah! Holding a knife to the boy's throat, the assassin looked at him and threatened loudly, If you want to save this child's life, obediently surrender your own to me. Seeing this, Lexit slowly stood up, took out his knife, and began to threaten him back. You must not have heard the rumors about me yet. Do you think bringing up death can scare me? The assassin, hearing him say that, stared in speechless astonishment. While the assassin was still distracted, Lexit quickly ran over and subdued him. Causing him to fall to the ground, he quickly stepped on him and coldly ordered, Quickly confess why you ambushed me. Saying this, he pressed down hard on him, causing him to scream in pain. Ah! Suddenly, there was a disturbance, forcing him to turn his head to see what was happening. It turned out the remaining assassins had also appeared and were currently threatening civilians with knives. They glared at him menacingly and loudly stated their conditions. If you want to save this woman, surrender your life here. I'm holding 2 of them, damn it. There are children here too. Seeing the extremely dangerous situation, Lexit thought to himself, The magic Lexit once absorbed must affect everyone. I only have 1 resource, so only 1 person can live. After thinking, he quickly dropped his knife and said in a low voice, Look, I have nothing in my hands. Commendable effort from you all. I will spare the one who left the scar and the one I captured.
Understood? Then charge. As he spoke, he beckoned them forward. The assassins, hearing Lexit, quickly ran towards him. While they were full of vigor, suddenly one assassin was ambushed and killed. But before the other assassins could even understand what was happening, they too, one by one, went to meet their ancestors. Lexit, standing opposite, couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. Far away on a certain rooftop, another group of assassins was hiding, using crossbows to eliminate their comrades below. On the ground, near some trees not far away, another group of assassins was concealed, holding throwing knives. Lexit still seemed unable to believe the truth that he and everyone else there were safe, so he remained standing, stunned. After realizing the truth, he clutched his shoulder, knelt down, and said, What the hell is going on? Not long after, at the castle, someone gently reproached, Was the task I asked of you that difficult? Lexit's wound from the earlier assassin attack had now been bandaged, but when he heard Rosika say that, he quickly retorted, It wasn't difficult, I did exactly as you told me. Then he quickly moved to a chair and said to her in a sulky tone, Not only do you not praise me, but you even scold me loudly.
Seeing that, she quickly approached and sat next to him, then softly comforted him. You did well, but why did you let yourself get hurt? I'm scolding you because I'm worried about you. Lexit let out a soft sigh and then complained in a low voice, What's there to worry about? A hole in the shoulder won't kill me, honestly. Hearing that, Rosika blushed in embarrassment and shouted, "Don't get hurt again." He continued, sulking, "I've tried my best not to get hurt. It won't endanger your life. Don't overthink it." Hearing him say that, she quickly spoke up. "Do you think I'm worried because I'm afraid of being implicated?" He was extremely surprised to hear that, so he quickly blurted out, "Huh?" She continued, "How can you be so insensitive? I simply don't want to see you in pain. I'm worried because I'm afraid you'll die." As she continued speaking, Rosika pointed her finger. "If I were only worried about my own life, I would have locked you up and hidden you away, wouldn't I?" Hearing her say that, he immediately laughed teasingly. "Nonsense, how could you imprison me?" Hearing that, she couldn't help but get angry, so she clenched her fists and scolded him. If I want to, I can." Hearing that, he laughed playfully. "Go on, try it. I'll willingly comply."
She retorted angrily, "Don't change the subject to something strange again." Saying this, Rosika suddenly touched Lexid Van Hexen's face, and this sudden action of hers completely surprised him. She blushed, looked at him, and gently said, "It breaks my heart to see you injured." Her mood was also very bad. Hearing her say that left him a little stunned. As she continued to speak worriedly, gently touching his wound, she asked, "You're clearly such a skilled fighter. Why do you keep taking blows?" Hearing this, Lexid quickly took Rosika's hand, blushing shyly as he asked, "Why does my injury pain you?" Hearing this, she quickly pulled her hand away and awkwardly replied, "Don't you know? Or are you just asking?" He calmly replied, "Yes, I'm quite foolish." Hearing him say that, she let out a soft, Then she blushed, looked at him, and said, "Thank you for postponing Sir Simon's execution. Well done. This is your reward." Saying this, she leaned forward and lightly kissed his lips. After kissing him, she continued, "And thank you for helping me buy the invisibility paper. Here's another reward." Saying this, she leaned forward again and kissed him. Seeing this, he quickly reached out and embraced her tightly. Then he softly whispered into her ear, "Don't kiss me anymore. Can we do something more intimate?" Rosika asked back doubtfully, "More intimate?" Lexid continued to coax her, "Don't pretend you don't understand." Hearing that, she immediately replied, "But now there's nothing left to reward." Hearing her say that, he awkwardly stood up and moved to another spot. Seeing that, she covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Then she suddenly spoke up, "There's one more thing I need to ask the Grand Duke for help with." Hearing her say that, Lexid quickly turned around and asked in surprise, "What is it?" Rosika reached for the scroll next to her and replied, "Now I'm going to get the lock. Please come along and help me." Hearing her say that, he softly uttered, "Huh?" She was holding the scroll in her hand at this moment. Then she turned to look at him and smiled, saying, "Let's go save Lady Eisen together." Inside the castle, someone suddenly spoke up, 192 centimeters, 93 kilograms. It turned out to be Lexid, pointing at himself and confidently telling Rohan Eisen, "I am the perfect symbol of a man from ancient times until now, aren't I? You must have heard of the reputation of the Drax Knights, haven't you?" He calmly replied, "What does that have to do with me?" Hearing him say that, he confidently continued to introduce himself. "I'm just talking. The rumors about me are terrible, but actually they're not." He quickly interrupted him. "That's what I'm saying. What do those things have to do with me?"
Lexid was a little stunned to hear Rohan Eisen say that, so he quickly spoke up to explain. "We are about to put all our effort into protecting a woman. If we have to sacrifice our lives, we should at least know each other." Hearing him say that, he quickly clasped his hands together and let out a cold laugh. Seeing this, Rosika quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Let's go quickly. The teleportation scroll will take effect as soon as it's torn. We need to hold hands immediately." With that, she quickly handed the scroll to Rohan Eisen. He took it and immediately opened it, and a yellow light emanated from within the scroll. All three of them now became invisible thanks to the scroll's effect. He suddenly spoke, "My lady." She heard him call and replied, "Yes." He bowed his head and said thoughtfully, "If we can save Ernie safely, I have something I want to ask. My lady, would you be able to answer me?" Rosika held the scroll in her hand and smiled, her eyes crinkling as she looked at him. Then she replied, "Of course."
In front of an entrance with an ascending corridor, shimmering golden lights were hovering. Rosika quickly turned her head to Lexid and whispered softly, "First we need to confirm the number of enemies and their exact location. Until we're sure, hold your breath as much as possible." Hearing her, he continued in a low voice, "The location is in the basement. There's only one person, and it's unclear if they're alive or dead. Perhaps it's the Duchess." But he suddenly remembered something, causing him to pause and ponder for a moment. Then he continued, "There are also a few enemies upstairs, but they're not significant. To be precise, about 10 of them." Hearing this, she asked doubtfully, "Are they all monsters?" He replied, "Half." After their discussion, both quickly moved forward. Soon, Rosika reached Ernie's place of confinement. Then she spoke, "Duchess, I've come to rescue you from here." Seeing her appearance, the Duchess was extremely surprised and quickly exclaimed, "Oh!" With tears welling up and her hand covering her mouth, she stammered to her, "Is that right? Clearly we are—"
Hearing her words, Rosika pondered to herself, those words, could it be? After her thoughts, she said in a low voice, first, we must quickly leave this place, your grace. Rohan Eisen heard her call and quickly materialized. Ernie saw his appearance and couldn't help but say emotionally, Sir, you are. Seeing that she was still bound by chains, he quickly knelt down and said, There's no time, escape safely. He then continued. With that, he quickly exerted force and unlocked her shackles. Rosika saw this and whispered, Duchess, you don't need to think about a separate destination. Just tear the paper with the Duke. Ernie heard her words and couldn't help but say worriedly, What about you, miss? Please come with me. Rosika heard this, quickly waved her hand and smiled. I will follow behind you. Rohan Eisen heard her words and whispered, Hurry and come quickly. She heard him say that and quickly urged, Don't worry, go quickly. Hearing her words, he felt somewhat relieved. Then he quickly tore the scroll, and a beam of light suddenly emanated from within it. Ernie saw this and, startled, quickly interjected, My dear, wait! In a flash, the two merged into the light and disappeared. Rosika saw this and let out a soft sigh of relief. Then she quickly handed the scroll to Lexit, who was standing beside her, and said, All right, your highness, please take this too. Seeing that he didn't reach out to take it, she was a little puzzled and quickly said, What are you doing? Take it quickly. What's wrong? Hurry up. Meanwhile, he remained motionless, frowning as he looked at her. Then he quickly stepped forward, took the scroll, and said, You tear it first. She heard this and quickly asked back, What's important about who tears it first? Lexit heard her question and replied sternly, Seeing how confident you are, I thought there was still another scroll. She heard him say that and exclaimed in surprise, Oh! He quickly held up the scroll and continued sternly, This is the last scroll. Lexit suddenly recalled Rosika's confident demeanor when she tore the scroll. Then he questioned, Did you think I wouldn't count how many scrolls you've used? In his mind, her calm face suddenly appeared as she handed him the last scroll.
She was utterly stunned when she heard him say that. As he continued speaking, he revealed the trickery of the scroll to her. Do you think these tricks can fool me? She looked at him and awkwardly replied, I'm sorry for deceiving you, but you absolutely must escape from here. Hearing her say that, he quickly turned his face away and said resentfully, You go quickly, I'll find my own way out. Seeing this, she quickly said, Don't be so stubborn. He continued resentfully, Don't call me anymore. Hearing him say that, Rosika furiously yelled, Who do you think has a better chance of escaping? He calmly replied, Of course it's me. Hearing that, she was furious and immediately yelled back, What? I'm the one who's right. I've never failed to escape. There are only 10 enemies on this floor, but what if the building is already surrounded by enemies outside? Hearing Rosika say that, Lexit quickly closed his eyes and replied sternly, I will kill all of them. We don't know where we are right now, how strong the enemies are, or how dangerous they are. Knowing they are dangerous, you still want me to leave you alone. Hearing him say that, she stubbornly argued back, From the very start, I came here intending to escape on my own. It was all part of the plan from beginning to end.
Hearing her say that, he raised his voice slightly in reproach. You've already heard all those boring war stories, haven't you? Is your memory really that bad? Lexit pointed at himself and said with a confident smile, Has the commander of the Drax army ever lost a battle? As he spoke, he began to walk away. Tear it up and go. Seeing this, Rosika quickly knelt down and loudly reproached him. Wait, Grand Duke, you fool. In a room where the floor was covered in syrup, Rosika suddenly opened the door and stepped in, her eyes wide with surprise. Because what was before her eyes at that moment was Lexit Van Hexen, sword in hand, single-handedly fighting the surviving assassins. Seeing this, she thought to herself, Truly, even a venomous spider probably couldn't have anticipated this. I've never seen him look so fierce before. After thinking this, she quickly ran out to the balcony and looked down. Then she continued to think to herself after seeing the scene below. In front was the sea with high cliffs, and behind were many soldiers wearing armor and fighting with swords.
After a moment's thought, Rosika quickly spoke to Lexit Van Hexen after he had successfully dealt with all the assassins. It's okay, don't blame yourself. This is nothing. As she spoke, she handed him the scroll. Here, take it. Seeing that he wouldn't take it, she quickly reassured him. Don't worry about me. I told you, I've never run from failure. He suddenly spoke. That cliff face looks very weak, doesn't it? With that, he suddenly leaped straight down, leaving her standing there alone, bewildered. In no time, he had successfully flown straight to the opposite cliff face, while she on this side was still reeling in shock and surprise. Then she looked at him and shouted loudly, Are you really insane? I'm going to throw this over. Catch it quickly. Hearing her, he calmly said, Trust me. Rosika shouted back loudly, Trust what? Don't talk nonsense anymore. Stop right now. Hearing her, Lexit repeated his grievous words once more. Trust me. He looked at her with a resolute gaze and continued, Choose one of two, the scroll you're holding, or jump over here. Hearing him, she asked back with a hint of fear in her voice, Are you trying to drag me into suicide with you or something? Hurry up. He quickly urged loudly, There's no time. No matter which way you choose, I won't let you die. The soldiers in the distance saw the two of them and quickly shouted to each other, Over there, on the cliff, attack quickly. Seeing this, Lexit quickly extended his hand and said reassuringly, I can't leave you alone. I absolutely won't use that scroll and proceed alone. If you trust me, jump quickly. On this side, Rosika couldn't help but be moved by his words and stared at him. Then she slightly bowed her head to hide her blushing face and, with teary eyes, said, "How can a swindler be trusted?" He suddenly called out her name loudly, "Rosika!" Then, in a serious tone, he said, "I like you." Hearing his confession at such a critical moment caught her completely off guard, so she quickly retorted loudly, "At a time like this, you've truly lost your mind." Despite her scolding, he continued his confession, "I like you to death, so even if I have to sacrifice my life, I can't leave you behind. Jump over here quickly." Hearing these sincere words from the bottom of his heart, she couldn't help but feel guilty. Then Rosika suddenly spoke, "Even though I don't believe you, but—" She abruptly paused, thought for a moment, then said, "Forget it." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly climbed onto the railing and got into position, ready to jump. Then she launched herself and jumped across, smiling playfully at Lexit as she did so, and said, "All right, I'll try being crazy just this once." On the opposite side, seeing her jump, he quickly reached out his hand, ready to catch her. Next, he pulled her into a tight embrace and then plunged straight down. As they fell, he used the dagger he had on him to stab into the rock face, creating a handhold and increasing friction. Meanwhile, she tightly shut her eyes in fear and clung to him, not letting go. The way down seemed quite far, so at this moment, the two were still sliding down. Rosika suddenly opened her eyes and looked down. The unbelievable sight before her filled her with horror, and she thought to herself, "This is truly insane." Meanwhile, Lexit was gritting his teeth and frustratedly thinking, "This is truly the most idiotic escape method. Ha! Damn it, it hurts like hell." No sooner had he finished thinking than both of them safely landed. Then he quickly let go of the dagger and grimaced, saying, "Ha! Damn it, that hurts like hell." Seeing him in such pain, she gently chided, "Of course it hurts. Just looking at it makes me ache." Lexit suddenly called her name, Rosika. Then blushing, he asked, "I'm really cool, aren't I?" Rosika heard him ask that, slightly furrowed her brows and retorted, "No, you just look foolish." Hearing her say that made him a little stunned. She quickly looked away and continued, "And very rustic, but I admit it's also kind of cool." Seeing her utterly adorable reaction made him burst out laughing. Then he quickly leaned his face close to hers and playfully asked, "So now's a good time for a kiss, isn't it?" Rosika suddenly chuckled when she heard him say that. Next, she reached out and hugged him, softly replying, "That's right, it is time." Then she gently placed a kiss on his lips as a reward. The two continued to embrace each other and linger. They clung to each other, kissing without parting, seemingly unable to break away. The two suddenly broke apart for a moment and gazed deeply into each other's eyes. She suddenly uttered a playful scolding. "What are you doing, sir? Be a little serious." Lexit gently replied, "Yes, I know." With that, they both started passionately kissing each other again. After their affectionate exchange, they both stopped, panting. Rosika suddenly stepped back, clasped her hands behind her back, and smiled as she asked, "So, shall we continue running away now?" Hearing her question, Lexit couldn't help but feel deflated and stared blankly.
Seeing that, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, then looked at him giggling. After that, she repeated the question, "So, shall we continue running away?" Lexit gently wiped the sweat from his increasingly flushed face, then hesitantly spoke, "Very sweet." Back in the room where the floor was covered with she-do, someone cautiously spoke up. "I arrived as soon as I was alerted, and it was already like this." Seeing this desolate scene, he pondered, thinking to himself, Rosika would never let the foolish Lexit go alone. They must have gone together. Given the situation, they must have lost their trail. He suddenly remembered the room door where Ernie had been imprisoned, which was now completely desolate, and thought to himself, but the venomous snake could not have removed the seal on the chains. If so, they must have brought someone who knows how to remove seals, which is why they needed to bring Lexit as a guard. As he thought, he pictured him holding a sword, protecting that mysterious person. Then he silently made a judgment and began to visualize the appearance of that mysterious person in his mind. Duke Rowan Eisen, it's highly likely that he's the one, isn't it? If Duke Eisen could truly open the seal, he thought. After thinking that, he handed the iron cuff to his subordinate and coldly ordered, "Try to seal this magic stone. Use a part of your body to seal it. Fingers, toes, hair."
He suddenly paused for a moment, then with a cold, sneering voice as if escaping from hell, he continued, "Or even just one eye." The subordinate, hearing him say that, was a little surprised and exclaimed, "Huh?" Seeing this, he said in a low voice, "It's nothing. Could you help me seal it with a handprint?" As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and walked straight towards the mirror in front of him. Next, he held the iron handcuff in his hand and looked into the mirror, pondering for a moment. Then he channeled power into the iron handcuff, and a strange pink pattern appeared on his forehead because of it. The iron handcuff was soon gently opened by him. Seeing this, he picked it up and examined it for a while, then sneered, "Damn it, I didn't know that."
As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a loud shout, then quickly threw the iron handcuffs straight into the mirror, causing it to shatter into many small pieces due to the excessive force. He suddenly stepped forward and gripped the edge of the mirror tightly, then growled and yelled, "Damn it, poisonous serpent, why do you keep making me so angry?" As he spoke, he pressed his hand hard against the broken pieces on the mirror, causing red liquid to continuously flow from his hand. "You are mine. You, by my side, are the most beautiful." As he spoke, he looked at himself in the mirror and imagined an image. One side was Rosika's half-face, the other side was his own half-face. Then he began to laugh maniacally. In front of a castle, someone suddenly called out, "Lady."
What happened? It turned out that Lexid and Rosika had now returned safely. She saw him drenched in sweat and smiled hesitantly, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, I'm too late, aren't I?" After exchanging greetings, she quickly asked, "Duke, how is the Duchess?" Rohan Eisen heard her question and calmly replied, "She cried herself to sleep 2 hours ago, and her mind wasn't stable when she fell asleep." As he continued speaking, he remembered Ernie, who was now sound asleep in the room, with a wound on his shoulder. According to the physician, the wound would heal soon, but his body was quite weak. He would recover with sufficient rest. Hearing Rohan Eisen say that, Rosika couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's a relief then." He suddenly called out to her, "Princess?" She replied in surprise, "Yes?" He looked at her hesitantly and continued seriously, "I have something I want to ask you, Princess." Hearing Rohan Eisen say that, she was a little stunned and stared at him.
She suddenly teared up with emotion and said, "That's right. It's me, father." Hearing her words, he was overjoyed, mixed with a touch of emotion, knowing that she was indeed his daughter. Tears streamed down his face, so he slowly raised his hand and reached straight for Rosika. Then he gently touched her delicate face. Seeing this, Rosika's eyes welled up with tears as she said, "I'm so happy to see you again, father." That evening, at the Eisen mansion, inside one of the mansion's rooms, Ani was now resting. Lexid and Rosika had also entered the room to visit her. She looked at her with sad eyes, thinking with a pang of sorrow, after 20 years of only casting spells, her body has been severely damaged. Even knowing it would be life-threatening, I still asked the madam to cast the spell. Lexid, sitting beside her, saw her worry and quickly took her hand to comfort her. Seeing this, Rosika quickly turned to look at him and smiled gently. He also looked at her with an incredibly affectionate gaze. She suddenly spoke, "Duke?" Hearing her call, Rohan de Eisen immediately replied, "Yes, young lady, please speak." He was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat, bowing his head as he continued, "Slowly now, I haven't quite adapted yet." Hearing him say that, Rosika blushed shyly and smiled as she said, "Ah, yes." Rohan de Eisen continued in a serious tone, "Have you spoken with the madam yet? I know she used to be a sorceress and the eldest daughter of House Prania." Rosika couldn't help but be surprised by his words, so she quickly asked, "How do you know the madam used to be a sorceress?" Hearing her question, he immediately explained, "Ah, not Duke Prania. The Duchess already knew everything the first time she met Ani." Hearing him mention her, Lexid couldn't help but feel astonished and broke out in a sweat. She said she had a best friend. Even though they were best friends, the two of them had to meet in secret. As they continued speaking, Rohan and Eisen pictured the scene, the two still young girls happily holding hands and running around. Perhaps they had already known each other back when Duchess Pernia was a princess. She said that was the only person she could trust. They shared secrets that even I didn't know.
Hearing Rohan de Eisen say this, Rosika immediately looked at Ernie and pondered, thinking to herself, so Mother was the one who first shared the secret of being a mage, and then was betrayed by her closest friend. Meanwhile, Ernie, seemingly caught in a nightmare, looked utterly distraught and was drenched in cold sweat. Now, Duke Prania intends to enthrone Duchess Prania as emperor. Lexid and Rosika were utterly shocked to hear him say that, so they quickly shouted in unison, "What?" He suddenly broke out in a sweat, his eyes wide, and stammered, "Your Highness." Then he pondered, thinking to himself, the Duchess is not someone who would simply follow her husband without any calculations. She has hidden her betrayal of friends for over 20 years, and her rebellious plans until now. As he thought this, he recalled her appearance standing next to Delman Prania, and also the murder of Crown Prince Waven. After thinking this, Lexid suddenly trembled and spoke, "Sister." Seeing his unusual reaction surprised Rohan de Eisen a little. He continued to speak tremblingly, "Grand Duke, I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry." As he spoke, his eyes were wide with panic, sweat poured incessantly from his face, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Having said that, Lexid quickly ran out and slammed the door shut. Seeing him like this, Rosika couldn't help but exclaim to herself, "Ah, I'm going crazy. So Lexid's sister is the final boss." After thinking this, she turned her gaze to Rohan de Eisen, fearing he would be angry about his sister's actions, so she quickly spoke to soothe him. "Duke, if you are angry, please calm down first."
He said. Duchess Prania is a terrible person. However, the Grand Duke has done nothing wrong. He knew his sister had murdered the Crown Prince and had harbored a desire for revenge for a very long time. He looked at her with a sorrowful gaze and said, I know the Grand Duke is innocent. Sir Lexid was the first to uncover the truth. If he hadn't done so, perhaps Ernie, as he continued, he gently touched her hair, would have been imprisoned for life. I am very grateful to the Grand Duke.
I am merely a man who couldn't protect his daughter and wife. How can I blame the Grand Duke? Hearing Rohan Eisen say that, Rosika quickly interjected. The Duke didn't do anything wrong either. Hearing her say that, he continued to blame himself. No, I am truly useless. The gods have given me a chance to atone. I will live each day well so as not to regret any more. And I hope my only daughter will not grieve, will not worry. As he continued to blame himself, he covered his face with his hands, his eyes welling up with tears. Achieving what she wants, doing what she likes, as long as she's happy, that's enough. Don't worry about me, just go. Tell the Grand Duke that I am very grateful. Hearing Rohan Eisen say that, Rosika smiled happily and said, All right, certainly. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly stepped outside and looked for Lexid Van Hexen. Seeing him, she called out, Grand Duke. Then she immediately ran towards him and asked anxiously, Are you all right? Hearing her question, he spoke thoughtfully, Let's go, and then we'll ask why this is. Why did she act so crazily? What was her reason for betraying the innocent Lady Eisen? Lexid suddenly yelled out, Why? Why did you kill Raven? Then he continued, trembling in panic. We have evidence that she planned a rebellion. We can use it to convict her. Seeing him like that, she couldn't help to say worriedly, Grand Duke.
She comforted him with her voice, while tightly holding his hand. Accusations can wait. We have another goal. Do you remember the contract? The goal is to help you become emperor. Hearing her words, he turned his eyes, red and swollen from crying too much, to look at her. There isn't much time left. I understand your feelings, but please try to endure a little longer. Lexid, hearing Rosika's words, hesitated before asking, You don't hate me? Hearing his question, she smiled, her eyes crinkling, and replied, No hate, you haven't done anything wrong. He said in a low voice, You're too kind. If I were you, I would be furious right now. Hearing him say that, Rosika spoke with a hint of playful annoyance. Perhaps, if we were strangers, I might resent you, even you. But what can I do? You are innocent. As she continued to speak her heart, her eyes welled up with tears and her face flushed as she looked at him. And I don't hate you. I like you. It's the first time. You're the first person who has trusted me absolutely. Hearing her words, Lexid couldn't help but be moved, and tears streamed down his face. Then she recalled the moment they first met and thought to herself, he already knew I was a swindler, yet he foolishly chose to trust me. After her silent thought, she smiled and began to tease. If you had met a truly wicked swindler, you would have lost everything by now, perhaps even sold off the entire empire. But don't worry, I'm a very conscientious swindler. I'll take good care of you.
Upon hearing Rosika, Lexid quickly buried his head in her shoulder and chuckled wryly, saying, Honestly, I'm just big, but still a crybaby like a child. Seeing this, she quickly hugged him and whispered, I'm sorry. Hearing her apology, he quickly said, Don't apologize anymore. I already told you that you're not at fault. I know this behavior is very childish. Being demanding is not good. As he spoke, he held her tightly in his arms. But I truly like you. I will do everything you say. I will spend my whole life atoning for the sins you have committed. So please, don't leave me. I truly like you very much. At this moment, Lexid spoke. I felt guilty about meeting the madam, which is why I didn't come. Then he turned to Rosika and asked, And why are you here? I thought you would rush over as soon as the madam woke up. She replied, My mother has woken up. I'm sure she and father have a lot to talk about, which made him momentarily confused. Talk about what?
She stammered as she recounted what her life had been like until now. Upon hearing it, he suddenly understood. Rosika then added, But we can't avoid it forever. I also have something I want to ask. Suddenly, Lexid approached and lifted her up. Hey, what are you doing? He simply said, It has to be done eventually. We might as well do it sooner. She then exclaimed, Let me prepare myself first. What if mother asks about my life? He calmly replied, Just say that I've taken care of you since you were little. However, she disagreed. But that's a lie. I've decided not to lie or deceive anymore from now on. Hearing that, he immediately told her, Then telling the truth is fine too. Are you afraid that after mother knows you're a swindler, she'll shun and despise her own child? She replied sadly in a soft voice, It's possible. He gently advised her, If you're too worried, just tell one lie. If you can't do it, then just tell the truth. She weakly replied, What if after I tell the truth, both of you kick me out? Lexid chuckled softly, Then I'll take you to live with me. Suddenly she giggled, making him suspicious. What's wrong? You think I'm bluffing, don't you? She retorted, No, the Grand Duke doesn't lie. Rosika looked up, asking intently, Are you really going to live with a criminal? He happily replied, As long as it's you, anything is fine. She shyly said, I'll try to think about it. At this moment, with one arm holding her and the other flinging open the room door, he made her extremely flustered. Now, let's go to the madam.
She felt like crying. Ah, Grand Duke. A moment later in Ernie's room, she was peeking her head in, not daring to enter yet. But as soon as she stepped in, Ernie immediately sat up, making her worried. Please don't sit up so quickly. Your body isn't well yet. Please lie back down. Tears welled up in Ernie's eyes. No, my child, you are my daughter. Rosika immediately came closer, worried about her wound. That's right, but please lie down and rest first, because of the shoulder wound. Then she tried to force a smile, a very awkward smile. I'll lie down too. Let's lie down together, okay? Then she lay down beside Ernie. Facing Ernie, who was looking at her with teary eyes, she felt immense pressure. Oh my goodness, mother and daughter recognizing each other for the first time, yet sharing a blanket? At this moment, Ernie reached out her trembling hand. Her tears could not be held back and streamed down her cheeks. I'm sorry, because I wasn't good enough. You had to be so lonely. I was too foolish. But she didn't blame Ernie at all. She took Ernie's hand and gently said, Madam, you are not at fault at all. Please don't say that. Then Ernie asked, How have you been living all this time? This was precisely the hardest question for her to answer. The first question was also the one she least wanted to answer. Ernie recounted with teary eyes. I kept thinking you were living very well under the care of Duke Pranya, foolishly thinking that was good fortune. Seeing Ernie like this, she felt a pang of sadness and thought to herself, should I just lie? After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. She awkwardly recounted. Living alone back then, I realized that one couldn't be too kind or benevolent. Because I had no status, earning money was difficult. I had to do whatever it took to avoid starving. I'm sorry, I deceived others to earn money and even broke into people's homes to steal money. It might not sound like much, but the truth was different. Because I caused many disturbances and was almost executed, I became the Empire's most wanted criminal. Hearing this, Ernie couldn't help but be astonished. What? She then continued to explain that thanks to the Grand Duke's intervention, she managed to save her life.
She was dejected, thinking to herself, Mom will probably hate me, won't she? Stop using exhaustion as an excuse. Once a criminal, the reason doesn't matter. If Mom disowns me, it's just karma. She gently let go of her hand. Memories from the past flooded her mind. I'm sorry, it's because I was incompetent. I taught you the wrong way. It's all my fault. What are you saying, madam? How can it be your fault? I'm the one who did wrong. From now on, I won't do bad things anymore, so... But the other end of the line quickly cut her off. I'm very afraid of the things you do and the people you associate with. Our second child has strived to live without shame and has finally seen the light. I'm sorry, my child. I'm truly sorry. I know I'm being unreasonable with you by saying this, but please do one last thing for me. Let's live separately, as if the other doesn't exist, okay? This left her in the present, with no hope that Ernie would understand. That's right, Rosika. Don't be shocked even if Madam tells you to disappear now. She sat up abruptly, embarrassed, and said, Meeting a daughter with such a messy life must make you very angry. I'm sorry. But the woman asked her, What is your name? I never got to name you. She replied softly, I don't have a name. The Grand Duke named me Rosika. Now that I am a member of the Drax family, I am Rosika. Ernie immediately took her hand. Rosika, I am not a good person. There's probably no one in the world as selfish as me. Because I couldn't leave your father, I sacrificed many things to make myself happy. I wanted your father and you to be able to pretend not to know anything and live happily. I have also killed people. Even though I knew how sorcery was used, I still did it, because my life and my daughter's life were the most important. I have committed many sins, just for my own happiness. Perhaps your choices are also because of me.
Thank you, my child. Thank you for trying to survive until now, no matter what. She choked up. These words might be a bit wrong. If it were anyone else, I'd be furious. But since you're my daughter, I can overlook it. I don't care. Even if people curse and scold me, it doesn't matter. As long as you're alive, I'm completely content. No matter what anyone says, I'm so happy. Her tears streamed down from happiness, from seeing her precious child still alive. Your sins are actually all my fault, so don't blame yourself anymore. The girl also became emotional at her words. Initially, she hadn't hoped for this at all, fearing it would be like in the past. Her eyes also welled up with tears. My child, the mother said again, I will pay for those sins instead of you. I am such a selfish person. Even though I don't know how much time is left, I want to live the rest of my life in happiness with my husband and my child. As for punishment, let it wait until I go to hell. Punishment for harming others, punishment for being selfish and making your father lonely, and punishment for abandoning my daughter alone. Right now, I want to enjoy life. My child, can you live with me? Rosika happily agreed. Of course. Hearing this, the mother thanked her. Thank you, my child. You must stay by my side. This is my lifelong wish.
Being with her husband and daughter, able to laugh joyfully without any worries, her hand gently touched the girl's small cheeks. She softly wiped away the tears that had unconsciously streamed down at some point. Are you willing to forgive this selfish wish of your mother? The girl then replied, Yes. Ernie joyfully said, Then give your mother a hug.
Don't go anywhere else. Stay with your mother. Everything I couldn't do before, I will do for you from now on. I'm sorry I'm late." The girl cautiously asked, "From now on, can I call you mother?" A moment later, while waiting for Rosika's father and mother to arrive for dinner, Lexid suddenly asked, "Can you see me?" The girl sniffled and replied, "Yes." He chuckled delightedly and continued, "It seems like you can't see me." Hearing that, she immediately grabbed his sleeve, then frowned irritably and ordered, "Stop laughing." He gave a faint smile and affirmed, "I'm not laughing." She slightly bowed her head, then unconsciously sighed and explained, "My eyes might be swollen, but I can still see clearly. I already put an ice pack on them before coming here." He smiled dotingly and affirmed, "You still look very beautiful." She pouted and replied, "You're lying." He quickly wrapped his arms around her, then gently kissed her forehead and softly said, "I'm telling the truth." Suddenly being kissed on the forehead by him made her entire face flush red. She quickly covered her cheeks with her hands and asked in embarrassment, "What are you doing?" He chuckled delightedly and explained, "Applying a cold compress with my lips." Hearing that, she irritably tossed her arms and reproachfully asked, "You're driving me crazy. Are you so shameless now?" He calmly replied, "I've always been thick-skinned." Hearing that, she irritably exclaimed, "Honestly?" Suddenly remembering something, Lexid unconsciously broke out in a worried sweat and pleaded, "But hey, Rosika, will you allow me one thing?" She coldly asked back, "What thing?" Raising one finger, he replied with a bit of embarrassment, "You once told me never to kneel before others, but let me kneel just once." She asked curiously, "Huh? Why suddenly?" He quickly lowered his hand and replied in a low voice, "When I meet your parents, I'll probably have to kneel once." She continued to ask curiously, "Why?" He seriously offered an analysis. "Try to put yourself in the Duke's shoes and think. After all, I am the younger brother of an unpleasant enemy, and the first time we met I acted like a thug. It turns out even a fool can become emperor, then capture his daughter, threaten her, and exploit her."
She is also afflicted by a life-threatening curse, and to break it, the Duchess's help is needed. Upon hearing this, Rosika couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to herself, "This matter sounds truly formidable." Lexid continued in a low voice, "That's not all. I want to ask for permission to be by your side." She blushed shyly and interrupted, "Wait, about that." He clutched his head and said fearfully, "If it were me, I'd probably get my head smashed in." She quickly reassured him, "Father isn't like that." He promptly continued, "No, all fathers with daughters are like that, so let me kneel once." Just as he said this, the door opened just the right moment, and the two people walking in were not strangers, but none other than Mrs. Ernie and Mr. Rohan. As soon as he saw Rosika, he quickly nodded and smiled in greeting. Seeing this, she also immediately nodded and smiled back in greeting.
Meanwhile, Lexid rushed headlong in front of them both, then knelt prostrate on the ground and bowed respectfully, greeting them, "Duke Eisen and Duchess, I formally greet you both again. I am Lexin Nan Hexen, the 17th generation royal of Hexen." Seeing this, Rosika immediately cried out in alarm, "Ah, Grand Duke!" He stared in astonishment and asked, "What are you doing?" He suggested in a low voice, "First, you can strike me once. Just put all your strength into your hand." And he urged in a loud voice, "Please stand up immediately. Have you forgotten all the etiquette you were taught? How can royalty just kneel so casually?" Mrs. Ernie suddenly asked with a hint of doubt, "Dear, is this person?" He immediately confirmed, "Yes, this is Grand Duke Lexid Hexen." As soon as she heard him say this, she quickly sat down and took his hand, exclaiming emotionally, "Oh my goodness, Grand Duke!"
"I sincerely thank you very much. I heard you saved my daughter's life." He couldn't help but ask back in confusion, "What? Me? No." Seeing this, he quickly went and sat down next to her, then asked worriedly, "Ernie, what are you doing? You shouldn't act like this when you're not feeling well." He then turned to him and loudly reprimanded him, "Grand Duke, because you're kneeling, Ernie has to kneel too. Stand up immediately." Hearing this, she immediately yelled back at him, "Hey, you've learned manners too. Where did you get the idea to scold royalty so brazenly?" He replied in a low voice, "Well, While Madame Ernie was still engrossed in lecturing her husband Rohan, Lexid unconsciously turned his head and gave Rosika a very smug smile. Seeing this, she immediately thought to herself with an exclamation, "Is this the legendary son-in-law's debut?" Gently helping her stand up, he smiled and asked, "Are you all right, madam?" She replied, "I'm fine, thank you, Grand Duke. I heard my daughter was sentenced to death. How is it now? You helped abolish it, didn't you?" He replied with a crinkled eye smile, "Actually, I didn't help that much. It's because of Rosika's talent for erasing identities that no evidence could be found." She asked back in confusion, "Huh? Talent for erasing identities?" Fearing that everything would be exposed, she immediately raised her hand in a panic and loudly suggested, "You two stop. I'm hungry. Let's eat first." With that, all four quickly moved to the dining table and sat down. Rohan suddenly asked worriedly, "Can you eat by yourself? Let me help. Princess, please move aside a little." Madame Ernie, hearing this, immediately reminded him, fuming, "Honey, she's our daughter. What princess?" He slightly bowed his head and awkwardly explained, I still feel a bit awkward." She continued with a crinkled eye smile, "Father, just take your time getting used to it."
I'll start by calling you father, okay? Would that be all right? His face flushed red and he smiled, replying, of course. Suddenly remembering something, she immediately asked, oh, that's right. The charm you asked me for was to break the bond between you and the Grand Duke, wasn't it? She immediately replied, yes. Hearing her say that, she immediately said, I'll make it right away. Just wait a short while. I don't know if you understand, but it's a dangerous charm. Before destroying that charm, Lexit unexpectedly spoke up, suggesting, Madam, it's fine if you wait until you're fully recovered to do it. Don't worry. Please rest well. She explained with a bit of awkwardness. Oh no, I'll make the charm. He gave a faint smile and continued, Madam, you're worried that I might fall in love with someone other than Rosika, aren't you? The reason for the bonding charm is because you're worried Rosika might make a mistake, but you don't need to worry about me. Madam, I have no feelings for anyone other than Rosika, and she is the only woman who makes my heart stir endlessly throughout my life. Hearing that, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, then exclaimed emotionally, oh my. Thank goodness, then I'll make it quickly. Rosika stammered a bit, suggesting, take your time, I'm not in a hurry. Then Rosika quickly turned her head away and, blushing shyly, said, the reason you don't need to destroy the bonding charm right away is because my feelings for the Grand Duke are the same. Hearing that, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, then emotionally exclaimed, oh. Meanwhile, Mr. Rohan, who was sitting beside them, was so angry that his whole body trembled, and he stared at Lexit without looking away. Seeing that, Rosika immediately called out, Father, I have something I want to ask.
What is the connection between the Eisenbach royal family and the magic stones? Please tell me in detail, Father. First, we need to investigate why they didn't prevent an exile like you from returning to the Empire for so long. Hearing this, Mr. Rohan immediately lowered his voice and continued, even if they are the royal family, they cannot force me. To be frank, they don't want to go against my will, because the Eisen heir possesses immense power. There are two cases where the magic stones lose their power. One is when the heir dies, and the other is when the Eisen heir intentionally breaks the link connecting their power to Eisen. Hearing him say this, she suddenly stood up and asked, bewildered, intentionally? So, if you wish, Father, you can now destroy all the current magic stones? He immediately confirmed, yes. Initially, when Ernie was lost, the royal family was skeptical of me. Hearing this, Lexit crossed her arms and exclaimed, so that's it. You hold the fate of many magic stones in your hands. What was their purpose in taking the lady? He continued in a low voice, my hatred for the royal family remains unchanged.
If I hadn't been so stubborn back then, I wouldn't have been exiled, nor would I have lost Ernie. But no matter what, I wouldn't break the bond, always maintaining the power of the magic stone. Before he could finish his sentence, the young man unexpectedly speculated, oh, for the common good? He quickly clenched his fists and irritably gritted his teeth, saying, it's because I absolutely need that power to find Ernie. The young man, sweating, exclaimed, oh, I thought it was for something more. He angrily declared, I don't care about any common good. The young man cheerfully added, exactly, that's how a man should be. I've truly learned a lot from the Duke. Rosika couldn't help but ask curiously, so how was your becoming the heir decided? He calmly explained, the Eisen family will choose one of the direct bloodline descendants of the heir. Most of the time, upon reaching adulthood, the mark of inheritance will automatically transfer to that person. Wait a moment, he said, then suddenly used his hand to brush her bangs aside. He then gently rubbed her forehead a few times. Seeing a faint blue light suddenly appear on her forehead, the young man gasped in surprise, oh. Seeing this, she asked with a hint of curiosity, what is it? He immediately replied, something's appeared there. As he brushed his own bangs aside, Rohan calmly explained, anyone of Eisenbaum's bloodline will have this mark. Upon seeing the mark on her forehead, she immediately thought to herself, this is the mark of the chosen heir.
Lexit asked with some doubt, but your daughter is already this old, why hasn't the mark fully manifested? He immediately replied, normally they appear at the age of 19. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder, she's already 20, isn't she? Even if the age for receiving the mark varies for each person, isn't it a bit late? He calmly speculated, perhaps Rosika is not the heir. Lexit asked, utterly confused. Besides her, who else would be qualified? Or is Eisen's mark wrong? He calmly shrugged and replied, what's so great about being an heir? If Rosika were the heir, the Grand Duke would have a hard time. He wouldn't be able to live in the Empire. Thinking about it, it's really annoying. Hearing this, Lexit quickly chuckled and replied, haha, that's true, isn't it? Duke Eisen, until the inheritance mark appears, why not just have a second child, and then a third one too, just in case there's no heir? Before Rosika gets her mark, if she had a few more siblings, it would also... Upon hearing this, the Grand Duke's face turned completely red with anger, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Grand Duke! Rosika quickly interjected, what if the heirs haven't appeared yet, and something happens to father? Does the mark transfer to siblings? Pointing to his forehead, he explained, yes, there have been cases where the heir died young, so Eisen chose two heirs, blue blood and red blood. There are always two people in the heir's bloodline. Hearing this, Rosika quickly speculated, so there's another person who can control the magic stone. He immediately confirmed, that's right, The blue bloodline has an ancient origin, so I, as the one with blue blood, can do more things. But the red bloodline also inherits the ancient characteristics, so they can control some of the magic stone's power.
Hearing this, Lexit couldn't help but ask, somewhat incredulously, but isn't it very easy to collapse? Both are competitive and very prone to fighting? He immediately replied, yes, the Eisen family, those who possess blue blood, are currently searching for and imprisoning those with red blood. They worry that something bad might happen to the blue bloodline, and in that event, the red bloodline must inherit. That's why they treat those with red blood like animals, always trying to coerce them. Lexid suddenly lowered his voice and said, no offense to the Duke, but the Eisen family truly... Mr. Rohan casually replied, it's all right, I'm not as crazy as those people. No sooner had he finished speaking than Mrs. Ernie suddenly stood up. This made him ask worriedly, what's wrong? Are you in pain somewhere? Her face suddenly turned pale, and she asked in a trembling voice, so they can switch the source of the two blood colors? To bring those with red blood to power? He broke into a sweat and confirmed, yes, that is a recognized and legitimate method of competition.
But because blue blood has continuously dominated for so long, Rosika suddenly speculated, asking, do they imprison people with red blood so they can't transfer power? He immediately replied, regardless, the transfer will be very difficult later on. Now, within the royal family, red blood also makes up the majority. Just then, Mrs. Ernie suddenly trembled with fear, saying, no, red blood exists in the Empire. I know who it is. He couldn't help but ask in astonishment, what are you saying? She replied in a trembling voice, he once said he would definitely become king. He is, in fact, Poison Spider. Hearing that, Rosika immediately stood up and asked in utter astonishment, what? She hastily explained, Poison Spider didn't help Duke Frenya. He only pretended to help. I always found it strange why Poison Spider would help that family so much. What was the real reason? Poison Spider's goal wasn't to successfully rebel against the Duke's house. In fact, he didn't care about that at all. Hearing this, Mr. Rohan immediately asked, Ernie, have you ever seen an heir with red blood? She replied in a low voice, if someone with red blood is qualified to be king, perhaps Poison Spider will ascend the throne. There's no way the royal family would miss someone with red blood. She unexpectedly suggested, then let's confirm it ourselves. He quickly asked, how? Lexid then asked back, the mark can be confirmed through red blood, can't it? So let's capture Poison Spider and confirm it. Where is he now? She continued in the low voice, how can we catch him? Eiko, Poison Spider's younger brother, is in the Empire. Not long after that, a blond young man suddenly asked in a trembling voice, have I committed some great crime? It turned out this young man was none other than Eiko, Poison Spider's younger brother. Mr. Rohan, bending down, apologized, saying, please excuse me for a moment. Then he reached out and brushed Eiko's bangs aside, revealing a red mark right in the middle of his forehead.
Lexid couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and exclaimed, it's over. But there's no need to worry too much. As long as Duke Eisen protects his position well, is that guy capable of usurping the throne? He immediately confirmed, capable enough. As long as the Emperor of Eisenbahlhof dies, he can inherit the throne. Beneath the palace, there are also relics of Eisenbahlhof. That place is usually closed, but will open when it senses the death of a king. The crown prince must enter the relics to successfully ascend the throne. Within the relics is the true form of Isengard. After receiving the token with the heir seal, only then will the ritual be complete and he can ascend the throne. Rosika asked with a serious tone, similar to Epio of the Empire, have you received the token from Isengard, father? He suddenly broke into a sweat and replied, yes, I have. I had it made into a ring and used to carry it with me. Hearing that, Lex had forced a laugh and asked, used to? What does that mean? Duke Eisen, why are you using the past tense? Glancing at her, he replied in a low voice, I gave it to Ernie. He stammered, asking further, then it must be lost, right? She frowned slightly with concern and replied, Rachel took it, but now, rubbing her forehead, she continued irritably, it's probably with Poison Spider now. Rachel didn't know the importance of that ring. She must have given it to Poison Spider.
From now on, father, don't be so careless with such an important item again. How can a treasure that determines the future of the nation be given away so easily? What if someone loses it then? Father, you're quite the romantic, aren't you? Lexit suddenly put his hands on his hips and laughed, saying, a treasure can be given to the woman you love, you know. I perfectly understand Duke Eisen's position. Realizing he might have gone a bit too far, he cleared his throat and asked, his goal is to defeat Duke Eisen, right? And then become emperor? She calmly replied, that's clearly the case. He slightly furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, if he already has the token, he just needs to destroy Eisenbauen, right? Why waste effort helping the Prania family? She quickly explained, it's not a waste at all. He still needs to open Eisen's relics, you see. And besides, the relics only open when the current emperor dies.
Lexid, upon hearing this, asked with a hint of joy, if that's the case, then we don't need to worry too much. Would Poison Spider really dare to kill the emperor? Rosika immediately emphasized, what's there not to dare? He can kill him. He couldn't help but ask, puzzled, Huh? How? He doesn't possess any extraordinary abilities. She quickly reminded him, have you forgotten, sir? He has raised a rebel army in Prania. As soon as he remembered, he exclaimed in frustration, ah, this is maddening. So that army isn't meant to overthrow the imperial family? She quickly continued, exactly. He will use it to attack Isen first. Prania has been raising the army on behalf of Poison Spider. Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim furiously, damn it, those lunatics! I can't keep up with that Poison Spider's thoughts. She quickly said, it's not just you, sir. No ordinary person can guess his intentions. Seeing her appear quite calm about the matter, he quickly asked, why do you seem so calm? If what you say is true, then big trouble is brewing. She gave a faint smile and replied, it's fine. No matter how reckless he gets, I have him figured out.
Don't worry, both of you. Just wait patiently. Actually, I'm a cleanup expert. At the same time, where Poison Spider was, someone suddenly asked in surprise, did Ernie really escape? I had already figured, if you couldn't get revenge or couldn't successfully stage a rebellion, then you just needed to flee. Why did you act so carelessly and foolishly? Do you think I'm a tail you can cut off whenever you want? Poison Spider, I have a question. What is this box? Seeing this, he sneered and exclaimed, well, you even got my box of belongings. Rachel asked, a little confused, our plan to snatch Ernie failed. Why do you look so calm? He calmly asked back, that's what I'm saying. Why? She quickly reminded him, from the very beginning I said we could retreat at any time. After hearing this, he sneered and asked back, I never intended to get involved in the first place. You took my ring, and now you're using it to threaten me? How do you unlock it? She immediately frowned and reminded him, you must have forgotten, but this is my private residence. Cutting off one of your fingers to remove the seal wouldn't be difficult. Hearing that, he quickly clutched his chest and exclaimed in surprise, how scary, madam. Seeing this, she said with a hint of triumph, it's too late to retreat now. I forgive your mistake. Quickly think of another countermeasure. The ring is with me. I'll give it to you. Quickly open the box. If we can't trust each other anymore, at least we must grasp each other's weaknesses. As he held out both hands, he sneered and said, what to do, madam? Even if you cut off all 10 of my fingers, you wouldn't be able to remove the seal. Rachel asked in astonishment. What? Poison Spider calmly explained. I want to open it too, but the key isn't with me. There's nothing we can do, right? She didn't reply, but instead stared intently at his left eye and thought to herself, left eye. From the very beginning, it was all because of this ring. That item was so important that he could gouge out his own eye to hide it. Then, with a hint of disappointment, she said, I've been too foolish, raising someone who had put a noose around my own neck. Hearing her say that, he quickly offered comfort. Don't say such sorrowful words. I will keep my promise and enthrone you, madam, as the emperor of the empire. She frowned in frustration and said, we've lost Ernie, and she knows a lot of secrets.
Hearing that, he quickly made a proposal, saying that it was useless anyway, and nothing could be done until the madam's belongings were found. Rachel immediately turned around and angrily asked loudly, what exactly do you mean? He calmly replied with a faint smile, Madam doesn't need to know, just focus on revenge and the throne. If only patience was needed, you would have fled long ago, so why help me? Because without me, it would be very difficult. So don't be angry anymore. Let's get to work.
Princess Rosika is with Lexit. Bring her here. She is Ernie's daughter. Hearing him say this, Rachel immediately speculated, just kidnap her and we'll have their weakness. Understood, I'll handle it, he quickly warned in a low voice. Don't reveal any weaknesses, otherwise I'll kill everyone. Rosika must be brought back safely, understood? She unconsciously broke into a sweat and replied worriedly, understood, I'll be careful. And this is useless, I'm returning it to you instead. Now don't make excuses to retreat or act stealthily anymore. Change into proper clothes and go to the largest room on the 3rd floor. You can even take on the identity of a bastard child my husband carelessly fathered in his youth. I will give you a beautiful name. Hearing this, Nyepdok couldn't help but sneer and exclaim, oh indeed, Madam is truly terrifying. How can there be someone as astute as Madam in such a foolish royal family? As she walked, Rachel calmly asked back, only just realizing it now? At this very moment, at the Crown Prince's funeral, the attending guests suddenly gathered together, whispering and discussing. Have you heard the news? Duke Eisen has left his residence and is attending the state funeral with Duke Drax. Could it be that Duke Eisen is following Duke Drax? And after the Crown Prince's death, Duke Drax seems more concerned about his image. Grand Duke Veda's position in the line of succession is shaky, so is he aiming for the Emperor's throne? As if it's that easy to aim for. It's truly difficult when a suitable heir cannot be found immediately. Regardless, we must meet Duke Drax once. Just then, a black-haired knight suddenly opened the door, stepped in, and announced loudly, Grand Duke Lexit Hexen and Duke Drax.
My deepest condolences to Thangwed of the Empire. Duke Rohan the Eisen expresses his deepest condolences to the heir of the Empire. At Lexid's sudden appearance, the crowd gasped in surprise and exclaimed, Really? Oh my God! He paid no mind to their reactions, but hurried forward and sat down beside the coffin of his dearest friend. Then he smiled faintly and said, It's been a long time, hasn't it?
And the veiled woman holding a flower in her hand behind him was none other than Rosika. As soon as he stood up, other guests immediately approached to greet him. Grand Duke, it's a pleasure to meet you. We met once last year at the Imperial Palace. Do you remember, Duke Eisen? It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am... Before this person could finish speaking, they accidentally bumped into Rosika, causing her to startle and cry out, "Ah!" Just as she was about to fall face first to the floor, Lexid quickly came to her aid and caught her, then, along with Rohan, frantically shouted questions. "Are you all right? Damn it, are you okay?"
She quickly stood up and replied with an embarrassed laugh. "Haha, it's fine, don't overreact." Just then, someone suddenly announced loudly, "His Imperial Majesty the Emperor has arrived." Rosika was utterly astonished to hear this, thinking, "His Majesty is here?" Seeing this, Lexid gave a faint smile and asked, "Someone as busy as His Majesty, with 1,000 duties, has time to come directly to the temple?" Mr. Robert quickly thanked him, saying, "I didn't expect the Duke to come all the way here himself. Thank you, Your Grace." He bowed slightly and respectfully said, "As a citizen of the Empire living under the grace of the late king, I feel regretful that I haven't been able to repay it adequately." He calmly continued, "It's all right. I even thought the responsibility entrusted to you was too heavy. Thanks to the Duke, my son didn't have to walk a thorny path. Your presence at the state funeral like this is good enough." He respectfully replied, "This is the right thing for me to do, Your Majesty. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was a very close friend of Grand Duke Lexin. I merely did my best with the responsibility of conveying the message to the Grand Duke. Thank you, Your Majesty, for understanding." Just then, Lexit suddenly sneered. Are you bored, dear? Are you all right?" Rosika immediately replied, "I'm fine." Spreading his arms wide, he said with a faint smile, "Greetings, everyone. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Raven, my apologies, I'm quite late, aren't I?" A long while later, Rosika quickly asked with concern, "Are you tired, father?" Mr. Rohan smiled and replied, "No." She exclaimed with a hint of annoyance, "Those uncles really talk a lot, and it's about time, isn't it? Perhaps. I need to go prepare now." Hearing this, he immediately interjected, "Wait, Rosika, are you planning to proceed with that plan? No matter how I think about it, that plan is too risky. There must be another solution." She quickly sat down and reassured him in a low voice, "Don't worry, father." He replied, choked with emotion, "How can I not? Or let's just abandon it. I don't need those powers. It would be better if we ran away together, you and Ernie, to the north and then to Ronaldo together."
Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel helpless, thinking to herself, "Why do the men around me like to run away so much?" Then she smiled and continued, "This matter is settled. Don't worry, father. I will definitely bring the ring back." He frowned and loudly asserted, "I told you I don't need it." Lexid immediately added, "I agree with father that it's too risky. Just let me go steal it back. That'll be fine." Rohan anxiously pleaded, "Rosika, please." He resolutely suggested, "Let me go." Rosika casually asked back, "Owen and Red are both here. What are you two worried about? Wait, there's a sign of something out there." As she stepped into the room, a certain woman, with a hint of self-reproach, said, "I should have arrived a little later." Seeing that the person who had just spoken was Rachel made Rosika visibly delighted, saying, "Hello, Duchess Rachel Prania." She gave a faint smile and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess. I've heard a lot about you from Lex." She smiled back, "Yes, likewise. It's an honor to meet you, madam." She then continued, "But it seems I've chosen the wrong time. Duke Eisen rarely comes to the Imperial Palace." She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and said, "It's all right. Please make yourself at home, madam. I also have something I need to do." She immediately added, "Going out? Alone? Then be careful. I also have something I want to discuss with you, Princess." She politely replied, "Thank you for your concern, madam. If you'll excuse me." Saying this, she quickly opened the door and stepped out, then hastily closed it.
Seeing that she had left, Rachel quickly took a few steps forward. With a beaming smile, she said, "Lex, it's been a long time since I last saw you, and Duke Eisen too." While Mr. Rohan was utterly disgusted by her nonchalant attitude, Lex calmly placed his hand on the chair he was sitting on, then serenely spoke, "We meet again, sister." At the same time, on a street not far from the previous location, seeing Rosika alone with no one accompanying her, the masked figures immediately rushed out and surrounded her. Then one of the two masked figures quickly covered her mouth with his hand and forcibly took her away. A short while later at Duke Pania's mansion, where Poison Spider was located, as soon as he heard movement outside, he hastily ordered, "Bring her in." Both masked figures heard this and replied, "Yes." One of the two roughly dragged Rosika, loudly demanding, "Hurry up," causing her to cry out in pain. "Ah!" Then she let out a choked sob as one of the two masked figures hastily pulled down her head covering. Right at this moment, Poison Spider slowly stepped forward, holding a rather sharp-looking dagger in his hand, then loudly demanded, "Hey!"
She stopped, then calmly plunged a knife into the masked man who dared to speak loudly to her, making blood spurt out. This caused him to lose quite a bit of blood and shriek loudly, "Ah!" Trembling all over from the pain, he left, groaning, "So painful! Ah!" Seeing this, his accomplice quickly asked, "Are you okay?" Poisonous Spider couldn't be bothered to care about his injuries. Instead, she glared angrily and loudly scolded, "I told you all to treat them gently, didn't I? A bunch of good-for-nothings."
As soon as the two masked men closed the door and left, Rosika's whole body suddenly trembled. Then she suddenly let out a sound. Afterwards, both crying and laughing, she asked, why stab such obedient subordinates instead of rewarding them? He replied with a faint smile. They hurt you, didn't they? She calmly smiled and exclaimed, it was a bit heavy-handed indeed.
It's been a while, and you've become much more handsome, haven't you? But where's my father's ring? He asked curiously. Did father send you? She let out a soft sigh and replied, No, he even said it wasn't necessary. He said he wanted to abandon the throne and just live with mother. But how can that be? It's too wasteful. Your tastes are still as noble as before, aren't they? Shall we play a game? Winning against you is probably still very difficult. Hearing that, he gave a faint smile and reminded her, It's too late. She replied indifferently, I know. He sneered and asked back, Know what? She calmly replied, The army is being trained at Duke Prania's estate. Those troops are not meant to rebel against the imperial royal family. Their goal is to attack Eisenball. You will do everything to kill the king there. As soon as she finished speaking, he unexpectedly burst out laughing, then happily exclaimed, You truly are my only mistake. I should have controlled you more closely. She indifferently asserted, Not a mistake. Even if you had taken me with you then, I would have still stabbed you in the back. As he took something out of his pocket, holding a poison ring, he asked back, Is that so? How about this? Can you open this? I will give it to you. In return, become my empress. Rosika slightly frowned and asked back, Huh? Clearly you are someone who carries the bloodline to inherit the throne, so why suddenly bring up the matter of an empress? He didn't answer immediately, but gently opened the box in his hand, revealing the ring she was looking for inside. Then he quickly closed the box and calmly replied, I don't care about succession. If you want it, take it. I just want to have you. Us being together is enough, because having you by my side is the most beautiful thing.
I had originally thought about killing the Blue Bloods, but I won't do it anymore. I'll leave your parents in peace. The throne, your parents, that's all I can give you, so don't be stressed. I'll even give you the empire. After all, it's only a matter of time before the imperial family there collapses. Be the emperor, okay? Rosika slightly furrowed her brows and spoke in a serious tone. Your gift is truly grand. Do you really intend to erase Eisen from this world? He calmly suggested, not bad as a wedding gift, right? She coldly stated, I understand. You're mistaken about one thing. He curiously asked back, What is it? She immediately replied, Honestly, you're just like the person who likes me. He couldn't help but ask with a hint of doubt, Haven't you understood anything until now? She irritably asked back, Are you an idiot? Do you feel nothing when you look at me? You've seen Lexid and me together, yet you still don't realize? Talking about feelings here is truly a joke. Since we both know our situation, don't play dumb. He immediately continued, There's no need to act anymore. You're not helping him because you like him. Something big almost happened. I once sent assassins to kill him. That time I was too careless.
Tell your mother to quickly prepare the antidote for the charm. After dispelling it, kill him. She refused in a low voice. There is no need for that. Hearing that, he immediately widened his eyes in surprise and asked again, What? She replied indifferently, There is no need for an antidote, because besides him, I don't like anyone else, and I never will. I already told you, my type is those kinds of fools. Hearing that, Poisonous Spider immediately gnashed his teeth and threatened, Don't lie anymore, I'll get angry. If you provoke my anger, nothing good will come of it. She calmly retorted, You can assume it to lie if you wish. I don't even know the answer myself. What exactly did I do to get stuck like this? Hearing that, he immediately shouted angrily, Shut up. Rosika calmly voiced her thoughts. Just as you said, once you get angry, things will turn out very badly. Knowing that, it would be better to just tell a white lie to get it over with. Why bother telling my true feelings just to provoke you? But honestly, I really like She hadn't even finished speaking when he suddenly reached out and covered her mouth, causing her to startle and let out a muffled, Then he immediately growled reproachfully, I told you to shut up, didn't I? Why are you so stubborn? She groaned in pain. It hurts so much. Then, taking advantage of his inattention, she knocked over his chess pieces. Then she happily smiled brightly and said, Ta-da! I got them!
Seeing Rosika struggling to force open the box, Poison Spider quickly asked, Are you going to ask your father to open it for you? She immediately replied, If I can't open it here, it's useless. As long as the box is far away, you can summon it. Can I steal one of your fingers? Upon hearing that, he leaned back in surprise and asked again, What? Unfortunately, not everyone can get this key. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Is there anything in this world I can't steal? As he took off his blindfold, he gave a faint smile and asked back, How can you take something that doesn't exist? She quickly stood up, looked around and said, Let's see, then it's plan B.
He suddenly scoffed. I can hear your brain working all the way over here. She immediately spoke up and asked, so can I leave now? You won't just let me go like this, will you? Suddenly, at this moment, a guard's voice shouted, don't go in there. Hearing that, she unexpectedly sighed and muttered, this madman, honestly. The guard from earlier continued to warn loudly, even the Grand Duke cannot do that. Call the soldiers and contact His Majesty immediately. Lexit immediately kicked open the door and burst in, then loudly reprimanded, I told you I'd handle it. Despite his somewhat unexpected appearance, Poison Spider showed no surprise at all. On the contrary, he was very calm, as if he had anticipated it beforehand. Immediately following Lexit's appearance came the somewhat hurried arrival of Delmar, Rachel's husband. He quickly turned his head and asked with a sneer, you said the lady wasn't here, didn't you? Rosika smiled brightly and asked, how did you know to come? Sorry for not giving notice. Duke Pernia arranged for me to meet my old friend, and we were so happy to see each other that we came together.
Before she could even finish her sentence, he immediately grabbed her hand and pulled it behind him. Then, glaring, he demanded loudly, lower your eyes, you bastard! Poison Spider replied politely with a smile. Greetings, Grand Duke. He snapped, skip the pleasantries. Then he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this guy is crazier than I thought. Mr. Delman loudly suggested, Grand Duke, please don't cause any more trouble. She suddenly spoke up, Duke, you are being disrespectful to the Grand Duke. He retorted irritably, how can you suddenly barge into a private residence like this? She feigned a sigh and said, perhaps it's a good thing, we should call for reinforcements. Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder to himself suspiciously, her calm demeanor is completely different from earlier. Could she have intentionally allowed herself to be captured? Then he hastily explained, it seems there's been some misunderstanding. He sneered and retorted, what, a misunderstanding? That's ridiculous. When I asked if the princess was here, what did you say? You insisted she wasn't. She suddenly spoke up, requesting, all right, thank you for your understanding. See you later, Duke. A moment later, Lexit suddenly asked, are you angry? Rosika immediately replied, no. Hearing this, Owen crossed his arms and asserted, she's definitely angry. Don't you know, or are you stupid for asking? Are you an idiot? Red bowed slightly and exclaimed, the princess is truly forgiving. Lexit hastily explained, at first I really didn't intend to go, but Duke Eisen was too worried. She immediately affirmed, I already said I'm fine, I'm not angry. Owen quickly hypothesized, what if Duke Prania really calls for soldiers? Who would believe that someone kidnapped would look so unharmed? Or did the two of you cooperate to set a trap for Duke Prania, then counterattack? He immediately crossed his arms and replied, fuming, Duke Eisen won't allow it.
Red naively commented, Grand Duke, you don't live with your father-in-law your whole life, just listen to your wife. Hearing that, he chuckled and continued, what you said makes sense, but I've committed too many sins already. She suddenly spoke up to remind them, what nonsense are you two talking about? Be quiet so I can concentrate. As soon as she finished speaking, the ring was also finished being crafted. Seeing this, she picked up the ring and blew on it a few times. Then she happily said, ta-da! Seeing this, Red couldn't help but marvel. Wow, Princess, you even have a jewelry crafting certificate? Owen proudly confirmed, of course, I also have a farming certificate. Lexit asked, utterly confused, why suddenly make a ring? Self-sufficient? You don't need to bother making it, you can just buy one. She immediately continued, Father's ring, it looks like this. Owen asked, a little doubtfully, is it the ring you couldn't get earlier? She replied with a slight smile, yes, I knew I couldn't steal it in that situation, so I tried to remember its shape. He asked again, amazed, you made it just by looking at it once, an exact replica? She replied with a beaming smile, yes.
Looking up information in his notebook, Owen read aloud. 4 years ago, there was a family named Ratchin in the imperial capital. They owned immense wealth and were discovered to be dealing in counterfeit goods. Lexit asked curiously, so what? He replied, they were originally a family that dealt in genuine goods. They accepted precious artifacts from struggling families as collateral at low prices, then sold them off at exorbitant prices. During the downfall of the Ratchin family, a gemstone named Mermaid's Tear was put up for sale. Mermaid's Tear was a gemstone of national treasure caliber that needed to be preserved. The imperial family paid Ratchin $3 billion to buy back that stone, but in reality, it was a fake. It was for the crime of selling counterfeit goods to the imperial family that they were annihilated.
The one who sold the fake mermaid's tear to the royal family, that would be the princess, wouldn't it? Rosika calmly confirmed, yes, that was me. Hearing that, Lexit broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed in shock, what? You have so many talents, why do you keep wasting them on committing crimes? She indifferently asked back, you already know everything, don't you? Do you regret it? He immediately affirmed, I don't regret it. She indifferently suggested, if you do, then say it. Take back even your words about wanting to live with me. Hearing that, he couldn't help but question, feeling a pang of resentment. Why are you saying that in such a sorrowful tone? Have I ever acted as if I disliked you? She calmly explained, it's not a matter of trust. It's just that you might reconsider later. If so, don't hesitate. Feel free to do so. He angrily shouted, cutting her off, stop it right now. Owen, seeing this, couldn't help but wonder, did I say something wrong? Then with a curious twinkle in his eye, he asked, that fake gem, how much did the princess sell it for? She calmly replied, that was 4 years ago. I don't remember.
He quickly opened his notebook and read aloud. With that money, the young lady bought back the iridescent ruby, the pirate's messenger bird, and Potnon's blue sapphire. Is that right? Those were treasures that the Rachon family had bought cheaply, and then the princess returned them to struggling families. Rumors spread throughout the imperial capital, seeking the noble person who would return the family heirlooms to the various families. She quickly looked away, then awkwardly explained, I'm not that kind. It must have been someone else. Owen excitedly continued reading. That kind person even infiltrated homes and returned the family heirlooms. Rosika slightly frowned and asked curiously, what exactly is written in that notebook? He immediately replied, all of the princess's operational history. I filtered out the main points, including notes on your wrongdoings. She gave a slight forced smile and asked reproachfully, so many things to do, yet you're still so free, aren't you? So in total, how many wrongdoings do I have? Owen asked with a hint of delight, does the princess really want to hear? She quickly turned her head to look in another direction and replied, no, I'll accumulate more good deeds and then listen to them all at once. Hearing that, he immediately praised her. That's truly a wise choice.
Noticing her suddenly staring intently at the ring on her hand, he quickly asked, what do you need that ring for? To exchange it for the real ring of the poison spider? She replied with a triumphant smile, it's a secret. Annoyed, he asked back, what the hell kind of secret? She didn't answer but turned to ask him, Owen, has the autobiography been published yet? He promptly replied, yes, when will it be officially released to the Empire? She mused and added, in about a week. It won't be long now. Lexid is about to ascend the throne as emperor. A moment later, as he opened the door and stepped out, Owen asked, Grand Duke, you knew Princess Rosika was a criminal, yet you brought her back. Why does it sometimes make one feel self-reproach? Lexid asked back indifferently, is that so? Perhaps I was too frustrated, so I spoke without thinking. Hearing that, Owen asked with a hint of worry, what are you frustrated about? You are innocent and no longer have to suffer, and you've received all the help you need. He hastily denied, it's not that. Then, with a sudden sigh, he continued, Duchess Eisen is very concerned about this matter. A moment later, in Mrs. Ernie's room, Lexid gravely reported, the Countess has asked me. She wants to know all the crimes related to Rosika. Madam, regarding the matter of charms, if you wish to know. She immediately cut in, I already know. Hearing this, the lady quickly offered, you don't need to say anything more. I will make the medicine to destroy it as quickly as possible. He asked back bewildered, huh? The lady quickly frowned and quietly proposed, I will prepare the medicine very quickly, so could you bury all the sins my daughter has ever committed? I hope Rosika can let go of the past and live peacefully in the Empire. Sweating with concern, he reassured her, Madam, please don't worry. The lady continued to propose, if that's still not enough, I will atone for Rosika's sins. Grand Duke, could you help me? As soon as Lex had finished recounting, Owen immediately exclaimed in praise, the lady is truly, there are rarely people like her in the world. How should I put it? She's so honest that she's never littered in her entire life. He continued a little helplessly, she would even clean up trash if she saw it. I spent half a day preventing the lady from going to prison in her place. Hearing this, Owen couldn't help but say admiringly, a paragon of virtue like the lady wants to take the blame instead? She said she could live like a slave, as long as Rosika is happy. And then he suddenly found himself imagining the image of an angelic mother and a sinful child, Madame Ernie and Rosika. Seeing Lexid about to leave, Owen quickly asked, where are you going, sir? He replied, to the Duchess. Hearing this, Owen broke out in a cold sweat and anxiously asked, are you going to tell her about Princess Rosika selling fake gemstones? He immediately denied it. No, I'm not crazy. Rosika has returned safely. I'm just going to inform the Duchess so she won't worry. A moment later, in the Duchess's room, Mrs. Ernie, holding a knife, asked with a dark, trembling face, what do you mean by that, sir? Lex had calmly asked back, hasn't Duke Eisen told you yet? She trembled and continued to ask, to Duke Pranya's house? Who? Rosika? He quickly reassured her, please calm down, Duchess. Rosika has returned safely. Duke Eisen was also very worried, so I went and brought her back. Hearing this, she immediately teared up and choked out, my Grand Duke said he would atone for our daughter's sins. Why did you let Rosika go? He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Duchess. I was thoughtless and didn't inform you beforehand. Please calm down first. Just then, Mr. Rohan walked in and was utterly astonished to see the two of them struggling with each other. With a sharp dagger in hand, he immediately asked loudly, Grand Duke, Ernie, what in the world are you two doing? Lex had quickly explained, it's just a misunderstanding. He quickly snatched the knife away and loudly reprimanded, misunderstanding or not, what if you accidentally stabbed Ernie holding a knife like that?
She hastily explained, darling, that knife is mine, and where's Rosika now? Glancing sideways at him, he reproached, you're telling me this now? What a lot of fuss. He broke out in a sweat and replied in a low voice, the Duke should have told the truth from the beginning. Right at this moment, she suddenly snatched the knife, causing him to ask with great concern, what are you doing? Give me the knife. It's very dangerous. She frowned and replied loudly, this is my knife. I want to hold it. He asked loudly and fearfully,
What do you intend to do holding a knife in broad daylight? Why aren't you answering me? What exactly are you? Suddenly he grabbed her wrist, causing her to panic and hastily exclaimed to stop him. Wait! Knowing beforehand that he would be furious upon seeing the numerous wounds on her wrist, he quickly began to explain. Duke Eisen, don't misunderstand. Perhaps during the spellcasting, the lady needed blood. Unexpectedly, before he could finish explaining, she covered his mouth with her hand.
Seeing that, he couldn't help but be surprised and thought to himself, could it be that Duke Eisen doesn't know the principles of charm creation? Just at this moment, Rosika opened the door and walked in, cheerfully calling out, Father, Father, could you take a look at this ring for me? Is there anything strange about it? What happened? As soon as she saw her, the mother rushed over and with tears welling up in her eyes, asked, Are you hurt anywhere? Why did you do something so reckless? I was held captive by the Piranha family for 20 years. I know best how cruel and wicked they are. Why did you go there? She replied flustered, No, did Father tell you? Then smiling, she explained, So Mother didn't know earlier. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. The mother choked up and reproached, Is that important now? Those people are targeting you now. How could you be so careless? Don't you think of me at all? Mr. Rohan added in a low voice, Rosika is back safely. Don't worry anymore. Explain this. What are these wounds on your body? When did you cut your hand? But never mind. It's my fault for not being able to save you sooner, my dear. She quickly went to him, took his hand, and explained, It's not like that. He asked, tears welling up in his eyes, full of reproach. You're free now, so why are you still doing this?
While Rosika stood silently to the side, Lexid quickly spoke up to explain on the lady's behalf. Duke Eisen, you've misunderstood. The lady did so for a reason. To create an antidote for a spell, the blood of its creator is required. Medicinal herbs alone are not enough. Not to mention, if the most potent antidotes are made, the creator's life could be affected. The lady quickly affirmed, My dear, I'm fine. I've never made the most potent kind, so don't worry. I'm not doing anything dangerous now. I'm truly fine. Seeing many spell drawings on the table, the Duke couldn't help but ask with a pained heart, Is this truly necessary? Rosika looked at Lexid and asked with a forced smile, It's not necessary. We don't have to do it, right? The lady quickly promised, Just this last one. I promise this will be the very last. The Duke frowned in confusion and asked, What exactly is the reason? Rosika, you already know what your mother is doing, don't you? And yet you still say it's necessary? Lex had suddenly called out loudly, Duke Eisen, then unexpectedly knelt down. Then he honestly confessed, This spell is so that I can capture Rosika whenever she tries to run away. Rosika cried out in fear, ordering, Grand Duke, stop it. Mrs. Ernie immediately added, Sir, please don't say any more. Lex had continued to explain, At first, because I needed Rosika, I used a binding spell. I admit the truth that I took advantage of her. Hearing this, Rosika quickly defended him. Father, there's actually more to it, and the Grand Duke didn't know at the time. Hearing Rosika say this, Lexid immediately took all the blame upon himself. It's all my fault. I wasn't clear, but I still used it. The reason the lady needs to break it is because this spell links lives together.
I am someone who always risks my life during wartime, so if I die, Rosika will also be in danger. Hearing this, he couldn't help but tremble with anger and asked with a cold laugh, Why do you act so thoughtlessly? He immediately apologized. I apologize, Your Grace, but that's not all. It's not just the risk of war. If Rosika meets another man, she could also die. Hearing him say that, he furiously shouted, Grand Duke! He quickly bowed his head in admission of guilt. Please forgive me. He angrily yelled, scolding him. What? You've done something that endangers my daughter's life and you still have the nerve to ask for forgiveness? He quickly looked up and loudly declared, You don't need to forgive me right now. I will spend my entire life protecting Rosika. He furiously glared and shouted, Stop talking nonsense. He suggested in a low voice, Your Grace's anger cannot be appeased right now. I will wait until you calm down. He furiously shouted back, How can I calm down? Right now, I don't even want to look at the Grand Duke's face. He firmly asserted, I cannot live without Rosika. He angrily shouted, ordering, Shut up, you're shameless and heartless. Just then, she suddenly called out loudly, Father, Father, you don't know how I've lived until now. Mother never told you. Madame Ernie, sweating with worry, suggested, Rosika, wait until your father's anger subsides. She didn't beat around the bush, but spoke directly and frankly. Even if Mother didn't say anything, Father must have realized it. I know you pretended not to know and avoided it. I apologize for not being able to live as righteously as you. I am a criminal. Madame Ernie scolded, hoping she wouldn't say things that would anger her father further. Rosika! Lexid also spoke up. That's enough.
But despite everyone's words, she didn't stop, continuing to reveal what she had kept hidden in her heart for so long. Tears welled up then. I'm not an ordinary criminal. I've committed fraud, theft, and identity forgery. Rosika extended her hand, stating firmly, I even forged gemstones to sell for money. Mrs. Ernie and Mr. Eisen were astonished, unable to believe it. He tremblingly uttered 2 words, questioning her. Forged? She nodded, frankly admitting, Yes, so many I can't count. So many crimes that could lead to the death penalty. Rosika's tears began to flow as she continued. Whether it's a charm or anything else, as long as I can save my life, what other choice do I have?
All of it was my decision for my own life. She then glanced at the man in her arms, her eyes filled with happiness. I want to help the Grand Duke instead of facing punishment. That's also the meaning of this promise. Lexit was panicked, not expecting her to blurt out these things. His mind was in turmoil. Rosika, that charm? Immediately, she irritably slapped him several times across the face to stop him from speaking nonsense in front of her parents, making Duke Lexit cry out, "Ah!" Seeing his trembling, flushed cheeks, Rosika bowed her head apologetically to the two adults. "I know you're ashamed of me, but I just want to live." She tremblingly pleaded with her parents. "Please, don't be angry anymore. I've tried so hard until this moment. I'm exhausted."
The atmosphere in the room became extremely tense. 6 days after sending the message, Aiken returned. Rosika stepped out onto the balcony to greet him. "You've worked hard." It was a letter packed with words, summarizing one main point. "I am rushing to my beloved princess. Just wait 12 days and I will make the empire lively. My love, wait for me." Inside the room, Rosika and Owen clapped their hands joyfully and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, that's wonderful." As soon as she saw him return, she brought the letter to show him. "Grand Duke, look at this." But her enthusiastic greeting was met by an exhausted Lexit, utterly devoid of energy. "What?"
The moment Rosika saw him, she knew why he was there. She asked, exasperated, "Are you here for my father again?" He replied with a weary sigh, "Duke Eisen won't open the door." She comforted Duke Lexit. "Don't go again. I told you to let time heal the wounds." The Duke sighed dejectedly, expressing what was troubling him. "I'm fine, but the Duke and Duchess are avoiding each other." Rosika, who knew Duchess Ernie well, explained to him, "My mother is intentionally not appearing to be the antidote." Owen, overhearing their conversation, suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He scratched his head, eager to do something helpful. "Excuse me, should I go and kneel before the Duke?" Lexit, in his sorrow, didn't even acknowledge the butler. "It's not your fault." Owen scratched his head nervously. "But it's true that I investigated too thoroughly." Duke Lexit sank into thought, muttering to himself in self-reproach. "I was the one who exploited and forced her. I made her accept the charm, and I'm also her younger brother." He covered his face, crying. "It was all my mistake from the beginning, but thanks to that charm, I met you." Rosika stood beside him, smiling to comfort him. "Indeed, if you hadn't met, you would be dead." She added, "Fenya's rebellion was successful, and Mother is still imprisoned." She wholeheartedly comforted the Duke. "You did great." Lexit was still sullen and heartbroken, blaming himself. "No, it is my fault." Owen, also showing concern, interjected gravely. "Next time, just call me, and I'll go apologize to the Duke with you. Perhaps kneeling together will be more effective." He sighed, refusing the butler's offer. It was then that he noticed the letter. "What is this?" Duke Lexit started to rage, clutching the paper tightly and yelling. "What the hell is this? Love, you say? Have you gone completely mad?" Rosika's eyes widened in exasperation as she watched the furious man beside her, thinking, he's going to start grumbling again. She resorted to her age-old trick that never failed to appease him. She planted a quick kiss on his cheek right as he was fuming. "My Prince Lexit, you are the best." The Duke's face flushed crimson, and he still looked furious, scolding her, but his words were much gentler than before. "What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Rosika didn't reply, just clung to his arm, acting coyly.
She replied with a smile. "I've already extended the time by about a month. If I fail, the plan won't be completed, will it?" Meanwhile, Owen, wide-eyed, witnessed everything and began to chuckle mischievously. "You got angry because a letter got a kiss on the cheek. Now, if I cause trouble, will I get a kiss?" Duke Lexit became even angrier than before, with flames of fury surrounding him, wanting to give the brat a good beating. "What the hell are you talking about? Do you want a beating?" Butler Owen immediately cowered in fear and pleaded, "Just kidding." Now he got straight to the main point. "Lady Rosika, how many soldiers have been prepared for Sir Simon after all? The prospect of the empire being invaded is truly dangerous." She said sternly to the butler, raising a finger to express her intention. "It's not entirely for Sir Sim. It's 1 arrow, 3 targets." Rosika presented an idea she had cherished for a long time. If there's a war, summon Sir Simon, who is currently imprisoned. Then Sir Simon becomes a national hero, and Prince Lexit, participating in the war, also gains merit. All of this had been planned by her in advance, followed by relief troops to prevent the invasion, the Levita army. Lexit couldn't understand this intention. What reason does Levita have to help the empire after all? The butler was surprised and replied, "A strong relationship with Drax." Rosika acknowledged the butler's superior observational skills, openly delighted. Exactly, Sir Simon, the Grand Duke, and Levita. But there was one reason Owen couldn't understand. Princess Farah, no, Levita IV. Why would she agree to help? As I recall, she and the Grand Duke don't particularly like each other. Rosika crossed her arms and gave a mysterious smile. Clearly, the King of Levita also sees the benefits of this chess game.
Even if killed in battle, still determined not to retreat. The autobiography about Lexit, famous throughout the Empire, authored by Lexit Van Hexen, edited by Roshan Brown.
In the imperial capital Hexenbaum, everyone was discussing that Lexid autobiography, particularly the segment where Delta and Lepsilon were easily intercepted, a part that still sent shivers down one's spine even after reading it 3 times. Everyone had to own a copy for themselves. Who said the Grand Duke was so talented and perfect? The other person nodded. Does that sound reasonable? Can he really win 100 battles out of 100? One person nudged the other with an elbow and said sarcastically, "Who was it that called the Grand Duke stupid and brutal the other day?" The other person shook their head, denying it vehemently. "Who knows? It wasn't me." From behind, a young man in a red hat called out to them, "Hey guys!"
"Long time no see," Lothian waved hello, though it was actually Rosian. She walked over and said to the men, her hand still rummaging in her pocket, "Are you also reading Sir Lexit's autobiography? I was just about to give a copy." The man in the hat laughed loudly. "Of course we are. Everyone's reading it these days." The other person replied, "But it's a bit of a shame. The people of the imperial capital don't know how hard he fought in the north." The man in the hat hugged the autobiography tightly in his hands and nodded. "He won so many times. Why hasn't His Majesty held a ceremony to honor him even once?" The man in the hat then recounted a recent event that had shaken the entire imperial capital. "Last time I witnessed it, a group of fierce assassins came to abduct someone in the middle of the street." Lothian, whom Rosika was impersonating, put on a surprised expression and asked, "Really? What happened next?" The Grand Duke helped drive them away. He immediately stepped forward to protect the hostage. The man standing next to him also interjected, praising Lexit profusely. "Ah, if it weren't for the Grand Duke, the people of the north would still be living in misery." The man in the hat also nodded in agreement. "Yes, the north is too harsh. I hear there are kidnappings every day there." Hearing their discussion about him, she was overjoyed. Everything was going exactly as she had planned. "Exactly. I'll probably stay in the imperial capital my whole life. There's no better place." Rosika nodded and murmured, "Yes, very safe," when a knight in armor rushed over breathless. His face was drenched in sweat as he fearfully shouted to everyone, "People of the imperial capital, attention! The imperial army has declared a state of emergency war." Everyone by the roadside trembled and looked at each other in confusion. "War? War here? Really?" The knight continued to announce the serious situation unfolding in Hexenbaum. "Currently, Hesina Level 1 will be implemented. During this time, movement between cities is strictly prohibited, and citizens must immediately move to evacuation zones."
The people were startled, unable to believe their ears. The knight, too, trembled, his face pale, standing before them. Then he teared up and shouted, "Everyone, hurry up! War is coming!" A desperate cry echoed through the crowd. "War is truly coming! War has really broken out!" People on the street began to run chaotically towards the refugee area. Some stood frozen for a moment, unable to fully process the information. Is there really war in the imperial capital? The knight's shout still rang out. The allied forces of the 5 small kingdoms in the far north of the continent are invading the city of Ripla by sea. The man from earlier, horrified, widened his eyes. "Ripla is right next to us, isn't it? No way!" Lothian stood nearby, glancing away and muttering, "It's entirely possible. The Empire isn't always peaceful." Suddenly the man turned to Lothian and asked, "Wait, the Empire is currently protected by Grand Duke Lexit, isn't it?" The man was trying to calm himself. "With someone who has an undefeated record here, we'll be fine, won't we?" The man in the hat also nodded, hoping for a small wish. "Yes, he will help us." She smiled faintly, full of mystery. She shook her head, extinguishing their hopes. "Not necessarily. To be safe, everyone should look out for themselves." The 2 men sighed, looking at each other. She quickly helped an old woman, then pointed towards the knights and instructed them, "Move quickly to take shelter as ordered by the soldiers." Before leaving, Lothian waved goodbye to the 2 men. "See you guys when the war ends." She and the old woman blended into the stream of people fleeing for shelter. The 2 men also realized the danger of war and hastily joined the crowd heading for shelter.
Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was particularly heated. The Emirates suddenly attacked the Empire. The dukes, seated at the council table with the king, devised the most reasonable plan. I am also investigating why the Emirates are converging on this area. The kingdoms, all individualistic, have now joined forces. Red flags have been hoisted everywhere, but the battle has not yet begun. After dropping anchor in Ripla, they are preparing their army. It seems they are aware of the Empire's situation and combat strength. The Pelkan army is equally barbaric. The Duke is assessing the situation. I predict they will reduce the waste of manpower and converge on the Empire's center.
His Majesty clutched his head in worry. If this were before, as soon as the ship docked, they would recklessly rush into riots. But Duke Lexid shook his head. He offered his opinion. They wouldn't act so rashly anymore. He even sat in the conference chair, playing with a Rubik's Cube, then smiled mysteriously. Using the same attack method repeatedly and always failing, no matter how foolish one is, there comes a time to realize and change. His Majesty Robert Van Hexen, with disheveled hair, presented his view. First, all nobles should recruit soldiers, and I will mobilize reinforcements. But Lexid immediately dismissed that idea. If the minor kingdoms unite, their troop numbers will be double that of the Empire. Choosing soldiers who don't know how to fight is like throwing eggs at a rock.
He frowned, glancing at Duke Lexit, then continued. Reinforcements will arrive as quickly as possible. The Imperial Army will immediately depart for Ripla. Suddenly, the trembling knight stood up. Your Majesty, the Commander-in-Chief of the army. His Majesty frowned, looking over. The Commander-in-Chief, of course, is... Suddenly he froze, his face darkening as if remembering that the familiar name could not be uttered here. His Majesty Robert also glanced at the trembling knight, equally stunned. The Duke, sitting opposite Lexit, began in a trembling voice. For over 10 years, Sir Drax has confronted the minor kingdoms. He is perfectly capable of assuming the position of Commander-in-Chief, isn't he? But immediately an opposing opinion was voiced. That cannot be done. Marquis Pranya angrily shouted, expressing his viewpoint through the long-standing Hexen rules. If Commander Simon cannot lead the army, then Sir Carlos should rightfully be promoted to Commander-in-Chief. It must follow military regulations. Remon, standing nearby, frowned and questioned. Marquis Pranya, in such an urgent situation, are you still talking about rules? His Majesty's opinion also leaned more towards Remon. He nodded in agreement. I agree with Marquis Remon. Having Sir Drax command the army is the most reasonable choice. Having said that, he turned to look at the prince, Lexit Van Hexen. The prince remained silent, continuing to play with the Rubik's Cube. His Majesty commanded, as the Emperor with supreme authority, I order you to become the temporary Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army.
Urgently deploy the army to Ripla at once. He smiled mysteriously. Then Lexit scowled and grumbled. I don't like it. Why should I do it? His Majesty Robert Van Hexen looked at him in surprise as he stood up and even refused his request. What? Lexit, with a grumpy expression, retorted to His Majesty, Why on earth should I rush headlong into death? Prince Lexit gripped the Rubik's Cube tightly, then raised an eyebrow full of anger and hatred. Do you think I'll go wherever you tell me just because you give an order? Do you think I'll do whatever you tell me? Do you think I'm the kind of person who just follows orders blindly? If the Empire is at war, Your Majesty should know how to handle it yourself. The marquises sitting at the council table also started to feel uncomfortable when they heard Lexit angrily express his feelings. I only came to see Raven off, and suddenly you're dragging people to the battlefield? Do you people even have a conscience? His Majesty was astonished by the prince's sudden outburst. He trembled, gritting his teeth, and asked again, Lexit, do you know you are defying a supreme order? He sighed wearily, then shrugged with disgust. Have I ever obediently listened to you? I don't even listen to Father's words. Robert Van Hexen yelled furiously. The country is in danger, and you're so indifferent? In the face of such threats, Lexit still couldn't stop his insolent mouth. I am not your property. Don't think that just because you're king, you can order me around as you please. He stepped forward and gripped the king's shoulders tightly, saying softly, There are only 2 people in this world who can sway me. One is Raven. Lexit smiled slyly. If Raven asked for my help, I might even throw myself into battle. What a pity.
The prince's laughter grew, as did his contempt. That person, shunned by the entire empire, if still alive, would surely come to me for help. After uttering a lengthy statement, Prince Hexen, having no further business at the council table, turned and announced his departure. The marquises all anxiously and furtively looked at His Majesty with a shared plea. Your Majesty, please make a wise choice. There is no other way. Prince Lexit subtly smiled, as if having achieved his goal. His Majesty, too, had been pushed to the brink, grinding his teeth in anger. If one truly thinks of Raven, then one should strive for the glory of saving the nation. His intentions having gone in the right direction, he then smiled broadly. Though I utterly despise people who brazenly exploit their own kind like you, Lexit chuckled loudly, I will go for Raven. The marquises pondered, each letting out a sigh as if a burden had been lifted. But Lexit's intentions weren't finished there. But everyone needs to understand one thing. The prince fiddled with a cube in his hand, then frowned seriously and said, War is not a child's game. He then turned to criticize the marquises at the council table. For those who only know the comfort of warm blankets and soft beds at home, who have never seen what a real battlefield is like, I will explain in detail. The Rubik's Cube, now restored to its original form, he slammed it onto the table, angry with them. My army's record of 100 victories in 100 battles against the North was not mere luck. Recalling those arduous years, Lexit's hatred grew for those who only stayed at home spouting nonsense. The Drax army fought for half their lives, enduring the harsh cold of the North.
The direction of the battle was clear, all thanks to a strategy optimized for every situation. The arrogant prince frowned at all the people sitting there. The Empire, a coastal city, an army that has never seen battle? This is suicide, Your Majesty. The Marquis stroked his beard and asked back, So what do we do now? As if an arrow had hit its mark, Lexit pretended to ponder. There is a way. It requires someone who has dedicated their entire life to the Imperial Army, working until this very moment. Lexit smiled mysteriously. He knows the surrounding terrain of the continent thoroughly, the person who once accompanied me to draw all the battle formations. That person still lives in Hatario, Simon Cartel. Everyone looked at him in horror, but Lexit's words were convincing. I know releasing a prisoner is wrong, but the urgent situation demands a drastic solution. Prince Lexit used the war to challenge their resolve.
Everyone sitting there understood that now was not the time to be rigid, right?
The prince, with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, voiced his thoughts, a desperate man on the verge of execution, ripe for exploitation. He solemnly extended his hand, concluding his performance. Let him pay for his sins. Lexid yelled, as if commanding the king, Your Majesty, release Simon Cartel. I will take him and destroy everything. At the imperial prison, Lexid's wish to meet Simon had been granted by His Majesty. Accompanying the prince was a prison guard, who also instructed Lexid, Please maintain a safe distance and follow me. Prince Lexid walked behind, secretly smiling, his eyes happily watching the prison guard. Suddenly, he placed a kiss on their cheek. The prison guard's cheeks flushed, and even their hat couldn't hide the pink hair falling down. What are you doing? He smiled and asked her, Did I do well? Rosika, in disguise, tilted her hat slightly and scolded him, You're driving me crazy. After that, she unreservedly jumped onto him, expressing her delight. Yes, Your Highness, you did very well. Prince Lexid also embraced her, demanding, Then reward me. Their faces close together, Rosika playfully chided, You already rewarded yourself just now, didn't you? Then he pushed her against a corner wall, and they passionately exchanged fervent kisses. The two paid no attention to their surroundings, greedily consuming each other until Rosika held breathless. She finally pushed him away to stop him. Enough, there's no more time. Lexid regretfully licked his lips, the sweetness still lingering. Rosika smiled, then put her hat back on, cheerfully teasing the prince. Now we don't have to worry about Your Highness being poisoned anymore. No need to train your endurance either. He stiffened. He immediately put on a weak, heartbroken facade to continue his act for her. Cough. Actually, when I kissed you, I felt a lot of pain. I was just pretending to be strong earlier. Rosika didn't even glance at him once. Don't even think about playing tricks.
Just focus on the mission. She placed a key in his hand and diligently pointed the way. Sir Simon's room is this way. The two parted ways at the turn. Rosika glanced back, smiled goodbye, and said, I'm off as well. She walked to a strange prison cell. Inside, the Duke frowned, looking at the person at the door. Why are you coming at this hour? Grand Duke Ride Van Hexen, who was currently considered the suspect. Outside, Rosika, in disguise, heard a prison guard announce, The real culprit behind the Crown Prince's murder has been identified. He gasped in horror. What? He shouted, rushing to the door to hear the latest information. Who is it? Who, after all, is the animal who dared to kill the Crown Prince? She frowned, holding out a stack of papers, and calmly said, It's your sister, Duchess Rachel Pranya. Red couldn't believe his eyes. He strained, forcing himself up to look at the stack of papers she brought. That can't be, he exclaimed. How is Rachel now? She smirked, a deep, knowing smile on her face, and replied to the imprisoned man, She's fine. This evidence has not yet been revealed to everyone. Only I know what has been investigated so far.
Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Rosika continued to follow the predetermined path. Unfortunately, Your Grace is about to be led to the gallows. Ride was stunned, his eyes wide. What did you say? The lady had used every means to conceal the truth. Now, the most suitable person to be offered as a scapegoat is you. He was horrified by what Rosika had just said. Why me? She sighed softly, flipping through several pages of evidence before continuing. You'll just have to bear the injustice. The reality of your punishment is even more brutal than the war out there. The Grand Duke looked at the soldier outside, his face trembling with despair. Who are you? How did you get hold of that evidence? She shrugged, fabricating a piece of information that would make Ride shiver upon hearing it. I work under Lady Rachel. He nodded, muttering, I see. You've harbored the intention to betray Rachel for a long time. Rosika clearly stated her viewpoint to him. Seeing the Crown Prince brutally murdered like that, how could I turn a blind eye? The Grand Duke greatly admired this resolve, praising her continuously. Very good. The Crown Prince would surely be pleased to know of your decision. Rosika returned to the main point of the story. She feigned a sigh of admiration. After being exonerated, Your Grace will become emperor, won't you? Oh, in that case, it's better to let Your Grace go to the gallows. He angrily gripped the bars and shouted, Damn it, what exactly do you want? Seeing Ride trembling, she voiced her inner concerns. I wish for the empire to develop powerfully. If Your Grace ascends the throne, can you achieve that? She sneered contemptuously. Your Grace is not suitable for that position. Rosika looked at the stack of papers in her hand and continued. In my opinion, it's best for the youngest prince to ascend the throne. Crown Prince Loram, who has passed away, also wished for Lexid to succeed him.
But Ride disagreed. He replied hastily, But Lexid has never cared for the throne. He's not suited to be emperor. Rosika burst out laughing at his certainty, mocking him. Is that so? Are you so sure? The choice is Lexid's after all. His face immediately grew serious and filled with anger, and he growled, This is no joke. The most capable person must sit on the Empire's highest position. She leaned her head closer, looking at Ride challengingly. You mean yourself, then? Hearing this, the Grand Duke softened his tone. I still have many shortcomings, but at least I'm better than Lexid, he pressed on. You said you wanted the Empire to be strong, didn't you? Rosika then revealed a piece of information that made Ride's eyes widen. The one who secretly and discreetly investigated the Crown Prince's death was Lexit. Rosika sternly rebuked the man who had been thrown into prison. You sent your youngest sibling to the harsh borders, then lived a life of luxury in the Empire, only to be harmed by your cunning sister to the point of facing the gallows. The one who tirelessly sought ways to provide aid everywhere was Lexit Hexen.
She continued, "It's not just that. War is raging, and the Empire is under attack from the minor kingdoms." Rosika then mentioned another knight who was also present. "You know Commander Simon of the Knights is in prison, don't you? Your youngest brother once again marched to the battlefield, risking his life to fight and protect the Empire." She angrily threw all the papers into the air, frowned and asked, "The Crown Prince is dead, the Empire is faltering, and with war breaking out, what have you accomplished?" Rosika angrily ground a piece of paper under her foot and asked, "You couldn't even detect Pranya's treasonous plot. The destiny of a useless person who doesn't fight evil like yourself can only be death on the scaffold." The man trembled as she continued, "Do you want to live? If you want to avoid punishment, promise to relinquish the imperial throne." Rosika proposed a one-for-one deal, "Then I will exonerate you." Grand Duke Ride trembled, his hands clenched tightly on his knees. "Is that the only option?" "Promise." The cornered Grand Duke had no choice but to agree. "All right, I promise." Deep down, he was smirking and calculating. A promise made with words costs nothing.
Rosika, ever shrewd, was still one step ahead, having already discerned the man's intentions. "I don't trust people that easily." She began to pull out a magic bracelet, making the Grand Duke tremble. "What is that?" Rosika urged him to repeat it, then put the bracelet on his wrist to activate it. "Repeat the oath clearly with this bracelet." Seeing his astonishment, Rosika even provided a prompt for the Grand Duke to follow. "I, Ride Van Hexen, am not involved in the Crown Prince's death. I bear no resentment towards the Crown Prince, and I do not aim for the imperial throne." Ride trembled, not expecting her to be so resourceful. "I swear to Elpio that my words are true and that I am innocent. If found innocent, I willingly relinquish my position as heir." "Done." Rosika clapped her hands, smiling. Ride had no choice but to turn and advise her. "If Lexit ascends the throne, you will never see the Empire prosper." Rosika retorted, "Then once you're in your grave, why would that matter anymore? Compared to the Empire's future, you should worry about yourself first." A dazzling light shone from outside, and the Grand Duke accepted her terms. "I swear." Torches lit up the dark corridor. Simon slumped against the wall, his head bowed, when someone approached.
Prince Lexit stood before him. Simon silently looked up, then he bowed his head, blaming himself. "I couldn't protect the Crown Prince. I offer my life to atone for my failure. Please forgive me, Grand Duke." He sat down and used a key to unlock the shackles. "You and I, let's each bear half the burden. Only then can we properly face Raven after death." Having said that, he suddenly announced grim news. The Hexen Empire has entered a level 1 war. Simon rubbed his wrists and unexpectedly shouted, "What?" Lexit paid no attention to his astonished words and immediately ordered, "As the temporary commander-in-chief of the Empire, I hereby release the prisoner, Smoon Cattell." His face was filled with bewilderment. Lexit turned and walked away, a smile appearing on his face. "Let's go out. It's time for battle." In the coastal city of Bipla, suddenly a question rang out. "We have to block them here, right?" Simon looked at Lexit and replied, "That's right. This is Ripla's first line of defense. To prevent the enemy from flooding into the Empire, we must start blocking them from here." He looked out at the distant sea and replied, "I've already sent troops to the second line of defense." He didn't object. "We must hold the second line of defense firmly. The Drax army is capable, but their numbers are few." Simon also gave instructions in case of an unexpected event. "If the first line shows signs of being annihilated, we must stop the enemy's advance to minimize damage. I will rearrange the left and right battle formations to divide the enemy forces." Prince Lexit suddenly patted his shoulder in a comforting and encouraging gesture. "All right, relax your shoulders a bit." Simon looked at him. "Huh?" Simon then repeated the Crown Prince's words. "Raven already said it. I will pacify the North, and with you, the Empire will be at peace." His face seemed to be trying to suppress his emotions. Simon bowed his head again, giving a bitter smile. "Compared to the Grand Duke, I am deeply ashamed of my limited abilities."
Lexit immediately denied, recalling his childhood. "No, Raven is very good at reading people. In my opinion, only your grace can manage the entire Imperial army. No one has surpassed you." He sighed. "That praise is too much for a sinner. Your grace had better retract it." But he continued, "We are both the same. Neither of us could protect Raven." Simon paused for a moment. But very quickly, the prince smiled again. "Instead, let us together protect the country that Raven loved." Simon seemed determined, nodding in agreement to the proposal. "Very well, I pledge my life to draw." He outlined the upcoming plan. "Once the formation is set, we will attack first, giving the enemy no time to strategize." Lexit looked at him. "Understood.
But why are you still standing here? Go to the rear and deploy the strategy. Simon, however, refused. No, even if I die, I must successfully defend. Your Grace, please move to the second line. A look of worry appeared on his face. When Lex had turned away and replied, I never said you had to die in close combat. It's been that way from the start. But Simon remained very confident in himself, firmly replying to the prince, Consider me the Grand Duke's strategy. I will fight with all my might. Lexid, hearing this, agreed and supported. As soon as we deploy, try to kill as many enemies as possible. Arkan flew over and handed him a letter. Lexid took the letter and read it. His face filled with indignation. Then he suddenly yelled in anger, simultaneously clutching the letter tightly. Damn it! Startling both Simon and the bird. He angrily shouted, Hey, you said to attack first, didn't you? Deploy immediately. Simon, startled, replied with a trembling voice. Yes, I'm going right now. This side is ready. Let's fight a proper battle. Oh, and one more thing. The princess has agreed to grant me a wish. Between the Grand Duke and me, whoever eliminates more enemies will be rewarded with a kiss. Do your best, because I'm going to win no matter what. Lex had laughed maniacally. Today, I'll cut you all down.
On the coast, people were buzzing with anxious chatter, worry etched on every face. The Empire is attacking first, led by Commander Lexit Hexen, and our first squad has already been wiped out. One person cursed. Damn it! How much longer do we have to wait? The other immediately retorted. Just fight! What are we waiting for? That crazy woman? A voice interrupted him. Hey guys, my apologies. I'm a bit late, aren't I? Farah stood on the boat, cheerfully waving at them. Someone urged loudly, Hurry up! Those guys up front are all getting their throats slit. Only then did she slowly draw her bowstring. My apologies. The person who had just been eager to charge said, Let's see, where is Lexit Hexen hiding? If you hit Lexit, I'll share all the spoils with you. Sound appealing? Farah's smile suddenly turned sinister. She released the bowstring. Really? Then the arrow flew straight into that person's face, making him fall backward. The person next to him quickly shouted, What are you doing?
Farah shrugged calmly. His Majesty the King convinced them that it was the most feasible plan. Although difficult, His Majesty's resolve is extremely important, so I'm sharing some of my tips, hoping they can help you. Someone approached Farah, asking about her intentions. Why suddenly attack the Empire? The person she had just defeated was still standing there, discussing. It's been 10 years, and no madman has managed to breach the wall in the north. Are we attacking while Lexit is absent? You know it's still hard to win, even without him. Farah gave a half smile, looking at him. What if we launch a sneak attack and succeed? He won't be able to reclaim it even if he returns. Hearing this, he secretly considered the possibility of victory, but still deliberately asked again, So what's your plan? Step 1 in investment fraud is to exaggerate the product's value, meaning you shouldn't make baseless claims. Please pay attention. Farah presented a new plan. We won't just attack the north. We will invade the imperial capital, where the Empire's royal family resides. He was astonished, his eyes wide. Attack the imperial capital? Lexit is still in the imperial capital, isn't he? But she remained firm in her decision. So what? No one in the Drax army is loyal to him. His army against ours is 1 to 100. Moreover, can the imperial army, which has never once been deployed, defeat us? Another soldier present spoke up. Hey, wasn't your father the one who paved the way before? Why suddenly want war now? Step 2 in investment fraud is to minimize the opponent's suspicion. This is how it's done. I've invested everything too. I thought very carefully before including you all. If you don't like it, then don't. Please consider these points.
Farah spoke accordingly, showing more bitter hatred for that man than ever before. Born a predator, how can one be content eating grass forever? I don't care what my weak father does. As long as Lexit is absent, I will seize the opportunity. Step 1 complete. She even deliberately let them see her determination. As soon as I ascended the throne, I sharpened my blade, waiting for this day for a long time, harboring this plan for 5 years. It cannot fail. Step 2, I've invested everything. Farah's eyes and heart were both ablaze with ambition. I intend to immediately sail with the entire Levita army, whose numbers can overwhelm the Empire. Step 3, I thought very carefully before including you all. She slammed the table and stood up. I don't need those who merely wag their tails and obey my father. I only choose ambitious individuals like yourselves. Just like that, we've progressed to step 4. If you don't like it, then so be it.
Farah chuckled smugly, pointing a thumb at herself. My army is incredibly powerful. I alone could conquer an empire. I'm not forcing any of you. If you're cowards, go home. The final trick in the deception. Constantly remind them that investment returns are limited and emphasize that whoever is faster will reap greater benefits. She unrolled the map. You can choose the fertile lands of the north or live your entire lives as useless fools. Then she pointed to a spot on it. Hexen, the Empire's shadow capital.
This place will be mine. Everyone around immediately erupted in chaos. Who said it's yours? Let's attack together, then divide the land, all right? Wait, I want to go. Don't be so pushy. I want to go too. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. Farah's hair fluttered in the wind as she stood silently, gazing into the distance, pondering the secrets hidden in her heart. Meanwhile, as the boats raced towards the shore, curses rang out. Damn it, a person on the shore angrily asked, "Hey, what exactly are you doing?" That person was immediately struck by an arrow straight to the face. Farah simply replied, "A redundant question. Your Majesty, being a righteous commander is good, but one must know when to stab the enemy in the back." She smiled, looking down at them all. "I am betraying you all." A woman knelt beside the recent corpse, accompanied by a shout. "Farah, the entire army, prepare! Charge!" As soon as the command was given, everyone on the boat simultaneously jumped down to attack.
Someone is walking down the prison corridor. I swear on the Elfia ring that I am completely innocent. As soon as my innocence is proven, I will voluntarily relinquish my right to inheritance. Robert scolded, "You useless fellow." He ordered, "Open it quickly." A guard immediately stepped forward and complied. Ride looked up. "Brother!" Robert looked at the handcuffs on his wrists. Then he suddenly yelled angrily, "Where did you get this ring? You don't need to go to such length to clear your name, do you? Everything will become clear once the investigation is complete." Ride shook his head fearfully. "Who else can clear my name now?" He scolded again. "You fool! How can you give up your right to be an heir? Just believe in your innocence and wait." But Ride's body, having been pushed to its limits, gradually began to tremble. "No. To prevent Rachel's incriminating evidence from getting out, I have no other choice." Robert was stunned and asked again, "What? What do you mean by that?" Ride, with tears in his eyes, explained, "One of Rachel's subordinates came to me." He trembled as he recalled the soldier. "That person showed me Rachel's incriminating evidence and forced me to swear. Because I didn't want the evidence to get out, I had no choice but to bear the consequences for Rachel." Robert's face was aghast, his eyes wide as he asked, "What the hell are you talking about? What about Rachel?" Then he silently recalled, "What makes you feel most content in life?" At that time he had replied, "Isn't it when I dedicate myself completely to the Empire, witnessing my son grow up, then peacefully closing my eyes in the beautiful country I built? That is the most fulfilling moment." Rachel smiled. "That sounds just like you." Robert also blessed her. "I also hope you can be happy in this country. If you still harbor ill will towards me, then let it go." But she didn't admit it. "What ill will? As your brother or as the Emperor, I have only ever shown you the wise choice."
"Your help is immeasurable, while a petty younger sister like me only knows how to cause trouble." Robert replied, "Thank you for saying that. I hope I can stay healthy and live a long life." Raven behind him was smiling brightly. Later, when Raven marries and has children, the boy will be the successor to rule this empire. Only now did he realize, perhaps Rai hastily said, "This rebellion plan has been prepared for a very long time. Rachel has been harboring it for over 20 years. Now it was Robert's turn to tremble. "What did you say?" Rai looked up. "Now is not the time to talk about this." He urged quickly, "Before the evidence reaches your hands, quickly arrest Rachel and interrogate her immediately." Reachplaw, Lexid took down another enemy. A voice transmitted, "Lexid, now that the situation is temporarily stable, please return to the royal palace immediately." This message startled him. His Majesty might be in danger. Lexid asked, puzzled, "Why is he suddenly in danger? I thought he was leisurely resting after sending his younger brother to the battlefield." The voice echoed back, "I didn't tell you to go immediately. The Grand Duke is the one capable of assessing the situation. It's fine as long as you are certain of victory. You yourself are also in danger, so bring the Drax army with you. The royal family still has many protectors. Don't get hurt." Lexid gripped the hilt of his sword. If Rosika had asked, there must be a good reason. He wiped the blood from his face, raised his weapon and said, "All right, just 30 minutes. I'll handle this as quickly as possible and return to the palace."
Meanwhile, in the room where voices were speaking, Lexid Hexen's absence was the perfect opportunity. The Imperial army was preoccupied with fighting, leaving only us, the rebel forces, remaining. The poison spider said, "Now, immediately seize the palace and kill the Emperor." Demon agreed. "War is our good opportunity." Rachel spoke up. "Exactly." She smiled, looking towards the table. "The assassination of the Crown Prince can just be pinned on Raven Hexen. We have enough fake evidence." Raven Hexen killed the Crown Prince, and His Majesty deliberately covered it up. The lady will be furious when she learns this truth. No matter how grave His Majesty's crimes, public opinion will oppose the occupation of the palace and the execution of the Emperor. But His Majesty's death is precisely what the lady has long wished for. The poison spider proposed, "Leave public opinion to me." He placed his index finger to his lips. "I will turn it into a righteous revolution." "That was the spring when I was 16, wasn't it, Demon?" He flinched. "Huh?" Rachel smiled nostalgically. "The day I married you. I initially resisted the marriage, but now I realize I would regret it my whole life if I hadn't met you." Her hand clasped Demon's. Rachel's face was full of happiness. "Whether then or now, only you have stood by me." He continued, "That won't change, even in death." Robert hastily opened the door and burst into the room, shouting, "Guards, seize them!" Rachel smiled, and Robert's words suddenly fell silent. She sat on the throne, and he trembled as he called her name. Rachel. Delman placed the crown on Rachel's head. She looked down arrogantly. "Hello, brother." Seeing Rachel brazenly sitting on his throne, Robert immediately shouted an order. "What are you standing there for? Drag her down." But no sooner had he finished speaking than the sharp sword of the blonde knight behind him was suddenly pressed against his neck. The knight then forced him to his knees, making him gasp in surprise and cry out, "Ugh!" He then thought to himself, the coup d'etat plan had been prepared for a very long time. Rachel had harbored it for over 20 years. Seeing this, Rachel laughed gleefully and said, "This look suits you very well. Brother, do you remember the spring when I was 16? He didn't reply, but instead he involuntarily reminisced with her about that spring. Rachel suddenly called out, "Brother." Robert subtly glanced at her and frowned in annoyance and asked, "Too noisy. What is it?" She cheerfully asked, "I heard a delegation from the kingdom of Eisenbauer is coming soon. It seems the crown prince himself is also coming. If possible, I'd like to participate in the diplomatic conference with the kingdom." He coldly interrupted, "Rachel, I heard you refused the marriage proposal from the Pranya ducal family." Hearing that, she immediately showed a hint of displeasure and said disparagingly, "Brother, I don't want to marry the young Duke Pranya. He's as clumsy as an idiot. I have no intention of getting married right now. I want to stay by your side and learn more." He suddenly called out, "Rachel Van Hexen." Then he sternly reminded her, "You are a woman of the royal family. The noble royal bloodline must be maintained. You must surely understand what your responsibilities are. If you don't wish to, I will discuss it again with the Pranya family." Hearing that, she couldn't help but ask joyfully, "Oh, really?" He then explained, "I also don't want to force you to do things you dislike. However, the discussions with Eisen are not a place you can attend. I understand your desire, but the Eisen side will consider it disrespectful. Up until now, no woman has ever spoken in the meeting room."
Rachel replied with a gentle smile, "I understand." Not long after, Rachel suddenly shouted, "I don't like it. What is sherry ash? You didn't say a word to me and made the decision yourself. Moreover, the crown prince is only 1 year old." Mr. Robert didn't care in the slightest about her current feelings and coldly reminded her, "Get ready. The royal family doesn't want to see this disgraceful appearance. Wipe away your tears and walk properly." She quickly clenched her hands, then choked out an apology. "I was wrong. I don't want to go to that kingdom. Please reconsider the marriage alliance with the Prania family. I will do as you wish." A moment later, at a corner by a tree, seeing Rachel kept crying, the person sitting next to her quickly spoke up to comfort her. "Sister, please don't cry." She choked out in response, "If only I hadn't been born into royalty, I could have lived happily, right? I could have lived the life I wanted, couldn't I?" Hearing this, Miss Ernie took her hand and called out, "Sister." Seeing her suddenly hand her a glass vial, she couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" She explained in a low voice, "I've never told this secret to anyone, only to you, sister. I can't do anything to change the situation, but I hope you can live happily. Even if you're forced to marry, I still hope you don't have to suffer anymore. This is a potion with a happiness charm. When you're too exhausted from pain, drink it so you won't be tired anymore and won't make the wrong choice. This potion can help lift your spirits." Rachel didn't reply, but looked at her with teary eyes, then emotionally thought to herself, "Ah, kind and gentle Ernie. If I had drunk that potion back then, would I have been happier? I merely followed fate and adapted. If I had chosen differently, perhaps things wouldn't be like this." Meanwhile, at Mrs. Ernie's mansion, seeing her sitting lost in thought by herself, Rosika immediately called out, "Mother." She forced a smile and replied, "Yes, Rosika. Is it really okay for us to just stay home like this? After all, there's a war going on." Hearing that, she immediately tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, Mother. Is that what's making you so sad?" She replied, stunned. No." She suddenly realized something and quickly asked directly, "Don't tell me you sympathize with that person." She chuckled and asked back, "Who?" She immediately replied, "Duchess Rachel Pranya." She slightly furrowed her brow and replied gravely, "No, I cannot forgive Rachel." Rosika immediately continued, "Me too. Duchess Rachel must pay with her life. No underlying reasons can absolve her. I understand her desire for revenge, but her methods were utterly wrong. But I want to ask one thing. Was it only because you wished for my peace that you made that charm? From the very beginning, no one asked you to do it, not even after you were informed of your daughter's death."
Does Mother want the Emperor dead? May Rachel's revenge plan succeed. Tears welled up in her eyes as she affirmed, "No, I don't sympathize with Rachel at all. But I'm afraid that if I were Rachel, I would do the same. I'm afraid of myself. If I knew who killed my daughter, I couldn't just sit there and endure it. The thought of revenge would surely arise. Absolutely not." At this very moment, in the main hall of the palace, Rachel slowly walked up to Mr. Robert and spoke. "I'm sorry about Raven. I also feel a little sympathy for that lovely grandson. But what about you? After seeing your son's body, do you understand my feelings? Do you remember the name of my first daughter?" At this, she glared at him with wide, angry eyes, then slapped him squarely across the face, and with tears streaming down her face, emotionally asked, "Do you remember?" Afterwards, she couldn't help but remember her beautiful, ill-fated daughter, Leah. The girl suddenly ran up and asked, "Mom, why do you look so sad? I'm really okay." Rachel, with tears in her eyes, blamed herself, saying, "I'm sorry, I don't have any power at all." The girl squinted her eyes in a smile and continued, "Why do you have to apologize? Anyone who hears that would think you're about to sell me into slavery." At that time, the empire needed support from Lebanon in the southern part of the continent.
As a young girl of royal blood, Leah was only 12 years old at the time. Embracing Rachel, Leah comforted her, saying, "I will become the royal consort of a very great country. Mother, don't worry anymore." Perhaps Leah's smile at that moment was just a forced effort to comfort her mother. Exactly 2 years after arriving in Lebanon, Leah passed away. Drowning in homesickness and extreme loneliness, she called out her mother's name every night and slowly withered away to death. Not long after that, at Leah's funeral, as he laid flowers to bid her farewell, Mr. Robert grumbled and complained. "Lately, I've been very worried about Raven. Why is the boy so sad? Perhaps it's because of that slave girl." It's true, Raven is a kind-hearted child. His emotions are easily affected and can get out of control. So, it's best to just turn a blind eye. 12-year-old Leah had been heartlessly sold by him, like an item in the market. But ironically, in front of his son, he was a very gentle father. After that painful stream of memories passed, Rachel confessed in a low voice. "Perhaps it started then. Before, I only wanted this country to be peaceful. But after Leah died, everything became meaningless. I want you to die." I became a demon from that moment on.
Even seeing my best friend's wrists cut and bleeding, I felt no guilt. Well then, I waited until you felt most content. Raven has grown up, and the empire you spent your life building is very prosperous. But your dead son can no longer inherit the country, and you will be recorded in history as a terrible tyrant. Hearing this, Mr. Robert couldn't help but tremble with fear, his whole body shaking, as he softly advised, "Rachel, don't make an irreversible mistake. I understand your hatred for me. I was too incompetent to foresee your actions." Hearing this, Rachel indignantly cut him off in a loud voice. "Disgusting. You're old. Why bother trying to reason with me? The Imperial Army will be here soon. All will be destroyed. With less than half the enemy's numbers, how many will return? The only one who has to die here is you." Hearing her say that, he screamed in fear. "Rachel!" She calmly stated, "The Imperial Army will be here soon. All will be destroyed. With less than half the enemy's numbers, how many will return?" He furiously yelled curses. "Damn it, you're worse than an animal." Pointing her sword directly at him, she calmly admitted, "I don't deny it, but you don't deserve to say that." At the same time, in the mansion where Rosika was staying, she suddenly began to pray. "O divine spirits, I send my prayers to you. If His Majesty passes away tomorrow, will it be my fault? Should I have saved His Majesty first?" Saying this, Rosika suddenly fell into deep thought. But with a shortage of troops for the expedition, the army cannot remain in the palace. The venomous spiders also show no signs of movement.
Perhaps I should go myself to save His Majesty. As this thought crossed her mind, Rosika couldn't help but murmur with concern. If he dies, I'll also find it hard to escape punishment. My criminal record will get another layer added. But upon first learning of her daughter's death, the pain tore through her chest, making her unaware of any bleeding or bruising. Rachel swore to take revenge at any cost. "Even I, your mother, am a sinner. I once thought that if Rachel turned evil and successfully avenged herself against His Majesty, this period of suffering would end, and then I could return safely to meet you. I know this was a very wicked thought, but at that time I only wanted to see you again. If His Majesty lives, Rachel would of course have to pay for her sins with her life. What about His Majesty then? Who will bear all the sins after all the tragedies he caused? Mr. Robert would angrily shout and question Rachel, saying, 'Who are you to judge who should bear the blame? You must think so, right? You should have, at that very moment, not feigned ignorance and spared His Majesty's life.' Rachel thought, 'I fear I would be presumptuous with a person's life, so I entrust the final judgment to the gods. Indeed, I don't want any more burdens. If you are listening, please make a choice. His Majesty's sin, does he deserve to die by his sister's hand, or will he be saved by his brother? This matter is beyond my control.' As you repeatedly stabbed her brother, Mr. Robert, with a sword,
Rachel furiously screamed, "My life, my friends, my daughter, die, die, die!" After sending her brother, Mr. Robert, to the afterlife to reunite with his nephew, Raven, Rachel suddenly burst into joyful, maniacal laughter, then exclaimed, "Humans are truly so easy to die!" Right at this moment, someone unexpectedly opened the door and burst in. Seeing this, Rachel sneered and said, "You're too late, Lex."
Lexid saw that and furiously shouted, "Damn it, what exactly have you done?" While embracing Mr. Robert's gradually cooling corpse, Lexid angrily shouted, questioning, "What exactly have you done, sister?" Then, with teary eyes, he looked down at the sword embedded in his body and continued to shout, questioning, "Why? What's the reason? Raven is dead, and now you're gone too. For what?" Rachel calmly approached the throne and prepared to sit down, then serenely asked, "What do you know, Lex, my poor brother? Do you want to hear my story before you die?" Lexid, trembling with anger, choked out in response, "What kind of story? The story of our elder brother ignoring you, or the story of your daughter, my niece, having to die in a distant kingdom?" Rachel quickly stood up and loudly asked, "You?" He immediately interjected, "Sorry, I actually didn't know anything. I only understood because Raven told me. At first, when I found out you were a criminal, I was shocked for a different reason. Raven seemed to know everything. Your rebellious plans, your murderous intentions, Raven knew it all. Not long before that, in the room where Raven's body was laid, Rosika observed him and seriously voiced her thoughts. But it's also strange."
There were no signs of struggle on the Crown Prince's corpse. The cause of death was a knife cut to the throat from behind. Instinctively, in such a situation, one would resist, often leaving defensive wounds on the palms of the hands. However, there were no signs of conflict, as if he was killed without resistance immediately after the words, "die." Hearing Rosika's analysis up to this point, Lexid immediately exclaimed, "That's utterly illogical." She continued, "Yes, it is indeed illogical. Perhaps he had already fainted, losing the ability to resist." A long time ago, Raven suddenly announced cheerfully, "Hey Lex, I want my first child to be a daughter. I plan to name her Rosika. Isn't that a beautiful name?" Lexid smiled and confirmed, "Yes, it's very beautiful." Raven continued happily, "As long as Rosika grows up well, that child will be the next emperor of the empire." Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Just one child? You once said you wanted 10 children." Raven smiled back, That's true, but I hope the first one will be a daughter." He asked curiously, "You must have a son, too. How can a daughter ascend to the throne?" Raven immediately replied, "As soon as I ascend the throne, I will change that strange law. Children should have the right to succession based on their birth order. Both sons and daughters can decide their own marriages." After hearing this, Lexid chuckled, eyes crinkling, and teased, "Doesn't sound bad. Being Raven's child is truly fortunate. A father's love so great that he'd change the country's laws."
Raven immediately denied, "That's not it." Hearing this, he widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Then why?" Raven replied, "Because of Rachel." He asked, puzzled, "What does she have to do with it?" He gave a sad smile and explained, "She made me think a lot. Before, I was young and powerless. If I had enough power to do something, I wanted to change the empire, to turn it into a place that could soothe Rachel's pain. To atone for my sins, at the very least, I had to take my father's place and make this country better, as she wished." As soon as the recollection ended, Lixus immediately questioned, "How could you bring yourself to kill such a kind person? Father, my eldest brother, then my second brother, and even me. Let's just say we were all despicable bastards who deserved to die. But Raven wasn't like that. Raven always tormented himself and tried to make amends for you. That boy loved you so much. Raven himself told me everything I didn't know. Raven knew it all along, knew it and still let you slit his throat and kill him." Rachel gnashed her teeth in fury and demanded, "Stop your useless babbling. Shut up." Lexid paid no mind and continued to question loudly. "And one thing is for sure, Raven, both when he was killed and after his death, bore no resentment towards you." She furiously yelled, "Shut up right now. The dead are dead. There's no need to dig up old matters. If you can't convey the message to Raven, then you do it. Tell Raven I'm sorry." Just then, from outside the door, several more knights suddenly entered. Seeing this, Delman quickly asked, "When will our army arrive?" The scarred knight replied, "There is no army. When I arrived in Herigia, the army had already departed, but a month and a half ago I received reports that they had moved to the kingdom of Eisen." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised and quickly shouted, "What?" He then explained, "A direct order from the Duke himself. The soldiers received a letter with the Duke's seal for troop deployment and immediately moved out." He loudly questioned, "When did I give that order?" Lex had calmly continued, "There must be a problem. I understand you, Rachel, but that's as far as it goes. You have committed too many crimes over time. Congratulations on your successful revenge. I hope you feel relieved. Now it's my turn." Hearing this, Delman immediately knelt before him and earnestly pleaded,
Duke Drax, please do not act. Please save the lady. He continued, choked with tears. I once knelt like this to beg for Raven, but Rachel showed no mercy at all. Are you afraid of death? Raven was just as afraid. She didn't respond, but was so shaken that cold sweat broke out all over her face as she remembered Raven's radiant smile when he had asked her, Miss Rachel, how have you been lately? Seeing this, Lexid continued to criticize. You're so cruel that you didn't even flinch when you killed your nephew, or when you slit your best friend's wrist. Upon hearing this, she involuntarily recalled the comforting words of her best friend, Miss Ernie. Leah, I'm going to a more beautiful place now, even though she had just slit her wrist. No sooner had she finished recalling this, and she suddenly burst into laughter for no apparent reason. Then, still laughing loudly, she took something that looked like a cigarette from a box. After that, she tilted her head back, looked up at the sky, and let out a long, drawn-out laugh. Then she unexpectedly pleaded, Can you give me a moment to say my last words, Lex? Yes, Ernie and Raven, both were innocent, and what's more, they understood my feelings deeply. That's precisely why they became my sacrifices in my revenge plan. I have no regrets. For someone who has dedicated their entire life to revenge like me, their sacrifice was justified. But I know I've made many mistakes, and I don't need to be forgiven. Lexid, hearing this, was utterly indignant and choked out a furious question. How dare you even mention the word forgiveness? She calmly continued. I did many terrible things to Ernie. Please convey my apologies on my behalf. As for Raven, I will atone for my sins myself.
Not long before that, at Duke Pranya's mansion, Poisonous Spider suddenly asked with a hint of worry, We just need to kill the Emperor. There won't be any slip-ups, will there? Rachel crossed her arms and confidently replied, Don't worry. He gave a faint smile and asked again, It's just a hypothetical, but what if you, madam, fail? To be beheaded by your own kin right in the Grand Hall, wouldn't that be tragic? She asserted loudly, I told you I wouldn't fail. He gave a faint smile and added, In this world, even the smallest probability can still occur. Take this. Your life, madam, has truly been very tragic. This will help you resolve that sorrow. Returning to the present, all was well, yet for some unknown reason, Rachel suddenly gushed a strange viscous fluid from her skin. Seeing this, Lexid immediately cried out in alarm, Rachel! She calmly asked, Lex, after taking revenge, people usually feel relief, don't they? He shouted back anxiously, What did you say? She whispered in reply, Honestly, I'm not sure anymore. No relief whatsoever. And you, Lex, will never be able to live peacefully. Surely after I die, you'll cut my throat or dismember my body, won't you?
As Rachel finished speaking, Lexid could no longer control the surging anger within him, so he fiercely raised the sword in his hand. Then he decisively brought it down, pressing it against her neck. Seeing this, Delman was utterly terrified and immediately called out her name loudly. Rachel! Rachel! Rachel, Lexid uttered with disgust. Cowardly, even unto death. As soon as he finished speaking, Rachel's entire body immediately collapsed to the floor. Seeing this, Delman let out a desperate, mournful cry. The war ended, resulting in the utter defeat of the Union of 5 Eastern Principalities. The people joyfully cheered loudly, Long live Grand Duke Lexid Hexen! The Empire has achieved a great victory. Through this battle, Lexid Hexen's reputation became known to all. While the Imperial army was leaving the palace for battle, Rachel Pranya had rebelled, killed the Emperor, and then committed suicide. The heir to the throne, Zai, was imprisoned. Lex should have investigated His Majesty's death, but after using his temporary imperial authority to free Zai and then relinquishing it, and submitting the evidence of Rachel's rebellion, Lex had locked himself in his room for 4 days. As Rosika knocked on Lex's door, she thought to herself, he must be very shocked. Then she asked aloud, Lex, it's Rosika, may I come in? He cheerfully replied, yes. Hearing him, she quickly opened the door, then couldn't help but wonder in surprise. Why does he sound so cheerful? She saw him dressed smartly, with his hair gelled and styled.
She was stunned, mouth agape, staring intently at him for a moment. Seeing this, he became a little smug and asked, How do you find your husband? She mumbled in response, very handsome. Hearing that, he frowned and asked petulantly, Is that all? She quickly rubbed his chest and asked back, Do you need more? Should I describe each feature, from your eyes, nose, to your mouth? How is your lordship's mood today? He replied, It'll be fine. 4 days of rest is enough. Hearing him say that, she quickly encouraged him. What rest? You can take as long as you need to heal. He continued, Everyone is busy. We can't just sit around forever. She suddenly mumbled, I'm sorry. He asked back, surprised, Why? She slightly bowed her head and blamed herself, saying, If I could have quickly accompanied your highness to the imperial palace, His Majesty would have been safe. Hearing her say this, he quickly interrupted, Wait a minute. You were the one who asked me to help the army return to protect His Majesty.
You must have thought long and hard before making that decision. You did your best. I was the one who asked you to devise a plan for ascending the throne. Besides that, you don't need to worry about anything else. Whether there was a war or not, whether I was 30 minutes or an hour late, or even hesitated for a moment before acting, the final outcome would not have changed. Rachel has harbored her revenge plan for too long, and it's time for His Majesty to pay for his sins. Whether alive or dead, he must pay the price. Perhaps it's better this way. Now the succession to the throne must be accelerated even more. Hearing this, Rosika couldn't help but ask, "What do you intend to do, your lordship?" Lex had replied, "Now that my second brother is comfortably settled in the palace, you see, we can't entrust everything to him." Hearing that, she covered her mouth and exclaimed in wide-eyed astonishment, "Wow, are you really the Lexit I know?" He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I don't want my second brother to be in charge for too long." She suddenly asked curiously, "I have something I want to ask." He slightly turned his head to look at her and asked back, "What is it?"
She frankly stated her thoughts. What you truly desire isn't the throne, but revenge, isn't it? You don't wish to become emperor. That was the late crown prince's desire. If I'm not mistaken, the look in your eyes now shows that very strong will that you must ascend the throne. Lex had listened, then gave a faint smile and said, "You've seen correctly. I will become emperor. There are many things only I can do. All the things Raven wanted to accomplish while alive, those moralizers in the imperial political circles cannot achieve." Rosika smiled brightly and asked in return, "Like what?" Lex had immediately squinted his eyes in a smile and replied, "It's a secret. If you want to know, sign a lifelong contract." She squinted her eyes in a smile and exclaimed in response, "Honestly?" Gently placing a kiss on her forehead, he said with a hint of playful reproach, "I'm about to go to work and you're holding me back like this." She casually suggested, "You don't have to go, you know. Or you can go a little later."
Even if Ride were to resurrect His Majesty, he still wouldn't be able to ascend to the imperial throne. He immediately continued, "Public opinion is more positive now, and Duke Eisen doesn't influence the Emperor either. Moreover, the second brother has been exonerated. Now he must be cautious and cannot act recklessly." Hearing that, she stared at him with wide eyes and replied, I understand." As he placed a hand on her shoulder, he frowned suspiciously and asked, "Why are you so nonchalant?" She quickly turned her head to look in another direction and stammered, It's because everything is planned." Then she secretly thought, even if Sarai were to resurrect His Majesty, he still wouldn't be able to ascend to the imperial throne. Seeing that she was a bit suspicious, he immediately questioned her. "Hey, Rosika, are you hiding something from me again?" She smiled and affirmed, "No, I just made him swear an oath on a royal artifact." He asked doubtfully, "An artifact? The Elfir circlet?" She sweatily chuckled and confirmed, He swore that even if he is exonerated later, he will not interfere in the struggle for the throne." He sweatily stared in shock and asked again, "You made him swear that? Wait, where did you get the Elfir circlet? Did you steal it?" Continuously touching her 2 index fingers together, she lowered her head and whispered her confession. "Just one more time, really. It's truly the last crime. I'm sorry." Hearing her say that, he sighed exasperatedly and uttered, Rosika mumbled to Lexit, "I'm sorry." Lexit immediately comforted her. "It's not entirely your fault." Rosika quickly seized the opportunity to act coyly with him. "He, will you forgive me?" However, Lexit flatly retorted, "Forgive what? The contract clearly states not to conceal methods and means." Rosika still firmly believed he was trying his best not to hurt her feelings. "The one who is about to ascend the imperial throne has secretly overlooked my crimes, hasn't he?" Lexit sighed helplessly. "Your crimes aren't just 1 or 2.
Impersonating the crown prince, illegally desecrating a corpse, breaking into a noble's private residence, fraudulently invading the empire. I'm already too familiar with all that." Rosika heard that string of accusations against her and involuntarily burst out laughing. "What a lucky day this is. May I kiss your highness?" Lexit smiled and replied, "Wait, let me ask you something first. How did you know where my second brother's circlet was to steal it, and how did you make him swear like that?" Rosika answered him honestly, "I believe I understand Grand Duke Ride's personality well enough. I took the dragon from the Grand Duke's private residence in the imperial capital." Lexit was quite surprised by Rosika's answer. "You just casually broke in and stole it, did you?" Rosika smiled and replied, "The most dangerous place is the safest place. You also thought keeping it in his private residence was too obvious, didn't you? I've been listening around everywhere in the imperial capital. Grand Duke Ride is ambitious, but not audacious. He hates to admit it, but he knows his own strength and understands his own limits." Lexit obviously hadn't expected her to know this. "My second brother?" Rosika continued, "Your victory celebration hasn't been held yet, has it? That's due to no small influence from Grand Duke Ride. He is truly an outstanding figure in politics, so why would he need to control his younger brother's victory celebration? And it's just not holding a celebration. If it were me, I would have found a way to hide everything completely." Lexit was a little annoyed by Rosika's joke. "It's a good thing my second brother doesn't think like you."
Perhaps I understand him better than you do.
Rosika honestly revealed her motives to him. To deceive someone, you first have to understand your opponent. A timid person like Grand Duke Zweig is quite difficult to understand. Between reason and ambition, reason will surely win. He dislikes risks and doesn't easily trust people. Among all targets, he is the most difficult to deceive. So I gave him a choice: Jackal's incriminating evidence or renouncing the imperial throne. I predicted that Sir Zweig would hastily give up the throne, because the most important thing to him is a stable position and a perfect reputation. Everything unfolded exactly as I thought. Lexid lightly ran a hand through his hair. He frowned, then involuntarily exclaimed, "Huh, that's truly impressive." Rosika found it strange and asked him, "Is there something you're not pleased with, sir?" Lexid replied, "No, it's just, everything is over now. If that's the case, then..." Rosika continued his thought. "Yes, currently you are the only one who can inherit the throne. The second in line has voluntarily renounced the throne, the fourth in line is about to be punished, and the fifth has passed away. In other words, even if you were to strip naked and dance in the imperial capital right now, ascending to the throne would only be a matter of time." Lexid spoke, meeting Rosika's anticipation. "Well then, it's over, isn't it? Our contract?" Rosika immediately replied, "Yes." Lexid smiled blissfully. He gently told her, "Thank you, you genius swindler, poisonous serpent." Rosika, upon receiving the compliment, felt no discomfort. She smiled cheerfully and replied, "I humbly accept your thanks."
Lexid turned sharply, saying seriously, "Good, the contract has expired now." He slammed another paper on the desk. "Let's renew it." Rosika flatly refused his request. "I don't like it. Forget it. How much more do you intend to exploit me?" Her blunt honesty made Lexid say with dissatisfaction, "Calm down, come here and look first." Even though he held her back, Rosika still adamantly refused him. "No, I won't do it." Lexid locked her slender waist into his embrace, then patiently explained, "I told you to read it first. This time, you're the master." Rosika began to seriously read the terms of the new contract. "Lexid Van Hexen shall be loyal for life to Rosika Drax, master. I promise to act strictly according to the master's words, to not hesitate to sacrifice my body, and to always strive to think and contribute. The term of the contract is until one of the two draws their last breath. Master Rosika Drax, servant Lexid Van Hexen."
Lexid whispered into Rosika's ear, "Shall we get married?" Rosika suddenly burst out laughing. She pouted and said, "No way. You're proposing to me without a big diamond ring?" Her playful complaint made Lexid's heart melt. He gently said, "You can have anything you want. A big diamond ring, a necklace, earrings, a brooch. Even then, I still feel it's not enough. There's still so much to do, and I will help you. Duke Eisen is in a situation where his dynasty is being overthrown, so we must help, right?" Rosika stopped smiling. She pondered seriously. "That's my business. You don't need to worry." Lexid probed her. "Are you sure? You don't need my help?" Rosika gave an embarrassed smile. "Of course, it would be better if you helped." Lexid suddenly told her, "I will protect you unconditionally. Therefore, you can share this plan with me?" Rosika nodded. "Okay, but you haven't written down the most important point." Lexid only then noticed. "What is it?" Rosika cunningly smiled and asked, "How much is the contract fee?" Lexid smiled. "I don't take money." Rosika continued to ask, "Then what do you take?"
Lexid hugged her tightly. "First, right now, you should give me a little something first. It's time for them to do something else." Rosika and Butler Owen went out. "We will create that dangerous object. You must be very alert and follow me closely." Owen asked her, "What exactly is your plan, miss?" Rosika replied to Owen, "I'm a swindler. I just go around swindling people." Owen was extremely curious when he heard her say that. "Our opponent is a venomous snake. Can you really swindle them?" Rosika laughed. "What does my whereabouts have to do with the Grand Duke?" Owen crossed his arms over his chest. "This is my house, after all." Farah also refused to be outdone, her attitude no different from a child's. Lexid's expression was a grimace of annoyance. "The war is over. Why are you still here instead of going home? Do you really want to celebrate the victory?" Farah turned away sharply. She replied arrogantly, "I'm staying to have fun with Lady Rosika." Lexid was so furious that his whole body trembled. "What?" Rosika smiled and waved at Farah. "Oh, that's right, Farah. Let's go shopping for clothes later. It seems due to the national mourning they're heavily discounting dresses." Lexid gritted his teeth in annoyance and hissed, "Huh? Farah, where are your manners? How can you call the king by his name so directly?" Rosika chided him. "Anyone listening would think you're her teacher." Farah told Lexid, "We told the lady she could call us by our names. That was my wish with Lady Rosika. I beheaded many enemies in the battle. Do you remember the bet? The Grand Duke should thank me for that." Lexid stammered. "Well, it's just that I had urgent business and had to return earlier."
Farah said some very provocative things, I get it. That's why I wished for something else instead of the lady's kiss. Or maybe I'll change it back to a kiss now.
Owen, who hadn't been affected by their conversation until now, finally asked, "What exactly are you planning to do, young lady?" Rosika told him, "Don't ask too many questions. If things go bad, it'll be terrible. We're only using this once." Owen continued to ask, "How can I use it if I don't know what it is? You're doing something extremely dangerous, aren't you?" Rosika replied with a very serious face, "Yes, that's dynamite." Owen was utterly bewildered. What? What country's word is that, young lady?" Lexid was no less surprised than Owen. "Is that a term from a specialized book? She uses strange words sometimes." Rosika then explained to them in a rather abstract way that boom bang is a type of bomb that can destroy an entire body, making it disappear without a trace. The other three gaped in astonishment. "Huh? What would you make that for, and what would you use it for?" In a small warm room, a conversation was taking place. "How are you, father? I know you're very busy, but please listen carefully to what I have to say now." It was Rosika, trying to negotiate something with her father. It took a lot of effort to collect this. There are only 2 pages, so we must succeed. They would depart 4 days later. Mr. Rohan asked his daughter, "Is it for both the journey there and back?" Rosika smiled. "That's right. It's not difficult at all. Starting from the location where the ruins open up, it then leads to your real ring. Just follow the sequence correctly."
Duke Rohan quickly took them and said, "I understand." However, what he said in theory was one thing, but his actions in practice were completely different. Rosika, bewildered, screamed when she saw Rohan tear up the paper. "Oh, father, what are you doing? That cost a fortune. Why tear it up like that?" Duke Rohan sadly bowed his head. "I'm sorry, my child." Rosika, stunned, spoke up. "Don't apologize, father. Explain why you suddenly tore it up." Duke Rohan began to gently explain. "Because it's dangerous." Rosika felt quite surprised again. "Huh?" The more Duke Rohan spoke, the more guilty he felt. "I already told you, after the throne is passed on, the relic will collapse, and only the chosen heir can be safe." Rosika frowned, as if she wanted to correct his words. "But father, you were the one chosen by Isengard and can return safely. You clearly said you trusted me and would come along." "Don't go." "What do you mean, don't go? Are we not going to the relic anymore?" "That's right. I'll be fine, but you must not go. I cannot let you enter that death trap." He gently brushed his bangs back from his forehead. Right there, a glowing mark was revealed. Rosika exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, this mark will transfer to me, won't it? Why so fast?" Duke Rohan replied, "I had already guessed it. Isengard's criteria for choosing an heir changes according to each person's will." Rosika frowned. "But I never intended to become ruler." Duke Rohan replied, "Not you. It's because I no longer wish to be ruler. When I was young, I yearned to become king. I was determined to ascend the throne to reform the royal family. I wanted to unleash the red bloodline, to create a healthy competitive Eisen family to vie for the throne. But after meeting Ernie again and being reunited with you, I no longer thought about the throne. I just need you and Ernie by my side to live a normal and happy life. I'm too weary, and I've endured loneliness for a very long time. I know I'm selfish and pathetic," Rosika said heartbrokenly. "You're not like that, father." Duke Rohan told Rosika, "Now I want to live in peace. I don't even want you to bear the burden of kingship anymore. That's why I never want you to be in danger. I'm sorry. Just stay here, safe and sound. That's all I ask." Rosika forced a smile to please him. "Okay, I understand."
Anyway, from the moment father tore the scroll, everything was over. There was no other way to prevent the overthrow of the dynasty. Duke Rohan, though very happy, still had to say, "I'm very sorry, Rosika, for having such a helpless father as me." Rosika brought this news to Lexit. He asked her, "What did the Duke say? Have you clearly explained Plan A? We depart in 2 days, right?" Rosika replied, "Oh yes." Lexit comforted Rosika. "Don't be afraid. I will protect you and the Duke well." Rosika was also cheered by a smile. "Haha, thank you, sir." Lexit then asked again, "Are you very worried?" Rosika nodded. A little." Lexid told her, "I'm sorry to say this to someone who's worried, but I feel lucky to have the Duke accompanying us. The Duke agreed to bring me along to strengthen the escort. If I went alone, something might happen." Rosika told him, "Oh, it's fine." Lexid, stubbornly wanting to banter with her, said, "Everyone makes mistakes sometimes in life, and this is a good opportunity to get closer to the Duke. When we return safely, let's hold our wedding right away." Rosika unconsciously replied, Lexid suddenly praised her again. "Your haircut is very pretty." Rosika asked back in surprise, "Is that so?" Lexid used to be like a fluffy cat, expressing to her, his owner, "Why is even a single strand of your hair so beautiful? Is there any part of you that isn't flawless? Come here and let me see." Rosika sometimes found it a bit annoying. This is driving me crazy. If you keep saying those cheesy lines, go outside. Even losing a few strands of hair is a pity. I should keep them and make them into a pendant."
Lexid, "Sorry, Rosika left you a letter. Prince, I'm so sorry. The situation has changed now. The heir's seal is passed to me, so I'll go alone, not with you. I apologize for acting on my own, but this time it's too dangerous, and I don't want you to get hurt any further. You know I really like you, and I'll be back soon. Mwah." Owen called Lexid. Grand Duke, did you know about this beforehand? Was it a premonition? The dream showed that the seal would pass to Lady Rosika. He remembered Lexit had previously instructed him to leave one scroll and give all the rest to Rosika to take with her. Owen was very surprised at the time. The lady has collected so much, and you're only leaving one scroll? Lexit replied, if it's still not enough, we'll figure it out later. For now, just take out one scroll. This isn't the first time I've acted on my own. If I lose my temper every time something happens, I'm no different from an animal. Owen was startled when he said that. Oh, but what do you plan to do with the scroll? There were 12 relics beneath Eisen. Owen was speaking enthusiastically. If you want to use a teleportation scroll, you at least need a map to know the location of the relics. Suddenly, a small pouch appeared on the table. Inside the pouch were strands of Rosika's hair. When Owen saw it, he shrieked, "Ah, that's right! We can use this method! Now we can find the way! Truly worthy of the Grand Duke! We're leaving right away, aren't we? I'll get ready." "No." Owen wondered. "Aren't you leaving immediately?" Lexit asked him back. What was Rosika's reason for going ahead alone? It was out of fear of messing things up.
Owen forced a smile. Perhaps the young lady was afraid the Grand Duke's interference would cause trouble. Lexit tacitly admitted, "It's possible." "Hey," Owen replied anxiously. "Yes?" Lexit looked him straight in the eye. "Has she ever truly needed me?" Owen gasped softly. "Grand Duke." Lexit stood up, picking up the red bag from the table. "It's fine. Perhaps I'm not good enough to be trusted yet." After everything was settled, the carriage departed. Recalling a few minutes earlier, Lexit was grappling with a jumble of thoughts. This time he was determined to voice all his thoughts. "I've decided to inherit the position and hold the wedding soon. So for now, she will stay in the palace." His parents, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but tremble. Thinking back to their anxious and fearful faces just now made him sigh helplessly. Seeing Lexit like this, Owen also didn't know what to say to comfort him.
Lexit sat in a daze, his eyes gazing into the distance, recalling Rosika's appearance. At that time, she maintained a calm demeanor, but her words made him incredibly troubled. A deceiver's heart trusts no one. Then her face darkened as she continued, "I don't trust you." Recalling those memories, Lexit couldn't help but wonder, should I wait for you, since you never fail? Should I go find you? Perhaps you don't need me. Gradually, her image in his mind suddenly became distant and frightening. He hated the thought of that hateful man holding Rosika tightly, his eyes looking at him with a Just thinking about this, Lexit couldn't suppress his anger and cursed under his breath. That bastard. And that bastard in Lexit's thoughts, at this very moment, with a face as cold as ice, sat sternly looking at the person kneeling before him. He sat coldly on the throne, while the emperor, who was originally the owner of that throne, trembled and knelt before him. The emperor stammered in fear, please spare my life. I am reflecting on my past mistakes." Nevertheless, he maintained a calm expression, feigning ignorance, and said, "What is it, King? Your Highness has done nothing wrong." Then he slowly glanced over the splattered bloodstains on the floor and said coldly, "Your deceased children, were they merely a lesson?" He recalled the appearance of those cruel individuals, his voice growing more indignant. "The Red Bloodline are ungrateful wretches who forgot the benevolence of Isengoth. They endanger the dynasty of the Blue Bloodline." In his eyes, at this moment, the dark days of his childhood seemed to be replaying. "Our mission is to eliminate the danger and protect the dynasty. If we fail, the Eisen family will be destroyed, and the world will fall into catastrophe." At this, he burst out laughing. "I don't know who came up with it, but it's a clever idea, isn't it? You have to preserve the enemy's strength to protect the dynasty." The emperor at this point was left trembling with fear, his face bowed as he listened to his every sarcastic word. "Don't apologize. I don't see that you've done anything wrong." But immediately after, his eyes blazed with murderous intent, threatening, "It's those red-blooded ones who are truly to blame, isn't it?" After psychologically torturing the emperor for a while, he returned to his nonchalant demeanor and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not killing you for revenge. It's merely to quickly remove an obstacle so I can become king." Immediately after, a knight behind him stepped forward as commanded. The moment the knight raised his sword to deliver the fatal blow, the emperor could only beg, "Wait, please, my lord." But all his pleas were in vain. A swift, decisive swing of the sword came down, leaving behind only a cold, bloody scene. He stood still, allowing the blood to splatter directly onto him. Yet he did not flinch. At the same time, a ring had appeared on his hand. Holding the ring in his hand, he couldn't hide his excitement as he said, "It's the western ruins, quite close by." In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the gates of the ruins.
Inside the cave, covered in sparkling cave formations, he couldn't help but gasp in awe at the sight. Before he could even collect himself, what appeared before his eyes utterly astonished him. What in the world is this? He had no idea when or how Rosika had been waiting for him for a long time. As soon as he saw her, he couldn't hide his surprise and asked, How did you know to come here? You even arrived before me." Contrary to his astonishment, Rosika looked very expectant as she replied, "Hello, brother." Quite a surprise, isn't it? By this time he had regained his composure and smiled faintly at her. After their friendly greeting, Rosika immediately took out a ring identical to his. Seeing this, he playfully teased, "You're quite clever, aren't you? Are you planning to lie that that ring is real and then take the one from my hand?" Hearing this, Rosika's face turned cold as she replied, "Lie about what? This is the real deal." Seeing her serious expression, he deliberately provoked her further. "Is that so, princess?" At this point, Rosika began to seriously command, "Don't use that sarcastic tone." She stated directly, "The bloodline that inherits the throne has two colors, blue and red, but there isn't just one sacred artifact. Thanks to it, I immediately found the way to the ruins." Hearing this, he showed no belief and immediately questioned, "Even if that's true, shouldn't your father be with you? What can you do by yourself?" But Rosika didn't let him down. She slowly pushed her hair back to reveal a flower-shaped mark on her forehead, then said, "He's not needed, because father's mark has already been passed on to me." Even after hearing the explanation, he still acted as if he had just heard a joke. Faced with his attitude, Rosika wasn't angry. Instead, she smugly tapped the nearby stone slab and said, "You don't believe what I'm saying, do you? Come on, attack me and take the sacred artifact." Saying this, she deliberately held out the ring to provoke him. "I'm standing this close to you. Just snatch this and it'll be over." Faced with Rosika's provocation, he casually let his hands drop and said calmly, "I'm letting you have it. Go on." Hearing this, she immediately asked back, "Really? You won't regret it?" He maintained a completely natural demeanor and replied, "Of course." After that, Rosika didn't stand on ceremony any longer. She directly brought the ring close to the sacred artifact and smugly said, "Then thank you." In a moment when Rosika wasn't paying attention, he unconsciously broke into a meaningful smile. But at that moment, the stone slab behind him suddenly crashed to the ground.
Then the entire cave began to shake, causing both of them to lose their footing. At the same time, a voice echoed throughout the cave. "Heir to a new dynasty, claim the glory of Eisen. Do not fear the relic's wrath. It is a sincere gesture from a welcoming gift." As soon as he looked up, he saw Rosika approaching him step by step, at which point he let out a slightly startled, "Oh." Seeing his frightened expression, Rosika said with great amusement, "It's the first time I've seen you look so flustered." It was then that he belatedly realized the ring she held was real, and he froze on the spot, repeatedly asking himself, was she telling the truth all this time? Under the cave's violent shaking, stalactite fragments continuously fell, accidentally hitting him and jolting him back to his senses. Just as he was about to take another step forward, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed. Seeing this, Rosika became extremely worried, while he panicked so much that he cursed, "Damn it!" At this point, he could only cling to the edge. Rosika immediately ran over and shouted, "This isn't good! Wait there, just hold on a little longer."
Seeing her rush towards him like that made him a bit bewildered, asking, "What?" Before he could even grasp what was happening, she quickly grabbed his arm and joyfully exclaimed, "Got it!" Rosika pulled with all her might, while also encouraging him, "Come on, put more strength into it." After much effort, she finally succeeded in pulling him safely back to solid ground. Seeing her exert herself so much for his sake, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Why are you—" But before things could settle down, slabs of rock kept falling, causing Rosika to lose her balance and almost fall. Seeing this, he quickly held her tight, muttering incessantly, "Damn it!" Faced with the dangerous situation, he immediately pulled her into his arms to protect her. After safely escaping the tremor, he again looked in shock at the girl in front of him.
A torrent of emotions and jumbled thoughts surged through his mind. Looking at the scratches on Rosika's face, he thought in great confusion. The heir is supposed to receive Isengato's protection, right? Why is she injured? The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't contain his anger, and he let out a furious shout. He glared at Rosika with eyes full of rage and demanded, "Damn it, what exactly have you done?" But at that moment, Rosika unexpectedly swung her fist straight at his face. Completely unprepared for the sudden attack, he took Rosika's punch head-on. He reeled, clutching his face and coughing, and Rosika seized the opportunity to break free from his grasp and run away. He stared in bewilderment at his empty hands. Then, looking at Rosika's hurried, retreating figure, he suddenly realized, my ring. Only then did he realize he had been tricked by her, and he chased after her in a furious rage. He quickly caught up, then grabbed Rosika's hair, holding her back and making her cry out in pain. Immediately after, he subdued her, pinning her to the ground. He gritted his teeth and angrily yelled, "You've gone mad, haven't you? How dare you repay kindness with malice?" Meanwhile, Rosika, equally furious, retorted, "What kind of man attacks a woman by grabbing her hair?" Hearing this, he immediately released her obediently, then fumbled around on the ground, saying, "Sorry for pulling your hair. Wait here, I'll get you out."
But Rosika, not content to stay put, grabbed his hand and shouted, "No, I want to be the one to hold the sacred artifact. Give me the ring." Seeing this, he also lost his composure and yelled at her reproachfully, "Damn it, if you want to be king, you should have brought your father with you, shouldn't you? You're not even the heir. Are you planning to scheme your way to the very end just for the throne?" Suddenly, cracks appeared beneath Rosika's feet. With a loud crack, the surrounding earth and rocks shattered, and Rosika completely fell into the crevice. Seeing this, he rushed over in a panic. Looking at the bottom of the deep abyss, he couldn't help but say helplessly, "You really are crazy." Rosika was now desperately clinging to the edge of the cliff, her voice beginning to tremble as she called out, "You!" He looked at her appearance at that moment and couldn't help but reproach, "Do you even know what you've done?" Then he pulled her hand with all his might, still muttering, "Damn it."
Seeing this, Rosika also began to say worriedly, "Try your best to pull me up." But suddenly, his arm began to loosen. Rosika, seeing his guilty expression, trembled as she asked, "Brother, no way. Have you forgotten who risked their life to save you just now?" Despite Rosika's pleas, he still decided to turn his back and leave. Seeing this, she screamed in fear, "Wait, don't go." At this moment, Rosika could only curse, "You traitorous bastard, you wretched piece of trash. Just you wait and see, this isn't over yet." Rosika recalled the moment she created this bomb and couldn't help but marvel a little. "I never expected the destructive power of the bomb to be this great. If it continues like this, will I really die?" As she thought, she reached into her waistband to retrieve something. Immediately after, Rosika pulled out a scroll. She began to calculate, what if, while falling, she tore the scroll and teleported to a more stable location? Will it succeed? Thinking this, Rosika closed her eyes tightly and thought to herself, "Grand Duke, can you hear me? It's me. I've run into a bit of trouble. Don't worry too much, it's just that I might be returning a little late today. Please help me explain it nicely to my parents. Also, you know I like you very much, right? I'm sorry for once again acting on my own accord." After making up her mind, Rosika immediately took out a vial of medicine.
As soon as she drank it, she secretly sighed in relief, thinking how lucky it was that the antidote had been completed earlier. Afterwards, Rosika dropped the empty vial into the abyss. Watching it fall endlessly, she began to feel a glimmer of hope. It's quite deep. The falling time should be long enough to try something. No sooner said than done. Rosika immediately let go of the cliff face. Then she tightly closed her eyes, resigning herself to fate. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't feel like she was falling, which left her utterly bewildered. Because at this moment, a strong, firm hand had timely grasped Rosika's arm. As soon as she looked up at the person in front of her, Rosika's eyes immediately filled with emotion.
She was both surprised and moved, wondering, "The Grand Duke?" Amidst the colossal ice blocks, Lexit appeared just in time, grasping Rosika's hand, offering her a glimmer of hope. Looking at his face, she couldn't believe her own eyes, muttering to herself, "Is it really Lexit? How can this be?" Her face was smudged, and her mental health was utterly exhausted. Finally, Grand Duke. Without a word, he slid down with her, causing Rosika to scream loudly, her entire body stunned by Lexit's action. She panicked, startled, and yelled at him, "What are you doing? You could just pull me up with your hand." But Lexit disagreed. He feared she would be hurt again, so he had to be more cautious with everything. "No, it's easy to slip." After the prince helped her onto a safe rock ledge, he then climbed up. Rosika looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Lexit sighed. He couldn't bring himself to be completely angry, though he should have scolded her thoroughly. He sighed heavily, looking at the scratches she had on her body, filled with renewed anxiety, but there was no time now, so it would have to wait. Lexit pulled her tightly into his embrace and said, "Point out the next place we need to go." Above the cave, an opening led to the outside. That was the direction to go first. Outside was abundant with green trees and dazzling sunlight. It seemed she hadn't seen this sunlight for a very long time. "Ah, it's too bright." Suddenly hearing Rosika say that, Lexit stiffened, annoyed. "You wait here." She stared in bewilderment as he walked away first. Grand Duke. In a crevice, a colossal ice block jutted skyward, with a venomous spider standing nearby. "Hey, you bastard!" Lexit angrily ran over to settle the score.
A gleaming sword shot out, making him stumble backward in shock from the momentum. Then Doc gnashed his teeth, frowning as he retreated. Damn it, what the hell was that? He had also retreated to the edge of the rock, below which was a bottomless abyss. Grand Duke Lexit stepped forward, extending his calloused hand with a commanding tone. "Give me the ring." The scene was now steeped in tension. Then Doc frowned, a sneer on his face. "You're quite idle, meddling in other people's affairs." But Lexit didn't want to waste words on him. "Shut up and give me the ring." He did indeed have a ring in his hand, but it seemed Nen Doc had no intention of returning it. The ring?
Before this, Nendok had sought out Rosika and harmed her. He had even thrown her into a bottomless abyss, then smirked and uttered threats. "Since you're here, you should save the princess first. What good does it do to stand here obstructing me?" "Looking for me?" His bloodshot eyes froze in stunned disbelief. Rosika stood tall, appearing before his astonished eyes. Nendok tried to force a calm smile. "Haha, you're still alive?" Rosika also smirked at him, shrugging calmly. "Honestly, you abandoning me and leaving was a bit much." Lexid saw him staring at her and immediately yelled, "Hey you, I won't kill you, just give back the ring. Be sensible and you might keep your pathetic life." But Rosika didn't want to argue any further. She immediately pulled him back. "Lexid, let it go." The prince didn't expect her to give up so quickly. "What? Let's stop this boring game here. It was quite interesting, wasn't it?" She fiddled with the ring in her hand, muttering, "The chess piece you never put down, I now hold in my hand." Saying this, before his eyes, she used the ring to unleash magic on a colossal iceberg. The iceberg, as if sensing the magic, rapidly transformed. A brilliant, dazzling light shot straight up into the sky.
Lexid couldn't believe his eyes. He shrieked in astonishment. What? If so, he realized something and immediately held his sword in front of her, blocking the weapon the other person held. Seeing the magic activated, Rosika laughed loudly in delight, so much so that Lexid's eyes widened as he watched her frolic happily. What a pity indeed. She sneered contemptuously at the poisonous spider. "Come here." Rosika's cold face and disdainful voice seemed to compel the poisonous spider to obey 100%. "I will send you off as gently as possible. You must pay for the pile of sins you've committed everywhere." He also burst into loud laughter. Feeling this joke was ridiculous, Grand Duke Lexid cautiously pulled her into his arms, his hand tightening its grip on the sword hilt. He laughed so hard his body shook, unable to laugh anymore. Ha-ha! At this moment, the poisonous spider returned to normal, displaying a pensive look. "Since when? Since losing the mage? Or when I showed her the ring?" Rosika proudly placed a hand on her chest and said, "It was hopeless from the very beginning. I've never lost since I was born." She smiled slyly at him. "In front of your chess pieces, I deliberately placed my king, didn't I? That was a game they played together when they were children. That's right." The poisonous spider still remembered that time, feeling as if he had a sure win. "My real mistake was 15 years ago. I should have acted immediately then. There would be no obstacles at all." Rosika, bored, hugged one of his arms, listening to him reminiscing about the past, which was so good that he gradually stopped thinking about killing later, like a fool.
The venomous spider stepped back further towards the edge of the cliff. He asked himself and answered, "Admit it, you've always wanted to live." The venomous spider gave a bitter laugh. "I should have decisively killed and confirmed the body. Not being able to do so is my failure." As soon as she saw him about to end his life, she let go of Lexid and ran to stop him. "Wait!" "Goodbye." But from the very beginning, the venomous spider had left himself no way out, and thus fell freely down the watery crevice of the mountain. In the end, Rosika couldn't reach him in time. No! As soon as he saw she still wanted to rush to the edge, Lexid began and pulled her back. "Are you crazy? Do you want to die with him?" Her eyes filled with sorrow as she glanced towards the cliff, where there was no longer any trace of the venomous spider.
Lexid saw her deep in thought and asked with concern, "Don't you hate him? Are you still grieving?" She shook her head vigorously. "No." It was then that her true nature was revealed, grinding her teeth in anger. "I'm so annoyed. I should have twisted his neck with my own hands and watched him die slowly." Lexid gaped in astonishment at her attitude. He reluctantly comforted her. "There's nothing we can do about being annoyed. Falling from such a height? How could anyone survive?" Hearing this, she reminded him, "Don't you remember what the poison spider said in his last words? Letting him die without seeing his body with our own eyes is our failure." Lexid tried to persuade her. "Don't worry about it. He just wants to provoke you. Just assume he was lucky enough to survive." Rosika glanced over, and he continued, "He still couldn't kill you, but can he threaten you?" She smiled confidently, asserting, "No, no one can defeat me." He let out a sigh of relief, taking her waist. "Good, let's go now." Gently lifting Rosika, Lexid walked on, and suddenly asked, "What is the poison spider's army doing now?" She calmly replied, "They're probably in the imperial city preparing for the coronation." Her mood grew heavy. As long as Isengard chooses them, even an executioner can become king. He gently leaned close to her ear. "The one Isengard recognizes is you, not him. You will become king." She looked at him with a hint of tension. About that." He quickly cut her off. "First, let's go back. Let the Drac army deal with the soldiers occupying the palace."
Gazing at the clear blue sky above, her mood also improved. "Let's go back." Inside the luxurious palace, Rosika's voice trembled. "I can do it myself." Lexid thought she misunderstood. "Sit still. I'm not going to do anything to you," she whispered softly. "That's not what I meant." She was engrossed in watching him remove the bandage until he wrapped the wound when she suddenly cried out, "It hurts!" But he did it so quickly that Rosika was surprised.
It's done? He didn't know how to answer either. A moment later, Lexid knelt, making an unexpected proposal. Grand Duke, let's get married. She thought she had misheard. Pardon? He looked up, speaking with sincere eyes. I know now isn't the time to discuss this, but if I don't say it now, there might not be another chance later. He expressed his determined attitude. I will definitely ascend to the throne as emperor. Marry me, won't you? Old memories quickly flashed by. She responded awkwardly. I understand what you're saying. Don't worry. For now, I'll talk to my father about N. Lexit's will did not waver. Then promise to marry me first, and only then go to the kingdom of Eisen. In the quiet room, his voice spoke once more. I don't want you to abandon your kingdom. She felt confused. What? He answered without looking at her face. After learning you were the heir, I thought about it, and I found a way. I will help you not have to give up anything. Hearing this, Rosika gave a disbelieving, forced smile. You haven't learned anything strange from being with my father, have you? Are you perhaps planning to give up the throne and go into exile with me to the kingdom of N? Lexid clenched his fist with resolve. He couldn't act like the Duke, for he was compelled to ascend the throne.
She then curiously asked, so what method do you ultimately have? He was adamant about getting an answer from her. Answer first, do you want to marry me? He also stated the problem directly. If you choose the kingdom of Eisen over me, then all methods are meaningless. She slightly bowed her head and replied in a low voice, I will return, definitely. Facing his worried expression, Rosika immediately affirmed, I promise you that, I will return soon. Hand. Seeing this, Rosika tried to reassure him. I will return. Really, please believe me. A moment later, outside the living room, Lexit's mood turned gloomy and he irritably blurted out, Wise. He suddenly realized someone had arrived. Farah was starting with her arms crossed, asking, A month has already passed, how are things going? Owen next to him replied, The lost royal families have been unified. The image from that time appeared. Duke Asian had personally bestowed the seal upon Lady Rosika and publicly announced it to all the people. This made her confused about how to address her. Rosika, Duchess, no, Princess, oh dear. In short, Lady Rosika officially has the right to ascend the throne, right? She was a little curious. What was her expression like? Owen replied, She looked very happy. Farah incredulously blurted out, No way, the Rosika I know would act differently. Even if it were me, I would choose to live the rest of my life warmly with my parents in the position of King of Eisen. He clearly showed an expression of weariness. What do you know? The truth proves that the lady could choose the throne instead of the Grand Duke. No matter what, I respect the lady's choice. There was one thing she was vague about, but ultimately whether she's getting married or not should be made clear, right?
Farah turned to Lexit and asked loudly, Grand Duke, if Rosika doesn't come back, what are you going to do? You'll just put on a gloomy face, grit your teeth, and bear it for 15 years. She was furious at his attitude. You are a member of the imperial family of the Empire, not some beast's castle. How can you casually say you'll be single for 15 years? Owen behind him added, Grand Duke, are you insane? Then came the grumbling of the other two. You plan to wait for the young lady for 15 years, so you'll be the only one managing the internal affairs? It hasn't even been a year, and it's already almost worthy of being recorded in history books. All of this reached Lexit's ears, causing him to explode in rage. Shut up, all of you!
Farah turned around before leaving, adding a final jab. Such a childish act might just get her kicked out by Rosika. The door slammed shut with her last words. It was better that way. He also stood up from the table with a sigh. The room was incredibly quiet, the balcony outside bathed in sunlight. Her image, covering her mouth with a long yawn after a deep sleep, the moment she sat working on the chair, and even when she was enjoying a cup of tea, all were vividly recalled in his mind's eye. Lexid looked away, his eyes revealing a deep longing, a yearning so intense it felt like dying. Suddenly he felt something, and turned his head to look back. Rosika was sitting right behind him. He saw her, beautiful, waiting for him on the bed. Rosika. It was unclear whether it was imagination or reality, but she was there, smiling at him. Lex had rushed forward and embraced her tightly, overwhelmed by extreme longing. He murmured, feeling with all his senses what he hadn't had for a month, his heart beating as if he were truly holding her in his arms. Lex had also caressed her perfectly fair and rosy face. After that, the two exchanged a passionate kiss, and he poured out all his pent-up affection and longing. Then he released her, feeling so warm. So a person can hallucinate to this extent when they've gone mad. The Rosika he was imagining then pulled him closer herself and placed a kiss on his lips. Lexid, astonished, quickly pushed her away. She frowned in confusion. What's wrong? She pouted, pulling his hand with a playful reproach. Aren't you going to kiss me? Inside the room, Lexid shrieked, unable to believe the sight before his eyes. Why are you here? She leaned back towards the bed, looking at him with a frown. What do you mean, what? The atmosphere was so good. What are you doing? Lexid still couldn't believe it. Rosika, the woman he loved, was actually appearing before his eyes. Is it real? You're real, aren't you? She looked at him as if he were daydreaming. Of course it's real, her voice firm. I thought you'd be happy to welcome me, but instead you pushed me away. Hearing that, Lexid couldn't control himself and rushed to embrace her tightly.
He could no longer hold back his tears. With teary eyes, he asked, "What? Why are you so late?" Her eyes filled with happiness as she looked at him. "Sorry, I needed to convince my father, so it's a bit late." Then he placed a kiss on her lips, a kiss laden with all the emotions he had endured over the past month. Rosika pushed him away and gently asked, "Lexid, have you closed the door yet?" The clueless Lexid didn't immediately understand her words. "Huh?" She reached out, played with his tie, slowly pulled it down, and whispered suggestive words into his ear. It would be a big deal if someone walked in. Lexid seemed to understand a little, his voice trembling. A big deal? Rosika lay back on the bed, her face provocatively alluring. "Are you asking because you don't understand what I mean?" Hearing that, he immediately stood up straight and let go of her, leaving her stiff with surprise. "Lexid!" His face flushed crimson as if accusing her. "Do you actually want to marry me or not?" This left Rosika equally stunned and surprised. Lexid yelled, demanding an explanation from her. "Answer me." She trembled, her eyes still teary, and replied, "I do." "Let's continue then." Seeing this, he clamped his hand over her mouth and commanded, "Then we'll continue after we're married."
But Rosika didn't understand. She quickly argued, "The timing is good, so suddenly your reason won out? Or are you impotent?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she had misspoken. This time she clamped her mouth shut and mumbled, "Oh, my mistake. It's definitely not that." Rosika still argued stubbornly, "Do we have to wait until the wedding night? Is that some traditional thinking from the Joseon era or something?" Lexid also shouted back, "What era is Joseon? Arguing with you gets me nowhere." Rosika reluctantly clicked her tongue and let it go. Lexid knelt before her and asked for her opinion. "What are your plans for the kingdom of Eisen?" She shook her head, not having thought about it. "I don't know yet." So he expressed a wish to her. "Can you entrust Eisen to the Duke for 15 years? Exactly 15 years. He pursed his lips and told her, "I must become emperor. There's something I need to do in Raven's stead. Just stay here with me for 15 years, then I will return to Eisen with you." Seeing his seriousness, Rosika sat up straight and asked, "Even though I don't know what it is, why 15 years? Lexid replied, "Because that is the law of the Empire. The age of eligibility to inherit the throne is 15.
Immediately after ascending the throne, I will place Robin's son in the position of heir. Rosika didn't expect him to have planned such a perfect schedule. Is this what you said? Lexid continued. Now the problem is handing over the kingdom to Duke Eisen. But Rosika calmly replied, "Let me tell you some shocking news. Don't worry. What do you think I've been doing for a whole month? Of course, I asked for permission to marry." Lexid's face was too sensitive to her last remark, and his cheeks immediately flushed crimson. "What did the Duchess say?" Rosika recounted it like a lifelong achievement. "If it weren't for Mother, I would have been locked up." After that, she hugged her angry father, even though he couldn't do anything because Mother was protecting her. Mother said, "As long as I'm happy, that's all that matters." "Really?" Lexid despaired. "So we'll have to be apart again." Rosika shook her head and revealed her strategy. "Breaking the restrictions of the magic stones and setting up a teleportation gate will do. I can meet my parents in just 1 minute. Suddenly, Lexid smirked and asked her, "Can something so precious be invested entirely into the Empire?" Rosika suddenly had a bad feeling. "You're a king. Why say such strange things? Removing magic restrictions is a very good thing. I have no intention of lecturing you. I'm just sharing for the common good, so I won't speak idly." Lex had also promised her and himself, "Before you return to rule the kingdom of Eisen, I will solidify my position as emperor." He stepped closer to her and inquired, "The kingdom of Eisen is currently lacking in population, isn't it? We can send more people to the kingdom through an asylum incentive policy."
Lexid smiled brightly, leaned close to her ear, and continued, "After resolving the saturation in the Empire, the population in Eisen can grow, and then return to the Empire to contribute." Rosika was still listening intently to him. "Of course, many people will object, but this is a condition for cooperation to remove the restrictions on magic stones." She quickly agreed to this proposal. Not bad. Although the outcome was still unknown, he also took her hand to firmly strengthen the country together. "I will definitely succeed." Lexid also greatly hoped for that. After establishing the empire that Rydovan desired, he said, "We will return to the kingdom of Eisen together, and then you will introduce me as the king of Eisen." But Rosika turned away, looking disheartened. "I find being king very troublesome. Despite appearances, I have no ambition for power." Lexid smiled, teasing her. "Yet you agreed to marry me, didn't you?" Rosika turned away proudly. "That's precisely why you should feel honored. I truly love you, which is why I decided to marry you." She slowly placed her hand in his. "Also, even though the future is long, there's one thing I've been thinking about," Rosika said bluntly. "Family planning." Lexid was startled, trembling. "Family planning?"
She gently brushed her temple hair and continued, "Although I don't intend to have children yet, whether we have them later or not, it will be fine either way."
She pushed her hair away from her neck, revealing a unique mark that was also related to the seal. Rosika felt very calm about everything, especially this matter. People would say she was abandoning the greater good for herself, wouldn't they? Compared to the greater good, she only felt it was a pity that magic was disappearing. After that, she moved closer to him, teasing him slightly. "Speaking of which, how do you make babies?" Lexit immediately became embarrassed and ran away as fast as he could. Rosika, exasperated, called him back to settle the score. "Where are you going, my lord?" He ran to the door, his face flushed red. "Don't even think about seducing me. I'll know what to do after we're married." With that, of course, only she was left in the room. She was truly at a loss for words. Inside the magnificent castle, the voice of a servant rang out. Count Handel Romax has brought gifts to congratulate on the royal meeting. He entered the great hall, bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to the son of the empire." Lexit let out a sigh. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your congratulatory gift." Then he gestured to his subordinate. "Just place them over there."
Handel put his hand to his chest and expressed, "I cannot leave the gift here and just go." He introduced the person behind him to the other man. "This child is the Empire's last remaining prophet." The boy smiled and greeted. "It is an honor for me to meet your majesty." Then he introduced himself. "I am a descendant of the last generation of mages, and also a prophet named Halo Z Aslan." Lexid, sitting on the throne, wondered, "Aslan, so you know how to control magic, don't you?" He awkwardly replied, "My bloodline is quite weak, so I cannot control magic, but my prophetic ability is good, and I can bless your majesty." Owen, standing behind him, stated, "Just before this, I heard rumors about a prophet in the principality. Although they cannot see the entire future, they can foresee major and minor events that will happen to the world." He then voiced a question. "Isn't that ability even more useful than magic? The fate of the country, which enemies will attack, you can see all of those things." Halo quickly answered him, "That is true. However, it cannot be easily revealed. Carelessly speaking of the future can lead to losing one's ability and endangering one's life." He also spoke of the consequences of this. "Heaven will inflict punishment, turning a good future into a bad one, and even those not fated to die will lose their lives." A question was then posed. "Can't you subtly hint at it?" He gave an implied example in response. "In the past, in the principality, people often invited prophets to wedding ceremonies. The prophet would say, 'May the couple have 100 years of happiness.' Just one such sentence is a great blessing." Upon hearing this, Lexid directly ordered, "Very well, I will arrange rooms for the two esteemed guests to rest." But his next sentence made them change color. "Take the two of them down to basement level 1. Handel blurted out, "Your Majesty, why suddenly so?" Lexid spoke frankly, "A prophet is just a prophet. Why attach someone else's family name to it?" He lifted his chin and announced, "Unfortunately, right now in the palace, there are 3 people from the Aslan family you just mentioned."
Hallo frantically searched for something in his back. "Your Majesty, that's not it. I am truly a member of the Aslan family." It wasn't until he saw the blue book that he stopped. "Please, Your Majesty, look at this. It contains the esteemed name of my deceased grandmother." Owen picked it up and read, "From ancient times the Aslan family has been the secret messengers of heaven and earth, a family of prophets. Though they know everything, they must cover their ears and seal their mouths, and their destiny is plagued by countless misfortunes." The next passage made him pause. "The esteemed names of those ancestors who endured loneliness and suffering are preserved in the family's generational book." The image of a person clearly appeared, along with the name Roland Aslan. At the same time, inside the study, a joyful voice rang out nearby. "My daughter, congratulations on your upcoming marriage." She held a small pretty vial in her hand. "This is Mother's gift." Upon seeing it, Rosika sighed. "Mother, you said you wouldn't make any more charms. Do you want to be scolded?" She looked at her seriously. "This type of potion is extremely simple to make. It only requires a small drop of blood from your fingertip." She asked curiously, "What kind of potion is it?" She smiled and introduced, "It's a charm that brings happiness. It can help you avoid making wrong choices when you're desperate, and keep your spirits joyful and peaceful." She held out the vial and advised, "Share it with the Grand Duke. Each of you drink a little." She reached out her hand to take it. "Wonderful, thank you, Mother."
Both stood up, preparing to leave the bathtub. The old woman asked with a hint of curiosity, "Have you prepared a gift for your husband yet? He has helped you so much. You should reciprocate, shouldn't you?" Rosika replied, "Of course I have a gift." The old woman covered her mouth, unable to hide her excitement. "Oh, what is it?" Her voice turned chilling, making the old woman dizzy and break out in a sweat. "Yes, I will give Lexit a gift so unforgettable that he'll never forget it for the rest of his life." The old woman trembled all over. "You're plotting something strange again, aren't you?" She flashed a cunning smile. "Oh, it's nothing strange." She quickly changed the subject. "By the way, when will Grandma arrive?" Annie replied that she was sleeping, so she probably wouldn't come. The old woman's face was filled with worry for her mother. "Since she came here, she seems to be sleeping more. I hope she stays healthy for a long time." The chat then continued. "We've met the granddaughter. What about a grandson?" Rosika couldn't help but laugh. "Are you planning to have another son for me?" The old woman blushed and covered her face.
I want another baby boy. She gently patted Rosika's shoulder. I also want to see my beautiful daughter give birth to a grandchild. Rosika replied, For me, that's a long way off. The old woman immediately asserted, It won't be long now. I also hope my mother stays healthy. In the cheerful atmosphere, Rosika asked with a serious expression, What if I don't meet Mother in the north? She suddenly recalled what happened then. I had no intention of finding Father. The Grand Duke was too pathetic to be exploited. She also recalled the image of Roland crying on her shoulder, but there was one person she absolutely had to meet, her father. At that time she argued with Lexid, stating that after learning her missing mother was a sorceress, they absolutely had to find her to break the curse on the Grand Duke. There was a black mark on her pregnant belly at that time. Oh, and there was a charm from her mother attached to the child. Her grandmother had told her it was a lifelink charm. She also recounted what she encountered while bathing her grandmother. That's why she suspected the Duchess was a sorceress and even looked very much like her. After hearing this, she suddenly asked, Did you see the mark on me? Then you must have known Mother was alive since then, right? Rosika found this confusing. What do you mean? Can you tell just by looking at the mark? She stated what she had been told, that according to her grandmother, lifelink charms were very common. Her grandmother did not deny this, but added that lifelink charms are very common, but few can leave a mark during pregnancy. Her grandmother also revealed a fact. In ancient times, sorcerers were very rare and encountered many dangers, so before her mother was born, her grandmother had placed the charm herself.
Currently, Lexid was sitting in the living room focused on reading a book. A subordinate's voice announced, Your Majesty, Roland has arrived. He was startled and looked over. He asked the subordinate again, What? She had already walked in, waving a greeting. Your Majesty is so busy, it's not easy to meet you. He quickly stood up and rushed over, gently taking her shoulders. It's so late. What brings you here? Roland replied, Your Majesty will be very busy tomorrow, too. This old woman just wanted to take a moment to offer her blessings. These words reminded him of the book he had just hidden under the official document, with a similar title, The Prophet's Blessing. Lexib looked very pleased. Thank you, grandmother. Roland sat down on a chair and smilingly recounted to him, Yesterday I had a dream in which the empire was incredibly beautiful, and under your majesty's reign, everything was very peaceful. She also added, You two will have a boy and a girl and live together very happily. He responded warmly, That dream is truly beautiful. She closed her eyes contentedly. Indeed. Suddenly, Lexid gently rose from his chair. Earlier, while I was dozing off, I also had a dream. He took her hand. I dreamed that Rosika and I would be as happy as you said, with a boy and a girl. Roland chuckled. That truly is a beautiful dream. His next words surprised her. Yes, and you were there too. Even with occasional sickness, living long enough to see your grandchildren would be worth it. Her eyes widened upon hearing these words. Finally, he chuckled and exclaimed, Your dream and mine are so similar. You will surely be with us for a very long time. She looked at him, unsure what else to say.
Her cheeks were flushed pink. Honestly, it was true. She placed her hand on him with happiness. It was a perfect dream. The 18th Hexen had ascended the throne, once mocked as the royal family's nuisance, the empire's gatekeeper, the North's puppy, and no one could have ever imagined that person would become emperor. Lexid van Hexen had become the 18th emperor of the empire. Mr. Rohan reminded her with concern, Are you not planning to return now? Rosika whined, Oh, Dad. He seriously reminded her again, Don't break your promise. Come back to Eisenbach twice a week. She happily confirmed, Of course. Dad, you haven't forgotten how to create magic stones and teleportation gates, have you? He seriously affirmed, Of course not. After some coaxing, he reluctantly led her into the ceremony hall, where the empire's new emperor and her husband, Lexid, was waiting beside the ceremonial platform. While he was scowling and staring at him, she smiled happily and looked at him with an extremely affectionate gaze. Then she quickly urged, Let's go, Dad. Seeing that he didn't respond, she could only offer a puzzled smile. Then she quickly turned her head to look at him and saw that veins had begun to bulge on his face and neck, while his gaze towards him was utterly fierce. Seeing this, she immediately called out loudly, Dad. This made him reluctantly accept leading her to him. Then he glared at him with wide eyes and offered his blessing, saying, Your Imperial Majesty, congratulations on your wedding. After that, he continued to stare at him without looking away.
Lexid, seeing this, quickly made a promise. I will live a truly happy life, Your Majesty, King Eisenbach. Then he suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered something. After hearing it, the king involuntarily sighed, then reluctantly released Rosika's hand. Seeing this, she couldn't help but ask curiously, What did you say? He smiled gently and replied, I said I would be your slave. If you wish, I will brand my cheek. After saying that, they looked at each other and burst into joyful laughter. A moment later, the witness for their wedding arrived and stepped onto the platform. Suddenly, this person looked somewhat familiar, which made her stare at them curiously for a long time. Just then, the witness unexpectedly pulled back their hood, then smiled kindly and said, Hello. At the very unexpected appearance of Mrs. Rowland, she couldn't help but startle and exclaim, "Madam!" Mrs. Rowland calmly explained, "I am truly grateful that thanks to His Imperial Majesty's grace, this old woman has the honor of attending the wedding to bestow blessings."
His Imperial Majesty the Emperor and the Empress of the Hexan Empire will rule a beautiful empire. In the land where their majesties reign, the people of the empire will be happy, free from hatred, disputes, or want. Furthermore, sons and daughters will all grow up healthy under the care of their parents, bringing great joy to all the people of the empire. Upon hearing this, Lexid immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "What truly wonderful blessings. Thank you." Madame Rowland smiled and continued her blessings, "For the reign of the Emperor and Empress of the Hexan Empire." As soon as she finished speaking, Rosika's father and mother, along with Red and Owen, immediately clapped in congratulation. Meanwhile, Madame Masha and Mr. Marco embraced each other, sobbing with emotion. Lexid bowed slightly and smiled wryly, saying, "You genius swindler, you fraud." Rosika did not reply, but involuntarily recalled what he had once told her in the past. "You'll have to help me a little. I have to become emperor." He gently took her hand and smiled gratefully, saying, "Thank you." She squinted her eyes in a smile and asked, "What was that for?" He didn't answer, but immediately gave her a kiss. Afterward, they both waved to all the guests present in the hall. Late that night, as he opened the door and stepped in, Lexid excitedly thought to himself, "Finally, it's time for some activity." Then he quickly pushed the door open and loudly announced, "Your husband is here." "I'm so tired. Let's just go to sleep." Rosika bowed her head and stammered her request. Just hold hands." He quickly asked again, "What did you say?" She repeated in a small voice, Just hold hands, please." Hearing this, he asked with some confusion, "Where did you get an idea like that?" Seeing her continuously clench her trembling hands, he immediately speculated, "Is she nervous?" Then he quickly asked worriedly, "Are you in pain anywhere? Are you tired?" She didn't answer, but kept staring at him.
It made him secretly wonder, what is this awkward feeling? Then he quickly called out to her. But little did he know, before he could even finish his sentence, she kicked him right in the head. Then she suddenly stood up and blurted out, "Ugh, I'm getting goosebumps all over." He quickly covered his cheek with his hand and asked again, stunned, "What?" She suddenly turned her face away and pleaded with tears in her eyes, "I don't like it. Don't do it. Don't touch my body." He slightly furrowed his brow and urged, "Come here quickly." Her face darkened with fear, and she loudly protested, "No, I hate men. Leave me alone." Seeing that the person in front of him was not his obedient, beautiful, beloved wife, but instead that brat Achel, he couldn't help but get furious and shout, "You, what the hell is this?" He burst into tears, apologizing loudly. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I'm sorry, sister. I can't do it anymore." He asked again, angrily, "What did you say?" Handing Lexid the paper, he began to explain. "For the details, please look at this." He asked again, wide-eyed and stunned. "What?" He then quickly read what Rosika had written in the letter. "Hello, my dear husband. How absurd and ridiculous. Are you going to catch me and devour me alive? So you should do as I say, shouldn't you? This is revenge for you rejecting me a month ago, and also my wedding gift. Lexid Van Hexen's first task as emperor. Lexid, what is this? Find the wife who is left home. Go to Jeddah Street, where countless illegal activities take place, and find Ash, the only girl who knows the whereabouts of the wife who is left home. Reward, the lovely wife's prepared wedding dowry. Hint, exercise for your beloved." As soon as he finished reading the letter, Lexid immediately shouted, "Running away on the first night?" A moment later, on a bustling street, someone suddenly asked, "May I ask something?" The man with the full beard asked back in surprise, "Huh?" Owen asked directly, "Do you know a girl named Ash?" Pointing behind him, he replied, "You could try Jacob's Tavern. It seems there's a female employee named Ash there." Hearing this, Owen smiled and thanked him, saying, "Oh, thank you, sir." He chuckled in response, "It's nothing. Long live His Imperial Majesty. Long live His Imperial Majesty." As he stepped into the tavern, he sighed in relief and said, "Finding the runaway bride was quicker than I thought. You should go and bring her back, sir. I'm terribly sleepy." The light-haired girl immediately confirmed, "Yes, I am Ash."
Owen heard that and immediately smiled, his eyes crinkling, asking, "So can you tell us where the person who bothered us so early this morning is hidden?" She suddenly slammed her hand on the table with a thud and replied, "Yes, I can, but in return you must help me." Lexid said nothing, silently pondering for a moment. Then he spoke coldly, "Tell me, I also think it won't be easy to find. How can we help you?"
Sweating, she replied sternly, "This isn't an ordinary tavern. This is an assassination guild." Hearing that, Owen couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, saying, "There's an assassination guild right in the middle of the capital? That's truly unimaginable. The gendarmerie monitors things extremely closely, don't they?" She immediately explained. "Every month, the guildmaster bribes the captain of the gendarmerie, and in return he turns a blind eye." Hearing that, he frowned irritably, saying, "That's ridiculous." She continued to explain, "They are also expanding into money lending, and if debts aren't paid, people are sold to Jacob.
I am also working here because of my father's debt." Hearing this, Owen couldn't help but ask sympathetically, "So that's it, how can we help you?" He suddenly waved his hand dismissively and asked critically, "Why do you keep asking about such a trivial matter?" Immediately after, Red led his soldiers in and loudly apologized. "Excuse me, good people, if you don't want to see blood, please step outside. This person will pay for the drinks, so just go." Seeing this, the guests were utterly bewildered and said, What is it? It looks like they've come to rob Jacob." Ask quickly announced, "The contracts of those sold due to debt are in the basement." No sooner had she finished speaking than the door behind her unexpectedly opened, and immediately after, a tall man appeared, along with his question, "What's all this sudden noise about?" Owen quickly pulled down his hood, then squinted his eyes and asked, "Jacob, right?" He haughtily asked back, "If you've come to ask for a favor, address me properly. What in the hell is this? Do you want to go meet your ancestors?" "Hey, why didn't you call me right away?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Red gave him a knee jab right in the back, making him cry out in pain. "Ah, ah!" Along with that, a considerable amount of syrup spurted out from him, and just like that, he was beaten to a pulp by Red, then slumped to the ground in defeat. Seeing this, Lexid stepped forward and asked, "What is the name of the gendarmerie captain?" Jacob stammered back, What? He glared angrily at him and repeated in a low, menacing voice, "I asked what the gendarmerie captain's name is." Owen kindly reminded him, "Jacob, this person won't ask a third time, so answer properly." After being subjected to a few more punches to the face by Lexid's subordinates, Jacob finally gave in and confessed. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but say irritably, "So it's not in one place, this damn fellow, really. Everyone, quickly search this place thoroughly. Don't forget to threaten them so they won't re-offend. Begin." All of his subordinates immediately responded in unison, "At your command." After that, each person split off in a different direction to search. Lexid subtly glanced in another direction and muttered, "Done. Now." But before he could finish speaking, Ask unexpectedly ran up, blushing shyly, and thanked him, saying, "Thank you, sir."
Seeing him say nothing but glare at her for a moment, Owen immediately shouted to stop him, "Wait!" But it was too late, because he had bluntly pushed her forcefully to the ground with his hand, causing her to scream in fright. Then growled, scolding, "Are you crazy?" Ash didn't respond, but stared at him with wide eyes, mouth agape for a moment. Owen quickly ran over to help her up and asked with concern, Are you all right?" Red stood to the side, arms crossed, criticizing, "I understand your good intentions, but you must know your limits. Wouldn't anyone be annoyed when an unfamiliar girl hugs them?" He immediately interjected, then turned to reassure her. "Hey, calm down. You were startled, weren't you? Sorry about that. He gets easily enraged when an unfamiliar girl touches him." Hearing that, Red immediately complained irritably, "Do you really have to make it sound like His Highness is at fault? On the first night we've already had to run back and forth. It's infuriating." Ash quickly spoke up to explain, "I'm truly sorry. I was just too happy to be of help, so I wasn't thinking." Lexid curtly interrupted, "All right."
"Spit it out! Where has my bride run off to?" Ash suddenly fell silent, biting her lip tightly for a moment. Then she coldly replied, "I don't want to say." He asked again, puzzled, "What?" She quickly and eagerly made a request. "Please, sir, help me with one more thing." Owen involuntarily broke into a sweat and continued worriedly, "The young lady must have something she wants to ask of us. You want us to help, don't you? Is it to help you escape from this place?" She slightly furrowed her brows and replied in a serious tone, "Yes, I want to discuss this privately. Just help me with this one thing, and I will tell you." Red angrily shouted, questioning, "How heartless! Are you crazy?" Lexid quickly gestured for Red to be silent, then coldly asked, "What do you want to ask for?" Ash immediately began to explain, "I've been locked up here since I was little, so I've never been able to see the capital city." He bluntly demanded, "Get to the point." She suddenly clenched her fists, then loudly proposed, "Just come with me for half a day." Ash cried out, "Please, come with me. Let's visit the festival. Just saying thank you feels too inadequate, so I'll buy you anything. I've secretly saved a little money." Owen from behind chuckled and said, "It's all right. We only accept your good intentions, so please, young lady, just tell us where." Ash shouted again, "I don't want to, no." Red from behind immediately said, "She's crazy, really." Suddenly, Lexid spoke up, "Just do it." This left Red bewildered. Lexid bit his lip tightly. Seeing his expression, both Red and Owen were utterly horrified and thought to themselves, "Does this girl truly not care about her life?" Lexid turned around and said, "I figured it wouldn't be easy anyway." Then he commanded, "Let's go." At the festival, people were bustling about. Smiling, she walked behind.
Owen thought to himself, the young lady probably wouldn't have guessed a situation like this. Owen called out, "Miss." She immediately turned her head. Owen continued, "Do you know what kind of person my young lady is?" She replied, "Yes, she is the daughter of the Flora noble family, golden hair and green eyes." Owen forced a smile and thought to himself, as expected, she had hidden her identity. She smiled gently and said, "Initially I didn't believe her. When she said someone would come to save me." Owen reminded her, "This is the young lady's husband. I'm telling you in case you don't know." She replied casually, "Oh yes, that's right." Owen watched her and thought to himself, she's completely captivated. What if she doesn't reveal the young lady's whereabouts? She ran over and hugged his arm, smiling as she said, "I want to try this."
Lexid immediately pulled his hand back. "Ah, damn it, don't touch me." Ash awkwardly, "Oh dear, I apologize, sir." Red and Owen watched their actions from behind. Red said, "Later, I'll keep an eye out and take her away." Owen also agreed. "I think that's probably what we'll have to do." Ash, holding food in her hand, said, "Please eat, sir." Lexid immediately replied, "I don't like it." Ash suddenly asked again, "Aren't you curious where the young lady is?" Hearing this question, Owen's face darkened as he thought, is she daring to threaten him? Hexen, at 18, had killed a woman just one day after ascending the throne. Could he ever break that habit? The horrific murder occurred during the festival, and the culprit was the Emperor. The Hexen Empire entered the era of the tyrant. "Please, try to endure, Count." Ash innocently said again, "I'll feed you, sir." Owen felt like screaming internally. "Please." Lexid gritted his teeth and said, "That's enough. It's not like I want to go with you because I like it." Ash replied, "I know. The young lady will be waiting alone. Aren't you worried? It seems you're not curious where the young lady is, are you?" Lexid had no other choice. He took her hand and put the beef skewer into his mouth. Owen forced a smile, thinking, if someone threatens the young lady's life, he'd probably hand over the entire empire. Ash laughed and asked, "Hee, it's delicious, isn't it?" Lexid immediately reminded her, "Noisy." Ash asked, "What are they doing over there?" Owen said, "The circus is performing some silly tricks." Ash immediately turned to Lexid and said, "I can't see. If you carry me on your shoulders." Before she could finish, Owen couldn't bear it and exclaimed, "Ah!" He broke out in a cold sweat and offered, "I'll do it." Ash, with a disappointed look, said, "Never mind that then." Owen asked confused, "Huh? You said you wanted to see it." Ash replied, "Yes." Looking at Lexid, his gaze was still cold. Owen whispered, "That's probably not going to work. I'll take her away and find out the young lady's whereabouts." Lexid spoke up, "All right, move aside."
This statement made Owen look utterly bewildered. Lexid directly picked Ash up. Once on Lexid's shoulders, Ash smiled, exclaiming, "So tall!" This made Owen utterly bewildered yet again. What the hell is going on? How much more are they going to put up with? It wasn't until late evening, when only the three of them remained, that Owen asked, "Now we need to go find the young lady. Tell me, where is the young lady?" At this, Ash stammered, "Well, about that. The circus performance we watched earlier, it was almost over, so I didn't get to see much. I heard the next show is early in the morning." Owen asked, puzzled. "So what?" Ash replied, "Everyone must be tired. Let's rest here. If you come with me to watch that show tomorrow." Without another word, Owen immediately pressed a blade to Ash's neck. "If you don't want to die, open your mouth right now. My patience has its limits." Lexid immediately placed a hand on Owen's shoulder. "What are you doing? This guy—" Owen, his face full of murderous intent, turned to ask, "Why are you like this, sir?" Lexid reminded him, "Don't do anything I haven't told you to." Lexid stepped forward, lifted Ash's chin, and said, "So all we need to do is watch the show tomorrow morning, right? Let's go." With that, both turned and walked away, leaving Owen utterly bewildered. What kind of bizarre situation is this? Not long after that, Owen went straight to Lexid's room, feeling anxious, sensing that something was definitely wrong. Owen pushed the door open forcefully and shouted, "Duke!" But the scene before his eyes made him blush. Lexid was shirtless, and Ash was wearing a revealing outfit. Lexid immediately grabbed a blanket and covered Ash, saying, "Don't you know how to knock, you damn idiot?" Owen stared incredulously. "Are you insane?" Lexid commanded, "Get out." Owen, unable to believe it, asked again, "Do you mean for me to take that crazy girl out?" Lexid retorted, "No, you go out alone." Owen couldn't believe his ears this time. "What the hell? Are you crazy?" Lexid repeated impatiently, "Are you out of your mind? What did you just say?" Owen didn't leave, but instead stepped closer and asked, "What exactly are you doing right now?" Lexid said nonchalantly, "Can't you tell by looking?" Owen was stunned, an expression of extreme disappointment on his face. He said, "From now on, I will go find the young lady. From the moment I walk out alone, I will forever cut ties with the Duke." "I'll ask you one last time, shall I take that girl out?" Lexid glared. "No, you go out by yourself." Owen turned and left, but not without saying, "Crazy lunatic." Ash suddenly stood up and ran after him. Wait a minute, just a moment." Then she turned to Lexid and said, "Isn't that person important to your majesty? Is it really okay to just let him go? Lexid replied. It's fine. Ash ran off worriedly. What do you mean it's fine? He must have misunderstood. I have to go bring him back. Lexid pulled her hand back and said, Misunderstanding what? It's not a misunderstanding. Unless one is a fool, everyone knows what to do now. What? Have you changed your mind? What was your reason for laughing and joking in front of me? Is it not him, but me, who misunderstood? Ash closed her eyes tightly and thought to herself, where did I go wrong? I thought Lexid would see through the disguise. His recognizing me all this time wasn't intuition, but a spell. If I had known, I would have just stopped there and told the truth, seeing him dislike other girls, and then being amused. Ash stood up abruptly. How can you be like this? Aren't you getting married today? Do you like me? Lexid replied, Yes, I do. Ash immediately yelled, Are you kidding? This is the first time we've met today. Lexid calmly asked, Does liking someone depend on time? Ash asked, So, will you let me be Empress now? Lexid immediately refused. No, how could a commoner be Empress? Hearing that, Ash slapped Lexid across the face. She clenched her fists. I'll tell the lady everything. You're a lunatic playing games with another girl on your wedding night. As Ash turned to leave, he called out, Hey, is tricking people so much fun? Hearing that stunned her. She wondered and asked, When? He immediately replied, From the very beginning. The wig was quickly removed. Rosika returned to her true appearance. But it's not enough, he said. Remove your eye disguise too. Rosika immediately became flustered. Oh, right. Then she questioned, Even throwing me was an act? That's too much. Lexid replied, You're the one who's truly too much for leaving on your wedding night.
Besides, I didn't throw it that hard. It was you who fell, wasn't it? Seeing this, Rosika also admitted her fault. Is sorry enough? I got a bit carried away, but I always trusted you. I thought you would recognize me. Just now I was completely fooled because you were so different from the person I always trusted. Lexid lay down on the bed and said, The funniest lie I've heard since I met you is that you always trust me. Rosika asked, puzzled, What do you mean? I wasn't lying. Lexid replied, If saying you trust me isn't a lie, then what is it? Even if everyone in this world trusts me, it wouldn't be you. Rosika said, You've misunderstood. I truly do trust you. Everyone else might not trust you, but your majesty is the only one I trust. Otherwise, it would have been blocked from the first stage of the spell. The condition to proceed to the second stage is trust in your majesty, isn't it?
Lexid said, It's not that she trusts me, but rather she trusts her calculations regarding me. She calculated that this person would act this way and then controlled him in the palm of her hand. Rosika sat down on the bed and said, That makes sense. Lexid turned her face away. Damn it, I lost everything. Rosika continued, So among the conditions, it wasn't trust, but affection that was activated, perhaps because I truly like you, which is why Phase 2 has been unlocked. Lexid's face was slightly flushed as she said, Then my mood is even worse. It's like I'm good, but not trustworthy. Rosika continued, You are a good person, someone who brings trust to everyone. The problem isn't you, it's me. Actually, before you, there was someone I considered my sovereign. Lexid was startled to hear that and wondered, Am I not the first? Rosika continued to recount. I had intended to run away, and that person intended to catch me. Specifically, he intended to kill me for betraying him. Although he wasn't a good person, when working with him, I started to trust him more, thinking that even if I betrayed him, he wouldn't kill me. I thought he wouldn't do that to me. But my prediction was wrong. From that moment, I resolved to live alone and not give my affection to anyone. But regarding this, I hope you will understand. It's unlikely such a thing will happen, but even if you betray me in the future, I will still trust you. I already trust you. If you don't believe me, I will show you later. You've had to worry a lot because of me. I apologize to you. I will be more careful from now on.
Lexid also whispered into her ear. I'm sorry, my lady. Rosika asked, puzzled. Huh? Why are you apologizing? Lexid replied, For deceiving you, for throwing you here and still acting terribly. I was wrong, and I won't do it again. Rosika smiled. From now on, I won't tease you like that either. Please forgive me. Lexid gently kissed her hair and said, All right. Rosika smiled happily. Thank you. Besides, you once said that if I betrayed you, it would be fate. I'll be the same. Even if I think about betrayal, I will still trust you. So please don't be sad anymore. At this moment, she suddenly remembered, having been so engrossed in talking, that she hadn't noticed the time passing. Let's go find Owen quickly. Lexid turned away with a sulky face. I don't want to. Rosika asked, puzzled. Why don't you want to? Lexid replied. So I'm supposed to like it? Didn't you hear what that guy just said to me? Rosika tried to explain. So what was Owen supposed to say? You were planning to sleep with another girl on your wedding night. Was he supposed to say, have fun, and then leave? Lexid replied. He and I have known each other for almost a decade. Owen understands me better than you do. That smart guy didn't realize there must have been a reason for me to act that way. Just now, that damn Owen, he chose you, instead of me, whom he's known for 10 years. Do you understand? Lexid mumbled.
That foolish guy. Why bother? Rosika, not hearing clearly, asked again. What did you say? She advised. Don't be like that. It's better to just take your anger out on me, Lex had said. If you were that worried, you should have told me the truth sooner, shouldn't you? Rosika said gloomily. I should have, but I missed the moment, Lex had challenged. What moment? You were happy that I was deceived, weren't you? Rosika replied. No. At first I was a bit annoyed because you didn't realize, so I was just joking. But after that, I was very happy.
When I saw you treat other girls cruelly, not me, I must say I felt you truly liked me. Moreover, there was a sense of pride that no other girl besides me would receive your affectionate gaze and embrace. Lexid's ears were flushed red at this moment, but he pretended not to notice and said, There's no need to test it like that. The result will always be the same. There's no way I'd let any other girl besides you into my eyes. Rosika immediately hugged him affectionately. Oh, I love you so much. Suddenly she flinched and asked, startled, What is this? Lexid said, Really? Rosika hugged him again from behind and said, I've been curious since forever. Is there something alive there? However I think about it, there must be something. A dragon or... Lexid looked like he was about to explode. What on earth? Rosika whispered into his ear. Aren't you looking at me? He said, You'll regret this. I'm still somewhat sober right now. Rosika asked a bold question. Why are you holding that? We're already married. We should be getting our reward, shouldn't we? Lexid immediately sat up. Are you giving it to me now? This question made Rosika burst out laughing.
Ko asked, You're quite angry, aren't you? Lexid kissed her ear and said, I felt like I was on the verge of death just now. Rosika immediately changed her position, sitting on him and saying, Who knows, maybe from now on we really will die. Lexid also slowly began to act, asking, You? Just you, or both of us? Not long after, on Owen's side, someone approached and called, Sir? Owen irritably turned around and snapped, Hey, you damn fool, where have you been all this time? And now, suddenly seeing Ash, Owen asked, Why are you here? Red immediately said, This is the real Miss Ass. Owen wondered, Then the girl who went in here? Red replied, Of course, it was the young lady. Owen continued to ask, Both of them and the Duke have already gone in? It seems he's realized, hasn't he? Owen thought to himself. Isn't he just an idiot? I've told him repeatedly that even if he trusts everyone, he must never trust the Viper. Does he even know? At this moment, at the inn, a bag of money was placed down, and the owner immediately said, Oh my, are the two of you already planning to leave so soon? But you two already paid for the room earlier, didn't you? Rosika, her face flushed, said, Please take it back. Lexid beside her added, Consider it a tip. Thinking of the scene where the two of them had broken the bed, Rosika whispered, This is crazy. I'm so embarrassed I could die. Meanwhile, the owner, receiving a bag of gold, was also left speechless. Stepping outside, Rosika suddenly froze. Owen was holding a bouquet of flowers, kneeling in front of her. Lexid said, Don't do things you'll regret. Owen said very seriously, I don't regret it. Please accept my sincerity. I will never forget and will always engrave in my heart the time we spent together until now. Rosika, startled, cried out, Wait. Owen continued, I am always ready to sacrifice my life for you.
I have no other intentions. My heart belongs to only one person. Please calm your anger and accept my sincerity. Everyone was incredibly thrilled, cheering and shouting upon witnessing Owen's confession. Lexid let out a sigh. Honestly. Then he walked over and snatched the bouquet, which made everyone even more excited. But the next development silenced the entire crowd. Owen then picked Lexid up in his arms and said, We will live very well. This is truly awesome. Ha! Not long after that, Lexid and Rosika stood high above, amidst the excited cheers of the crowd. Long live His Majesty the Emperor! Long live His Majesty the Emperor! Long live the Hexen Empire! Lexid, stiff as a board, quietly asked, How many minutes has it been? Rosika replied, Only 30 minutes. Lexid groaned, What? I'm going crazy. There's still 2.5 hours left? Rosika chuckled, This isn't like you at all. I heard you used to run away often when you were little. Lexid forced a smile. Is it the same as back then? Why did you put me in this position? Rosika said, Just listen to me for a bit. Lexid, confused, asked again, Huh? Rosika then whispered into his ear, My dear husband, I love you.
Quickly, pull yourself together and wave your hand, Rosika urged. Lexid, still in disbelief, asked, Really? Rosika replied, Of course. Is it a lie? Look ahead. Suddenly, Lexid picked her up, startling her and making her let out a scream. It was then that he smiled brightly and said, Me too, I love you. Afterwards, he boldly declared, For the bright future of the Empire, the Empress and I will be very busy for a while, and I would be grateful if you all would understand us. Everyone cheered again amidst Rosika's embarrassment. That's right, we must quickly have an heir. Long live the mighty Emperor. Go, Your Majesty. Upon returning to their room, he immediately tossed her onto the bed. He said, Say what you said earlier one more time. Rosika looked bewildered. What is it? Lexid moved closer to her and said, Don't pretend you don't know. Rosika asked, I love you? Lexid continued, Me too. As they were about to begin, Rosika cautioned, My dear husband, wait, please don't break the bed here, okay? Lexid chuckled, gave her a kiss, and whispered, I'll try.